Chapter 541 Forest of Elves. Levi saw several figures in the woods not far away. He seems to know where this place is. The wooden man mentioned by the Beast King turns out to be an elf. Levi was speechless and felt a little funny. Obviously, the Beast King's attitude towards the elves is not very friendly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have named them wooden people. The elves are said to be a race born from the fruits of the world tree. Therefore, there is no problem in calling them wooden people. Levi and Xingqi stood still. Soon, several elves surrounded the two. Humans? Orcs? What a strange combination. Why are you here? The elves surrounding Levi asked in the common language of the continent. All the elves looked at the two of them warily. They saw both Levi and Xingqi falling out of the cracks in space. Being able to pass through space cracks without being injured must not be ordinary humans or ordinary orcs. Xingqi was not happy to be called a beast. I'm not an orc. When the female elf who spoke heard this, she looked surprised. She glanced at the horns on Xingqi's head. Isn't this a characteristic of orcs? If not an orc, what is she? Levi held Xingqi's head and said, Everyone from the elves. I'm really sorry for this sudden visit. But we are also victims. We were forcibly knocked down here. Humph. No matter where you come from. Just leave the elf forest honestly. Humans and orcs are not welcome here. The male elf holding a scimitar said loudly. Hearing this, the female elf frowned and said, Colt, wait a minute. They are here in a strange way. And we must find out their identities. Leia, you mean to take them back to the territory? Colt said with some surprise. Colt hesitated and said, However, no humans or orcs are allowed to enter the territory of the elves without the permission of the sage. Leia said, This is a special situation. I believe the sage will allow it. But, Colt still didn't agree. Leia interrupted him loudly and said seriously, Colt, do you know why I never like you? Because you are too indecisive. When Colt heard this, he felt like he was mourning for his heir, and his face fell. Leia took the decision and brought Levi and Xingqi back to the territory to investigate their identities. If anything happens, I will be responsible, Leia said truthfully. Others saw this and had no objections. Most people still sided with Leia. There was no way. They saw Levi and Xingqi falling out of the cracks in space with their own eyes. If it is a human who accidentally enters the elf forest, they can directly expel it. The way the two came to the elf forest was too amazing. Others also wanted to find out what was going on. Leia looked at Levi and Xingqi and said, Please cooperate with our actions. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then I will have to use some coercive means. Levi and Xingqi looked at each other and said, Okay, no problem. We will cooperate with you. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The gap between orcs and elves is really huge. One is brutal and brutal. The other is civilized and elegant. No wonder elves and orcs have always disliked each other. Leia and others escorted Levi and Xingqi to the territory of the elves. Xingqi and Li Wei communicated quietly in their hearts without showing their faces. Xingqi. The second token is right in front. Levi. Oh. Is this the territory we are going to? Xingqi. Probably not. I feel there is still some distance. Levi. That should be deep in the elf forest. Maybe in the imperial capital of the elf empire. He deduced it from the fact that the stone was located in the orc capital. Li Wei was very curious. Why were the tokens inherited from the holy dragon placed in two completely different places? The orc empire and the elf empire? The orc empire and elf empire should have nothing to do with the holy dragon clan. Right? Levi asked Xingqi about this in his mind. Did the holy dragon clan have a deep relationship with elves and orcs in the past? Xingqi. Probably not. I don't have any of this in my memory. Levi. Really? He was not sure. Maybe Xingqi had not yet awakened the relevant memories. No matter. Take a step and look at it. Sooner or later you will know the truth hidden behind it. Levi suddenly remembered what the Beast King said. I have a bad feeling in my heart. If the second token is really in the hands of the elves, they may not take the initiative to hand it over like the Beast King. The Beast King said that the second token seemed to be of unusual importance to the elves. Follow the elves to the elves' territory. The territory of the elves is filled with huge trees, and there are thick vines connecting the trees, forming aerial plank roads. The elves live in the tree holes naturally formed by the giant trees. In addition to tree holes, there are also a large number of giant plant fruit buildings on the ground. A huge pumpkin building with a diameter of more than 20 meters and a height of more than 5 meters. There are almost no man-made urban structures visible. Li Wei was also very surprised. Are all elves so natural? A long time ago, the elves were still the rulers of the sky continent. Ancient elves have always been known for their nobility and splendor. After so many years, the once noble ancient elf has actually degraded to this point. Or can it be said that the elves have returned to nature? Humans and orcs came to the elf territory, which aroused the curiosity of many elf people. Many elves with pointed ears and good looks poked their heads out of the room to look at the two people walking outside. The elves, both men and women, are very beautiful. Li Wei heard that the nobles of the human empire especially liked to buy slaves from the elves. It is very eye-catching for both men and women to keep at home. However, this kind of noble usually does not end well after being discovered by the elves. Most elven slave trades are conducted clandestinely. Very few people dare to go on the stage and blatantly buy and sell elves. Although the elf empire was already weak, it retreated to the elf forest. But at least they were once the rulers of this world. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse, but they were still powerful. This is similar to the situation of the orc empire. However, the elf forest where the elves live is obviously much better than the northern wasteland where the orcs live. Bang! Levi and Xingxi were locked in a wooden house. The fence gate is locked tightly by elven guards. He looked back, through the gate, and saw the elves who had led him into the territory walking towards a huge baobab tree. That is the largest tree in this elven territory. Shang-Chi looked at Levi and asked, "What should we do next?" Levi said, "Don't worry. First find out where we are now." The two sat down facing each other. Levi quietly used his disillusionment technique to create a small bee illusion that flew outside through the fence door. The guard at the door glanced at the bees flying by and felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it. There are many small creatures living in the forest. The elves will not take the initiative to harm animals or insects. Even living trees, they will not take the initiative to cut down. That's why Levi saw that the entire elf territory was made up of naturally growing plants. Levi used little bees to explore the territory of the elves, eavesdropped on the conversations of the elves, and learned about where he was. The elves talk in Elvish. Levi has never studied. However, he learned the language proficiency spell from the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Language comprehension is a second-level spell. After using the language proficiency spell, Levi can hear what other elves say. Xingxi is proficient in advanced languages that come with the dragon clan. Dragons are born with the ability to understand the languages of most creatures. This may be one of the reasons why dragon blood creatures are widely distributed. Two outsiders came to the Green Tree territory today. Did you see it? I heard it's a human and an orc. How could a human and an orc be together? Humans outside have frequently entered the elf forest to poach recently, and they are very annoying. What should I do? This must be a human test against the elves. We must give them a strong counterattack and give them some color. It's a pity that the Lord does not allow us to leave the elf forest. Levi controlled the little bee to fly over the Green Tree territory and heard the conversations of many elves. Get a preliminary understanding of where you are now. This is the edge of the elf forest. It is very close to human territory and is often harassed by humans. This elven territory is called the Green Tree territory, and the supreme ruler is the Lord. Levi looked at the huge baobab tree not far away, which should be the Lord's pavilion in the Green Tree territory. Then, the few elves who left earlier should have gone to find the Lord of the Green Tree territory. I don't know what the Green Tree Lord's attitude is. If possible, Li Wei naturally hopes to obtain the second token peacefully. At least, peace arrived at the imperial capital of the Elven Empire. This is the edge of the elf forest. Filenqui, the imperial capital of the elf empire, is located in the center of the elf forest. There is still quite a distance. The sound of footsteps came from not far away, and Levi came back to his senses. He looked outside and saw that the female elf who had brought him to the Green Tree territory came over. Behind her were two elf guards wearing green armor. The female elf said to the guard at the door, "Open the door. The Lord said he wants to see them." The guard saw the two Lord guards behind her, nodded, turned around and opened the cage door. "Come out." Levi and Xingxi looked at each other and walked out of the cage. The female elf said to the two of them, "The Green Tree Lord wants to see you too. If you can answer the Lord's questions, you can leave here safe and sound." Levi said, "Thank you." The female elf didn't appreciate it and turned to leave. The Lord's personal guard walked to Levi and Xingxi. "Please come with us." Levi and Xingxi were brought to the huge baobab tree. The giant baobab tree, which is more than 50 meters in diameter, looks like a building. There are many window-like tree holes above, and sunlight shines into the huge baobab tree from the tree holes. Under the leadership of the Lord's personal guards, Levi and Xingxi walked through the wooden stairs inside the baobab tree and reached the top floor of the Lord's pavilion. Meet the Lord of Green Tree Territory. A handsome elf man with blonde hair. Although he looks very young, his eyes are full of the weather of time, and the faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes represent his age. He is not as young as he looks. Elves usually live for thousands of years. The Green Tree Lord in front of him is probably an elf who has lived for hundreds of years. Lord, we will leave first. Bang. When the elf guard left the room, he closed the door. Only Levi, Shang-Chi, and Green Tree Lord were left in the room. The Green Tree Lord didn't seem worried that Levi and Shang-Chi were here to assassinate him. On the one hand, it is self-confidence derived from one's own strength. On the other hand is Levi's identity as a mage. The Lord of the Green Tree said, "Hello, human archmage. I am the Lord of the Green Tree Territory, Delvin." Seeing this, Levi quickly performed a mage salute. He introduced himself. "Hello, distinguished Lord. My name is Levi and her name is Shang-Chi. Both of us are travelers who accidentally came to the elf forest." Neza Delvin nodded and said, "Well, I heard about you. It was indeed an accident. It's just that I'm a little curious. Who sent you to the forest of elves? Shatter the space and teleport others. This is not something ordinary people can do." Levi thought for a moment and said truthfully, "His Majesty the Lion King of the Orc Empire." Hearing this, Nez Hatterwind showed surprise. "What? The Beast King sent you here?" He looked in disbelief. After a moment, Neza Delvin frowned, as if he thought of something. For a moment, he couldn't believe what Levi said. How could the Beast King help humans? Neza Delvin looked at Shang-Chi. For a moment, he couldn't tell which race of orc Shang-Chi was. Is it because of her? Levi saw that he was stunned and continued. "Actually, we didn't come to the elf forest by accident. We came to the elf forest to meet the elf king. Have you met the elf king?" Neza Delvin looked surprised. "It's the Beast King again. And it's the elf king again. What is the origin of the archmage and the mysterious orc girl in front of me?" Delvin subconsciously sensed the strength of the two men, but they found that their strength was unfathomable. Delvin was shocked and realized that he was a little careless. "It's because I've been too stable in the elf forest these years, and my vigilance has dropped a lot," Delvin said. "If what you say is true, then I will treat you as messengers sent by the Beast King. I will report to the elf king about your meeting with the elf king. If the elf king agrees, I will send someone to send you to Phylanqui to meet the elf king. During this period, please stay in the Green Tree Territory and wait for the elf king's reply." Neza Delvin is easy to talk to. After learning that Levi and Shang-Chi were actually related to the Beast King, they said they would help him contact the elf king. Later, he asked the two more questions. Li Wei, who could answer all, answered truthfully, and those who couldn't answer simply said he didn't know. Neat Shatterman arranged for Levi and Shang-Chi to live in a tree house next to the baobab tree. Special personnel were also arranged to take care of the two of them. It's care in name, but actually guard. But it's still better than being locked up in a cage. Chapter 542 Traitor. Levi sat down, picked up the gourd placed on the wooden table and shook it. Put some clear water from inside into a bowl made of leaves. After taking a sip, it was refreshing with a hint of sweetness and plant aroma. Shang-Chi looked at Levi and asked, "Are we just waiting here?" Levi said, "Let's see what happens first. If the elf king is unwilling to see us, then we will naturally have to use some means. Of course, it would be best if everything goes well. I don't want to fight with the elves in the elf forest either." Shang-Chi asked, "Do you think it is likely that the elf king will see us?" "I think it's a mixed bag," Levi said. "If there is no Beast King, the elf king will most likely ignore us. Now, at least the elf king will want to know whether we have obtained the token from the Beast King." The communication between the two of them was in their hearts. Li Wei naturally knows that walls have ears. Levi would not speak directly to Shang-Chi about any conversation related to important information. Some irrelevant information can be spoken with your mouth. After all, if the two people have not communicated, it will also make the elves think that they are planning to do something bad. The little bees made by Levi are still active outside. Continue to collect information about the Green Tree Territory and the elf forest. Unfortunately, the elves in the Green Tree Territory rarely seem to leave this place, and are not very clear about the situation outside. Before I knew it, the day passed. After Levi tasted the special fruits of the elves for dinner, he lay down on the vine-woven crib to sleep. Shang-Chi's figure disappeared, and she returned to the magic cabin. Levi cast a small light spell on her. Shang-Chi lived like a year, so he entered the magic cabin and fell asleep. "It's on fire! It's on fire! Put out the fire! Suddenly there was shouting outside. Levi slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. I could barely see that a red fire was emitting from a building in the green tree territory. The fire didn't look big. However, it is indeed a very strange thing to catch fire in the elf territory. According to Levi's observation, the elves do not seem to need to use flame lighting. They have a strange glowing plant that acts as a light source at night. The food of the elves is also fruits and vegetables, basically all of which can be eaten raw and do not require flame heating. On the other hand, it is also for safety reasons. It is basically impossible for elves to make fire in the forest. This made Levi a little curious. Where did the flames come from? Levi's spiritual perception turned into a gust of wind and drifted into the distance. From God's perspective, overlooked the entire green tree territory. After Levi's strength was upgraded to the 6th level, his mental power was also greatly enhanced. The sensing range has been increased to 2,000 meters. The green tree territory is not large, and Levi's perception can easily cover the entire green tree territory. There are only a few areas where the internal scene cannot be perceived due to the magic that blocks mental perception. Levi has an unobstructed view of other places. He saw many elves carrying bottles and cans to put out the fire. After a while of scrambling, an elf mage stepped forward and cast a water spell to completely extinguish the fire. Although the elves claim to be a race of natural wizards, not all elves can do magic. Most elves are just rangers and archers who are good at archery. Although the number of wizards in the elves is not as rare as that of humans. They are only 1 in 10,000. But it's at least one of the best. There are not many elven mages in the entire green tree territory. Find out what caused the fire. Also, were there any casualties in this fire? The leader of green tree territory, who rushed to the scene, gave the order. Soon, the elf guards inspected the fire scene. A human-used torch was found, and it is likely that humans set the fire. No body was found. But according to people, several elves living here have disappeared. The commander frowned and ordered. If you want to see the person alive, if you want to see the body dead, the missing person must be found. Send someone to search the nearby woods to see if there are any traces of humans. Yes, as ordered. The elven guards split up. A team leader thought of something and said to the commander, Commander, I heard that a human seemed to have come to the territory during the day. Could this matter be related to him? After hearing this, the commander thought for a moment and said, Yes, I understand. You should first find out who set the fire. After speaking, the commander turned and walked towards where Levi lived. He knew where Levi lived. As soon as Levi arrived in the green tree territory, a fire broke out inexplicably at night, and several elves disappeared. The commander also suspected that this matter had something to do with Levi. He was not aware of the conversation between Levi and Lord Delvin. In fact, the conversation between Levi and Lord Delwyn is top secret. Delvin never told anyone. Lord Commander Neza. The guard at the door saw him approaching and saluted. Commander Neza nodded and said, Is the human who came during the day still here? The guard looked back at the door of the room and said, It should still be inside. He has never come out. Really? Open the door. Let me go in and take a look, Neza said. He didn't think Levi could do bad things if he stayed in the room. Human beings have many tricks up their sleeves. What's more, Levi is still a mage, and it's not easy to set fire. Boom, boom, boom. The guard knocked on the door and asked, Master Levi, are you asleep? Levi looked at the door. Knowing Neza's purpose and understanding that he could not avoid this, he didn't even think about hiding, since it wasn't him who did it anyway. Levi responded, Well, what's the matter? It's so late. I'm going to bed, the guard said. Commander Neza said he wants to see you. Levi waited for a while and then said, Then please come in, Lord Commander. The guard opened the door and Neza walked into the room. He closed the door and walked away. Avoid arousing suspicion. Levi sat up, looked at Neza, and asked, pretending not to know, It's so late. Does the commander have anything to do with me? Neza looked around, showing surprise. Do you have another companion? Where has she gone? Neza asked warily. There was one person missing from the room silently, and the guards outside didn't notice either. This had to make him vigilant and make him think a lot. Leeway said, Does this matter have something to do with the commander? Neza said, A person disappeared out of thin air for no reason. I must ensure the safety of the Green Tree territory. Please answer my questions. Oh, that's it. She just went to sleep in her own space, Levi said. Neza frowned. not quite understanding what Levi meant. Levi gestured and said, "She has a space bubble that she carries with her. She likes to sleep in the space bubble when she sleeps." Neza didn't quite believe it. He said, "Then please let her come out." Levi waved his hand and said, "It's impossible now. We can't come out until she wakes up on her own. At least tonight it won't be possible." Levi didn't bother to explain so much. "I don't even want to show the magic house to him." Neza stared at Levi for a while, and seeing that Levi was confident, he did not continue to ask about the matter. He asked, "Were you in the room the whole time tonight?" Levi nodded. "Well, I've always been here. Don't your guards know this very well? Lord Commander, don't come to test me. You just want to find the person who set the fire. You have the wrong person. It was not me who set the fire. It was not a human being." Neza stared at Levi and asked, "What do you know? You mean we all set the fire ourselves? What a joke." Neza's tone was a little angry. "This is a slander against the elves. Elves will never harm nature. It is even less possible to set fire to the mountain." Levi chuckled for a lifetime and did not argue with him. Just now, Levi's spiritual perception enveloped the entire green tree territory. I could clearly see an elf coming out of the fire. From beginning to end, there was no human figure at all. All of this is a fake show directed and performed by the elves. And some people are trying to frame this incident on humans. The torch did come from human hands. But those who set fires may not necessarily be human. Seeing the smile on Levi's face, Neza looked a little unhappy. The human in front of him was too arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all. Hateful, arrogant humans. Neza waved his hands and left the room, putting down his cruel words and said, "If it was you who did it, I will definitely find evidence of your crime." Levi watched him leave. "Go slowly. Don't send me away." After Neza walked out, he thought about it and walked towards the Green Tree Territory Lord's Hall. The huge baobab tree emits light even at night. All day long, Neza went to Delwyn, Lord of the Green Tree, to tell him about Levi. There is also the matter of Xingxi disappearing. "Lord, we cannot let these two humans and orcs of unknown origin stay in the territory. Sooner or later, they will cause damage to the territory," Neza persuaded. He has always held a prejudice against human beings. "I think humans will only destroy nature, which is a disaster," Lord Delvin said. "Neza, don't think so much. I will resolve the matter between the two of them, so you don't have to worry about it." "Any clues about the sudden fire tonight?" Delvin asked. Neza shook his head and said, "No. The human said it was not him, and even said it was ridiculous that it was not a human. Human torches were found at the scene. The fire was not set by humans. Could it be that the elves, set the fire?" Neza criticized Levi unceremoniously. After Delwyn heard this, he looked thoughtful. He knew that Levi's strength was unfathomable. "Maybe Levi really knows something," Delvin said. "Okay, I understand. You go down first." "Yes, Lord." Neza saluted, turned around, and exited the Lord's Hall. Levi sat in the room scratching his head and murmured, "It's weird. Why did this fire burn on my head? No, I definitely can't take the blame." Levi didn't want to take the blame, let alone be chased and investigated by Neza. There was a slight movement in his heart, and he used the disguising technique, and a bird flew out of the window. The guard stood guard carefully and meticulously, not even glancing at the bird flying by. Levi controlled the bird's phantom body and flew towards a corner of the Green Tree territory. In the previous perception, the elf who walked out of the fire finally walked into a big tree building on the edge of the Green Tree territory. All elven guards are on the lookout for traces of humans. No one ever found out that the real arsonist was here. Even if there were guards passing by, the most they would do was knock on the door and ask if they saw any humans passing by. It's not a matter of suspicion at all. Hoo ho ho! The bird flew up to the tree branch and stood on a small branch near the tree house, staring at the window with human eyes. Through the window, Levi saw the scene inside the house. The arsonist had no sense of precaution at all. He had just finished dealing with a passing elf guard, thinking that I could have nothing to do. I sat down and drank some fruit wine to calm my excited mind. The flying bird controlled by Levi was watching him quietly outside the window. After a while, the elf guards passing by outside also disappeared. The male elf in the room took out a blue crystal from his pocket. Levi recognized it at a glance. It was a sound transmission crystal. The male elf faced the sound transmission crystal and said in human language, "That's okay. You can come to my place to take the person away in 2 days. They can't find the people, and they just treat those people as missing in the fire. A human voice came from the sound crystal. How many are there this time? 3. Okay. See you at the same place in the evening in 2 days. The short conversation ended. The male elves carefully put away the sound transmission crystal. Levi, who was sitting in the room controlling the birds, narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Some related conjectures emerged in Levi's mind. He controls the birds and flies into the male elf's home. The male elf heard the sound of wings beating the air and turned to glance at the bird flying into the room. He picked up something nearby and fanned the air, shouting, "Get out quickly! This is not the place you should be!" The flying bird is extremely flexible and flies around the room. The male elves were panting from exhaustion and failed to drive the birds out. Seeing this, he turned and left the room. When Levi opened the door and left, he saw a figure lying on the ground on the other side. Flying to the door, the birds turned into insects and crawled in through the crack of the door. Levi saw 3 elves lying on the ground, unconscious. The initiator was lying on the bed getting ready to sleep. People get stolen goods together. Next, Levi lures the elven guards to the treehouse, where the missing elves are being held. After the arsonist was discovered, he tried to escape. After failing to escape, he was surrounded by elf guards and arrested. When Neza saw that the arsonist was really an elf, his mind was buzzing and he couldn't believe it. Human sound transmission crystals were also found on his body. Chapter 543 Sage. Neza held the sound transmission crystal and saw the 3 missing elves who were unconscious, staring at the arsonist. I wanted to cut him into pieces. He couldn't believe it and yelled angrily, "Why do you want to help humans harm our people?" When the arsonist heard this, he knew that the matter had been exposed and that it was irreversible. He laughed miserably. "Ha ha. Do you really regard me as one of your own? In your eyes, a half-elf like me is a bastard, inferior to humans and orcs." He glanced hatefully at the 3 unconscious elves. "When they kept bullying me, why didn't you come out to help me? Why didn't you say that I was one of your tribe?" Not far away, a bird stood on a tree branch, quietly looking at the people below. The roar of the arsonist reached Levi's ears. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was such a secret behind it. Half-elf? Levi looked toward the arsonist. I found that the other party was indeed more human. Although the ears are as pointed as the elves, their appearance is indeed more like that of humans, without the innate beauty of the elves. In other words, the skin looks much rougher. The skin of half-elves is yellowish, unlike the fair-skinned and beautiful elves. Levi sighed. I didn't expect that there is racial discrimination among the elves. The arsonist was found, and a traitor within the elves, who was colluding with humans, was discovered. Levi's scapegoat also disappeared. This result is gratifying. However, Commander Neza was not very happy. On the one hand, it's because half-elves are so bold that they actually help humans hunt elves. This is absolutely unforgivable. Apparently, this is not his first crime. There were countless other elf tribesmen who had disappeared before, and there were countless others who had suffered this murderous attack. On the other hand, Levi was cleared of suspicion. Moreover, the truth is as he said, the arsonist is not a human at all, but a member of the elves. For Neza, this was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Not long ago, he said that evidence of Levi's crime would be found. When he saw Levi again, he just wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Neza asked his men to take away the arsonist and imprison him. And the 3 unconscious elves were also escorted to a safe area. Intensify security and patrols. After giving the order, Neza turned and left. He looked back at the treehouse and suddenly thought of a question. Neza grabbed the passing elf guard and asked, "Who discovered the traces of the arsonist?" The guard said, "I'm not sure. It seems that someone noticed the suspicious figure, followed him all the way, and found this treehouse. Someone recognized the unconscious elves as the missing people, so they discovered that the half-elf was the arsonist." Neza frowned and asked, "The figure of the suspicious person? Where is that person?" The guard shook his head and said, "We found the arsonist trying to escape in the treehouse, but no one else was found. This is weird." Neza pondered over the suspicious aspects. The most suspicious thing is undoubtedly the suspicious figure mentioned by the guard. But in the end, the guard failed to discover where the suspicious person had gone. According to what the guard said, the suspicious person could never be the arsonist. When the guards arrived at the treehouse, the arsonist was preparing to escape. The suspicious person seems to be deliberately directing the elf guards into the treehouse. So who is this? Neza couldn't understand why the other party did this. If he knew the arsonist was here, wouldn't it be okay to just tell the guards? Why do we still engage in these roundabout ways? Unless Du's identity is not suitable for this matter. A person appeared in Neza's mind. Suddenly, his expression became a little uncertain. Neza gritted his teeth. Damn it! You know this, but you want to humiliate me. Neza thought Levi was deliberately playing tricks on him. Knowing the identity of the arsonist but not telling him made him look embarrassed in front of Levi. Li Wei knew what he was thinking and would definitely feel wronged. He didn't mean it at all. The reason for not telling Neza was also very simple. At that time, he had no idea about the true identity of the arsonist. In other words, before I saw the unconscious elves, or before I saw the arsonist using the sound crystal to communicate with humans, Levi was also not sure that the person who left the fire scene was the arsonist. Levi didn't know that his kind behavior actually caused Neza's misunderstanding. He was lying on a vine hammock, rocking the hammock gently. Close your eyes. Now! You should be able to have a good sleep. Although Neza had strong opinions on Levi, she did not confront him face to face. Levi rarely had a night of leisure. The next day, after Levi had eaten the breakfast prepared for him by the elves, go to meet Delwyn, the Lord of the Green Tree Territory. Lord Delwyn, has there been any reply from the Elf King? When can I leave for the Elf Royal Court? Levi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly when they met. Delwyn said, Please wait a moment. The Elf King has not replied to my message yet. Master Levi, there is no need to be anxious. It is better to go to the Green Tree Territory first and see the scenery of the Elf Territory. After all, it is still rare for humans to have the opportunity to visit the Elf Territory. Seeing this, there was nothing Levi could do. He nodded and said, Okay then. I'll trouble you, Lord. Ha ha. It's nothing. After leaving the Lord's Hall, Levi walked aimlessly in the territory of the elves. The air quality in the elf territory is quite good. After all, trees are everywhere. There are no sources of pollution in human society. The air is fresh, and the oxygen concentration is high. Many elves looked at Levi passing by curiously. Humans rarely appear in the elves' territory, and some elves have even never seen humans. To them, Levi was like a rare animal. However, the elves would not approach Levi. Not only that, but his children are not allowed to get close to Levi. Be extra vigilant about him. Rumors about what happened last night have already reached the ears of the elves. They knew that a group of humans were hunting the elves and selling them as goods. As a human being, Levi was naturally labeled as dangerous by them. Li Wei saw that the elves in the Green Tree Territory did not seem to welcome him. Then he turned around and walked towards the tree house where he lived. I'm too lazy to hang out in this atmosphere. Hi. How are you doing? Levi heard shouts from behind. He looked back with some confusion and found that it was the female elf who had brought him to the Green Tree Territory yesterday. If he remembered correctly, the female elf in front of him seemed to be named Leia. Levi responded politely. Very good. Everything went well. Leia looked around and asked curiously, Where are your companions? Oh, sorry. I should introduce myself first. My name is Leia. Leia thought of something and waved her hands in embarrassment. Levi said, Hello. My name is Levi. My companion is not here. Oh, did you go somewhere else? Leia did not continue to ask. She looked at Levi and said with a smile, Would you like me to take you to visit the Green Tree Territory? After all, humans rarely have the opportunity to visit the elf territory. Li Weigang wanted to refuse. No need, Leia said. You're welcome. This is also the task assigned to me by the Lord. When Li Wei heard this, he had no choice but to say, Okay then. He glanced at the elves around him with wary expressions on their faces. My identity doesn't seem to make it convenient for me to wander around the Green Tree Territory. Leia looked around, nodded seriously and said, It is true that after hearing what happened last night, the people now have a subconscious rejection of human beings. She stretched out her index finger to support her chin, thought for a moment, and looked at Levi with a smile. Let's go to Moon Lake. The scenery there is also very good, and there are no other people. Yeah. Anyway, it was just a matter of passing the time, waiting for news from the Elf King. Levi followed Leia to Moon Lake. Moon Lake is outside the Green Tree Territory, not far from the territory. According to Leia, Moon Lake is the source of water for the Green Tree Territory. Passing through the woods, a huge crescent-shaped blue lake suddenly opened up before our eyes. At first glance, It looks like the sky is embedded in the earth. There are also floating clouds in the lake. The occasional ripples in Moon Lake break the calm lake surface, making people realize that the blue sky is the reflection of the clear lake surface. Levi looked at the vast lake in front of him, and his mind broadened. In an instant, many of the worries in my heart turned into a gust of wind and dissipated with the beautiful scenery in front of me. "It's really nice here," Levi said with a smile. Leah also smiled and said, "When I was a child, I loved running out with my friends and playing by the Moon Lake." Levi was a little surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? I think there are quite a lot of monsters in the elf forest." Along the way, Levi sensed the presence of many magical beasts. Leia smiled and pointed to a small wooden house by Moon Lake. She said, "Of course I'm afraid, but as long as the sage is here, we won't encounter any danger. The sage is different from others. He never criticizes our reckless behavior. He said it was the nature of elves." Levi smiled and said, "It's not just elves. I think it's the nature of all holy spirits. When I was a child, I also liked to carry adults on my back and run to dangerous places to play." Hearing this, Leia covered her mouth and smiled. Levi looked at the cabin and said, "Sage, since we are here, why not pay a visit?" Leia nodded and said, "Yes, the sage is the wisest person in the world. He never refuses anyone's visit." Levi asked a little strangely, "Wouldn't this be very troublesome?" Leia said, "Although Lord Sage does not refuse anyone's visit, not everyone can see Lord Sage. You'll know after you get there." Levi walked up to the cabin. The wooden house is also made of a tree. The door was closed. Levi walked forward, preparing to knock on the door and visit the sages of the elves. Suddenly, he found himself in a forest. There are identical trees all around. Looking back, Leia had disappeared. Levi frowned slightly. Is this an illusion? Or was it moved somewhere else? He thought back to that moment. When I was about to touch the door, I found that everything around me had changed. He also didn't sense spatial fluctuations. Levi looked around and felt no life. Basically, it can be judged that the scene in front of you is an illusion, not reality. There can be no life in a real forest. This is what Leia said. Can't everyone see the sage? Levi guessed that this should be a test. Only those who passed the test can see the sages of the elves. Leia stood behind Levi and looked at Levi, who was standing motionless at the door. Then he knew that he had fallen into the test of the wise man. She waited quietly for the results. Leia has also been tested by the sage. It was the first time she came to the lake to play when she was a child and met the sage. At that time, she did not know that the person living in the cabin was the noble sage. Fortunately, by chance, she passed the test of the sage and met the sage. Levi walked in the woods and looked at the identical trees around him. Some people are not sure what the test is. There is neither danger nor enemy here. Levi glanced at the surrounding trees. Do you want to find that different tree among countless identical trees? But the trees look exactly the same. Levi used his spiritual perception to observe that even the subtle textures and internal growth rings of the trees were exactly the same. It's like a replica. No matter how far he extended his mental perception, the trees he saw were exactly the same. Levi looked into the distance, and the woods seemed endless. Endless as far as the eye can see. Levi stretched out his hand and placed it on a tree. Close your eyes and feel calmly. Perceive with your soul, not your senses. Soon, Levi discovered it. The different tree he was looking for was actually in his heart. The trees he saw were not real trees either. That represents the lives of countless people. Everyone's life seems to be similar. From being crowded to death, disappearing into the crowd. The most common people in the world are ordinary people. Levi is looking for the extraordinary in the ordinary. His past experience is not ordinary. However, put aside all the aura and just look at it from a human level. Levi is also an ordinary person. He will also be sad, happy, painful, sad, born, old, sick and dead, separated and sad. He is still a human being. An ordinary person who has power and lives longer. Levi didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He really has no ambitions and always does whatever comes to his mind. They will also hesitate when encountering danger. You will also be upset and regretful afterwards. This is nothing. This is what makes others human. Li Wei did not want to be a heartless and desireless god. He just wants to be a free man. Strength and longevity are just ways to gain freedom. Free? Ultimate freedom from all constraints. True freedom in time, space, lifespan, species, morality, relationships, freedom from everything. Is this what you want? Chapter 540 for the secret of the past. Is this the freedom you want? An old voice sounded in Levi's heart. He came to his senses. I found that the door in front of me had been opened, and there was an old man with a white beard standing at the door. The other party does not seem to be an elf. He doesn't have pointed ears. The old man with a white beard looked at Levi. His emerald green eyes seemed to contain the entire universe. He seemed to see through Levi's doubts. The old man with a white beard smiled and said, "Please come in. As you can see, I am not an elf." After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, he turned to Leia behind Levi and said, "Little Leia, long time no see. Grandpa Sage, I'm sorry to bother you." Leia said a little embarrassed. It was not on her whim that she brought Leeway to see the wise man. It was a task given to her by the Green Tree Lord Delwyn. Leia has been tested by the sage and is the best candidate for this task. The wise old man smiled and didn't care. Leia was also well aware that the sage might have known about it when Delvin handed her anything. In her eyes, a sage knows everything. Levi walked into the room. The sage's room is very simply furnished. There was only a table placed by the window, and nothing was placed on the table. In addition, there is only one bed and 3 stools in the room. It doesn't look like a place where normal people live at all. The sage poured Levi and Leia a cup of wisdom tea brewed in Moon Lake water. In fact, it has no special effects. It is just ordinary lake water making tea. It was only after the sage that it was called wisdom tea by those who came after it. It seems that after drinking it, one will gain wisdom. This may have been spread by those who went around bragging after meeting the sage. "Please take a seat." The sage reached out and motioned for Levi to sit down. Li Wei made a gesture and said, "Li Wei, I have seen the sage." After saluting, he sat down. Leia was already used to it. Before Levi could sit down, she took the seat first. Li Wei looked at the sage, and the sage looked at Li Wei. The sage smiled slightly. "Let's continue the topic just now. Are you still wondering who I am? To be precise, I am neither a human nor an elf. Years ago, I was just a tree. A wise oak." Levi looked surprised. Wisdom Oak was famous. Of course he knew it. Legend has it that the Wisdom Oak is the incarnation of the God of Knowledge and knows everything. It was the first time for Levi to see the Wisdom Oak turn into a human being. The sage smiled and said, "It is a very coincidence that I can become a human being. So don't be too curious. It is true that seeking knowledge is an impossible nature, but one must also know how to restrain it. Just like the freedom you long for." Li Wei looked at the sage and thought, "Free?" Through the sage's test, he discovers the ultimate goal he pursues. He didn't know if he really wanted freedom. However, he really doesn't want to be tied down. Levi shook his head, came back to his senses, looked at the sage, and said, "I will find out the truth about this matter myself." He felt that others could not help him. People's hearts are fickle, and even he himself cannot control his own thoughts. Li Wei is more like discussing some objective events with the sages. For example, the meaning represented by the token passed down by the Holy Dragon. The underlying deep relationship between the Holy Dragon clan and the orcs and elves. These are what Levi wants to know. Going further, he also wants to know how to solve the demonic disaster and help the demonized creatures return to normal. Levi has not forgotten that Gu Sui is facing the threat of demonic disaster. Li Wei looked at the sage and asked, "Sir, do you know the purpose of my coming here this time?" The sage smiled and said, "You are filled with many questions. If you are referring to the things you want to know most at the moment, then I am probably clearer. Oh, then I'll ask the sage for advice." A look of surprise flashed in Levi's eyes, and he said respectfully, the sage said, "According to the rules, if you pass one of my tests, you are qualified to ask me a question. Are you ready to ask me this question?" Without thinking, Li Wei nodded and said, "Yes. Please tell me the truth behind it." "Sage." Leia sat aside and watched the two playing riddles. Looking confused, don't know what they are talking about. However, she was used to the way the sage spoke. Leia glanced at Levi in surprise, but she didn't expect that his words would be so difficult to understand. The sage smiled slightly and said, "This involves a mysterious past event of the gods. It's not convenient for me to tell you the specific content. There is a god 3 feet above your head." When Levi heard this, he immediately understood and nodded. "Sage, please tell me." The sage showed a hint of reminiscence, and then said seriously, "You need to know one thing. In the past era, Humans were not the only ones with gods. Li Wei was stunned for a moment, thinking, only humans have gods? What does it mean? Don't the elves and orcs have gods? He looked at the sage, and their eyes met. Levi seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence. In the past, elves and orcs had their own gods. Now, those gods have disappeared. But what does this have to do with the Dragon Clan? The sage said approvingly. Yes, just as you thought. The Dragon Clan once had a god. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly. Disappearing gods? Is this the secret hidden behind the Holy Dragon Clan? The Orc Clan? And the Elf Clan? After Levi thought for a moment, he looked up. He looked at the sage and pointed at the top of his head. You mean, they did it all? Now, Levi knew who the Beast King was talking about. The sage shook his head and said, This is beyond the scope of our conversation. Anyway, it's okay if you know that you know about this matter. You can find out for yourself what the truth is. Okay, the news you were waiting for has arrived. You can leave. The sage issued an order to expel the guests. Levi walked out of the treehouse thoughtfully. He looked up at the sky above his head. The sky was blue, and white clouds were leisurely. Leia couldn't help but ask curiously, What were you and the sage talking about just now? Who are they? Levi glanced at her and said, It's not a good thing if you know too much. Let's go! Listen to the sage. The Elf King should have agreed to see me. Levi walked towards the green tree territory. Leia quickly followed his footsteps. On the way back, I heard rustling in the trees not far away. Leia suddenly realized something. That is, she and Li Wei were not attacked by any monsters on their way to Moon Lake. This is incredible. She hadn't noticed this before. He was so preoccupied with thinking about how to take Li Wei to see the sage that he had no time to think about the abnormalities on the road. Now when I go back, everything is easier. Just notice some details naturally. She glanced at Levi and thought it might be related to him. Normally, when she walked this route, she would not be attacked by monsters every time. But she could at least see the monsters. This time, not even a single monster could be seen. The reason is also very simple. Levi released a little bit of dragon power to intimidate the surrounding monsters. After feeling the power of the dragon, the monsters in the woods fled here one after another. Naturally, Leia couldn't see the monster anymore. As Levi was walking, he thought of something. He asked without looking back, By the way, if you want to go to Phalanqui, the Elf Imperial Court, how do you get there? Is there a teleportation array leading to Phalanqui in the Green Tree territory? Leia shook her head and said, How is that possible? If the Green Tree territory is breached, wouldn't it be possible to reach Phalanqui directly? For safety reasons, there is no teleportation array to Phalanqui in the Green Tree territory. If you really want to go to Phalanqui, you can only walk through the Elf Forest. Levi was a little speechless and cursed. Have all of you elves fallen to this level? Hearing this, Leia frowned and asked angrily, What do you mean? Do you think the elves are worse than you humans? Levi waved his hand quickly and said, I don't mean that. It's just a surprise. After all, the elves were the race that ruled the world in ancient times. Even now, there are many human scholars who are eager to obtain the magical technology of the ancient elves. I just didn't expect that the elves in the Elf Forest would discard all the magic technology of the ancient elves. When Leia heard this, her expression froze, and she whispered helplessly, Actually, it's not that the elves don't want to inherit the magic technology of the ancient elves. It's just that the magic technology of the ancient times has been lost long ago. The elves' current research on magic is not even as in-depth as the human mages who have developed in the past few thousand years. Currently, the elves can only rely on their own magical talents to barely achieve small achievements in the field of magic. Leia is very aware of the current situation of the elves. Regarding this, he told Li Wei without hesitation. This is no secret either. Anyone who knows something about the history of the elves knows this. The elves in the Elf Forest are a branch of the original ancient elves. You could even call it old school. During the heyday of the ancient elves, they were divided into two factions, the magic faction and the natural faction. The former were the real rulers of the ancient elves. The elves of the natural faction still maintain their original worship of nature and stay in the forest of elves. The ancient elves of the magic faction also look down upon the elves of the natural faction. Think they are too old-fashioned. With the development of the times, the elf empire established by the ancient elves of the magic faction collapsed. Only the natural faction of elves in the Elf Forest remain. The magic factions have all perished, and the ancient elven magic technology they mastered has naturally been lost. The demise of the Elven Empire has always been a mystery. For a long time, there were no gods in the world. At that time, there were already many races in the world. The elves rely on their naturally powerful magical talents to stand out from all other races and become the rulers of the world. Establish an Elven Empire. The rule of the Elf Empire lasted for a long time, and it was the pinnacle of the development of magic technology. The most ordinary citizens of the Elf Empire can also use magical creations. A true era of universal magic. Unlike the current human empire, magical creations are extremely rare, and there is only one mage in a million. The Elf Empire has even taken steps to conquer the Star Realm. However, such a powerful Elven Empire suddenly collapsed and disappeared at the peak of its prosperity. Completely destroyed. It is as if such a brilliant magical technological civilization has never existed in the world. Later generations can only discover the glorious history of the ancient elves from the occasionally excavated magical relics. The fall of the Elf Empire has always been an unsolved mystery. Now, Levi had a vague feeling that there might be something to do with gods behind this. After the fall of the Elf Empire, the second one to rule the world and establish an empire was the orcs. The elves who were good at magic suffered heavy casualties and suffered huge losses. The orcs, represented by their strong bodies and immense strength, have stepped onto the world stage. With their racial talents, the orcs quickly became the most powerful race in the entire world. Established a powerful empire second only to the Elf Empire. After the demise of the Orc Empire, there was the rise of mankind. That happened a long time ago. The Elven Empire fell. The Orc Empire declined, and the Dragon Clan became extinct. Several major events that changed the world structure. Levi must now have the driving force of the gods behind him. This is still an event that happened in this world, and it has not yet involved cross-border wars, undead disasters, abyss invasion, astral arrival, and elemental tides. Thinking of this, Levi couldn't help but feel a little numb. This world has already been riddled with holes by the gods. Who will perish next? The human empire is already showing signs of decline. The devil returns to the world. A war between gods and demons spanning 100,000 years is about to begin. The elemental masters of the elemental plane also want to get in and get a piece of the pie. The abyss is ready to move. The prelude to the undead natural disaster has begun. Levi had already foreseen that an unprecedented era of chaos would come. In any era, any of the above disasters is a devastating natural disaster. However, these disasters are now likely to occur in the same era. Levi was thinking about something. Why do gods promote dynasty changes? What's in it for them? Levi shook his head. Daydreams were useless, and would only increase worries. Unless you see the gods, you cannot understand their thoughts and purposes. Just do what you are doing now. Levi came to the Lord's Hall in the Green Tree territory. Lord Delvin, is there any news about the Elf King? Levi asked. Delwyn said with a smile. I was just about to ask someone to find you. Just now. The Elf King agreed to meet you. Levi nodded and said, Really? Then I can go directly to the Elf Imperial Court? Delvin was stunned for a moment and asked, How do you want to go? Levi said, Fly over. Delvin said quickly. Wait a minute. Don't be impulsive. There is an unwritten rule in the Elf Forest that no one is allowed to fly over the Elf Forest. If you fly over, you will definitely be attacked by the Guardian Tree Spirit. In this way, I will have someone take you to the Elf Royal Court to prevent people from other elf territories from attacking you because they don't know you. Delwyn looked at Leia and said, I'll leave this matter to you. Huh? Leia looked confused. Chapter 545 Heading to the Elf Imperial Court. Leia accepted a new mission and led Levi to Philenqui, the Elven Palace. Delwyn's reason was that he was afraid that people from other elven territories would not recognize Levi and attack him. In order to avoid this misunderstanding, Leia took him to the Elf Royal Court. Bang! Neza opened the door, walked in, and said, I don't agree. This human is too dangerous and Leia is not suitable for this task. Delwyn frowned and looked at him, and said with a majestic expression, Neza, get out. Lord, he is in danger. Get out. Delvin was a little angry. How many more times do you want me to say it? Neza and Delvin looked at each other for a while, and their shoulders shrank. Helpless, he turned and left the room. Delvin looked at Levi and said apologetically, Sorry, I mismanaged my subordinates. Levi said, It's nothing. Lord, there is no need to apologize. He glanced at Delvin and asked, Are the Lord and Commander Neza related by blood? The faces of the two men are somewhat similar, Delwyn said with some embarrassment. You have seen that Neza is actually my younger brother. Don't worry. I won't favor him just because he is my brother. I will definitely punish him severely for this incident. Leia stood aside and heard that Delwyn was going to severely punish Neza. She quickly said, Lord, the commander also said such words for my safety. Please don't criticize the commander harshly. Grown-ups. Delvin glanced at Leia and coughed helplessly. Ahem. Levi smiled. Delvin said this just to save his face. Only Leia would take it seriously. He also took advantage of the situation and said, Lord, forget this matter. Maybe I left a bad impression on the Lord Commander before. Delvin said, Masterly Wei is broad-minded and does not care about his younger brother's recklessness. But his punishment has nothing to do with Masterly Wei. So you don't have to take it to heart. Speaking of this, it means that Delvin has accepted Levi's kindness. Levi just nodded and did not continue. He glanced at Leia and said, Let's go! Delwyn looked at Leia and said, We must safely send Archmage Levi to Filing Shui. Leia quickly saluted and said seriously, I obey. I will definitely live up to the expectations of the Lord. After speaking, she said, Lord, command him. Don't worry about this. Just do your job, Delvin said bluntly. Seeing that the Lord was a little angry, Leia quickly shut her mouth. Levi and Leia left the Lord's hall. Neza was standing at the door. He saw Levi coming out and wanted to say something to him. Delvin's voice came to my ears. Neza's expression changed, and he turned around and walked towards the Lord's pavilion. Levi and Neza passed by each other without looking at each other or saying a word. Leia glanced at Neza, turned around and saw Levi walking away. She quickly followed Levi's footsteps. After catching up with Levi, she hesitated for a moment and said, Commander Neza is actually a good person. He just witnessed his family being hurt by humans when he was a child. So he has a sense of rejection towards humans. Levi smiled. What does this have to do with me? It was other humans who hurt his family, not me. If he wants to take it out on me, that's his own problem. If Lord Delwyn and him are really brothers, Lord Delwyn should hate humans even more. But why doesn't he treat me differently? Levi asked Leia. When Leia heard this, her words were stagnant. I don't know how to answer Levi's question. On reflection, for Levi, Neza is really not a good person. He was always causing trouble for Levi. In the Lord's hall, Delvin scolded Neza very angrily. From the perspective of brother, from the perspective of Lord, no matter what time it was, Neza should not suddenly open the door and come in and speak out against his decision. It should be understood that the Lord is the supreme ruler of a territory. The orders of the Lord cannot be questioned. Not to mention objection, Neza put Delwyn on the fire rack to roast. Fortunately, there was no one else in the Lord's hall at the time. Levi is human and Leia doesn't go around talking nonsense. Otherwise, Neza's behavior will greatly shake Delwyn's position as Lord. The person who has been spying on the position of Lord of the Green Tree territory has a lot to do. Neza did not dare to say a word after being scolded, and looked down at his toes. He took out all the resentment in his heart on Levi. I think it was all caused by Levi. Delvin saw right through his mind. Do you think this is all because of Levi? Neza had no comment. Silence is the default. Delvin sighed helplessly and said, You temporarily step down from your position as commander and go to the wall of the sage's wooden house to think about it for 10 days. Neza looked shocked. Brother, you go and come back when you understand. Delwyn handed Neza to the sage, hoping that the sage could help untie his knot, to avoid irreparable losses. After hearing this, Neza had no choice but to obey Delvin's order. He took off the commander's armor on the spot and walked out of the Lord's palace in civilian clothes. He walked towards the outside of the Green Tree territory. He was supposed to go to the sage's cabin in Moon Lake, but he went further and further away, far away from the Green Tree territory and Moon Lake. Delvin did not send anyone to escort him to the sage's cabin. He thought that after Neza was disarmed, Neza would listen to him honestly and go to the sage's wooden house to think about his faults. Even Delwyn didn't expect that Neza would venture out of the Green Tree territory and step into the extremely dangerous elf forest unarmed. The Forest of Elves is the base camp of the elves. However, only within the territory of the elves is a safe area. There are a lot of monsters living in other places. There is no shortage of powerful monsters in the elf forest. There are some monsters that even the elves find difficult to deal with. We can only let them live in the elf forest and avoid them. After Neza left the Green Tree territory, he walked towards the territory of an extremely dangerous monster. There were also many dangers along the way. They were all solved by him relying on his strong strength and martial arts. Entering the extremely dangerous Warcraft territory. Neza did not see the so-called Warcraft Lord until he entered a cave, because he knew very well that the Warcraft Lord here was simply a cover. The real ruler of this Warcraft territory is. You're here, and you finally figured it out? Yeah. How weak are the elves now? Only by taking refuge in my lord can we gain truly powerful power. Neza looked at the figures in the cave and remained silent. Levi and Leia set out on their journey. Under the leadership of Leia, the two people moved quickly along the road from the Green Tree territory to the next territory. Follow this path to avoid danger to the greatest extent. According to Leia, it would take at least 5 or 6 elven territories to reach the Elf Royal Court. Each elf territory is quite far away. There may be dangers along the way. If you don't know the correct route, you may accidentally enter the territory of a powerful monster. Levi's suggestion was that Leia tell him the direction of the Elven Court. Then, he flew directly over. Delwyn just said not to fly over the elf forest. I never said you can't fly at low altitudes. This is much faster than walking. Unfortunately, Leia doesn't know where the Elf Royal Court is. She said that she could only walk through each territory one by one, and then she would naturally arrive at the Elf Imperial Court. The farthest place I have ever been is the Yellowstone territory. And this is also my first time going to the Elf Imperial Court, Leia said to Levi excitedly. She is also very yearning for and curious about the Elf Imperial Court. After all, it was the royal capital of the elves. Any elven tribesman will yearn for the emerald green of the Elf Imperial Court. I don't know if it's because it's the imperial capital, the most prosperous territory. There is another crucial reason. Because the World Tree, the mother of the elves, is located in the Elf Imperial Court. The World Tree is the common mother and common belief of all elves. Leia also hopes to see the World Tree with her own eyes one day. I really hope that I can see the World Tree this time, Leia said expectantly. When Levi heard this, he suddenly asked with some doubts. Isn't the World Tree very big? Logically speaking, if we stand at the edge of the elf forest, we should be able to see the World Tree covering the sky. Leia thought for a moment and said, probably because the World Tree is not in this world. The real World Tree seems to be in the Golden Fields, which is the legendary kingdom of the elf god. Levi looked surprised. Didn't the god of elves disappear? Does his kingdom still exist? Leia said. It is true that the god of elves has not responded to the elves for a long time. But the Golden Fields have always existed in a certain corner of the world. The Elf King should be able to enter the Golden Fields. I'm not sure whether others can enter. Levi's eyes flickered, revealing a thoughtful look. Kingdom of God? Golden Fields? World Tree. Could this be related to the second token? Also, what exactly is the first token, stone? Xingqi is still sleeping. Otherwise she could be asked to research what that stone is. Just because the Beast King doesn't care about that stone doesn't mean it's really just a stone. Otherwise, he would not have placed the stone in the safest place in the entire Orc Empire. All this can only be known after arriving at the Elf Courtyard, Leia said as she walked. The territory we are about to reach is the Greenfield territory, and their lord is a powerful druid. Levi's eyes moved slightly. Druid? Druid can be said to be the profession closest to nature among the elves. He is best at listening to the vitality of all things, good at communicating with animals, and can transform into various powerful creatures to fight. Druids can coexist harmoniously with most creatures, the social butterfly of the animal kingdom. After approaching the green forest, Levi obviously found that the number of animals in the surrounding woods had changed. Passing by a meadow, a few sika deer on the grass lowered their heads to eat the grass, glanced at Levi and Leia passing by, and made no other moves. Under normal circumstances, animals will show stress reactions when encountering approaching humans. Either show aggression or run away. The animals in the green forest show no signs of fearing humans, because the animals here are guarded by druids. Animals know very well that they are safe. Levi glanced at the sika deer and followed Leia's footsteps. It's definitely something. Choo choo choo. A colorful long-tailed bird landed on Leia's shoulder, and Leia gently stroked the long-tailed bird's head. She looked back at Levi with a smile. In the green forest, you don't have to worry about being attacked by monsters. The words just fell. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures emerged from the nearby trees. The surrounding animals and birds quickly fled. The long-tailed finch also flapped its wings and flew up to the branches of the tall trees nearby. Several forest wolves surrounded Levi. A forest wolf speaks human words. Why do humans appear here? When Levi heard this, He immediately understood that the forest wolf in front of him was a druid of the elves. Not a real World of Warcraft. Druids will transform into animals and wander in the forest to maintain order in the forest. Leia quickly stood up and said, "Don't get me wrong. He is not a trespasser. The Elf King has allowed him to go to the Elf Royal Court." "Elf King?" The forest wolf looked puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, green light appeared on several elf wolves. And then they transformed into human forms. Several druids wore dresses made of leaves and wore ring headbands made of vines. Leia quickly took out the token given by Delvin. "Everyone, please see. This is the token of the Lord of the Green Tree Territory, which is enough to prove his identity." After the leader of the druid checked the token, he confirmed that it was the token of the Elven Lord. I immediately believed most of it, but he was a little confused as to why the Elf King would allow a human to go to the most important place of the Elf clan. He was sensible and didn't ask too much. The druid said, "In this case, let us escort you out of the green forest to avoid misunderstandings by other druids." Leia said quickly, "Thank you. Thank you so much." The druid smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. This is our duty. Please come with us." The druid transformed into a forest wolf again, leading the way towards the exit of the green forest. With the druid leading the way, Levi and Leia spent much less time traveling through the green woods. "We will send you here. In front of you is the Yellowstone Territory. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye." Leia waved goodbye to the druid. Several forest wolves stood at the edge of the forest and watched Levi and Leia go away. The vegetation in Yellowstone Territory is somewhat sparse. This is a land of valleys, fissures, and cliffs everywhere. The two of them were walking on a rugged cliff path, next to a cliff. Only by following the path on the cliff could they pass through this huge fissure and reach the Yellowstone Territory. Levi looked down and asked, "Isn't it possible to fly here?" Leia hesitated for a moment and said, "If it's an emergency, you can fly for a while. It's best not to. The rock guards in Yellowstone Territory are notoriously difficult to deal with." Chapter 546 Attack. Levi and Leia walk on the cliffs of Yellowstone Territory. I heard Leia say there is a rock guard here. Levi released his spiritual perception and wanted to see where the rock guard was. He also wanted to see the rock guard that Leia said was difficult to deal with. Spiritual perception passed through hundreds of meters and reached the bottom of the valley. Levi felt many silent magical atmospheres. The magical aura is very weak, but extremely deep. It shows that these creatures are in a state of silence. Levi guessed that these magical auras might be emanating from the rock guard in Leia's mouth. After a rough inspection, I found that the aura of most rock guards has reached the 4th level. There are many 5th and 6th level rock guard auras among them. No wonder Leia said the rock guard would be very tricky. It was really tricky for her. Levi thought it was okay. There are not many high-level rock guards. The sun sets west of the mountain, leaving only the remaining glow of dusk in the canyon. Leia looked at the slit in the distance and said, "Go faster. We should be able to reach the Yellowstone Territory before dark." Levi nodded. "Yeah." Suddenly, there was a slight movement in his heart, and he sensed that Xingxi had woken up. Counting the time, the duration of the small light spell is almost over. Xingxi ended his slumber and woke up. Only one day had passed for Levi, but Xingxi had been sleeping for a year. Levi glanced at Leia and planned to release Xingxi only after arriving at the Yellowstone Territory. Bang bang lang. There was the sound of rolling rocks overhead. Levi realized that there was a loose rock falling and quickly warned, "Be careful." A shadow covered Levi's head. He looked up and his pupils suddenly shrank. A huge rock with a diameter of more than 5 meters rolled down against the mountain wall. Levi jumped back and pushed Leia from the air, pushing her forward a few meters. Bang! The huge rolling stone directly smashed the mountain road. Dang! 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 The flying gravel flew in front of Levi, blocked by invisible armor. Levi looked up, his eyes fixed, and saw a figure disappearing from the top of the mountain. The falling boulders were not naturally loose rocks at all, but human murder. However, the other party underestimated him too much. Can this kind of falling rock kill an archmage? If unprepared, even a 6th level archmage may indeed be smashed to death. After all, the archmage's body is far less strong than other professions, and can even be said to be fragile. If you are unprepared and hit by a huge boulder on the spot, without any means of defense, you are very likely to be killed on the spot. It's basically impossible for this to happen. Since you can become a great mage, you will have your own unique methods to save your life, no matter how bad it is. There will also be defensive magic items. Levi never uses defensive magic items because he has a long-standing invisible armor shield. Most archmages have multiple triggering defensive magic items. Whether it can withstand falling boulders is another matter. Even if he was blocked and fell off the cliff. Whether he could survive is another matter. Leia looked at Levi on the other side of the broken road, with horror and fear in her eyes. What's going on? Leia was frightened. I couldn't react for a moment. What happened? The enemy attack is not over yet. The sound of rocks rubbing against each other came from the mountain wall next to Levi. More than a dozen rocks broke away from the mountain wall to form several rock giants surrounding Levi. Levi looked at the rock giants around him with a look of surprise. Are the attackers from the Earth Elves in the Yellowstone territory? Otherwise, why would they be able to control the rock guard? Leia had the same doubts when she saw the rock guard appear. She quickly shouted, "Wait a minute! He is not an intruder!" Leia's voice echoed in the valley. But no one responded to her call. It was the rock giant who responded to her. Bang! The rock giant's iron pot-sized fist hit the ground hard, shattering the ground. Levi dodges the rock giant's attack. Quickly scanned the surroundings for the attacker. The spiritual perception spread quickly like running water, spreading and covering the valley. Levi saw two guys in black robes standing on the top of the mountain. The magic power that the two people are constantly exuding proves that they are casting spells to control the rock guards. Levi jumped up and escaped the attack of two rock guards. He stretched out his index finger and tapped the air. Retreat! The ring of resistance fire spread rapidly from his fingertips. Bang, bang, bang. Several rock guards around Levi were all knocked off the cliff by resisting the ring of fire. Leia looked shocked when she saw this situation. This was the first time she had seen someone perform magic like this. No chanting is required, and no spell modeling is required. Just like the words are spoken, the law follows. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound from below the cliff. Leia turned her head and looked where she could see, but where Levi couldn't. Countless rock guards are climbing up the mountain wall. Leia's back felt cold, and a chill filled her heart. How is this going? Why are there so many rock guards? Who is the attacker? Levi also wants to know who the attacker is. He was ready to fly towards the top of the mountain. Just after flying 5 meters, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. The invisible sharp blade stabbed his neck. The invisible blade ignored the invisible armor shield and hit Levi's neck. Poof! Blood flowed down the invisible blade, dyeing the invisible blade red. Levi turned to look at the assassin, who suddenly appeared next to him. There was still some surprise in his eyes. The assassin didn't give Li Wei time to react. The sharp blade passed through Li Wei's neck, trying to chop off his head. Click! The extremely sharp invisible blade got stuck. The sharp blade could not cut off Levi's neck bone. That is a tough bone comparable to a dragon bone. The dripping blood turned into balls of sparks and flew up, surrounding the assassin. A golden halo of flame appeared in Levi's eyes. Advanced flame rules. Thermal focus. His eyes burst out with 2 extremely hot fiery red rays. The assassin's reaction speed was astonishing. Even if it was an attack from close range, he could react in time. Quickly abandon the invisible blade, turn over and retreat to avoid the attack. The scorching ray passed behind the assassin, leaving 2 traces on the mountain wall. Wherever it passed, the rocks melted and dripped. The assassin hid quickly, but was still injured. The black cloak on his body was ignited by sparks turned from Levi's blood. When he extinguished the flame, the cloak had been burned away, revealing his appearance. The pointed ears on both sides of his head prove that he is an elf. But his skin is indeed black, which is an elf that Levi has never seen before. Leia looked shocked when she saw the elf assassin's black skin. Drow! Why did the Drow appear in the Forest of Elves? Leia was shocked. The Drow are also known as the Fallen Elves. They do not live in the elf forest. The Drow live in a dark and lightless underground world. Join the chaotic dark race in the underworld. What really makes the elves regard them as a fallen race is that the Drow gave up their belief in the world tree and the elf god, and instead believed in the dark gods of the underground world. The Drow believe in Rose, the evil deity of the underworld. Belief in evil gods is absolutely not allowed. Therefore, the Drow are also regarded as mortal enemies by the elves. Drow elves are absolutely not allowed to enter the elf forest. Leia was shocked when she saw the Drow. Drow? Levi looked at the black elf assassin in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. The assassin missed a hit and quickly retreated, trying to escape. Don't even think about escaping! Levi was about to take action. A group of rock guards appeared above Levi and rushed towards him. Toot toot. The rock guards surrounded Levi, blocking the way. Leia took out her staff and prepared to cast a spell to save Levi. A figure appeared behind her and grabbed her arm. "Do not move!" I heard a familiar voice in my ears. Leia's heart was shocked. She couldn't believe it, and she quickly looked back. "Neza! Why are you here?" Seeing the other party's face, Leia was extremely shocked. She never imagined that Neza would appear here. Leia's face froze when she saw the black cloak on Neza's body. This cloak is exactly the same as the one worn by the Drow. Are Neza and the Drow together? This suspicion suddenly emerged from Leia's heart. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Neza suddenly appeared here, wearing the same clothes as the Drow. Neza faced Leia's question and did not answer her question. He didn't even look at Leia, staring at Levi, who was surrounded by rock guards. Suddenly, fiery red light emerged from the gaps between the layers of rock guards. The next second, a deafening explosion sounded in the valley. The huge explosion blasted away all the rock guards, flying all over the sky. Leia couldn't help but take a few steps back, screamed in fright, and subconsciously put her arms in front of her eyes to prevent her eyes from being blinded by the wind and sand. Touching Neza's chest from behind did not make Leia feel the slightest sense of security. Neza changed. It became a little unfamiliar to her. She doesn't even know now whether Neza is an enemy? Hoo ho ho! The wind howled. A tornado swept up and broke through the sky of the Grand Canyon. Levi appeared above the canyon, overlooking the three figures on the valley. The assassin has joined the two elves who control the rock guard. Seeing Levi break through the siege of the rock guards and appear in front of him, all three of them looked shocked. "Don't be afraid. He has triggered the air warning of the elf forest. He is about to face something even more terrifying than before." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Rift Canyon shook. It was as if there was an earth dragon turning over underground. Boom! Boom! Countless rock guards appear in the Grand Canyon. There are also a large number of rock guards at the top of the Grand Canyon. The 5-meter boulder that fell into the canyon, after experiencing vibrations, transformed into a huge 8-meter tall rock guard. All the rock guards raised their heads and stared at Levi in midair. A huge figure came from the canyon. A rock lord that was over 100 meters tall. Bang bang bang. Every step made a dull sound. The ground was shaking. Buzz! An invisible force erupted from the rock lord, spreading and covering the space where Levi was. Gravity field. Buzz! Gravity exploded, and in an instant, Levi's figure plummeted. Bang bang bang. The three elves on the top of the mountain all lay on the ground, weighed down by the huge gravity. The rock lord's gravity field doesn't know the difference between friend and foe. The only thing unaffected is the rock guard. The rock guard activated the stone-throwing skill and threw a boulder made of earth elements to hit Levi in midair. After Levi's figure dropped a certain distance, he withstood the suppression of the gravity field. Just as he was about to fly, attacks came from all directions. Rocks all over the sky covered the space where he was. Hoo ho ho! With the blessing of the gravity field, the power of the rocks thrown by the rock guards is even more terrifying. Buzz! For a moment, the whole world seemed to come to a standstill. Holy Flame Field. Expand. The Holy Flame domain forcibly opened up a space in the gravity domain. Bang bang bang. All the stones that touched the Holy Flame Field were bounced away. Li Wei's eyes condensed, and the scope of the Holy Flame domain expanded rapidly. In an instant, it crushed the gravity field and enveloped all enemies. Levi's Holy Flame domain is a higher level than Rock Lord's gravity domain. Easily crushed the gravity field and counterattack with force. The three people on the cliff had just escaped from the gravity field and felt relieved. The next second, I felt extremely hot all over my body, and my whole body was about to be roasted to a crisp. Sweating all over, Levi stared at the huge rock lord not far away. The fire elements between heaven and earth gathered in front of him and formed a huge fireball. Terrifying magic fluctuations spread. Everyone looked horrified and felt a breath of death. Wait a moment! Finally, the person hiding on the side couldn't help it anymore and came out and shouted loudly towards Levi in the sky. Levi looked down and saw a long-eared elf with yellow skin and yellow hair appearing on the cliff. On her face, there were 3 streaks of paint on each side that looked like feline whiskers. The female earth elf, who suddenly appeared, opened her arms and shouted loudly, "Please wait a moment. The Rock Lord means no harm. Lord of Rock, stop!" The earth elf gave an order, and the Rock Lord, who was moving this way, stopped. Levi showed a hint of surprise. The Rock Lord has reached the peak of the 6th level, and is just 1 step away from becoming a legendary elemental lord. He actually obeyed the orders of an elven clan, Seeing the Rock Lord stop, Levi also stopped to accumulate strength. However, the huge fireball that had appeared did not disappear, floating in midair, intimidating everyone. The Earth Elf breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Levi did not continue to cast spells. She glanced at the huge fireball floating in the air until the crisis was not over. The Earth Elf said quickly, "Hello, my name is Tina. I am the Earth Elf of the Yellowstone Territory. The Rock Lord did not take the initiative to attack you. It was because you triggered the forbidden air defense of the Elf Forest that the Rock Lord woke up. I just came here just now." She was a little confused when she saw that there were forest elves, drow elves, and human mages here. Completely confused as to what's going on here. Seeing the amazing power of the spells cast by Levi, he had to take the risk to stand up and prevent the battle from continuing. Chapter 547 Crush. Earth Elf Tina nervously introduced herself in front of Levi. Fortunately, Levi listened to her self-introduction. Levi looked at Tina, temporarily knowing that she and the attacker were not the same group. He glanced at the three people on the cliff not far away. Then he looked at Neza and Leia on the mountain path below. Neza looked very ugly and stared at Levi in midair. He also didn't expect that Levi's strength would be so strong. "Hateful!" Leia heard his voice and advised. "Neza, it's too late to stop now." "I won't tell the Lord." "Shut up." Neza growled fiercely. Then, he grabbed Leia's neck with his right hand, and a dark energy condensed in his palm. Leia felt a sense of death. She looked shocked and in disbelief. Neza actually wanted to kill her. Grabbing Leia, Neza looked up at Levi and shouted, "Stop! Otherwise I will kill her." Levi looked down, showing a hint of astonishment. Neza actually grabbed Leia to threaten him, which was really outrageous. No matter how you look at it, the relationship between Neza and Leia is better. After Levi reacted, he felt very speechless inside. "What's this?" Levi snorted coldly. "Really? Then just do it." Neza stared at Levi. Leia also looked at Levi, her eyes gradually becoming desperate. It's not the despair of Levi's unwillingness to save him, but it was despair that Neza actually wanted to kill him. She couldn't even resist. There is no sorrow greater than the death of the heart. The 5 fingers of Neza's right hand gradually closed together, and the dark energy penetrated into Leia's neck, making her breathing quicken subconsciously. Her survival instinct made her struggle, but to no avail. It was obvious that Neza really planned to kill Leia. Levi couldn't really just sit idly by. A magic stone appeared in his hand. Space exchange! Whoosh! Leia disappeared from Neza. A magic stone appeared in front of Neza. Leia appears next to Levi. This is the first space spell that Levi learned from the space tower. The low-level space exchange technique can only exchange small objects within a short distance. It is also required that the 2 objects being exchanged have similar volume and weight. Leeway advanced the space exchange technique to the 4th level, and the space exchange technique underwent a qualitative change. The position of any object within the sensing range can be swapped at will. Leia was emitting blue light and floating next to Levi. Levi stared down. Neza was stunned by Leia's sudden disappearance. Burst. Levi read softly. The magical energy in the magic stone is affected by the extraordinary properties of elemental fission. It quickly transforms into fire element and explodes, turning into a super bomb. Bang! The flames of the explosion drowned Neza's figure. Call! A figure jumped out of the smoke. Neza's black cloak was blown to pieces, but he himself was not seriously injured. The magic energy in a magic stone is limited, even with the blessing of Levi's epic extraordinary characteristics. It can't cause harm to a real master. Neza's strength is not weak either. He was able to become the leader of the Green Tree territory not because Delvin was his brother. Neza's own strength has also reached the 6th level. A 6th level advanced knight-errant swordsman. After the cloak disappeared, Neza's figure was exposed. Levi took a closer look and found black runes clinging to Neza's neck and face. It looks like a demonic creature. However, Levi clearly sensed that this was not a demonic power. It should be some kind of dark power. Levi felt the aura of darkness. Contact Nezhar and the Drow are in cahoots. It is not difficult to imagine that Neza may have devoted himself to believing in the evil god Rose of the underground world. The black runes and the power of darkness are the new powers Neza received from the evil god Rose after she gave up her faith. This was also the reason why Neza saw that Levi was so powerful, but still dared to attack Levi. Neza felt that no matter how powerful Levi was, he was no match for him who had already obtained the power of God. Corruption spider web. The black runes on Neza's face glowed and spread into the air, turning into a huge black spider web. The cobweb of corruption wraps around Levi's space. He is like a prey trapped in a spider's web, waiting for the final judgment. Levi sensed the danger in the cobwebs of corruption. Sizzle! The air near the corruption cobweb shows signs of corruption. The shrinking cobweb of corruption is like thousands of sharp knives, dividing the sky. Many tiny black cracks appeared in the sky. The space was actually affected. Li Wei's eyes narrowed, and he felt the power of powerful rules attached to the corrupt spider web. Advanced corruption rules? This was not beyond Levi's expectation. Rose is the evil god of the underground world. Although she is a god, her level is not high. As for low-level gods, they can only control the power of low-level laws. She can give believers power, which is the power of advanced rules. If she is given the power of low-level laws, it will have a considerable impact on herself. Neza shouldn't be able to injure Rose and grant her the power of low-level laws. Only the God of Light, a powerful God who possesses the power of high-level laws, can bestow the power of laws on his followers without damaging his own strength. For example, Russell, the 8-winged angel of light. He once used the power of the gods in a battle with the demon apostle Bassam. Levi also has the power of advanced rules. Advanced fire rules. Hoo ho ho! Crackling. The corruption spider webs were ignited by the flames and burned out quickly. Neza looked shocked. How can this be? The corruption spider web corrupts everything it comes into contact with. Even fire is transformed into the fire of corruption. Ordinary fire cannot ignite the corruption cobweb. The burning of the corrupt cobweb is essentially the collision of two high-level rules. The collision of the burning of Levi's advanced flame rules and the corruption rules of the corruption spider web. It is also an advanced rule, and there is no restraint relationship between burning and corruption. The collision of two forces is completely a competition of strength between the two sides. Obviously, Neza lost, defeated and unable to resist. Levi's background is much deeper than him. What's more, Neza didn't really master the rules of corruption. He just borrowed the power of the rules mastered by the gods. When the two forces of rules collided and conquered, he couldn't do anything. We can only watch as corrupt rules fail. Levi is different. He has mastered the advanced flame rules. When the two forces of rules collide, he can also change the attack mode of the flame rules in response to the characteristics of the corrupt rules, thereby gaining greater advantage. At first, the attack was violent and explosive, breaking through the defense of the corrupt spider web, and then transformed into a continuous burning, constantly consuming Neza's power. Neza felt that the power of darkness in his body was weakening rapidly. The corruption cobwebs have also been burned away by the flames. It's over. Faced with the absolute strength gap, even if Neza obtained the power of the evil god Rose, it would be of no avail. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by Li Wei. Bang! Neza was grabbed by a big blue hand and thrown beside the 3 drow elves on the cliff. Levi took Leia down slowly. The 4 of them have been suppressed by the holy flame domain and are unable to exert any power. Upon seeing this, the earth elf Tina quickly summoned a rock guard. The rock guard picked her up on his shoulders and carried her up the cliff. Tina glanced at Levi, staring at the dark-skinned drow lying on the ground, her face solemn. Why did the drow appear here? Tina asked, confused. After Leia experienced the life and death crisis just now, she woke up completely. She glanced at Neza and no longer had any luck. Leia said, Neza is from the Green Tree territory. I will investigate this matter clearly. Tina looked at her and said with a serious face, This is not a matter of your Green Tree territory. It is related to the safety of the entire elf forest. Leia was silent for a moment, nodded and said, Okay, I understand. She took out the psychic flower and told Delwyn in the Green Tree territory what happened here through the psychic flower. The accompanying psychic flower can transmit sounds. Usually psychic flowers grow in pairs, but only a few psychic flowers can grow more than 3. Lord. Delvin stared at Leia's return quietly without saying a word. After hearing everything, he was silent for a long time and then said, I understand. After speaking, Delwyn paused for a moment before saying, Is Neza here? Leia heard this and replied, Here. Then put the psychic flower to Neza's ear. Neza glanced at the psychic flower and said nothing. Delwyn seemed to realize who was opposite the psychic flower. If you really betray the mother tree, I will execute you myself, Delvin said calmly. It's hard to imagine how painful he felt at this moment. On the one hand, they are brothers, and on the other hand, They are the inviolable beliefs of the elves. When Neza heard this, he snorted coldly. Hee. Neza didn't want to talk, and Delwyn didn't continue to say anything to Neza. He said to Leia, "Please give the psychic flower to Archmage Levi." Leia handed the white psychic flower to Levi. Levi took the psychic flower and said, "Lord Delvin, I am Levi. Master Li Wei. I am also very sorry that these things happened." Delvin first apologized to Levi and lowered his posture. After all, he still had something to ask Levi later. Li Wei said calmly, "Lord, there is no need to be like this. He is who he is, and what he does has nothing to do with you." "Lord," Delvin said, "no matter what, he is my biological brother. I have a merciless request, and I also implore Archmage Levi to spare Nez's life, and please leave him to us, the elves, for our own disposal. As compensation, I will provide corresponding treasures to compensate Master Li Wei." Levi looked around. Leia and Tina were looking at him. If no one else was present, Neza would have died long ago. Levi would not go to such great lengths to catch him. The ashes of the fire have already been scattered. After all, this is the forest of elves, the territory of the elves, and Levi doesn't want to fall out with the elves. Besides, Delvin has already lowered his stance and promised to compensate Levi. Li Wei took the opportunity to agree. "Can?" Delvin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then please ask Archmage Levi to take them to the Yellowstone territory and hand them over to the elves. I will go to the Yellowstone territory to deal with this matter later." Levi looked at Tina. She was an earth elf in the Yellowstone territory. This matter should also require the consent of the Yellowstone territory. When Tina saw this, she knew what Levi meant and said quickly, "No problem. Investigating why the drow appear in the elf forest and maintaining the peace of the elf forest is the common mission of all elves." Delvin, who was on the other side of the psychic flower, was slightly startled when he heard Tina's voice. Recognize her voice. "Is Tina here too?" "That's up to you," Delvin said. Tina quickly said, "Okay, Mr. Green Tree Lord." Leia was a little surprised. She didn't expect Delvin to know Tina. Tina's voice can be recognized through the psychic flower. It shows that the relationship between the two is not shallow. Promise Delwyn to hand over Neza and the 3 drow to the Yellowstone territory. With the help of the Earth Elf Tina, Levi and Leia quickly arrived in the Yellowstone territory. Walking out of the canyon, a rock city built on the mountain appears in front of you. The Yellowstone territory is indeed very different from other elf territories. This is mainly because the elves in the Yellowstone territory are all Earth elves. The Earth Elves group also upholds the concept of respecting nature. However, in their eyes, Mother Earth and World Tree are existences on the same level. The rock guard carried Neza and the drow into the Yellowstone territory. It attracted many people's attention and stopped to watch. Tina returned to the Yellowstone territory and relaxed a lot. She looked at Levi and Leia and said, "It's getting late today. How about taking a rest in the Yellowstone territory for one night and setting off to the Elf Imperial Court tomorrow?" Leia didn't speak. Levi nodded and said, "Yeah. Okay." Tina smiled and said, "Then I will take you to the place where you live first." After settling Levi and Leia, Tina left with the rock guard, Neza and others. She also wanted to report the situation to the Lord of the Yellowstone territory. Major events involving the appearance of drow elves in the elf forest may also need to be reported to the elf royal court. Maybe I don't even have to sleep tonight. Thinking of this, Tina couldn't help but sigh. Alas, a drow carried by a rock guard moved his fingers gently, and the power of darkness condensed on his fingertips. Tina didn't look back and said, "Be calm and don't cause trouble for me." Puff. The dark power that had just been condensed at the drow's fingertips dissipated invisible. "For safety's sake, I'll give you some restrictions." Click, click, click. A gray-white rock formation appeared on the 4 people's bodies. The rock formation spread quickly and covered their bodies in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, all 4 people turned into stone sculptures. Petrification magic. It is different from ordinary petrification magic. The 4 people who were petrified were not only still alive, but could also be reversed to petrification. This is no longer the level of ordinary magic. This is the power of rules. Chapter 548 Elf King. Spend the night resting in Yellowstone territory. The next day, Levi and Leia got up early and prepared to go to the Elf Imperial Court. The main reason for getting up so early was to arrive at the Elf Imperial Court within today. Levi had no intention of admiring the scenery of the elf forest. Now he just wants to get the second token. Last night, Levi and Xingqi explored the first token of the whole night. The first token was an inconspicuous stone. After a whole night of research, Levi discovered that this was a stone. An incredibly strong stone. It is almost impossible to destroy this stone using any external force. The reason why it is almost is because Levi has not yet used the strongest method to experiment. However, Levi felt that even the Great Sun nuclear explosion technique would most likely not be able to destroy this stone. This familiar feeling reminded Levi of an object. Goddess tears. The tears of the goddess are condensed by divine power. No external force can destroy the tears of the goddess, unless it is the same level of power as a god. The tears of the goddess were broken when she resurrected Xingqi, not because she was destroyed by external forces. Instead, the divine power contained within was exhausted and naturally shattered. Therefore, Levi suspected that this stone might be a creation of divine power. The so-called tokens are probably related to gods. This is also in line with the news Levi has received now. According to the information currently known, the gods behind the elves, orcs, and holy dragons are likely to be related. The tokens were probably made by them. The more you dig into it, the more doubts you find. Li Wei speculated that the token might be from the hands of gods. However, the gods behind the elves and orcs have long since disappeared. Who left that token? Levi felt that the answer to this matter might not be known until he obtained the second token. According to what the Beast King said, the second token may not be that easy to obtain. The Elf King may not be willing to hand it over. Li Wei didn't care about that much. He first went to the Elf Royal Court to meet the Elf King. Tina sent Levi and Leia to the gate of Yellowstone territory. "I'll send you here. Goodbye." Wave goodbye. The two set off on their way to the next elf territory. Leaving the Yellowstone territory, the surrounding plants gradually hide. However, the road ahead became rugged, and it was all mountainous. It is naturally much better than the cliff plank road in the Yellowstone Territory Grand Canyon. Leia said, "I haven't been there any further. The front seems to be the Oak Forest Territory, where there are the largest number of tree guards, as well as rare plant elves such as ancient war trees and wisdom oaks." Levi nodded. "Yeah." After walking a few steps deeper into the forest, Levi felt a lot of life around him. A lot of the breath of life emanates from the surrounding trees. Ordinary plants do not exude such a lush breath of life. Levi glanced at the motionless tree next to him. Guess it might be a tree man. Because of Leia, Levi walked into the forest and was not attacked by the tree guards. However, all this was broken when he walked into a valley. As soon as I walked into the valley, several big trees at the entrance of the valley behind me rose up one after another, turning into extremely tall tree men. The plants in the valley also changed one after another, and a large number of tree people appeared to surround the two people. Levi's heart trembled slightly, thinking that he was being attacked by the drow, just as he was getting ready to fight. The next moment, two long-haired, green-haired elves in green clothes appeared in front of them. The green-haired elf came out of the tree man room, looked at Levi and Leia, and asked loudly, "Human, why do you appear here? Forest elf, why are you with humans?" Another green-haired elf asked Leia. Leia quickly took out the Lord's token and explained the reason. She saw the Lord's token in her hand and learned that the Elf King had summoned Levi. The two green-haired elves couldn't help but look envious. They also want to go to the Elf Royal Court to see the Elf King. Although the Oak Forest territory is very close to the Elf Royal Court, but they are responsible for protecting the security within the Elf Forest, so they cannot move around at will. The green-haired elf asked the tree guards to return to their original positions. The giant tree men sat down one after another and took root again in the soil, turning into a large tree that was difficult to detect. The green-haired elf handed the Lord's token back to Leia and said, "Since you are going to the Elf Royal Court, please come with us. There is a cave leading to the Elf Royal Court here." Leia suddenly realized that it was no wonder the guards here were so tight. It turned out that they accidentally met and took a shortcut. Without this cave, they would have to pass through two elven territories to reach the Elf Imperial Court. Leia put away the token, nodded and said, "Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you." "You're welcome. This is our duty." The green-haired elf took Levi and Leia into the cave. Li Wei sensed many powerful auras at the entrance of the cave. Walking into the cave, I felt many powerful auras in the cave. If someone breaks into the cave without permission, they may face more than 2 digits of 6th level guardians. The green-haired elf led the two of them for a while and then stopped. He pointed forward and said, "Just go forward along the cave. The exit is not far outside the Elf Imperial Court. Leaving the cave, you can see the Elf Imperial Court. Okay. Thanks. Leia thanked her again. The two of them walked along the cave. There were strange luminous plants growing in the cave, which was not dim. Instead, it has a psychedelic beauty. Glowing plants come in a variety of colors and are colorful. When Levi walked in the cave, he seemed to have entered a dream world, which was not like the real world at all. Walking in the cave, you can occasionally feel a mysterious and powerful aura. In addition to the entrance to the cave, there are also many powerful guardians hidden in the cave. Levi felt the legendary aura more than once. After walking for a long time, although the cave is colorful, it also makes people feel depressed. Finally, a white light appeared in the distance. That's the exit. As the two quickened their pace, the light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, it turned into a cave exit with a height of more than 5 meters. There are no guards outside the exit. Levi was a little surprised. But think about it. If those powerful guardians in the cave cannot resist the enemy, setting up defenses outside the cave is of no use. It would be better to concentrate on guarding the Elf Imperial Court. The cave is located halfway up the mountain. Standing beside the cave, Levi and Leia can see the Elf Imperial Court not far away. Levi looked at the Elf Imperial Court with his eyes widened in wonder. What a big tree! Is this the World Tree? The Elf Imperial Court is located at the roots of a supergiant tree. This tree is so huge that its canopy blocks the sky and stretches for thousands of miles. The tree roots are extremely thick. Like mountains, countless buildings sit atop tree roots. There are tree houses made from growing trees, stone houses made of rocks, and gorgeous buildings that are the same as those in the human world. The Elven King's palace sits above all the buildings, a huge spire castle of green and gold. However, that was only the roots of the giant tree that were exposed on the ground. Leia stared at the giant tree for a long time before shaking her head and saying, "This is not the World Tree." Levi looked surprised. "Isn't such a big tree a World Tree?" Leia said. "I heard that this tree is grown from a branch of the World Tree. But it is not the real World Tree. The real World Tree is bigger than this. Legend has it that one leaf of the World Tree is a world." Levi's eyes narrowed slightly. How credible is the legend? If the World Tree is really so terrifying, then isn't the Elven God who controls the World Tree the most powerful god? How could he disappear again? Levi looked at the giant tree again. Now we know that although it is not the World Tree, it was once part of the World Tree. Can one branch grow so big? Levi could not imagine how huge the real world was. "Let's go! The Elf Imperial Court is just ahead." Levi said something and walked down the mountain, passed through the cave, and arrived at the forest outside the Elf Imperial Court. As Levi walked towards the Elf Imperial Court, he saw no trace of a magical beast. Fruit trees? Levi looked towards a dense fruit forest on the roadside. The forest is full of trees full of green fruits. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures emerged from the orchard, and they all looked surprised when they saw Levi. "Humanity? Why do humans appear here?" Although he was surprised, he was not alarmed. This is the Elf Royal Court, and even if humans appear here, they would not dare to harm any of the elves. They just stood around and watched curiously. Leia stepped forward and asked how long it would take to arrive at the Elf Royal Court. The elves who appeared in the orchard patiently answered her questions. At the same time, he also asked curiously, "Why are you with a human being?" Along the way, Leia didn't know how many times she had been asked this question. Leia briefly explained and then moved on. The elves in the Elf Imperial Court are also well informed. Hearing that Levi was going to see the Elf King, although his expression changed slightly, he was not too surprised. Along the way, we encountered more and more elves. Gradually it became lively. Finally reached, Levi and Leia stood under the city wall of the Elf Royal Court, looking up at the tall city wall in front of them and sighing. The elves passing by would glance at Levi. "I am a little curious about the humans appearing here, but I am already used to it. There are very few humans coming to the Elf Imperial Court, but it is not completely absent. After seeing more, naturally I am not so curious." When they reached the city gate, others could enter and exit freely. But Levi and Leia were stopped outside the door. An elf guard wearing golden armor, holding a spear, blocked the way of Levi and Leia. "Please stop! Without the permission of the Elf King, humans are not allowed to enter the Elf Royal Court." Leia was stunned for a moment. She didn't know this, but she had no evidence to prove the Elf King's permission. "Before I showed my identity, I used the Lord's token. Lord's tokens don't work well here." After thinking about it, Leia could only take out the Lord's token and give it to the guard for inspection. "He has obtained permission from the Elf King. This is a token of our Lord of the Green Tree territory, which can prove his identity. The guard glanced at the Lord's token in her hand. Sorry. Please bring out the Elf King's permission. The guard didn't take a second look at the Lord's token. Even if the Lord's token is real, he can't let anyone in without the Elf King's permission. Leia was a little embarrassed. She took back the Lord's token and looked back at Levi. She didn't know what to do for a while. We have all arrived at the entrance of the Elf Imperial Court. Wouldn't it be funny if we couldn't get in? It's definitely not possible to break through with brute force. Levi thought for a moment and called Xingxi in his heart. Give me the token. Buzz. A swirling magic vortex appeared around Levi. He reached into the magic vortex with his right hand and took out the stone token from the magic cabin. If the Elf King is willing to see him because of the Beast King, then he will definitely pay attention to the token. As soon as Levi took out his right hand, the stone token appeared in the air. The Elf King, who was far away in the palace, felt something strange. He raised his head slightly and stared into the distance. It was as if he could see Levi through the wall. The Elf King lowered his head slightly and said to the guard next to him, Go to the city gate to greet a distinguished guest. As commanded. After Levi took out the stone token, he didn't move. After waiting for a moment, he looked at the thing in his hand, wondering whether the Elf King could sense its existence. Anyway, he couldn't sense anything special about this stone. However, Xingxi can sense the stone token, and the Elf King should also be able to sense it. After all, he also holds a token. Tap tap tap. The rapid sound of horse hooves came from inside the Elf Imperial Court. A luxurious carriage appeared at the city gate. After seeing this, the surrounding elves all stood and saluted. This is the carriage in which the Elf King travels. The guard at the door also looked shocked. Quickly put away his weapon, turned around and saluted. The bodyguards rode horses and followed the carriage. When he arrived at the city gate, the galloping horse stopped instantly, and he dismounted. Looking outside the city, I saw a human. The guard walked forward quickly, leaning his right hand on his chest to perform a "okay" ceremony. Distinguished guest, the Elf King invites you to the palace. When the guard heard this, his expression under the mask changed. Some were shocked, and some were frightened. Getting the Elf King's permission to enter the Elf Royal Court and being able to go to the palace to see the Elf King are two different things. They were a little uneasy and worried for a moment, for fear of offending the Elf King's distinguished guest. Levi and Leia boarded the carriage and headed to the palace where the Elven King lived. After the guard saw the carriage leaving, he stood up and looked at each other, and saw relief in the other's eyes. From beginning to end, Levi never mentioned anything about the two of them. It should be fine. However, it is inevitable that I still feel a little uneasy. The carriage took Levi directly to the palace. The Elf King retreated from his men and stayed alone in the palace to wait for Levi's arrival. Walking at the entrance of the palace, Levi glanced at Leia and said, You stay here while I go in. What happened next was not suitable for Leia to know. Leia felt a little regretful that she could not see the Elf King. She nodded and said, Yeah. Levi walked into the palace, and the guards closed the door tightly from the outside. Bang! Levi didn't look back and walked forward. The wooden floor is covered with the streaks of trees. He looked up and saw the blonde Elf King sitting on the throne. Chapter 549 Golden Field. In the palace of the Elf King, Levi faced the King of the Elves alone. The Elf King has blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a crown, and sits on the throne with a relaxed look. He lowered his head slightly and looked quietly at Levi, who walked in. He looked like he was in control. I have to say that the Elf King should be the most handsome elf among the elves. No matter whether they are men or women, they cannot compare with her in appearance. He seemed to be the most perfect form in the world. The Elf King has lived for thousands of years, but his appearance is still young. The two looked at each other, and their gazes seemed to spark sparks in the air. The Elf King was still a little surprised. When Levi saw him, he acted too calmly. There was no way. Levi had met the Beast King before and felt his overbearing aura. He has already become quite immune to the so-called kingly aura. Moreover, the kingly aura of the Elf King and the Beast King are completely different. The former is restrained. The latter is unscrupulous. However, Levi will not underestimate the Elf King just because of it. The Elf King is a strong man on the same level as the Beast King. Levi has seen the power of the Beast King. Naturally, there will be an evaluation in the heart of the Elf King's strength. In a head-to-head confrontation, his chances of winning are slim, infinitely close to zero. Li Wei saluted and said, Li Wei, I have met the Elf King. The Elf King stared at him and said calmly, Beast King, did you give you the token? Where are the inheritors of the Holy Dragon clan? The Elf King cares more about Xingxi than Li Wei. After all, Xingxi is the true descendant of the Holy Dragon. Levi thought for a moment and said, offended. He cast spells in front of the Elf King. A space door opened, and Xingxi walked out. The Elf King looked at Xingxi, and sensed the aura of the Holy Dragon clan from her. He shook his head and said, you are too weak. Go back. I will not give the token to you. The Elf King didn't mince words and spoke directly. Li Wei looked at the Elf King and said, as the guardian of the token, shouldn't you help the descendants of the Holy Dragon clan? The Elf King laughed. Indeed. According to the past agreement, I should give the token to the Holy Dragon clan. But you are too weak. It is useless to give you the token. It will only make you die in vain. How will you know if you don't try? Levi said. The Elf King smile gradually disappeared. Humans, don't push yourself too far. Xingxi took a step forward, looked into the Elf King's eyes, and said, Sir Elf King, the Dragon Clan and the Elf Clan signed an alliance in ancient times. The Elf Forest can be preserved intact because of the Dragon Clan's great efforts. The Elf King looked at Xingxi with a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking. It seems that you have awakened some memories, the Elf King said. Maybe it's because of face. The Elf King relented and said, that's okay. I'll give you a chance. Whether you can get the token depends on your own abilities. Xingxi said, thank you so much, Elf King, for your help. Ha ha. Don't be happy too early. The Elven King opens the passage to the Golden Fields, taking the lead to walk in. Levi and Xingxi followed behind. Enter the Golden Fields, once the kingdom of the Elf God. Levi looked surprised when he saw the scene inside. The Golden Field is dilapidated. The kingdom of the Elf God should symbolize life and nature. However, now in the Golden Field, the earth is cracked. The trees are dead. The rivers are drying up. And the sky is broken. The whole world seemed to be dying. At the end of the world, a huge tree connects the earth and the sky. That's the World Tree. Today, there are no more leaves visible on the World Tree. Countless intertwined branches look like dead bones piled together. It makes people feel sad. Both Levi and Xingxi were stunned by the sight of the Golden Field. The Elf King is used to it. He said, what you want is at the top of the World Tree. I would like to remind you that although this world is dying, the creatures in it are not so easy to deal with. Li Wei was silent for a moment, looked at the Elf King and asked, why is this place like this? Residual traces of dead grass from the ground. It can be seen that the Golden Fields were a grassland and forest a long time ago. As its name, it shouldn't be this desolate scene, the Elf King said calmly. After the Elf God disappeared, the kingdom of God lost its source of power and gradually withered. Li Wei was not surprised when he heard this. He had already guessed the result. The Elf King glanced not far away and said, I'll give you 1 day. If you can't get the token, just leave. After saying that, he turned around and left the Golden Field. As soon as the Elf King left, there was a huge roaring sound in the distance. The yellow sand is like smoke, approaching quickly this way. After getting closer, Li Wei saw clearly that the people coming were a group of stone men covered with withered yellow vines. The strength of these stone men cannot be underestimated. As the former guardian of the Golden Fields, the stone men's levels have all reached level 6. Levi had no intention of getting entangled with these stone men. The Elf King gave him limited time, and he had to get the token within 1 day. Shang-Chi! Levi shouted. Xingxi understood immediately, transformed into a giant dragon, and flew quickly towards the World Tree carrying Levi. In the blink of an eye, the Vine Stone Man was left behind. Along the way, Levi saw many monsters in the Golden Field. The tree guards that were originally full of life have now turned into weird dead wood monsters. His body was filled with the aura of corruption, as if he had been dead for a long time. However, they are still able to move, and they still follow the orders deep in their life instincts, protecting the Golden Fields and preventing enemies from approaching the World Tree. Hoo ho ho! Xingxi spit out a mouthful of dragon flame. The dragon's flame streaked across the earth, destroying the dead wood and killing large areas of dead wood monsters. Whoosh! A large number of sharp wooden thorns flew toward Xingxi and Levi. Levi put up a huge magic shield to resist the attack. Dang! 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 The wooden thorn as thick as an arm hit the magic shield and exploded into countless wood shards flying everywhere. Levi looked down and saw that the ground was full of various monsters. The closer you get to the World Tree, the more monsters there are. Originally, Levi and Xingxi could still avoid the monster. Now, One can only forcefully open a path to the World Tree. There are countless stone men, dead wood monsters, and spiked cactus shooters on the ground, and withered flower monsters in the sky. Levi felt like he was grinding through a difficulty dungeon. The levels of the mobs in the dungeon are all ridiculously high. In addition to countless stone monsters, dead wood monsters, and withered flower monsters, there are also a large number of 7th level ancient war trees, twisted tree spirits, Holy Spirit rangers, and Holy Spirit archers. Fortunately, they have all lost their minds and can only act according to instinct. As long as Li Wei doesn't get close to them, he won't be besieged by groups of powerful enemies. Xingqi hovered in midair, looking at the countless withered flower demons that had sealed the sky in the distance. Levi, what should we do now? Levi glanced at the sky and said, I'll try to see if I can use the meteor fireball technique. It is unrealistic to rely on oneself to deal with the remaining power of the entire kingdom of God. Having had this battle experience, Li Wei also knew how powerful a god in its heyday was. The power of gods is not limited to their own strength. There are also believers, guards, and the Holy Spirit accumulated over the long years in the kingdom of God. No wonder wars between gods often turn into wars between two divine kingdoms. The believers accumulated over countless years are the god's greatest resource and reserve hidden energy. Levi cast the meteor fireball technique. Before casting the spell, he was a little worried. This was the kingdom of God and might not be able to attract meteorites. However, after the meteor fireball spell is used halfway, Levi no longer worried. He sensed that a meteorite had already responded to the call. Boom! There was a huge roar in the sky. Countless monsters on the ground looked up to the sky. A huge meteorite fell from the sky, burning the most brilliant flames across the sky. Suddenly, Levi felt something was wrong with this meteorite. It was completely different from the meteorites he usually summoned. During the fall, although the meteorite erupted with astonishing fire, it was not damaged. Moreover, Levi's extraordinary properties of elemental fission have no effect on it at all. Bang! Boom! A huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters fell completely at the foot of the World Tree. The huge shock wave that erupted turned the earth upside down. Waves of air swept across the heaven and earth, drowning Li Wei's sight. Countless dead wood monsters and stone monsters were blown away. The withered flower demon is burning. The World Tree trembled. Hoo ho ho! Levi used wind spells to sweep away the dust from the sky. Saw a huge crater. In the center of the crater lies a boulder burning with green flames. Suddenly, the stone moved. Click, click, click. In Li Wei's surprised eyes, the meteorite turned into a huge stone man with a height of more than 150 meters. This stone man's body is burning with green flames and looks extremely weird. Feeling the aura emanating from the stone man, Levi frowned. Is this fire? Thinking of this, a roar came from above Levi's head. He looked up and saw the roar getting louder and louder, until finally the whole sky was filled with roar. Immediately afterwards, Levi saw hundreds of green meteors streaking across the sky and falling down. His face looked slightly ugly. Levi realized he might have done something stupid. Hellfire is the high-level unit of the Abyss. They appear outside the Golden Fields. This shows that the Golden Fields may have been targeted by the Abyss for a long time. It's just that the Abyss has been unable to lock the location of the Golden Field and cannot enter the Golden Field. Levi used the meteor fireball technique and inadvertently used the fire floating in the void as a meteorite, summoning it into the Golden Field. After the fire fell into the Golden Field, Abyss gets the coordinates of the Golden Fields. Then the scene that Li Wei saw appeared. This is the invasion of the Golden Fields by the Abyss. The 150-meter-tall Hellfire Stone Man walked towards the World Tree. The Fire Stone Man is the 8th level beginner. Most of the guards in the Golden Fields couldn't even get close to him. However, an 8th level Holy Spirit that could withstand fire soon appeared. But as more and more fires fell into the Golden Field, the guards in the Golden Fields were gradually outnumbered. When Li Wei saw this, he had no time to regret what he had done. He patted Xingqi on the back and said, Go get the token now. Xingqi flapped his wings and flew towards the top of the World Tree. On the ground, the Hellfire Corps from the Abyss has fought with the guards of the Golden Fields. This is the Vanguard Corps of the Abyss. Levi knew that there must be more monsters from the Abyss behind the Hellfire. There isn't much time left for him. You must get the token and return to the Elf Forest before the Abyss fully invades the Golden Fields. Forest of Elves. The Elf King sat on the throne, looking at the light curtain in front of him, his face changing. After a long moment, He sighed. Some regret letting Levi in. Although the golden fields can no longer hold on for long. But without the abyssal invasion, it shouldn't be a problem to survive for a few hundred more years. Now, it would be useless for him to go in. He has the power to deal with the fire that enters the golden fields. But Abyss had already obtained the coordinates of the golden fields. And it was useless even if he killed all the hellfires. It is only a matter of time before the Abyss completely erodes the golden fields. If you enter rashly now, you will be in big trouble if you accidentally lead the Abyss into the elf forest. The Elf King was relieved when he thought of this. However, looking at Li Wei in the light screen, his eyes were a little unkind. Accepting the premature demise of the golden fields and forgiving Levi's actions are two different things. Hoo ho ho! The strong wind chased Levi's figure. He lay down behind Shang-Chi. Squinting and looking ahead, Shang-Chi quickly shuttled between the branches of the World Tree. Huge branches quickly passed by Levi. The trunk of the World Tree in front looks like a wall in the sky. When flying upward, Levi saw the trunk of the World Tree and had the illusion that it was the Earth. Looking back, there is another vast land behind me. One world. Two lands. Boom boom. Levi turned around and saw fire falling on the branch. The terrifying impact made the branches sway. It was just shaking, not broken. A meteorite that can create a huge crater in the ground is actually unable to cause damage to a single branch of the World Tree. The hardness of the World Tree is unimaginable. Li Wei couldn't help but have the idea in his mind to take some World Tree branches back. Shang-Chi suddenly roared. Her voice rang in Levi's heart. Levi! Be careful! Bang! Levi was whipped out by a branch and exploded into a ball of flame in midair. After a while, the flames gathered together and took shape. He stared ahead, and several slender branches slowly retracted. The slender branches are only compared to other branches and leaves. In fact, these branches are over a meter in diameter. Shang-Chi changed into human form and emerged from the branches that trapped her. She quickly flew to Levi's side. Why did these branches suddenly come to life? Shang-Chi asked doubtfully. Levi glanced around and quickly located a branch on the right. He flew up, and Shang-Chi quickly followed his footsteps. The two flew to the branch and saw a figure on the branch. The opponent's lower body grew out of the branches of the World Tree. The upper body is similar to that of an elf, with skin that is yellow and mottled, like old tree bark. Levi stared at the other person, knowing that the half-tree, half-human guy in front of him should be the guardian of the World Tree. Judging from the attack just now, the opponent's strength is very strong. If the Holy Flame Lord form were not immune to physical damage, even if his body was tougher than a dragon, he would still be exploded. Chapter 550 Fragments of Godhead. Levi stared at each other for a long time. I can't tell if he still has any self-awareness. In view of the fact that the opponent's strength is too strong, Levi planned to negotiate with the other party. See if you can let yourself go. Bang bang bang. The branches of the World Tree slowly lifted up. Levi dodged the attack in embarrassment. Negotiations failed. Levi talked for a long time, but the other party didn't say a word. When he got close, the opponent didn't hesitate to attack. After testing, Levi found that the other party seemed to have a limit. As long as he doesn't cross the line, he won't attack. Kill the guardian of the World Tree? Levi felt that the difficulty was a bit high. The opponent's whole body is made of the same material as the World Tree. This material can withstand falling damage caused by 8th level fire falling from the sky. Levi tried to use the power of rules to attack. After trying it, I was a little embarrassed to find that I was playing tricks on my class. Even now World Tree is almost dead. The power of laws contained in the World Tree far exceeds the level of rules that Levi masters. The advanced fire rules cannot harm the World Tree at all. There is almost no solution. Levi sighed, not surprised to encounter such a thing. The level of the copy of Golden Fields is too high. It was far beyond his capabilities. If nothing else goes wrong, the guardian of the World Tree in front of him is probably the same level of powerhouse as the Elf King and Beast King. This doesn't mean Levi has given up. If force doesn't work, then we can only use outsmarts. Levi and Shang-Chi looked at each other, and he took out a magic stone and handed it to Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi understood what Levi meant without the need for verbal communication. Let's do it! Levi stood outside the line and cast his spell. The elemental fluctuations caused the guardians of the World Tree to react. It seems that he is not a stubborn and rigid procedural creature. Swish. Brush. Brush. The branches of the surrounding World Tree felt like sharp forks. Dozens of fiery red streams of light shot out in front of Li Wei. Part of the stream of light was blocked by branches. and most of the stream of light hit the guardian of the world tree not far away. Bang, bang, bang. The flames enveloped the figure of the guardian of the world tree. The power is not very powerful. However, after the streamer exploded, the flames generated could not dissipate for a long time, forming a scene like a fire cloud. Levi growled in his heart. Take advantage of now. Xingxi responded without Levi's reminder. She transformed into a dragon, swallowed the magic stone in one gulp, raised her head, and spit out the magic stone in her mouth with all her strength. Puff! The magic stone passed through the wide gaps between the branches of the world tree at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it flew 1,000 meters. The tree branches of the world above moved slightly, and after discovering that it was just an ordinary magic stone and posed no threat, it returned to silence. Levi kept staring at the magic stone flying higher and higher. He has been calculating the duration of the fire cloud in his mind, using the burning feature of the advanced fire rules. The fire cloud created can continue to burn for a long time. Even air can burn. However, the fire cloud still dissipated quickly under the power of the guardian of the world tree. Seeing that the fire cloud was about to disappear completely, Li Wei decisively launched the space exchange technique. Whoosh! Levi's figure disappeared. A magic stone appeared on the spot and fell on the branch of the world tree. The guardian of the world tree paused slightly. Whoosh! Xingxi also disappeared. Only a broken branch was left on the spot. Run! Levi yelled. Xingxi took Levi at high speed and rushed to the top of the world tree. Behind the two people, countless branches of the world spread rapidly like giant pythons, chasing the two people. Call! After a tense and exciting chase, Xingxi took Levi and rushed out of the world tree crown. The pursuit of the guardian of the world tree has stopped. Countless branches slowly retracted the world tree. Levi stood up and looked forward. There is a stone platform at the top of the world tree. Apart from the green fire meteors streaking overhead, there are no signs of other living things here. Sheng Xiang looked at the platform not far away and said, I sensed it. The token is there. Okay, let's go. But be careful. No one knows if there is any danger here, Levi reminded. The two approached the platform cautiously. Levi landed on the platform, and after standing firm, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there is no danger here. He looked ahead and saw a small tree in the center of the platform. After entering, he discovered that the center of the platform was hollow. The small tree he saw was actually the top bud of the world tree. This is also the only place in the entire world tree that still remains green. A glowing fruit hangs from one of the branches of the small tree. Sheng hoped for the fruit and reached out to pick it off. This was the second token she was looking for. The moment he touched the fruit, it automatically fell off and fell into Xingxi's hands. After the fruit falls off, the green buds of the world tree quickly wither. Li Wei had quick eyes and quick hands and broke off a twig that had not withered yet. After breaking it, he realized what he was doing and looked at the twig of the world tree in his hand in great surprise. He actually broke the branches of the world tree, which is considered the toughest substance in the world. The broken twigs did not wither along with the buds of the world tree. Levi could feel the faint breath of life contained in it. This sprout is still alive. Without thinking, Levi opened the portal of the magic house and inserted the broken branches of the world tree into the soil next to the dragon blood tree. After the twigs of the world tree were inserted into the soil, they seemed to glow with life. Levi felt that this twig should be alive. I just don't know how long it will take to grow into a world tree as big as the elf forest. How long does it take to grow into the size of the world tree in golden fields? Close the portal. Levi looked at Xingxi. She held the fruit and closed her eyes. He could sense that Xingxi's mind was going through a storm. Xingxi gained new inherited knowledge from the fruit. After a moment, Xingxi opened his eyes and looked at the emerald green crystal-like fruit in his hand. She looked at Levi and said, I know what this is. Levi's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, What is this? Xingxi said, Fragments of the Godhead. The fragments of the Godhead of the elf god maintain the last trace of power in the Golden Fields god realm. After finishing speaking, Levi didn't wait for reaction. She took out the stone again. This time, the stone changed drastically. Stones that were originally thrown on the roadside without anyone paying attention. In Xingxi's hands, it turned into a black crystal gem. This is the fragment of the god of the orcs. Xingxi said so. Li Wei was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He looked at the two divine fragments in Xingxi's left and right hands, looking thoughtful. Why are they all in pieces? Levi asked subconsciously. Xingxi said, According to my inherited memory, the god of elves and the god of orcs have long been divided among the gods in terms of their status, godhead, and power. The dragon god has been assigned these two fragments of the divine head. He did not absorb the power from devouring the fragments of the godhead like other gods. Instead, it's preserved. 1,000 years ago, the demon dragon king was bewitched by the demon god and provoked civil strife in the dragon clan. The gods took advantage of the situation and gave humans the dragon's blood potion, instructing humans to take the opportunity to weaken the dragon clan's power. Under the coincident actions of the demon and the gods, the demon dragon king defeated the holy dragon king and won the dragon throne. However, it also caused the dragon clan's vitality to be severely damaged and on the verge of extinction. The dragon clan's vitality was seriously injured, and the holy dragon king was seriously injured and disappeared, resulting in the dragon god's power being weakened. The dragon god was attacked by the demon god, and the gods plotted against him, and he almost fell. Before the dragon god completely falls, send 2 fragments of the godhead to the elves and orcs, and inform the elf king and beast king of the truth about the fall of the elf god and the orc god. Before the temporary break, the dragon god separated part of his divine personality and handed the fragments of the dragon god's divine personality to the missing holy dragon king for safekeeping. After doing this, the dragon god took the initiative to die, causing a war between the demon god and the gods. At the end of the war, the demon god got part of the dragon god's power, and the god shared part of the dragon god's power. Both sides didn't know about the missing part of the dragon god's godhead fragment. Li Wei listened quietly to Xingqi's story. Although he guessed that the token was related to the gods, he did not expect that the truth behind it would be so shocking. Demons, gods, dragons, elves, orcs, gratitudes and hatred spanning tens of thousands of years. Xingqi said. Next, as long as I find the dragon god's godhead in my grandfather's hand, the 3 godhead fragments can be pieced together into a complete godhead. By borrowing the pieced together godhead, you can directly cross the path to becoming a god and become a god. When Levi heard this, he felt something was wrong. He thought for a moment and said, Wait a minute. You said these 3 fragments of the godhead can be directly pieced together into one godhead? Xingqi nodded and said, Yes. Levi frowned and said, Isn't that right? Although I don't know how to become a god, I still know that the godhead and the godhead are in conflict with each other. The godhead is the embodiment of the power of laws controlled by the gods. The god of elves, the god of orcs, and the dragon god must have different powers of law, because one of the requirements for becoming a god is to master the power of laws that other gods have not mastered. This is the uniqueness of the law. This request was announced to the world after the magic goddess Mystra became a god. Before Mystra became a god, those strong men who had gone on the road to becoming a god would also know this iron rule. How to piece together a complete law from the power of 3 incomplete laws. What's more, these 3 laws have been divided up. It is impossible to become a god. Even if you become a god, after the complete law is divided, the remaining branch laws are far weaker than normal gods. Laws are different from rules. The law is the only one. The law is the law of the world, and the power of the law directly affects the entire world. The rules are under the laws of the world, and you can do things that are allowed by the laws of the world, and cannot transcend and violate the rules of the world. The magic network was created by the goddess of magic, Mystra, using the power of her own laws. Before the goddess of magic created the magic web, there was no magic web in the world. Therefore, according to the principle of uniqueness of law, Xingqi's statement simply does not work. Xingqi paused for a moment and said truthfully, This is indeed the case. So using the pieced together godhead to become a god can only become a false god, has divine personality and divine power, but does not possess divine status. Levi nodded. That's right. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Xingqi and asked solemnly, Do you want to use this godhead? Xingqi said nothing. Levi grabbed her shoulders and said, Think clearly. If you use this godhead to become a false god, you will never be able to become a true god again. Godhead is irreversible. After becoming a god, the godhead becomes one with himself, and the laws of heaven and earth can't be separated anymore. There is only one result of separation, death. After the dragon god divided his godhead, he knew that he would not be able to live much longer. That's why he took the initiative to die. Shang-Chi held 2 fragments of the godhead and said, As long as you use the godhead, you will immediately gain enough power to avenge the demon dragon king. Levi frowned and forcefully snatched the 2 fragments of the Godhead from her hand. No, I don't allow you to do this. Revenge is only a matter of time. We have plenty of time, Levi said. He was convinced that as long as he continued to practice, defeating the Demon Dragon King would be a piece of cake. Levi stared into Xingqi's eyes and said seriously, Xingqi, look into my eyes. Xingqi looked up at him subconsciously, and Levi could see a little confusion in her eyes. Levi said, our enemies are not only the Demon Dragon King, but also the gods and demons. If you become a false god, we will no longer be their opponents. And that can only make them happy. Sooner or later. We can become gods sooner or later. Rely on our own abilities to become gods. And take revenge on the gods who have harmed us. Xingqi's eyes gradually became clear, and she cried loudly, hugging Li Wei and crying loudly. Levi hugged her and patted her shoulder. He probably knew what was going on. Xingqi had just accepted too many inherited memories, and the hatred in the inherited memories affected Xingqi's thoughts. That's why she became so eager for revenge. Now, after Levi's persuasion and comfort, Xingqi's mood has stabilized. Levi looked at Xingqi's back, feeling affection in his heart. The reason is that Xingqi is actually still a child. Even if he grows rapidly in the secret realm of time and sleeps for decades using small light magic, his strength will grow to the late stage of the legend. For the sacred dragon, she is still just a child. Wait until Xingqi's mood has completely stabilized. Levi asked, can you sense where the last fragment of the Godhead is now? Xingqi raised his head and looked at him in surprise. She thought that if Li Wei didn't let her use the piece-together Godhead, she would give up looking for the last fragment of the Godhead. Levi sensed what she was thinking and said with a smile, finding and not using are 2 different things. What's more, the inheritance of the Holy Dragon and the fragments of the Godhead should not be the same thing. Right. Xingqi nodded quickly and said, no, the Holy Dragon inheritance is the Holy Dragon inheritance and has nothing to do with the fragments of the Divine Head. Levi said, that's it. Even if you don't use the Godhead fragments, you have to find the Holy Dragon inheritance and awaken the power of blood. Xingqi understood. She sensed it for a moment and said, I can't sense it here. Levi looked around and said, then go back first. Boom. After Xingqi took away the fragments of the Godhead, the world tree began to collapse. The final strength disappears. The world tree is completely dead. A large number of space cracks also appeared in the golden fields. Is collapsing. Chapter 551 6th Level Peak. The golden field of the divine realm of the elf god. After losing the last source of power, he collapsed completely. Levi looked up and saw countless abyssal creatures in the void outside through the space cracks in the sky. They are like countless locusts, preparing to eat away at this dying world. Levi was thinking about how to contact the Elf King to take them back. A golden portal appeared next to Levi. Levi took a look, showing surprise. He grabbed Xingqi and quickly ran into the portal. Whoosh! The portal disappeared into the golden field. Levi returned to the Elf King's palace, feeling very speechless. He looked at the Elf King and said, you can open the door directly to the world tree. Why did you leave us so far away? The Elf King looked at him and said calmly, as I said, this is a test. You guys are barely qualified. Li Weigang wanted to say something. The Elf King said, I would like to remind you that what I just said cannot be said nonsense here. Levi shut his mouth. He just wanted to ask the Elf King how much he knew about the dragon god. Hindsight. This is the physical world, under the gaze of the gods. Unlike the golden fields, here the sensitive vocabulary of the gods is mentioned, and it is easy to be targeted. He looked up and pointed to the sky. The Elf King said calmly, it's good that you know. Levi accidentally discovered that the Elf King was still a good person. It's just that it didn't seem very friendly before. Not as straightforward as Beastmaster. However, considering that after taking away the fragments of the Godhead, the golden fields collapsed, it's hard for Levi to say anything about the Elf King. Although the golden fields are half dead, they still contain a lot of treasures and resources. His actions directly caused the Elf King to lose a world's resources. Levi was also a little embarrassed. Well, I didn't know it would turn out like this, Levi said, a little embarrassed. The Elf King looked at him and said, what? You want to compensate the elves for their losses? Li Wei smiled and said, I am, but I don't have the ability. The Elf King said, if you feed the world tree you brought out, it will be considered as compensation for the elf clan's losses. Levi looked surprised. You know everything. As soon as he said it, Levi stopped. This sentence is a bit stupid. The Elf King all knows what he said in the Golden Fields. Isn't it normal to know that you have broken a branch of the World Tree? The Elf King said. When the World Tree dies, the World Tree of the Elf Forest will become the real World Tree. It itself is planted by branches, and it is impossible to branch out into a second World Tree. If something goes wrong with this World Tree, then the World Tree sapling in your hand will be the last World Tree in the world. Keep it well. Li Wei looked surprised. He didn't expect this relationship. It turns out that only one World Tree can exist in each world. Only after the death of the original World Tree will the second World Tree be born. The World Tree in the Golden Fields is immortal. No matter how big the World Tree in the Forest of Elves grows, it is not a real World Tree, and does not have the laws of the World Tree. Levi suddenly thought of the uniqueness of the law. Is this the reason why there is only one World Tree? Levi came back to his senses and seriously promised the Elf King. Okay, I will definitely protect the World Tree seedlings. The Elf King said nothing. He didn't expect Levi to do anything. Even the elves can't figure out whether the World Tree can survive. The World Tree in the Forest of Elves was not successfully planted in one go. Before the World Tree grew up, the Elf God broke off countless branches of the World Tree and inserted them into the Elf Forest. At first, they were carefully watered with magic spring water and carefully cared for. In the end, it still withered. Later, the Elf God became impatient, asked the elves under his command to wait for the planted branches of the world to die, then break off one and insert it into the ground. Unintentionally, a branch survived for a long time and then grew into a big tree. Careful care was useless, but a branch of the World Tree that was inserted casually survived. Exit the Elf King's palace. Levi looked back at World Tree. I discovered that this World Tree is indeed somewhat different. Previously it was just a very large tree. Now, this World Tree has a little law fluctuation. Maybe one day, it can really grow into a World Tree that supports the world. Levi looked at Xingxi and said, Now stay in the Elf Imperial Court for a while to improve your strength, and then go find the last fragment. Xingxi nodded. The trip to the Golden Fields made Levi realize that his strength was not enough. He planned to stay in the Elf Forest for a while. Anyway, the Elf King didn't drive him away. Thinking of this, Levi suddenly thought about the Elf King again. The Beast King was not polite, and slapped himself away to the Elf Forest. Don't even give yourself a chance to refuse. Looking back, I feel like I deserved it. He forced his way into the ancestral land of the Orc King's palace, and killed many professionals of the Orc clan. The Beast King didn't slap Levi to death, which was considered magnanimous. Levi shook his head to get rid of distracting thoughts. Whether it is the Beast King or the Elf King, it is difficult to evaluate them in certain aspects. Levi also doesn't like to judge others. He took Xingxi to find a place to stay in the Elf Imperial Court. I met Leia, who was shopping. Leia came to the Elf Royal Court for the first time, and was very curious about everything here. Wandering around the Elf Imperial Court, I happened to bump into Li Wei and Shang-Chi, who were leaving the palace. Knowing that the two were looking for a place to stay, Leia took them to her place of residence. Phalanqui is a residence specially built to receive lords from all over the world. As Leia held the Lord's token, she was treated as the Lord's confidant by the Elf King's personal guards, allowing her to enjoy the treatment that only a Lord could have. Leia opened the door and said, Fortunately, the Lord is not here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to live here. This is a residence specially prepared for the Lord. Please come in. Levi walked in the door, and was stunned for a moment when he saw the people sitting inside. Lord Delvin. Hearing Levi's voice, Leia froze. She poked her head inside, and saw that Delvin was already sitting in the living room. Leia was very embarrassed and extremely nervous. I wonder if what I just said was heard by the Lord. There was some despair inside her. South Close. I must have heard you. Delvin ignored Leia, who was extremely mentally active. He stood up, looked at Levi, and said, Have you already met the Elf King? Levi nodded. Well, thanks to the Lord's help this time. Otherwise the journey would not have been smooth. Delvin smiled bitterly and said, Don't say that. I still want to apologize to you. Levi said, It doesn't have to be like this. Nez's matter has nothing to do with the Lord. Delvin did not continue on this matter. He walked over and took out an emerald green crystal and handed it to Levi. This is the promised reward. The puree of the magic spring. Li Wei just wanted to be polite. But when he heard Delvin's words, he subconsciously held the crystal bottle. After he came to his senses, he said sheepishly, It's so precious. Delvin shook his head and said, It's nothing. It's of no use to me. It's just right for Archmage Li Wei. Levi glanced at the crystal bottle in his hand, looked at Delvin, and asked, "Isn't the Lord here just to give me this?" Delvin said, "This is on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is investigating the appearance of drought elves in the elf forest. Neza is my biological brother. He is involved with the drought elves. I will be investigated to some extent. On the other hand, I also want to find out this matter myself." Delvin hated the people behind Neza's corruption. He looked at Leia and said, "Don't go back during this period. Take care of Archmage Wei here." Leia nodded quickly and said, "Yeah." Delvin said to Levi, "You can live here without worries. This is a residence specially prepared for me. Don't worry about meeting other people." Levi nodded and said sincerely, "Thank you. If you want to practice, you really need a quiet and safe place." Delvin walked outside and said, "Then I'm leaving. I have to meet the Elf King. Walk slowly. Goodbye." Watch Delvin leave. Levi turned around and heard Leia's breath of relief in his ears. "Ha, I'm scared to death." Leia patted her chest. After a moment, she noticed Levi's eyes and felt a little embarrassed. Leia's face turned slightly red. She looked around and saw the teapot on the table in the living room. She quickly ran over and said, "You are thirsty. I will make you tea." "Ah, no need." Levi saw Leia running as fast as a rabbit. Reluctantly, he put down his right hand that wanted to stop her. Levi looked at Xingxi and said, "What about you?" Xingxi said, "I'd better go home. Remember to cast the small light spell on me." Levi nodded. "No problem. You go in first, and I'll find you later." He opened the space portal, and Xingxi walked into the magic cabin. Levi peeked inside. With the continuous expansion of the void core, the space of the magic cabin is getting larger and larger. The space that was originally 1,000 meters long, wide and high has expanded to 2,000 meters long, wide and high. As the space becomes larger and larger, the cube space gradually turns into a spherical shape. It seems that the spherical space is more in line with the shape of the natural space bubble. The void core is placed in the magic house and automatically absorbs the energy in the void. As the energy in the void increases, the space bubble becomes larger and larger. Levi felt that the enlargement of the space bubble might be due to space pressure. Just like water pressure, space also has pressure. The void core continuously generates space pressure, expanding the space bubble. At first, Levi was worried whether the space bubble would burst like a balloon. Later I found out that my worries were unnecessary. Space will heal itself. This seems to be one of the ironclad rules of space law. In the absence of external force, any space crack shows a tendency to self-heal. Levi found a room to stay, enter the magic cabin and perform the small-time operation on Xingxi. After taking a look at the growth status of the world tree seedlings, he breathed a sigh of relief. There were no signs of death. In the room, he told Leia to practice in seclusion for a period of time. Tell her not to disturb herself. Levi took out the magic spring puree presented by Delvin. The water of the magic spring is a supreme treasure for mages in the human world. That is a treasure that can improve your magic qualifications. Levi had used it once. That was his championship prize in the Northern Young Mage Exchange competition. But that's just a diluted magic spring. The magic spring puree that Delvin gave to Levi is an undiluted pure magic spring. After opening the crystal bottle, Levi felt a pure mana rushing towards his face in an instant. Sensed the magical energy escaping. Levi quickly took the time to absorb the magic spring, afraid of wasting any money. It is a sin to stray even a little bit. Taking the magic fountain and practicing directly, Levi's mana increased rapidly. If the people from the Magic Association knew what he was doing, they would definitely criticize him for his reckless use of nature. After diluting these magic spring slurries, it is unknown how many mages can improve their mage qualifications. It can bring many highly qualified mage seedlings to the Mage Association. We don't know how many archmages there will be in the future. Stay in the Elf Imperial Court for a month to practice. I used up the magic spring juice that Delwyn gave me. Li Xiao cultivated to the peak of the 6th level. Fear Sun concept, 6th level limit, 10,000/infinity. Reach the end of the road to extraordinary career advancement. The path from the 6th level to the 7th level is called the Legendary Road. It is different from the first 6 levels of extraordinary characteristic awakening. The path to legend is much more complicated. When it comes to Levi, it becomes even more complicated. Holy Flame Lord, exclusive epic, can open the legendary road. Arcane Inspiration, epic, can open the path to legend. Elemental Fission, epic, can open the legendary road. Nirvana and Rebirth, Holy Spirit level, can open the path to legend. Holy Dragon's life sharing, legendary, not upgradable. Body of the Holy Dragon, legendary, can open the path to legend. Power of the Dragon, legendary, can open the road to legend. Holy Power, legend, can open the road to legend. All extraordinary characteristics that reach the epic level or above are prompted to open the path to legend. Li Wei understood clearly that epic extraordinary characteristics may be the threshold to start the road to legend. Among them, only Holy Dragon's life sharing cannot open the legendary road. This extraordinary characteristic is rather special. The remaining question for Levi is, which legendary path should he choose? Or, can you walk all the legendary roads? Levi thought over and over again, and went to the Elf King's palace to seek the answer. What are the advancement conditions for the legendary road? The Elf King heard Levi's question, and looked at him one more time. I am not surprised that Levi has reached the door of the legendary road. Human beings who are able to conclude a contract with the Holy Dragon clan are definitely not ordinary people. Levi has not yet reached the legendary level. But it surprised the Elf King even more. The Elf King said, the advancement conditions of the legendary road vary. But in general, it is the degree of mastery of the rules. The legendary path you choose will also affect the direction in which you will later become a god and understand the power of the law. If you can walk a legendary path that no one has ever walked before, you can walk a path to God that no one has ever walked before. Chapter 552, An Unprecedented Legendary Road. Li Wei heard the Elf King explaining the legendary path. I understood what he said. Simply put, the path to legend and the path to ascend to the gods are the same path. After choosing which legendary path, which path to reach the gods will be taken in the future has been decided. Changing midway and taking another direction will cost you a lot. It is almost as good as giving up all past efforts and starting to practice again. This may not be possible yet. If you just listen to the first half of what the Elf King said, the path to legend is actually the ability to master the rules. Then, there is a high probability that Levi will choose to start the legendary path of Holy Flame Lord. His ability to master the rules of fire has reached a very high level. After starting the legendary road, you can quickly improve your strength in a short period of time. It is not without hope to become a high-level legendary mage. After all, a professional who has just entered the legend can only master the power of elementary rules. Levi has mastered the power of advanced rules before he breaks through to legend. This is already the level of a high-level legendary mage. The rest is just the accumulation of mana. After listening to the second half of the Elf King's words, Levi gave up this thought. If the path of legend is related to the subsequent path to godhood, then you absolutely cannot choose Holy Flame Lord to start the legendary road. This is a dead end. Since ancient times, the law of fire has been a popular law contested by all parties. There are countless fire-based gods. There is no need to say more about the Vulcan who masters the orthodox fire laws. Even the god of light has mixed in light and heat, a branch of the law of fire. There are already countless people competing on this track. A true Red Sea track. Levi may be able to find a new track that combines divine power and fire power. However, it is ultimately not as good as the orthodox flame law. At most it can only be regarded as a branch under the law of fire. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you will face many constraints and problems. A legendary road that has never been traveled before. A path to the gods that has never been traveled before. The Elf King's hint was already obvious. Ask him not to take the usual path. It is almost impossible to become a god through normal means. The way to ascend has long been blocked by countless people and gods. Levi's eyes scanned all the extraordinary characteristics he had mastered. Pick 3. Arcane Inspiration, Epic, can open the path to legend. Elemental Fission, Epic, can open the legendary road. Nirvana and Rebirth, Holy Spirit level, can open the path to legend. These 3 roads may have never been traveled before. After thinking for a moment, Arcane Enlightenment gave up. The goddess of magic may have mastered the power of laws in this area. Nirvana, Rebirth, Renunciation. This is originally extended from the extraordinary characteristics of the Angel of Light. The God of Light may possess the power of relevant laws. The only option left for Levi is the concept, Elemental Fission, he brought from another world. After thinking about this, Levi started the legendary path of Elemental Fission without hesitation. If others want to advance to legend, they must first find their own path to legend. Levi has a training panel. Just skip this process and start the legendary road. Elemental Fission, Epic, Legendary Road, 0/10,000. When others find the path to legend, they still need to spend a long time exploring how to move forward. Relying on the training panel, Levi's legendary path has been infinitely simplified. After completing 10,000 elemental fission, you can reach the end of the legendary road and ascend to the legend. After starting the legendary road of elemental fission, the options for other extraordinary characteristics to open the path to legend have disappeared. Obviously, there is only one path to legend. Levi's idea of having more than one ship came to nothing. But it's okay. It saves him distraction. 10,000 elemental fission, Levi murmured in his heart. Elemental fission is not an ordinary spell. You can cast it whenever you want. Even the most common fireball technique will become extremely terrifying after the amplification of elemental fission. After releasing elemental fission, the magical elements of heaven and earth in the nearby area will enter a high-energy state. Elemental fission can no longer occur for a short period of time. If the spell loses control under the action of elemental fission, it could very well turn into a disaster. The principle of elemental fission is the same as that of nuclear fission. Li Wei originally borrowed the principle of nuclear fission to deduce the extraordinary properties of elemental fission. Nuclear fission is no child's play. Elemental fission is no longer a child's play. At least, it absolutely cannot be used in the elf forest. If you're not careful, you could cause big trouble. Thinking of this, Levi made a decision. It's time to leave the elf forest. Levi waited for Xingxi to wake up from his slumber, then said goodbye to the elf king and left the elf forest. Set off to find the last fragment. At the same time, complete the legendary path. Leah! Goodbye! Levi waved goodbye to Leia. Come to a platform on the world tree. The elf king is waiting for him here. When Levi and Xingxi arrived, the elf king took another look at Xingxi and found that her breath of life was a little abnormal. It's obviously only been a month. The elf king felt that 30 years had passed since Xingxi's life. He masters the rules of life and is very sensitive to the life force of all things. Only then was he able to detect the abnormality in Xingxi. The elf king did not delve into it, as this was Xingxi's own secret. It has nothing to do with him, the elf king said. I will send you away from the elf forest. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Levi nodded and said, I know. Upon seeing this, the elf king opened a space crack. Elf king, goodbye. Say goodbye. Levi and Xingxi walked into the space crack and disappeared. The elf king looked up to the sky, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Hopefully, they can succeed. The beast king, who was far away on the other side of the world, raised his head slightly and looked at the sky outside the palace. Seems to be aware of it. Have you set off yet? Even if the hope is slim, I hope you can bring a little hope to this world. Whoosh! Levi and Xingxi walked out of the space crack. Looking back, I saw the vast and boundless elf forest more than 10 miles away behind me. He has left the elf forest. 100 miles ahead is the kingdom of mankind. There is no need for 100 miles. Just 20 or 30 miles. Levi and Xingxi saw a military fortress town. The two of them did not stop. And under the guidance of Xingxi, they rushed towards the direction of the last fragment. Halfway through, Levi released elemental fission when he had time. Bang! After a small fireball flew 100 meters, it suddenly exploded and turned into a super fireball with a diameter of more than 50 meters. The flames died out, leaving a charred explosion crater on the ground. Levi cast a water spell casually, and a piece of rain fell to extinguish the fire that was still burning on the ground. To avoid causing wildfires, the effect of elemental fission on spell amplification is beyond imagination. Levi had never used elemental fission on ordinary spells before. Most of the time, it is used in the unique skill Meteor Fireball technique, based on the characteristics of elemental fission. He also developed a new trick, Great Sun Nuclear Explosion technique. Levi looked at the falling raindrops. A flash of inspiration. Can elemental fission be used in other elemental spells? Therefore, Levi tried to use elemental fission to amplify various elemental spells. It turned out that elemental fission didn't work with other spells, even among fire spells. Only explosion-related spells are suitable for using elemental fission. Elemental fission will convert magical elements into the purest energy and release it. In this process, no matter how delicate the spell structure is, it will be violently destroyed. When the spell structure is destroyed, the function of the spell cannot be released. Eventually, any spell becomes an explosive spell. Only the properties of the magical elements of the explosion are different. Light explosion! Bang! Countless light elements exploded and turned into a super flash bomb, blinding the eyes of all creatures within 100 meters. Levi turned around slowly. Although light spells are not suitable for using elemental fission amplification, When targeting specific enemies, amplified light spells can produce amazing effects. The light explosion technique just now is actually a lighting technique with the elemental fission effect added. Illumination only produces a ball of light that steadily emits light. After the elemental fission amplification, the light ball instantly turns into a super flash bomb. Not only can it blind enemies in a large area, it is also extremely lethal to dark creatures that are restrained by light spells. Light explosion was invented because Levi thought of the Drow. Drow are the dark race of the underworld. They appear in the forest of elves. It means that the dark races in the underground world have begun to invade the main world. Levi was prepared in advance to fight the dark creatures. After cleaning up the traces left by the light explosion technique, Levi flew to Xingxi. Let's go! Xingxi stood up and flew into the sky. She was used to it. Levi didn't know what was wrong. After coming out of the elf forest, I searched for uninhabited places to place various spells. Every time a spell is released, it causes a lot of movement. Over time, Xingxi got used to it. Levi flew with Xingxi. Xingxi did not show the form of a giant dragon. This is the territory of the human empire, and it will be easy to be discovered if you turn into a dragon. Levi didn't want to cause trouble. He asked, "How far is it?" Xingxi said helplessly, "There is almost no change." "Oh? Is it so far?" Levi frowned. Xingxi thought for a moment and said, "Although I don't know the specific location, a sea seems to appear in my memory." Levi thought intently. "The sea?" He took out the world map from the space ring. He temporarily found a human city and purchased this world map from the Mage Association. After revealing his identity as the Archmage, the Mage Association cooperated very well and sold the only large world map in the association to Li Wei. The only big world map. Not that the map is so precious. It's just that no one ever buys it. The Mage Association followed suit and sent a favor to Li Wei. Originally, the Mage Association planned to give away Li Wei for free. Li Wei didn't want to owe a favor, so he paid for it. He is not short of this money now. The magic stone given to him by the rich woman Alice has not been used up yet. What's more, when Levi left Fred's city, another rich woman, Gu Sui, brought many good things to Li Wei from the Snow Queen's treasure house. I was afraid that Li Wei would be wronged because he was short of money outside. Now, Li Wei's net worth cannot be said to be as rich as the country. There is no problem with a city that is rich and invincible. It's more than enough to buy a city. Levi looked at the map and found a human city he had passed before. Determine your position and find the ocean on the big world map according to the direction pointed by Xingxi. The Endless Sea? Levi looked surprised. On the big world map, the only ocean ahead is the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is a large area. The sea area near the sky continent is divided into multiple areas. Some sea areas are within the control of the human empire. Some sea areas are occupied by marine aliens. I just don't know which sea area the sea in Xingxi's memory is. Rationally, Li Wei does not want to go deep into the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is full of dangers. Even legendary strong men are at risk of falling. So far, the sea areas explored by humans are only the tip of the iceberg of the vast and endless sea, the abyss suppressed by the space tower. It is also just one of the forbidden places of death in the Endless Sea. Rumor has it that there is an evil god haunting the depths of the Endless Sea. This is a real evil god in the material world. He is not the kind of extraterritorial evil god who lives outside the world and can only rely on believers to offer sacrifices and show a little bit of power to intervene in the main world. Levi experienced a face-to-face encounter with an evil god. To this day, I am still scared. Forget it. Just take it one step at a time. It's useless to think so much. Levi shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind and put away the map. After knowing that the destination is the Endless Sea, Levi and Xingxi quickened their pace. No time wasted on the road. After going to the Endless Sea, there was plenty of vast space for Levi to cast his spells. Buzz! In the human city, a figure covered in black robes walked out of the portal. His nose moved, and he smelled the subtle scent of the dragon in the air. The corners of his mouth under the hat were slightly raised. I finally caught up with you. I didn't expect you guys to be so good at running. You actually came here from the north. The man in black robes sensed the direction in which the breath was leaving. The figure disappeared from the spot. Huh? What is this? The man in black robe appeared on the edge of a huge explosion crater. Squatting down, he reached out and touched the scorched ground. Why are there traces of magic here? Have you encountered an enemy? It's similar to the information. The dragon is accompanied by a human mage. Human mages are nothing to worry about. Even the 6th level Archmage poses no threat. The key is that if that dragon is a legendary dragon, I'm afraid it will take some effort. The man in black robe slowly stood up and disappeared from the spot. No footprints were left. Like a ghost, it comes and goes without a trace. The man in black robe followed the breath left by Shang-Chi. Along the way, many traces of Levi's spells were found. The man in black robe was very confused after seeing it. I couldn't help but feel a little curious about the human mage following the dragon. What on earth is this mage doing? Well, the smell fades from here, and they speed up. The man in black robe looked back and found that the direction the two were heading was very clear. A straight line going straight forward. Although I don't know where the two of them are going. But the man in black robe already had an idea in mind. Walking into the teleportation array of the nearest city, the man in black robe teleported to a distant place. Chapter 553 The Legendary Dragon Hunter. Levi and Shang-Chi hurried on at full speed. Half a month later, he traveled through most of the human empire. It is still 20,000 miles away from the edge of the continent. Levi looked down and found a large human city in front of him. He then said aloud, "Go down below and rest for a while. Eat something before leaving." Shang-Chi nodded. "Okay. The marshmallows in that city were delicious last time. I wonder if they are available here." Shang-Chi thought with a greedy mouth. Levi smiled and said, "If you want to eat, you can just do it yourself. It's not a troublesome thing. If not, I'll find a way to do it for you." Shang-Chi's face was full of joy. "Okay." Levi had seen the process of making marshmallows and could reproduce it without any effort. Making marshmallows is too childish for a great mage. Shang-Chi wanted to eat it, and Levi was happy to take the time to do it. In life, don't just do whatever you want. Levi and Shang-Chi fell to the ground when they were still some distance away from the city. Then, walk into the city, relying on Levi's transformation technique. Shang-Chi's identity has never been revealed. The two of them simply visited the cities they passed by, eating and shopping. If you are not close to the important places of the major extraordinary forces in the city, there is basically no possibility of exposure. You can't walk on the road, and a random passerby is the legendary Archmage. If it was so unlucky, Levi would have no choice but to admit it. Levi and Shang-Chi walked on the crowded street. Shang-Chi looked at the vendors on the street excitedly, and wanted to buy something to try from every food stall. Anyway, she can eat no matter how much. Once you come here, you have to try them all. Eat slowly. Don't scare others. Levi reminded Shang-Chi, who devoured the whole lotus leaf roasted chicken in one gulp. On the city wall, a figure stood on the edge of the wall. The patrolling soldiers passing by seemed not to notice. The man in black robe just stood there, and his figure and breath disappeared from the world. No one noticed. He looked at the two people in the crowd and smiled. "After chasing for so long, I finally see you, dragon. I haven't tasted the blood of a dragon for hundreds of years. That smell is so nostalgic. I hope you won't disappoint me." The man in black robe disappeared on the city wall. From the time he appeared until he left, no one noticed. Levi and Shang-Chi were not aware of it, and were still shopping happily. After being away from the elf forest for such a long time, the two of them did not encounter any danger. Levi had almost forgotten that Shang-Chi was being remembered because of his identity as a sacred dragon. After walking around the city for a long time, eating and drinking, we rested. Levi and Shang-Chi just left. The two left the city on foot and walked to a place some distance away from the city. Only after others can't see it. Prepare to take off. This will also avoid causing trouble. Shang-Chi turned to look at Levi and said with a smile, "Levi, let's compete to see who can fly faster." Levi was also full of interest and responded, "Okay." Poof! The sound of a sharp blade piercing the body was heard. Levi looked at the tip of the knife pierced through Shang-Chi's abdomen. His mind was suddenly shaken, and his pupils shrank suddenly. "Who?" Levi was furious. Shang-Chi looked down stiffly at the tip of the knife pierced through his abdomen, feeling that all his strength was draining away. The blade that pierced her body came with advanced weakness rules. Even if he has the body of a holy dragon, he cannot be completely exempted. Poof! Levi's neck was penetrated by a sharp knife. Hearing the sound, Shang-Chi looked up and saw Levi's head being chopped off. A black shadow appeared behind Levi. Slowly put away the blood-stained blade. The cursed blade was still inserted into Shang-Chi's abdomen and had not been pulled out. Shang-Chi was unable to use his power for a moment, and could only watch as Levi's headless body fell. The man in black robe glanced at the fallen Levi. After touching the corpse, it was discovered that Li Wei had a space ring on his body. Take away the only space ring on Levi's right hand. The man in black robe walked toward Shang-Chi, took out 4 poison-quenching steel needles, and stabbed them into Shang-Chi's limbs. This is a poison specially prepared for dragons. The man in black robe mentioned Shang-Chi, looked at the dead Levi, and laughed. Turn around and leave. It is not easy for a high-level legendary dragon hunter to deal with a mage who has not yet reached the legendary level. The legendary dragon in its full state is indeed very difficult to deal with. Even high-level legendary dragon hunters will find it extremely difficult. However, it is easy for a high-level legendary dragon hunter to deal with a giant dragon that has transformed into a human form. What's more, he also used the poison dragon needle made from the stinger of the wind poison dragon. Catching a giant humanoid dragon is not easy. The man in black robe also had some surprises. It was originally planned to go through a hard battle to defeat the opponent. I didn't expect it to end so easily. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. You mages can be reincarnated into liches. The figure of the man in black robe appeared next to Levi's body again. He took out a vial and poured out a few drops of the pungent potion. Sizzle! Levi's body instantly turned into a puddle of yellow water. After putting away the corpse-transforming water, the man in black robe left. Half an hour later, the man in black robe appeared again. He glanced around and didn't feel any magic fluctuations. The man in black robe nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he has no means to prepare for reincarnation. You can rest assured this time. The mage has the most life-saving means and has to be guarded against. The man in black robe really left. Trouble. This guy is a bit strong, Levi said to Shang-Chi. The two of them stood under the dragon's blood tree in the magical little world, witnessing with my own eyes the process of assassination of Levi and Shang-Chi by the men in black robes in the magic light curtain in front of me. 500 meters in the air. An invisible surveillance I focused on the place where Levi died. Shang-Chi said. How long will it take for him to find out that I am fake? Levi said. If he didn't plan to kill you, he would probably have to wait until he took you back to find out that it was a lie. I hope so. By then it will be all done in one pot, so that no one will be thinking about us behind our backs all the time. Levi could sense the whereabouts of the phantom body taken away by the men in black robes. The man in black robes seems to have some extremely strong hiding ability. That ability can interfere with Levi's induction of the phantom body. Levi would lose his sense of the phantom body from time to time. But it doesn't matter. The other party has already taken a space ring from his hand. The space ring contains gifts prepared by Levi for the other party. Hopefully, the other person will feel satisfied. After confirming that the enemy had truly left, Levi and Shang-Chi walked out of the magical world. The two of them continued moving towards the endless sea. Levi said, Thanks to your sensing ability, I escaped this time. Otherwise, use the caution of a man in black robe. Even after Levi was attacked and killed for the first time, he was reborn in Nirvana. After resurrection, I'm afraid I'll bump into the returning black robe man. Life and death are unpredictable. The man in black robe was able to get close and attack Levi without him noticing. It shows that the difference in strength between the two sides is very huge. Shang-Chi said, That person should be a dragon hunter. There are extremely few extraordinary professionals among humans who specialize in hunting dragons. I sensed the resentment of the death dragon from him. The last stinger he used on me looked like the stinger of the wind poison dragon. It contained a poison that even a giant dragon could hardly withstand. When Li Wei heard this, his heart moved. Dragon hunter? The stinger of the wind poison dragon? Is it possible that he is the person who killed the wind poison dragon in the poison dragon cave? Shang-Chi said. It's possible. If that's the case, then his identity should be pretty good. Levi's eyes flickered. The poison dragon cave was formed after the death of the wind poison dragon, and the poisonous dragon blood infected the earth and formed a death zone. The hunt for the wind poison dragon is a massive operation. Most of the human empires have records. Li Wei has been to Poison Dragon Cave and heard some related legends. It shows that this is not a top-secret incident, and you should be able to find it with a little effort. Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Levi's phantom body, sitting on the 6th floor of the Mage Tower, opened his eyes. Get the order from the main body and search for events related to the hunting of the wind poison dragon by the human empire. Identify participants. Now, Levi is wearing the name of Toresta. Announced that he had become a 6th level mage. No one dares to offend the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower anymore. Those who left the Mage Tower also felt extremely regretful. Someone wanted to come back. But Levi refused in the name of Toresta. Although there are only a few members left in the Mage Tower. But a few people can enjoy all the resources in the Mage Tower. In The Outsiders. Oaths from the Baishian Kingdom. The Dean of the newly established Magic Academy. Facing the powerful 6th level Archmage Toresta. You can only turn a blind eye. He didn't take the initiative to get close to him. Nor did he target the Mage Tower again. Anyway, the Mage Tower has existed in name only. There are only a few kittens and puppies left, which cannot make a difference. As a neutral organization, the Mage Association did not interfere with the competition between the Mage Academy and the Mage Tower. Today, I learned that Toresta wanted to meet with the president of the Mage Association. The president of the Mage Association immediately pushed away other guests, and met with the distinguished 6th level mage alone. With the development of Baishian Kingdom, the president of the Mage Association has also changed. The original professional level of the president of the Mage Association was level 4. The newly appointed president of the Mage Association is a 5th level senior, facing the visiting 6th level mage. The president gave him enough face. I heard that Toresta wanted to borrow the library of the Mage Association to investigate some things. After a brief inquiry, the president opened the permissions immediately. I'm sorry, Lord Toresta. This is already the maximum authority of this branch of the Mage Association. The president sent Toresta away, feeling embarrassed that he couldn't help him. The operation of hunting the dragon is even if it is not top secret information. Only a few people in the Empire knew about it. There was no harvest, and Levi was not too disappointed. After thanking the president of the Mage Association for his help, he looked for other sources of information. Levi received the feedback from the Phantom Body, and was not too anxious. Let the Phantom find as much information about that person as possible. If you really can't find it, there's nothing you can do. Levi and Xingxi were flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The howling cold wind was blocked by the magic shield. The magic shield maintains a certain constant temperature to prevent the outer layer from condensing into ice and blocking the line of sight. Levi glanced at the dazzling sun in the distance and estimated the time. It's almost time. After the enemy took away Levi's space ring. Even if you don't take the initiative to erase the spiritual imprint inside, trigger the gift switch. The gifts in the space ring will also be activated regularly. The man in black robe walked on the road. Suddenly, an extremely violent magic wave came from his body. The man in black robe was stunned and used the fastest reaction speed to find the source of the magic fluctuation. The space ring he took from Levi's body. The man in black robe originally planned to take it back and find someone to erase the spiritual imprint in the space ring to see what good things were inside. The space ring of a 6th level archmage is worth something no matter what. Violent elemental fluctuations suddenly came from the space ring. The man in black robe was a little confused. However, he also realized the danger immediately. Throw away the space ring without hesitation. Boom boom! The space ring shattered. And a super fireball with a diameter of 1,000 meters swallowed everything around it. A gift specially prepared for him by Levi. There is a sun inside the space ring. The man in black robe stood in the distance, expressionlessly looking at the huge fireball that slowly disappeared. Half of his body was burnt. The black robe covering his whole body had already disappeared in the flames. The figure of the legendary dragon hunter is exposed to the sun. His eyes are red vertical pupils, and his body is covered with dark red dragon scales. A legendary dragon hunter and dragon-blooded warrior. In other words, he was once a dragon-blooded warrior. After breaking through the legendary level, he changed his profession and became a dragon hunter. Gain extraordinary traits and regular abilities that deal extra damage to dragons. Dragon Hunter also has a very powerful legendary ability. They can become more powerful by hunting down dragons and seizing their abilities. Hunting dragons is how legendary dragon hunters increase their strength. Dragon hunters are destined to be enemies of dragons throughout their lives, relying on the super magic resistance from the dragon. The dragon hunter survived Levi's gift from the sun. At this moment, he realized that Levi was still alive. Xingqi's figure has disappeared. The phantom body cannot withstand the power of the explosion. This also made the dragon hunter realize that he had been cheated. The dragon hunter turned his head and looked into the distance, with a dangerous look in his eyes. Interesting. The hunting just started now. It seems that I have underestimated you. Next, I will go all out to hunt. The burnt skin on the dragon hunter's body slowly peeled off, and a layer of fresh and tender new skin grew. Under the skin, a brand new layer of dragon scales slowly grew. This is also the powerful recovery ability from the dragon. The high-level legendary dragon hunter is a legend in itself. The long-lost passion surged into my heart. He had a hunch that if this hunt was successful, his strength would be even higher. Climb to the top of legend. What gift? Xingxi asked curiously. Levi laughed and said, It's nothing. Just a small fireball. If he is not dead, I hope he can retreat and stop bothering us. The two flew towards the coastline of the Sky Continent. Wherever he passed, flying monsters could not avoid him. Avoid trouble. Levi and Xingxi did not stop any longer. After flying for 2 consecutive days, we arrived at Hanhai City at the southernmost tip of the Sky Continent. The two will enter the Endless Sea from here to find the whereabouts of the third fragment of the Godhead. Chapter 554 Legendary Soul. Woohoo! Bang! Xingxi smashed directly into the sea from the air. A wave of more than 1 meter high was set off. In the blink of an eye, the waves were swallowed up by the endless sea. Xingxi was playing happily in the seawater. Levi fell slowly and walked on the beach on the shore. He said, When we enter the endless sea later, you will have time to play in the water for as long as you want. Now, take a short rest and prepare before we set off. Li Wei created a phantom body and asked the phantom body to go to Hanhai City to buy the needed supplies, in addition to food, water, recovery medicine and other supplies. Livy also needed a sufficiently broad chart. Although the large world map purchased previously includes the geographical location of the entire world, it is not detailed enough in local areas. It's easy to get lost if you wander around the endless sea with a big world map. After entering Hanhai City as a phantom, he fully understood the preparations required for a voyage and purchased related items. The phantom body spends money lavishly, and when he goes out of the city, he is targeted by someone who wants to do it, followed all the way to the coast. Seeing that there are 2 accomplices in the phantom body, the person following him has evil intentions. The next second, one of the 3 people was seen disappearing out of thin air. The other 2 took off on the spot. The malice in the followers' hearts was instantly gone. Tuck your tail between your legs and run away. Levi sensed the arrival of his followers, but he didn't pay attention. After receiving the supplies brought by the phantom body, Xingxi flew directly towards the depths of the sea. Levi flew while checking the charts. Asked Xingxi which direction to go. This way. Xingxi pointed in the direction. According to the direction she pointed, Li Wei checked the sea chart to determine the sea area he was about to go to, and possible danger zones along the way. The most advanced sea chart purchased with a large sum of money clearly marked the dangerous zones in several sea areas on the edge of the endless sea. Levi discovered that he might pass through the territories of several ocean aliens along the way. I didn't pay too much attention to it. If you are going to sea by boat, it is indeed necessary to consider whether to avoid the alien territory of the ocean. But Levi and Xingxi were flying, and flying at high altitudes. It is basically impossible to be attacked by marine aliens when passing through the territory of marine aliens from high altitude. The maritime aliens' control over territory is limited to islands and nearby waters. The air is not their territory. Boom! The sound of wind, rain and thunder could be heard from the sky. Levi looked up and saw a huge thundercloud covering the sky and sweeping towards the coast. What a coincidence! The 2 of them encountered a big storm as soon as they went out to sea. Levi thought for a moment and decided that it would be better to wait for the storm to pass before going out to sea. Go back and wait until the storm is over. Getting lost in the storm is troublesome. Levi and Xingxi returned to the coast and saw the boatmen on the pier rushing to fix the boat. Based on the scale of the storm seen so far, ordinary ships may not be able to escape even if they are anchored to the dock. Li Wei planned to return to Hanhai City to take shelter. Xingxi suddenly reminded in his heart. Be careful. That person is coming. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly. Get ready for battle. Hoo ho ho. The sea breeze is howling, and the waves are strong. The waves crashed against the rocks, splashing waves several meters high. Levi and Xingxi stood motionless. Spiritual perception has spread thousands of meters around. As long as the enemy makes any movement, Li Wei will immediately notice it. Xingxi's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. The 2 stood motionless on the road, although it was very noticeable. But now everyone is busy sheltering from the coming storm. No one had time to care what they were doing. Several boatmen ran past Levi and Xingxi. Levi was on high alert. He looked back after watching the boatman's back go away. He was afraid that the enemy would approach disguised as a boatman. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the sky was filled with water mist, blocking the view. The sudden change in the environment made Li Wei, who had just relaxed a little, become extremely nervous in an instant. I heard footsteps approaching from behind. Levi's attention subconsciously focused on his back. The mist dispersed. It turned out that the footsteps were the sound of a boatman running in the distance. That's right. The opponent is so strong. It's easy to not make any footsteps. I just thought so. A cold light appeared next to Levi. If it weren't for the fact that the water mist that hadn't completely dissipated refracted the light. The sharp blade will not even reflect the cold light. Poof! Blood dripped. Levi turned his head and glanced at Xingqi, who grabbed the dagger. The extremely sharp dagger hurt her palm. There was no time to care whether the dagger was poisonous. Levi expanded the Holy Flame domain as quickly as possible. Holy Flame field. Expand. Xingqi is faster. The moment he grabbed the dagger, he grabbed the enemy's chest with his other hand. The enemy was shocked when they saw Xingqi's attack speed. Bang! The enemy's figure emerged from the air and was knocked away by a huge force. The Holy Flame field spreads out, covering the enemies who were knocked away. Suppress with all your strength. The air around the enemy boils and twists. A fire ignited out of thin air. The temperature of the enemy's body is instantly heated to hundreds of degrees. The temperature continues to rise. The Holy Flame domain can suppress all other elements in the domain except the fire element, and greatly enhance the power of fire spells. Fire spells also have the magic penetration effect of divine power. At the same time, only the master of the domain can use the fire element in the domain. The effect of suppressing elements is of little use to legendary dragon hunters, who cannot use spells. The greater effect is the scope of the Holy Flame domain, which is the scope of Levi's Advanced Flame rules. Levi used Advanced Flame rules and tried to kill the enemy directly with the power of the rules. However, the enemy also has the power of advanced rules. For a moment, there was no winner. The only use of the Holy Flame domain at present is to prevent the opponent from escaping. The dragon hunter's clothes burned. He slowly stood up and tore the burning clothes on his body into pieces, revealing his body covered with dragon scales. Xingqi saw his appearance and knew at a glance that he had used dragon blood potion. Dragon hunters gain super high magic resistance from the dragons they hunt, able to resist Levi's fire attacks. Ordinary fire has no effect on him. The advanced flame rules had an impact on him, causing his blood temperature to continue to rise. The rising blood temperature actually increased his strength. The dragon hunter was just about to attack. His pupils suddenly shrank, and Shang-Chi's figure disappeared from his field of vision. The next second, a huge force came from behind the dragon hunter. The whole person was slapped to the ground with great force. In an instant, a large area of the ground collapsed, and the dragon hunter's body sank deeply into the ground. The dragon hunter was shocked. What was going on at this speed? He didn't understand why Xingqi was so much faster than him. The reason is simple. Levi used the small light technique on Xingqi. As soon as he received Xingqi's prompt, Levi used the small light technique on Xingqi. That's why the two of them stayed where they were. After Xingqi's time is accelerated, his movements will also be accelerated. If she moves, the enemy will notice something unusual. So, I chose to wait and see. This was a countermeasure that Li Wei and Xingqi had discussed long ago. The enemy's strength is too strong. Even if Levi had a chance to win, he would probably lose miserably against an assassin-type enemy. We are about to enter the dangerous endless sea. Losing a chance of nirvana and rebirth here is really a waste of time. Levi came up with the idea of letting Xingqi fight in a state of accelerated time. Bang bang bang. Xingqi's speed is too fast. The high-level legendary dragon hunter could only be beaten unilaterally when faced with Xingqi, who accelerated time by more than 300 times. He felt very frustrated. This is not the result he wants. Xingqi was also very depressed and wanted to turn into a dragon to end the battle. The human form strength is severely weakened. The enemy's physique is comparable to that of a giant dragon, and it is impossible to kill him in a short period of time, unless he turns into a dragon form and releases all his power. Only then can you kill the enemy quickly. Levi told Xingqi not to worry and to keep suppressing it. The fire elements in the Holy Flame domain converge at one point. Levi rolled it into a ball of fire as big as his thumb. A compressed fire ball containing all the fire elements within a radius of 1 kilometer was born. The fire elements inside the compressed fireball are highly active, constantly colliding with each other, and stimulating high-energy states, plus elemental fission. A small nuclear bomb fireball takes shape. Levi threw the small nuclear bomb out and shouted in his heart to remind Xingqi to avoid it. The explosion took less than 1,000th of a second. When Levi threw the small nuclear bomb, Xingqi quickly pulled away and retreated. The legendary dragon hunter still maintained a defensive posture. The expected attack did not come, which surprised him. He also reacted very quickly, seizing the moment before the attack could reach him, and jumped up from the bottom of the pit in an instant. As long as you give me a tenth of a second, I can use the dragon's innate ability to get rid of the suppression and counterattack. The dragon's natural power contained in the dragon hunter's body is about to be released. A ball of fire appeared before his eyes. What's this? The flames instantly drowned the dragon hunter's figure. A dazzling little sun burst out on the shore. The huge shockwave pushed the coastline hundreds of meters outward. The accumulated seawater formed a wave of more than 20 meters high to resist the shock wave of the explosion, forming a semicircular arc wave. The buildings in Hanhai City not far away were shaking. Everyone looked horrified. An earthquake off the coast means a super tsunami. It was a horrific natural disaster that could destroy a city. Boom! All the high-temperature air waves generated by the explosion surged into the sky. The evaporated seawater rises to high altitudes, cools, and turns into a thick dark cloud. The dark clouds were torn apart by the air waves and spread in all directions. After waiting for a long time, the shaking on the coast stopped. Waves more than 20 meters high washed the boat at the pier up the hillside. Seawater flooded houses along the coast. When the waves receded, only a mess and a huge puddle were left on the coast. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight penetrated the dark clouds and fell on the sea. Levi looked up and found that the approaching storm clouds in the distance had changed direction, moved towards the sea to the east. Hanhai City avoided a storm. The storm passed along the coastline. The fishermen were left on the shore looking at the sun reappearing with happy faces. Some are happy and some are sad. The storm did not come close to the coast, and many coastal fishermen and boaters avoided a huge loss. But the fishermen and boatmen close to the battlefield of Levi and the dragon hunters suffered heavy losses. A pier was completely lost in the battle. Not to mention the boats docked at the pier. The lives of people in the magical world are troubled. The dragon hunter is dead. In the center of the explosion, not even the body could be found. Only a burning dark golden flame was left in place. Legendary soul? After the death of a legendary creature, there is a very small chance that a legendary soul will be born. Devouring the legendary soul can obtain legendary extraordinary characteristics. Levi quickly put away the legendary soul left by the dragon hunter. After sending Xingxi into the magical world, Levi left as quickly as possible. There are strong men in Hanhai City who have come out to investigate the situation. A battle of such astonishing power broke out at such a close location. Naturally, Hanhai City cannot sit idly by. As soon as Li Wei left, the strong men from Hanhai City arrived near the battlefield. The pier disappeared and a huge puddle with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared in its place. Everyone looked at each other. Someone asked uncertainly, "Is that a forbidden curse just now? What's going on? Who is releasing the forbidden curse here? It's impossible. Releasing the forbidden spell will cause a very large-scale magic fluctuation. I didn't detect the large-scale magic fluctuation caused by the forbidden spell before it was released in the city. The elemental curse requires the consumption of magic elements in a considerable area. Therefore, when the forbidden spell is cast, a huge range of magic fluctuations will occur. Almost impossible to cover up. It doesn't even require a 6th level mage. Even a 5th level mage can immediately detect the magic fluctuation caused by the release of the forbidden spell. Levi's release of small nuclear bombs and fireballs is based on the same principle as the release of forbidden spells. The reason why the mages in Hanhai City didn't notice it in advance. It's because Levi's holy flame domain blocks the magic fluctuations. Moreover, he only used the fire element within the holy flame domain. It did not seize the magic elements in the wider world. The generated magic fluctuations are naturally difficult to detect by distant mages. It wasn't until the moment of explosion that all the energy was released, triggering a chain reaction. An astonishing magic wave was produced in an instant. For the mage who sensed the fluctuation of magic, it was already too late. The forbidden spell has taken shape. Even ordinary people can see the forbidden curse erupt. There is no need to sense magic fluctuations at all. The Hanhai City Mage Association will report what happened here. The Mage Association headquarters will send a legendary mage to check it out. A mage who can release forbidden spells must be a legendary mage. Suddenly a legendary mage who can use forbidden spells appears. Even the Mages Association is confused. The Mages Association has the responsibility to govern mages around the world. A forbidden curse suddenly broke out outside Hanhai City, causing huge chaos. This caused the nobles of Hanhai City to complain to the Empire. When it comes to forbidden spells and legendary mage, it is not a trivial matter. Even the Emperor of the Empire personally questioned the current officials of the Mage Association about the whole story. Wait until the special personnel sent by the Mage Association arrive. Li Wei had already left Hanhai City. The people from the Mages Association wanted to find him. But there was no way. After entering the Endless Sea, Levi let go of his proficiency in elemental fission. While Xingxi was still sleeping, he spent the year of the small light magic. Levi unleashed elemental fission spells everywhere. The Endless Sea. The huge sea area East China Sea near the edge of the Sky Continent. Bang bang bang. Water pillars burst into the sky one after another in the sea. The sea could not be calm for a long time. All the marine creatures in the East China Sea know that a fish explosion mage recently came to the sea. Do not approach the explosion site easily, to avoid being affected by the fish bomber. Chapter 555 Haiyuan City. Bang bang bang. Levi, the fish bombing master, throws explosives recklessly in the East China Sea, attracting marine life and making people miserable. Well, Xingxi is awake? Levi's heart moved, and he sensed that Xingxi had awakened in this small magical world. He checked the current cultivation progress. Elemental Fission, Epic, Legendary Road, 996/10,000. Opening the portal, Levi entered the magical world. With Mistra's magic cabin, Levi doesn't have to worry about having no place to stay on the sea. The originally small magic cabin has been transformed into a vast magical world by Levi. The area and volume of the magical world are still expanding. As the volume of the space bubble becomes larger and larger, the expansion speed becomes slower and slower. Not to mention wanting to become a real world, even if it becomes as big as the Golden Field God Realm. I don't know how long it will take. Levi didn't care much about this. Anyway, the volume of the magic small world automatically expands driven by the void core. No need for him to do anything. Just hang up and it'll be okay. Currently, he doesn't have much use for that much space, so I don't have many ideas. Levi looked at Xingxi, who had regained consciousness. Xingxi was lying on the ground sleeping. Her body was like a hill made of gold, not counting the years of growing up in the secret of time. Now, Xingxi is only over 100 years old. Not even 200 years old. For the long-lived sacred dragon, a dragon less than 200 years old is still considered a young dragon. However, Xingxi's strength has already surpassed that of the 200-year-old young dragon. Many adult or even full-stage dragons may not have her current strength. Ordinary dragons will probably become legendary when they grow up. However, there are different levels of legendary level. High-level legendary levels can easily defeat ordinary legendary levels. The top legendary level is unique. Xingxi has grown to the late legendary stage. The late legendary level of the Dragon Clan is converted into a professional level, and is a high-level legendary level. Going one step further, over there are the top legendary professionals, who stand at the top of legends. Top legendary professionals are only one step away from a higher realm. With one step, you can break through the life level again, and become an 8th level epic level professional. The strongest epic level professionals are even known as demigods. It means the strongest person under the gods. Under Li Wei's gaze, Xingxi's body shone like a small mountain, and his whole body was enveloped in light. The light quickly shrunk and turned into a human form. Levi looked at Xingxi running towards him, and said with a smile, "We have entered the Endless Sea." He took out the legendary soul, and gave it to Xingxi. After the dragon hunter dies, he leaves behind a legendary soul. After absorbing it, you can obtain his legendary extraordinary characteristics. I haven't broken through to the legendary level yet, and rashly absorbing the legendary extraordinary characteristics in the legendary soul will cause unpredictable changes in my legendary path. I'll leave this to you. Xingxi shook his head and said, I don't need it. What's more, it contains the legendary extraordinary characteristics of dragon hunters, which is not suitable for me. Levi thought for a moment, put away the legendary soul, nodded and said, That's right. Absorbing the legendary soul of a dragon hunter will probably give you the legendary supernatural characteristic that causes extra damage to the dragon. You may also get the legendary extraordinary characteristic of hunting dragons to increase your own strength. For Xingxi, these legendary extraordinary characteristics are not suitable. Levi has not yet broken through to the legendary level. If one rashly absorbs the legendary extraordinary characteristics in the legendary soul, he will most likely directly inherit the legendary path of the dragon hunter and change his profession to become a dragon hunter. Therefore, I dare not use the legendary soul now. Theoretically, anyone who can absorb the legendary soul can directly become a legendary professional. The legendary soul contains the legendary path that the fallen legendary professional walked during his lifetime. When a legendary powerhouse absorbs the legendary soul, He can absorb the experience of others on the legendary path without affecting his own legendary path, and accelerate the completion of his own legendary path. The legendary journey of ordinary legendary level professionals has just begun. Therefore, it is basically impossible to leave a legendary soul behind after death. The legendary path of high-level legendary professionals is generally taking shape. After death, there is a very small chance that a legendary soul will be left behind. After Levi and Xingqi briefly described the current situation, the two of them left the magical little world. Levi also needs to seize the time to practice elemental fission. It was left to Xingqi to lead the way. Levi was responsible for frying fish along the way. The endless sea is vast and full of dangers. Even Xingqi, who possesses high-level legendary strength, has encountered dangerous areas that need to be avoided many times. Superstorm in the ocean. The territory of super monsters in the sea. A death zone with strange rules in the endless sea. Although high-level legendary dragons are powerful, they are still unable to run rampant in the endless sea. Deep into the endless sea, far away from the human continent, Xingqi showed his true form as a dragon, carrying Li Wei through the storm and flying to the location of the last fragment of the godhead. Levi sat behind Shang-Chi and concentrated on practicing elemental fission. Wherever Xingqi passed, it was like a bomber passing through. The sponge kept exploding with water splashes all over the sky, and water columns reached the sky. The two flew across the boundless sea for a month. Levi dropped an elemental fission spell. Look at the proficiency +1 in front of you. Elemental fission, epic, legendary road, 9986/10,000. After spending nearly a month, the proficiency of elemental fission is finally reaching its full potential. Levi is becoming more and more comfortable using the extraordinary properties of elemental fission. Roar. The giant dragon beneath him let out a low roar. Xingqi's voice sounded in his heart. Here we are. Right in front. Levi stopped what he was doing, stood up and looked forward. He squinted his eyes slightly, trying to see further. The water below has turned black, as if there is an abyss under the sea with no bottom. Li Wei looked for a long time, but did not see the island floating on the sea. He asked, Where? Xingqi replied, Down there. Very deep. Levi looked down and saw that the black water was like a huge mouth of an abyss, waiting for them to fall into a trap. No need to hesitate. Xingqi fell towards the sea. Levi cast a spell. Water avoidance! A blue light film emerged from in front of Shang-Chi, gradually spreading and covering his whole body. Xingqi plunged into the seawater, and the surrounding seawater separated automatically. The water avoidance technique reduces the resistance of seawater to a minimum. This spell was obtained by Li Wei from a marine alien mage in the endless sea. When the other party performed it, Levi recorded it in the arcane code. Practice a little bit and improve your proficiency. Just take it and put it to use. Under the influence of the water avoidance technique, Xingqi dived very quickly. The light becomes thinner quickly. The whole world gradually fell into boundless darkness. Xingqi released the legendary dragon power to drive away the monsters in the ocean. Purr. The chaotic currents around it indicate that the nearby ocean monsters are quickly escaping from the vicinity. Levi expanded his mental perception as much as possible to sense possible dangers in advance. The deep sea is full of dangers. There are many high-level monsters lurking in the endless sea, especially the large ocean monsters. It is dozens of times, even hundreds of times more powerful than ordinary monsters of the same level, due to their size and living environment. These terrifying monsters called sea monsters cannot approach shallow sea areas. Therefore, few humans can witness them. Within a month of being in the endless sea, the two encountered extremely huge ocean beasts several times. Compared to the Ice Emperor, these ocean behemoths may be small in size. However, for ordinary monsters and humans, every ocean monster is huge, and the smallest ocean monster floats on the sea like a small island. Boom! Levi felt an undercurrent approaching. His mental power condensed into a line, extending the range 10 times. The mental power quickly extends in the direction of the undercurrent, passing through countless chaotic undercurrents, fish, and monsters in the ocean. I came across a huge object. Levi suddenly understood that a giant ocean beast was approaching. Xingqi's dragon power can drive away ocean monsters. However, it is also easy to attract the overlord of the nearby sea area. Obviously, the overlord of this sea area is a giant ocean beast. Rough perception. Levi discovered that the level of this giant ocean beast reached level 8. The magic power is concentrated in the palm of the hand. A fireball emerged. Elemental fission. A thrilling and intense magic wave came from the fireball. It feels like it could explode at any moment. Like a time bomb with no visible countdown. Levi held the violently beating fireball, but did not throw it out in a hurry. After a month, he had a new understanding of elemental fission. Levi found that his previous method of using elemental fission was too rough and wasteful. He uses elemental fission, hoping to maximize the power of the spell every time. Therefore, he will try his best to gather all his strength to cast spells. Later, he discovered that there was no need for this. Excess mana is just a waste. Just give the spell after the elemental fission some time. The power it can unleash can meet expectations. Just like Levi is doing now. The chain reaction of elemental fission within the fireball has been going on for some time. The fire element involved in elemental fission has reached nearly 90%. Levi threw the fireball. The fireball fell into the endless ocean of darkness. Like a firefly in the dark night. It is inconspicuous and cannot illuminate the surrounding darkness. Even, it itself will be swallowed by darkness. No need for Levi to say anything. Xingqi suddenly shrunk his body, turning into a straight spear and piercing deeper into the sea. Get away. Quickly. A huge figure emerged. An 8th level ocean monster. It is 1,000 meters long and can swallow Xingqi and Levi in one bite. It slowly opened its mouth, and a large amount of seawater poured into its mouth. Below, Xingqi was quickly moving away from the ocean beast. An inconspicuous firefly floated along the current into the mouth of the giant ocean beast. Bang! A ball of flame exploded in the dark ocean. Light up the dark underwater world. Rumble. The violent explosion shock waves spread rapidly in the sea water. Bang! Levi was knocked away by a huge force coming from his back. He felt like he had been hit by a wall. The explosion shock wave overturned countless ocean monsters. Levi and Xingqi also took advantage of the shock wave to quickly dive into the depths of the ocean. Bo! The light blue water avoiding light film outside Xingqi's body disappeared. The terrifying deep-sea pressure was instantly exerted on Xingqi. This pressure can flatten steel in an instant. Shang-Chi's movement stalled for a moment. Then he ignored the huge pressure on his body, and quickly dived to catch up with Levi, who was sent flying. A circular magic shield composed of 1,024 hexagons appeared outside Levi's body. This is the final form of the 6th level invisible armor spell. 1,024 layers of shields are superimposed. It can easily withstand the tremendous deep-sea pressure that crushes steel. Call! Levi grabbed the dragon fin behind Xingqi and fixed his body. Xingqi accelerated again, following the current generated by the explosion shock wave, and dived towards the depths of the ocean. The two men have dived to a depth of more than 100,000 meters. Still diving. Levi didn't know how far away from the sea it was now. Finally, they saw their destination. In the pitch-black underwater world, there is unexpectedly a world full of light. Countless undersea plants emit faint fluorescence, illuminating the underwater world. Among the countless undersea plants, there is a most dazzling light. It is a city under the sea. When Levi saw the luminous city on the bottom of the sea, he was stunned and shocked. When he knew that the third fragment of the godhead was at the bottom of the sea, he also wondered if the Holy Dragon King died, and the fragments of his godhead were left on the seabed. Unexpectedly, there is a city under the sea. But, who built this underwater city? No urging from Levi was needed. Xingqi swam quickly towards the underwater city. As he was approaching the underwater city, Levi sensed a dangerous aura. Careful! Call! A black steel fork penetrated the seawater and hit Levi, who was standing behind Xingqi. Click! 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 In an instant, Levi's shield dropped nearly 100 layers. He countered quickly. Bang! Flames exploded in the darkness. The power of fire spells was suppressed to the extreme. Couldn't hurt the attacker. However, it illuminates the other person's appearance. An ugly monster with a humanoid upper body, 4 arms, green skin, and a fish tail on its lower body. The moment he saw the other party, Levi knew the race of the attacker. Naga. The Naga tribe. An evil race living in the abyss of the ocean. The Naga professional legendary ocean hunter continued to attack Levi. Every attack can drive the surrounding seawater to impact Levi's body. Grrrrrrrrrr. The sound of violent water flow came from all directions in the west. Xingqi also has her enemies. In the darkness, another legendary professional from the Naga tribe did not appear. Control the power of the sea to attack Xingqi. The seawater turned into countless huge tentacles and grabbed Xingqi, trying to tear him apart. Bang! The Naga sea hunter's steel fork pierced Levi's fireball. The seawater turned into prongs and pierced the shield outside Levi's body. The shield collapsed dozens of layers. Roar! Xingshi roared angrily, and breathed out his holy breath. To no avail. The enemy was hidden in the distance. And she couldn't lock onto the enemy's figure at all. In danger. We are in the deep sea. In the enemy's advantageous position. It is difficult for Levi and Xingshi to show their strength. Faced with constant attacks and constantly broken magic shields. Levi didn't panic. He was still fighting with his spells that couldn't hurt his opponents at all. Elemental Fission, Epic, Legendary Road, 9996/10000. Chapter 556 Advanced Legendary Mage. The legendary Ocean Hunter of the Naga tribe appears and disappears. Attack Levi from all directions. Of the thousands of layers of shields, less than 100 were left. The Ocean Hunter only needs to hit Levi once more to break the strong turtle SHL on his body. The other party seemed to know this very well. At the last moment, he stopped pressing forward. Levi felt no respite. Instead, I could faintly sense that a danger was brewing. A ball of light appeared in Levi's hand. Light explosion! The lighting technique after elemental fission instantly turns into a super flash bomb. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Ocean hunters, who are not used to strong light, subconsciously avoid it. Just at this moment, Levi breaks through. Elemental Fission, Epic, Legendary Road, 10,000/10,000. Epic level extraordinary characteristics transform into legendary level extraordinary characteristics. Elemental Fusion, Legendary, Primary Elemental Fusion rules, 0/10,000. Levi took advantage of the situation and mastered the rules of Primary Element Fusion. The body of the holy flame boiled violently. It's like a fusion reaction of elements taking place. Levi's mana increased rapidly, and his mental power increased rapidly. The power in the body is like a fusion reactor, being continuously released and increasing rapidly. Fear Sun Concept, 7th level, 0/10,000. Breakthrough. Promoted to Legendary Mage. Levi's total mana increased tenfold. The range of mental perception is increased to 10,000 meters. It far exceeds the level of improvement that ordinary mages can achieve by breaking through to the legendary level. Under normal circumstances, after a mage breaks through the legendary level, the upper limit of his mana will be increased by 2 to 3 times. Mental power can be increased by up to double. Levi's mental power perception range increased to 10,000 meters, and his mental power increased almost 15 times. Breaking through the legendary level. The improvement is mainly related to the accumulation of the mage himself. The stronger your magic power, the stronger your mental power. When you break through, the greater the improvement you can get. Promoted to Legendary Mage. Levi's mental perception swept through and locked onto the legendary Ocean Hunter of the Naga tribe. The Ocean Hunter's figure froze, and he felt an invisible sense of oppression. The moment he was targeted, it was like someone holding a gun to his head. A life and death crisis came to my mind. The Ocean Hunter was filled with doubts and confusion. How did this human being suddenly become so powerful? The Ocean Hunter was frightened and reacted immediately, using his strongest move to end the human race with one blow. The understanding of the rules of elemental fusion was engraved in Levi's mind when he broke through the legendary level. Levi showed a faint smile. Is this the rule of elemental fusion? Staring at the Ocean Hunter whose mental perception was locked, Levi raised his right hand. Catch the water, as if holding an Ocean Hunter in the palm of your hand. Water element bursts. The water element around the Ocean Hunter undergoes a fusion reaction. At first, a single water element undergoes a fusion reaction, and the subtle magic fluctuations released are difficult to detect. Until the Ocean Hunter relied on his instinctive affinity for the water element and sensed the magical fluctuations produced by the fusion of elements around him. He still didn't care. This magic wave is too weak. There was no way it could hurt him. The speed of the chain reaction produced by the fusion of elements is increased geometrically. When he sensed the magic fluctuations, tiny blisters began to appear around him. At first, no one paid much attention to the tiny blisters. Immediately afterwards, the nearby seawater seemed to boil. With its own legendary extraordinary characteristics, the Ocean Hunter is immune to most water spell damage in the ocean, and its strength is greatly improved. Even if the seawater boils, it cannot harm him. Until the whole ocean boiled. The entire ocean turns into a huge reactor, and the water element inside continuously releases energy. Ocean hunters find their skin is drying out. Then it was extremely hot, and my whole body felt hot. He experienced what it was like to be scorched in the deep sea. Bang! After the fusion of water elements reaches a certain scale, reaching Levi's constraint limit, explosion occurs. The explosion of the water element fusion reactor creates a huge deep-sea vacuum bubble. While the vacuum bubble lasts, it is like an invisible black hole that crazily swallows the surrounding seawater, disturbing the ocean currents of the deep-sea world. The attack rhythm of the Nada legendary professional, who had been controlling the sea water, to attack Xingshi was disrupted. Xingshi took the opportunity to break through the encirclement and rushed in front of the enemy. Holy Dragon Breath! Hu ho ho! The dragon's breath transformed by the sacred power ignores all defenses, burns the enemy's body and soul, and purifies everything. Levi used the holy flame domain to freeze a sea area around himself. Avoid being sucked in by vacuum bubbles. He turned around and saw a female Nada with 6 arms wailing in the breath of Xingshi's holy dragon. On the back of her head were braids as thick as tentacles. Information corresponding to her appeared in Levi's mind. Nada Tribe Sea Soul Sacrifice. Also a legendary professional. Sea Soul Sacrifice is more like a human mage professional. Control the power of the sea to fight. The power in the sea is far stronger than that of mages of the same level. However, the weaknesses are also obvious. Except after leaving the sea, his strength will drop significantly, and he will be beaten by other legendary professionals. There is also the fact that oneself is too fragile. After being approached by a high-level legendary sacred dragon, there was almost no resistance. Tear it apart. Xiangxi used his claws to tear into pieces the Sea Soul Sacrifice after being severely injured by the holy dragon's breath. Green blood spread in the sea. The body of the Sea Soul priest trembled slightly, and blue light emerged. After a moment, the blue light shattered and the body disappeared. Xiangxi looked at the empty green blood in the seawater with a daze in his eyes. Why did the body disappear out of thin air? Li Wei approached Xingxi and explained. This is one of the escape methods of the Sea Soul Sacrifice. In addition to being able to transform into a water spirit and blend into the sea so that enemies can't find themselves, the Sea Soul Sacrifice can also fake death and escape. The Sea Soul Sacrifice has an extraordinary characteristic. It can leave a sacrificial statue to a god somewhere, and then resurrect at the statue after feigning death. But it can only be used once in a short period of time. The next time you encounter her, you can completely eliminate her. The resurrection method of the Sea Soul Sacrifice cannot be compared with Levi's Nirvana rebirth. After being resurrected by sacrificing the idol, the resurrection method of the Sea Soul Sacrifice will not be available for at least half a year. Levi didn't know the specific cooling time. This is the core secret of the Sea Soul Sacrifice profession. It is naturally impossible for the Nada Sea Soul Sacrifice to tell humans. After Levi knew that he would go deep into the endless sea, he also deliberately used the Toresta clone to gain an in-depth understanding of the Nada clan. Therefore, we know the 2 professions of Ocean Hunter and Sea Soul Priest, in addition to the 2 common high-level professions of the Nada tribe, Ocean Hunter and Sea Soul Sacrifice. There is another high-level profession among the Nadas that is also relatively common. There is only one word difference between Sea Beast Sacrifice and Sea Soul Sacrifice. The fighting styles of the 2 are completely different. Sea Beast Priests are similar to summoners among humans, and can summon various powerful summoned beasts to fight. Sea Beast Sacrifice is even more powerful. They can tame ocean giants and control them to fight. Even the weakest ocean beast can reach the 7th level. Ocean behemoths beyond the 8th level are not uncommon either. Most of the Sea Beast Priest's strength comes from the ocean beasts he has tamed. Therefore, there is still a huge gap in strength between the Sea Beast Sacrifice and the Sea Soul Sacrifice. Defeat 2 legendary professionals from the Nada clan. Levi and Xingxi looked towards the underwater city. Is that the territory of the Nada tribe? Levi muttered. He doesn't know much either. So far, humans only know that the Nada tribe lives in the abyss of the ocean. However, it is not clear how the Nada tribe survives in the abyss. As for the underwater city, there is no relevant news at all. Haiyuan is extremely dangerous and is the base camp of the Nada tribe. Few humans can reach deep into the ocean abyss. Levi thought for a moment and couldn't get an answer. The main thing is that this shouldn't be Haiyuan. However, the strong men of the Nada tribe will appear here, and they should not be far from the abyss. The scope of the abyss is very large. In a narrow sense, Haiyuan refers to the area where the Nada clan's headquarters is located, the area guarded by the space tower. That was the area where the Nada tribe appeared when they first appeared in the main world. An abyss in a broad sense. Any place where the depth of the ocean exceeds a certain depth can be called an abyss. It would not be surprising even if this place became an abyss. Levi said. Go down and take a look. Be careful. Xingxi nodded. Yeah. The 2 of them fell towards the underwater city. Xingxi could sense that the 3rd piece of Godhead was getting closer. She clearly sensed that the fragment of the godhead was in the undersea city below. After getting closer, Levi saw that the underwater city was wrapped in a huge crystal wall. The undersea city wrapped in semicircular crystal walls is like a pearl lost in the ocean. Crystal is transparent. Levi could see the scene in the underwater city. After seeing the scene below, Levi showed surprise. Good news. This is not Naga territory. The residents living in the underwater city are not Nagas. But the mermaid tribe? The appearance characteristics of the Naga tribe and the mermaid tribe are very similar. However, the Naga tribe is more like monsters, and the mermaid tribe is more like humans. Legend has it that a long time ago, the Naga tribe and the mermaid tribe were of the same race. After something happened, some mermaids within the mermaid tribe turned into the evil and ugly Naga tribe. This involves the secrets of ancient times. Levi wasn't sure either. The underwater city is a city of the mermaid tribe, not the territory of the Naga tribe. This is good news for both Levi and Xingxi. Although the relationship between the mermaid tribe and humans is not very good, it is at least much better than the Naga tribe. The Nagas are a bunch of crazy people who attack humans whenever they see them. Completely two hostile camps. Levi and Xingxi were looking for a place to enter outside the crystal shield. The two attracted the attention of the mermaid guards. A mermaid guard holding a golden trident approached the two. Through a crystal shield. He asked, "What are you two doing near Hyuan City?" Levi said, "We want to go in and look for something. Can you let us in?" The mermaid guard refused. Hyuan City does not welcome outsiders. Please leave quickly. A female mermaid wearing a thin gauze skirt swam over. "Don't worry. They just drove away the Nagas wandering outside the city," the female mermaid said in a gentle voice. The mermaid guard heard the sound, turned around, saluted quickly and shouted, "Your Majesty, why are you here?" When Levi heard this, he looked at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess is fair-skinned and beautiful, with a slender figure and uneven shapes, and her fishtail shows 7 colors. He is more than 5 meters tall. For the mermaid tribe, this height can only be regarded as the normal range for female mermaid tribe. The mermaid tribe is a matrilineal tribe. Compared with the larger matrilineal tribesmen, the male tribesmen of the mermaid tribe are smaller. The handsome mermaid guard is already considered tall among the male tribesmen, but it's only a little over 4 meters tall. Standing next to the mermaid princess, she suddenly became shorter. The mermaid princess said, "I just saw a fight happening outside, so I came over to see what happened. Let them in. It's been a long time since humans came to Hyuan City." When the mermaid princess spoke, she couldn't help but look at Xingxi, with a strange look in her eyes. She lamented that no human had come to Hyuan City for a long time. But he turned a blind eye to the more obvious sacred dragon. "As commanded," the mermaid guard responded, stroking his chest. He waved the golden trident in his hand. The crystal cover in front of Levi turned into a thin light curtain. Seeing this, the mermaid princess smiled and said, "You too. Please come in. Welcome to Hyuan City." Hearing this, Levi took the lead in walking into the crystal cover. The crystal cover that originally blocked everything became transparent. Levi easily passed through the crystal shield. Next is Xingxi. Xingxi turned into a human form, shrunk and walked into the crystal cover. Seeing the two people coming in, the mermaid guard waved the golden trident, and the crystal shield returned to its original state. He watched the two of them vigilantly, ensuring the safety of the mermaid princess and upholding his duty as a guard. Levi smiled and said, "Hello, Your Majesty the mermaid princess. I am Levi. Her name is Xingxi." The mermaid princess said, "Hello, legendary spellcaster. I am Anne, the mermaid princess. This is Janet, the guardian of our mermaid tribe." Janet looked at Levi and Xingxi with a serious look, still not seeming to let down his guard. He looks very young. However, Levi knew that the lifespan of the mermaids should not be generalized to that of humans. Although the lifespan of the mermaid tribe is not longer than that of the elves, but it can also live 500 to 600 years. Since Janet can become the guardian of the mermaid tribe, it is naturally impossible for him to be only in his 20s or 30s, as he appears on the surface. Levi could also feel the opponent's strong strength. He couldn't see through Janet's level. This is enough to explain the problem. Only when the opponent is stronger than Li Wei, Levi cannot see the opponent's true strength. After mutual introduction, the mermaid princess said, "Two distinguished guests, please come with me. It's rare for distinguished guests to come to Hyuan City. I will entertain you too well." Li Wei quickly said, "Your Majesty Princess, there is no need to entertain you. The two of us are here to find the Holy Dragon King. based on the previous attitude of the mermaid princess when she saw the sacred dragon. After thinking about it, Levi decided to tell his purpose directly. Go straight in. He felt that the mermaid princess might have met the holy dragon king. The mermaid princess was not surprised when she heard this. She said, "Dear spellcaster, please don't be anxious. I will take you to see the holy dragon king. Before that, please accept the mermaid clan's hospitality." When it came to this, Levi had no choice but to hold back his impatience. "Well, thank you very much." Chapter 557 Holy Dragon King. The mermaid princess is in Poseidon Temple. Li Wei and Shang-Chi were entertained as if they were treated by the mermaid tribe as envoys from other countries. Levi and Shang-Chi tasted the underwater world and the special delicacies of the mermaid tribe. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Although the atmosphere of the banquet was very lively, Li Wei was always thinking about the purpose of this trip. After the banquet, Li Wei immediately found the mermaid princess and wanted to see the holy dragon king. The mermaid princess did not refuse this time. "You two are so eager to see the holy dragon king. So please come with me." The mermaid princess moved and swam towards the outside of Poseidon Temple. Levi and Shang-Chi have the mermaid princess's waterproof fish bubbles on them. Walking in the Poseidon Temple filled with seawater is like walking on the earth, and they will not be affected in any way. The two quickly followed the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess took Levi and Shang-Chi underground to Haiyuan City. There is a huge natural water cave here. Levi discovered that after getting close to here, the mermaid clan could hardly be seen. This place is also a forbidden area for the mermaid tribe. The mermaid princess swam to the entrance of the cave and waited for Levi and Shang-Chi. Li Wei landed in front of the mermaid princess and looked at the cave entrance in front of him. Could it be that the holy dragon king was inside? The mermaid princess said, "The situation below is somewhat special. It is both part of Haiyuan City and not part of Haiyuan City. It may be in danger." Levi nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Shang-Chi also nodded. When the mermaid princess saw this, she said, "Go in." She turned and swam into the cave entrance. Levi quickly followed. When entering the cave entrance, Levi felt as if he had passed through a layer of space. The next second, he was surprised to find that he was breathing air. The underwater cave turned out to be a cavity with air inside. Losing the buoyancy of the seawater, Levi fell from the sky. A stream of water floated to Levi's side and wrapped around his waist, helping him float in midair. Levi turned to look and saw that the mermaid princess was wrapped with several streamers made of seawater, allowing her to fly in the air. Call. Shang-Chi also came in through the hole. After the two people reacted, they were able to fly on their own. No more help from the mermaid princess. Levi looked down and saw that the underwater cave in front of him was huge. It was pitch black down there, and it was hard to see what was there. The mermaid princess flew in front and said, "Please follow me. Both of you. Please be careful on the way down. You may encounter danger." Levi nodded. "Well, I'll be careful." Under the leadership of the mermaid princess, Levi and Shang-Chi flew towards the depths of the underwater cave. After descending, Levi saw that the bottom of the cave was actually a sea of water. His mental perception was swallowed up the moment it touched the seawater. The mind cannot sense what is under the water. The occasional waves and waves produced by the sponge made Levi feel the terrifying power contained in the sea. There is horror beneath this mysterious ocean. Levi thought about it. Did the danger the mermaid princess mentioned refer to the underground sea below? As long as you don't get close, you shouldn't be in danger, right? Levi followed the mermaid princess cautiously, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he did not encounter danger for a long time. The mermaid princess said, "It's almost there." After hearing this, Li Wei looked up and took a closer look. There was a small point of light in the darkness ahead. Is that the destination? Just as Levi was staring into the distance, the mermaid princess suddenly said, "Be careful down there." Levi subconsciously looked at his feet. The sea rises beneath our feet. A sea beast opened its bloody mouth and rushed out of the sea, biting towards Li Wei. Levi quickly increased his height and cast spells to attack. Time is tight, and there is no time to cast complex spells. Just use your best fireball technique. It's just a fireball technique that gives elemental fusion. Fusion fireball. The fireball flew into the sea beast's mouth. The sea beasts also seemed to sense the danger. A turbulent jet of water spurted out from the mouth of the sea beast. Bang! An explosion occurs after the water column collides with the fireball. The flames of the explosion dispersed the nearby darkness. The impact caused Levi to accelerate upward and escape the attack range of the sea beast. After the upward trend of the Leviathan is interrupted, it falls back into the sea. With the help of the explosion's fire, Levi saw a human figure behind the huge sea beast. Taking a closer look, it was not a human being, but a six-armed female Naga with a human-shaped upper body. Naga rides on the back of the sea beast and controls the sea beast to attack Levi. Sea beast sacrifice. Levi instantly realized the identity of his enemy. But why do the Nagas appear here? Isn't this inside Hyuan City? Levi suddenly remembered that the mermaid princess had said that part of the underground cave belonged to Hyuan City, and part of it did not belong to Hyuan City. He looked down at the choppy water below. Does it mean the area under the sea? The mermaid princess flew over and said, "Come on! This place is connected to the abyss. The strong men of the Naga tribe will come along the underground sea soon." Li Wei looked surprised when he heard this, and suddenly realized it at this moment. No wonder. It turns out that this is how Hyuan City got its name. Hyuan City is actually located above the exit of Hyuan. From this point of view, it seems that the mermaid tribe suppressed the Naga tribe and prevented them from leaving the abyss through this exit. In the other direction, directly above the sea abyss, there is the space tower, one of the top mage towers in mankind, guarding the exit of the sea abyss. The Naga tribe could not leave the abyss, thanks to the suppression of the abyss city and the space tower that blocked the entrance and exit of the abyss. Levi nodded, moved his hand, and quickly cast a spell. A fire snake flew out of Levi's palm. It swelled in a storm, and in an instant it turned into a giant snake more than 10 meters long. Not only that, under the catalysis of elemental fusion, the size and strength of the fire snake are still increasing rapidly. Levi called back Xingxi, who wanted to fight the sea beast, and followed the mermaid princess. Leave the fire snake to contain the enemy. In just a few seconds, the fire snake expanded from more than 10 meters to hundreds of meters. The fire serpent turned into a fire dragon. The fire dragon pounced on the sea beast emerging from the sea. The sea beast set off huge waves and hit the fire dragon, trying to completely strangle it under the waves. Levi sensed the battle happening behind him. He decisively gave up the idea of the fire dragon containing the enemy. The gap is too big. The level of the ocean beast controlled by the sea beast priest has reached level 8. A mere 100-meter fire dragon is no match at all. The fire dragon trembled and accelerated suddenly, its body straight like a spear piercing the giant ocean beast in the waves. All the power is concentrated on the tip of the spear. Boom! Huge waves exploded into torrential rain. The sea beast let out a cry and slowly sank into the sea. The fire dragon also disappeared in the heavy rain. After the fire disappeared, Levi could no longer see the figure of the sea beast. All he could feel was the rough waves beneath the surface. The Leviathan priest may be looking for an opportunity to strike. Levi stared down for a while, sighing secretly. Unfortunately, the seawater here is very strange, and spiritual perception cannot penetrate the seawater and detect the scene below. He was unable to pinpoint the location of the sea beast sacrifice. Otherwise, he could use the enhanced version of the Great Sun nuclear explosion technique to kill the sea beast priest in one blow. Even an 8th level sea beast cannot withstand the power of the Sun nuclear explosion technique head-on. Levi has already verified how powerful the Sun nuclear explosion technique is. As strong as the Red Archbishop, he was also seriously injured in the Sun nuclear explosion attack. Xingxi sensed a breath appearing in front of him, which was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Familiar because this breath is engraved in her blood, along with the blood inheritance. It was strange because it was the first time she had truly sensed this aura. The Holy Dragon King is right in front. Xingxi was extremely convinced. Li Wei sensed Xingxi's voice, raised his head, and looked ahead. The Holy Dragon King is really here. Boom! Suddenly, a huge wall of seawater appeared in front of everyone, blocking all paths. A figure slowly emerged from the sea. 8-armed snake demon, an 8th level warrior from the Naga tribe. The power is astonishing. The moment the 8-armed snake demon appears, Levi and Xingxi both subconsciously stopped moving forward. Sensing great danger, the mermaid princess also had a sullen look on her face. Levi glanced behind him. If the sea beast priest didn't intervene, Xingxi could only hold the 8-armed snake demon for a short time. He can use the Sun nuclear explosion technique to defeat the 8-armed snake demon. Wow! The seawater surged, and huge things emerged from the seawater. Levi's eyes narrowed, his expression extremely solemn. 3-headed sea beasts appear from behind. 1 8th level sea beast and 2 7th level sea beasts. The situation is more serious than imagined. The mermaid princess said, "I will create opportunities for you to go to the past. You can seize the opportunity to go to the place where the Holy Dragon King is. When Li Wei heard this, he was surprised and said, Isn't it dangerous for you to stay here? The mermaid princess said, Don't worry. They can't hurt me. Levi didn't understand what she meant. The mermaid princess stood up and sang loudly. The song of the mermaid resounded throughout the cave. At first, Li Wei only thought the mermaid princess's singing was beautiful and pleasant. The sound of waves lapping on the sea surface reached my ears. He looked down and saw a large number of deep-sea monsters emerging from the sea. Even the three-headed sea beast controlled by the sea beast priest was commotion. The mermaid princess's song can command all sea creatures, including sea beasts. When the sea beast priest saw that the sea beast was out of control, he did not dare to look back, jumped off the back of the sea beast, dived into the water, and disappeared. The three-headed sea beast and countless ocean monsters surged towards the eight-armed snake demon and launched an attack on the eight-armed snake demon. Many monsters joined forces to set off a shocking wave. The waves crashed towards the eight-armed snake demon. The eight-armed snake demon stands with 2 arms folded across his chest, and the remaining 6 arms hold 6 different weapons. Faced with attacks from sea monsters and warcraft, the eight-armed snake demon didn't even bother to move. He waved the weapon in his hand twice. There was no sight of swords or swords. The shocking waves were torn into pieces. The 3 sea beasts also had deep wounds visible on their bodies, and blood filled the seawater. The ocean monsters died one after another. In the blink of an eye, the sea water was dyed red with the blood of the monsters. The size of the sea beast is huge, and it can withstand the attack of the eight-armed snake demon without being fatal. The mermaid princess didn't want to see any more casualties. She quickly told the ocean monsters and sea beasts to retreat, shouted to Levi and Xingxi, Now! Rush forward! Li Wei looked at the eight-armed snake demon in front of him, who had already shown his powerful strength. Without thinking, he chose to believe in the mermaid princess and rushed forward at full speed. The eight-armed snake demon lowered his arms across his chest, opened his arms, and his forearms were covered with golden rings. Just when Levi thought the eight-armed snake demon was about to attack, the seawater behind the eight-armed snake demon turned into a huge fish tail and slapped down. Bang! The figure of the eight-armed snake demon was submerged in the seawater. At the same time, the seawater wall blocking the way forward was also broken. Levi and Xingxi seized the moment when the seawater wall was broken and flew over at top speed. Just after flying over, Levi quickly turned around and looked, worried about being attacked by the eight-armed snake demon from behind. Surprisingly, the eight-armed snake demon did not attack them, because the eight-armed snake demon was suppressed by the mermaid princess and had no intention of taking care of them at the moment. But the seawater wall is repairing itself. In just a few seconds, the huge gap disappeared. Levi also lost the figure of the mermaid princess. Mental perception cannot penetrate the mysterious waters here. Li Wei also didn't know the current situation of the mermaid princess. However, the strength shown by the mermaid princess did not seem to require him to worry about her safety. In the ocean, the mermaid princess is much stronger than him. Levi came back to his senses and said quickly, Xingxi, let's leave quickly. Xingxi said, Yeah, and quickly flew in the direction he sensed. After approaching the light spot seen earlier, Levi then discovered that it was an island floating in the sea. Before he even got close, he felt a powerful aura. The dragon power of the Holy Dragon King did not restrain at all, filling the air, making Li Wei feel a huge pressure. Xingxi felt it too. The pressure she endured was even greater than Levi's. For Li Wei, Long Wei is just a kind of spiritual coercion. Xingxi was under the dual pressure of blood and spirit. Levi flew to the edge of the island under huge pressure and was about to fall down. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the edge of the island. A huge attraction came from the whirlpool, pulling Levi and Xingxi down in midair quickly. Levi tried his best but couldn't stop his falling figure. It can only barely slow down the decline. Facing the sudden attack, Levi reacted very quickly. He did not hesitate to throw out the Great Sun nuclear explosion technique originally prepared for the eight-armed snake demon. When the mermaid princess told him to rush over, the reason why Levi chose to believe in the mermaid princess was because he was ready. Boom! The power of the sun's nuclear explosion exploded. The fire instantly illuminated the entire cave. The sea and islands were shaking, and the sea seemed to be blown away. Under the attack of the Great Sun nuclear explosion technique, the vortex stagnated and collapsed. The vortex is about to collapse, and a force pours out from the vortex. A pitch-black animal claw covered with black hair stretched out, destroyed the sun nuclear explosion technique, and grabbed Li Wei and Xingxi. Levi looked horrified. What the H? L is this? Even the Big Sun nuclear explosion technique was unable to cause any damage to it. Ouch! A deafening dragon roar came. Levi was shocked and dizzy. In a daze, he saw a golden light hitting the black claws protruding from the whirlpool. The black beast's claws were bleeding and injured, and were slowly withdrawn into the whirlpool. The vortex disappeared. Then, Levi lost consciousness and his vision went dark. Chapter 558 False God's Godhead. When Li Wei was about to arrive at the island where the Holy Dragon King was suddenly attacked by a mysterious and powerful enemy. Even Levi's most proud attack method, the Sun nuclear explosion technique. It cannot cause damage to it either. When Levi and Xingxi were about to be captured by a mysterious enemy, a golden light repelled the mysterious and powerful enemy. Levi also lost consciousness in the aftermath of the battle. When he woke up, he opened his eyes and found two sacred dragons appearing in front of him. Li Wei was lying on the ground, looking at the two similar sacred dragons, one large and one small, in front of him, frozen in place. It took half a minute to react. The big sacred dragon is the Holy Dragon King he is looking for. It's true that my brain was shocked, and it took half a minute to boot up. The legendary mage whose startup speed exceeds 0.01% in the world. When Xingxi saw Levi waking up, he came over happily. Levi sat up and found that he was already on the island. It's a deserted island. Just rocks. Otherwise, not a blade of grass grows. This was originally the stone island created by the Holy Dragon King in order to stay safely in the underground sea after the Holy Dragon King appeared here. He subconsciously asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Xingxi said, "About 5 minutes." The Holy Dragon King looked down at Li Wei, and his rich voice reached his ears. "Sorry. The situation was urgent just now. I didn't have time to stop, and I accidentally hurt you." Li Wei shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with you. If you hadn't rescued me in time, Holy Dragon King, I'd be in trouble now." "By the way, what was that just now?" Levi asked, thinking that that thing can't even explode with the Big Sun nuclear explosion technique. Li Wei's scalp felt numb, and his back felt cold. The Holy Dragon King said, "The evil god believed by the Naga tribe. His evil god." Levi took a breath, but he didn't expect that he would be attacked by the evil god. It is different from the previous curse of the evil god in space. This time, he was attacked head-on by the evil god. As a result, he was unable to fight back. However, the opponent was an evil god. Levi found that he was no match, and was not too frustrated. He hasn't even broken through to the 8th level yet. It would be too fanciful to want to defy heaven and slay the gods now. Get stronger, and maybe you can do it. The evil god who attacked Levi has been secretly recorded in a little notebook in his heart. When my strength allows, I will be the first to use it for surgery." The Holy Dragon King said, "I am entrusted by the mermaid tribe to sit here and prevent the evil gods of the Naga tribe from entering Haiyuan City through the underground sea channel." Li Wei looked at the huge Holy Dragon King and was secretly surprised. The Holy Dragon King can sit in the underground sea and resist the evil god-level warriors of the Naga tribe. Its great strength is evident. So how powerful is the Demon Dragon King who defeated the Holy Dragon King and became the king of the Dragon Clan? Cannot imagine. The Holy Dragon King glanced at Xingxi and sensed Felice's aura from her blood. Knowing that Xingxi is a descendant of Felice, the insidious and cunning Demon Dragon King planned to assassinate Felice and lure the Holy Dragon King to rescue her. A trap was set to attack the Holy Dragon King. It was precisely because of this incident that the Holy Dragon King suffered an irreversible decline. In the end, he was defeated by the Demon Dragon King and fled to the Endless Sea. The Holy Dragon King said to Xingxi, and at the same time told his own experience to his dead daughter Felice. "In my battle with the Demon Dragon King, the Demon God intervened. Although the Dragon God discovered it in time and intervened to stop it, I still lost. After losing to the Demon Dragon King, I escaped from Dragon Island with serious injuries and came to the depths of the Endless Sea. I am recuperating in the Endless Sea, recovering from my injuries, and looking for opportunities to fight back. Unexpectedly, news of the death of the Dragon God came. Before the death of the Dragon God, he came to see me. He handed over the fragments of his godhead to me and told me that there are mermaids from ancient times lurking in the Endless Sea. I searched for a long time in the Endless Sea and accidentally met a mermaid tribe member who was being hunted by the Naga tribe. After I rescued that person, I learned that she was the last royal bloodline of the mermaid tribe. She took me to Haiyuan City and use the ancient magic circle that has been preserved in Hyuan City since ancient times to cover my aura so that the Demon Dragon King cannot find my whereabouts. So, I stayed in Hyuan City to recuperate and regain my strength. The Mermaid Tribe has been devastated by the Naga Tribe's invasion. In order to thank the Mermaid Tribe for their kindness in protecting me, I propose to guard the underground sea to prevent the Naga Tribe from invading Hyuan City. Relying on the half-fragment of the godhead given to me by the Dragon God, I have repeatedly repelled the Naga evil gods who were unable to exert their full strength, and severely damaged the Naga invading troops many times. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed. I never thought that one day I would be able to meet Felice's descendants. The Holy Dragon King looked at Shang-Chi with an excited expression. Phyllis died at the hands of the Dragon King. It is incredible that her descendants are still alive today. Even the Holy Dragon King didn't know that Felice was pregnant. When he thought of this, the Holy Dragon King couldn't help but feel remorse and guilt. If it weren't for the fight between him and the Demon Dragon King, Felice would not have died in the hands of the Demon Dragon King. Soon, a look of determination appeared in the eyes of the Holy Dragon King. Regret and self-blame are of no use and cannot bring back the lost person. He also knew very well that the Demon Dragon King caused civil strife within the Dragon Clan, and the Demon God must be behind it. This was not something he could avoid if he wanted to. The demon has long been eyeing the Dragon Clan. Not only the devil, but also the gods in the sky. They are also the culprits. The Dragon God has fallen, and the murderer is the devil and the gods. The Holy Dragon King opened his mouth and spat out the half-fragment of the godhead given to him by the Dragon God. Golden light filled Levi's vision, and the thing in front of him seemed to be the most dazzling thing in the world. He couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. Compare it with the godhead fragments of the beast god and the godhead fragments of the elf god. The fragments of the Dragon God's godhead are much larger, and the power contained in them is also more powerful. Moreover, the fragments of the godhead are still filled with divine power. This is the reason why the fragments of the Dragon God's divine personality reveal their astonishing brilliance. The Holy Dragon King also relied on the remaining divine power in the fragments of his godhead to easily defeat the evil gods of the Naga tribe. The fragments of the divine head fell slowly, and Levi stretched out his hands to catch the falling fragments of the divine head. He held the fragment of the godhead, looked at the Holy Dragon King and said, "If you give this to me, what will happen to the evil god of the Naga tribe?" The Holy Dragon King laughed. "A mere nameless evil god cannot use the power of the fragments of his godhead." Suddenly, two huge whirlpools appeared in the underground sea. A huge octopus tentacle, 50 or 60 meters in diameter and over 1,000 meters long, stretched out from the whirlpool and struck down at the Holy Dragon King on the island. The black-furred beast's claw that had just been injured emerged from another vortex. The claws covered with black fur grabbed at Levi. The evil god's target is the fragment of the Dragon God in Li Wei's hand. The Holy Dragon King seemed to have expected this. He fluttered his wings and soared into the sky, grabbing the huge octopus tentacles and tearing them apart. The evil god's flesh and blood turned into a rain of blood, and the pieces of flesh fell down. After tearing apart the evil god's tentacles, the Holy Dragon King opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling golden beam of light. The breath of the Holy Dragon. Sizzle! The claws of the black-furred beast were burned by the Holy Dragon's breath. The hair turned into ashes, and the skin and flesh fell off and disappeared. When only the bones were left, the black-haired beast's claws reluctantly retracted into the whirlpool. Call! Bang! A huge gust of wind pressure hit him, and Levi quickly bent down and stood firm to avoid being blown away. The Holy Dragon King landed on the island. Majestic and majestic. His unparalleled gaze scanned the disappearing whirlpool. The violent wind passed, and the island returned to calm. Li Wei then raised his head and looked at the Holy Dragon King. The strength of the Holy Dragon King is indeed extremely powerful, enough to go head-to-head with evil god-level enemies. At this time, the Holy Dragon King should still be at his peak. Levi finally understood why even the gods would avoid the dragon at its peak. The dragon at its peak is indeed very powerful, possessing power comparable to that of a god. It's a pity that even the sacred Dragon Clan has a relatively long lifespan among the Dragon Clan. The peak period was no more than 1,000 years old. As long as the gods do not die, they will always be at their peak, and there is no life limit. Gods have transcended the dimension of living beings, a high-latitude life form, counting tens of thousands of years. There are very few beings who can transcend the dimension of life and become gods. Now, the opportunity to reach the sky in one step is right in front of Levi. He looked down at the fragment of the Dragon God in his hand. The fragments of the beast god's godhead and the god of El's godhead are also in his hands. He can now access the power of the gods if he wants to. Being in the divine life dimension is called a false god. Even if he is just a false god, he is still in existence that is beyond the reach of countless people. Levi put away the fragments of Dragon God's divine head. He looked at the Holy Dragon King and said, I won't use these fragments of Godhead, and neither will Xingxi, because I have the confidence to rely on our own abilities to become true gods. Levi's eyes showed firm belief. He was extremely convinced that this was something that could be done. The Holy Dragon King looked into his eyes, and was infected by the emotions in his eyes. After a moment of silence, the Holy Dragon King said, Maybe, for you, this is not the best choice. How you make a choice is entirely up to you. I am only responsible for keeping this fragment. According to the wishes of the Dragon God, give it to the destined person in the future. The Holy Dragon King does not need the fragments of his godhead. The power he possesses is more powerful than the pseudo-god. The Beast King and Elf King may not be as powerful as the Holy Dragon King. However, they are also not interested in the godhead that can become a false god, because they are as confident as Levi that they can take that step and become gods. They are waiting for an opportunity. Sometimes, becoming a god early is not a good thing. The Holy Dragon King glanced at Li Wei and said, Of course, you must also be prepared to endure hardships. The difficulties you will encounter may be far beyond your imagination. Levi said firmly, I am confident. I will definitely become a god. Me too. Xingxi came over and said. There was confidence in her eyes. The Holy Dragon King did not attack this young and promising junior. With such great strength at this age, maybe she really has hope of becoming the next dragon god. The Holy Dragon King smiled and said, Of course. But before that, you must first complete the awakening of our Holy Dragon clan's bloodline inheritance. Xingxi's eyes showed anticipation. How do I wake up? The Holy Dragon King said, I will help you inspire the power of blood inheritance. At that time, you will face the test of blood inheritance. As long as you pass all the tests, you can awaken the most powerful power of the Holy Dragon clan. Levi asked, How long will this take? The Holy Dragon King said, I don't know. It could be a few years at a short time, or hundreds of years at a long time. Xingxi heard that it might take hundreds of years to complete the inheritance of the Holy Dragon. Suddenly, the idea of retreat arose in my mind. Li Wei sensed her thoughts and said quickly, Xingxi, I believe you will pass the test smoothly. He smiled and said, Don't be afraid. I will wait for you. Xingxi hesitated for a moment, then strengthened his confidence and walked to the Holy Dragon King. I want to accept the inheritance of the Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon King nodded, lowered his head and touched Xingxi. Golden light appeared in the center of the two huge heads. The Holy Dragon King is pure golden light. The golden brilliance of Xingxi is mixed with the brilliance of 7 colors. After seeing it, the Holy Dragon King couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. The inheritance of the Time Dragon? Buzz! A great display of golden light enveloped the entire island. When the light disappeared, Xingxi lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Levi sensed the intense fluctuations in Xingxi's soul. Understand that what she is going through is not as simple as it seems. The inheritance of the sacred dragon mainly comes from the soul level. It may take years, even decades, or hundreds of years for Xingxi to wake up from his deep sleep. By then, she will unleash her full potential and her strength will be further enhanced. Levi doesn't plan to wait here for that long. He has his own plans. Before leaving, Li Wei had a question in his mind and asked the Holy Dragon King. Holy Dragon King, I have a question. Is there any relationship between the mermaid tribe and the Naga tribe? Hearing this, the Holy Dragon King lowered his head and said, A long time ago, the Naga tribe was actually a mermaid tribe. Levi had a look of curiosity on his face. The Holy Dragon King continued, In ancient times, the mermaid tribe believed in and worshipped the sea god. I don't know when the sea god suddenly disappeared. The mermaid tribe, which had lost the protection of the gods, was invaded by the evil god. During this process, some mermaids chose to believe in the evil god. The mermaids who abandoned their faith in Poseidon and chose to believe in the evil god were cursed and gradually turned into an ugly appearance. Later, they were transformed into Nagas by the mermaids. The Naga tribe believes that the curse comes from the mermaid tribe. Originally a mermaid tribe, the Naga tribe believed in the evil god in order to survive. Their hearts are full of anger and resentment towards the mermaid tribe, and they regard the mermaid tribe as their mortal enemies. The hostility between the two sides has continued to this day. During this period, Something happened, causing the Naga tribe, who believed in the evil god, to disappear from the main world and fall into the abyss. Until the abyss appeared and opened a door to the abyss. The Naga tribe became the vanguard of the abyss invasion of the main world, and came to this world again. The mermaid tribe was influenced by the hostile thoughts of the Naga tribe in ancient times, and also to prevent the main world from being invaded by the abyss. We will focus on Haiyuan City to suppress the exit of Haiyuan and prevent the Naga tribe from leaving Haiyuan. The Naga tribe has been unable to open the exit, and the evil god behind them can't sit still. So they appear here. After listening, Levi had another doubt. Where did Poseidon go? Chapter 559, Advancement of the Legendary Road. Intermediate Element Fusion Rules. Where did Poseidon go? Faced with Li Weixin's questions, the Holy Dragon King could not answer it either. Not only Li Wei has a question, but the Holy Dragon King also has a question. All the fish people have the same question. Why did Poseidon suddenly disappear? Levi thought of what happened after the disappearance of the elves and beasts. I can't help but have some doubts in my heart. Was the sea god believed by the mermaid tribe in ancient times also eaten by the demons and gods? However, it was too long ago. There is no way to study that era. In ancient times, the gods may not have visited this world. In the myths and legends of the elves, the world tree opened up the world, and then the elven gods were born. The elves rely on their natural magical talents to become the masters of the world. Then, the gods appeared in the world. Before this, it seemed as if gods did not exist in the world. Occasionally there are rumors that evil gods appear somewhere. There are strong and weak evil gods. Most evil gods are just rumors, and are not real gods at all. Just some creatures with great power or special powers. In ancient times, humans also believed in totems. At that time, totem creatures were the supreme gods in the eyes of humans. Later, people discovered that the so-called totem gods were just magical beasts with special abilities. As time goes by, more and more gods are being falsified. In modern times, those who can be called gods are most likely real gods. Levi threw away the unnecessary thoughts in his mind. Keep your eyes on the present moment. Li Wei took out the legendary soul and planned to absorb the rules and insights in the legendary soul to improve his own strength under the protection of the Holy Dragon King. If you leave now, you may have to face the 8-armed snake demon. If you don't improve your strength, you may not even be able to get out of the underground sea. The Holy Dragon King glanced at the legendary soul in Li Wei's hand. I sensed something inappropriate in it. In this regard, I just took another look and didn't pay much attention. Levi sat cross-legged on the ground with his hands on his knees, holding the legendary soul. The mental power slowly penetrates into the legendary soul, absorbing and digesting the insights of the high-level legendary dragon hunter. The dragon hunter's understanding of higher-order rules can give Levi an intuitive feeling, thereby inspiring his own understanding of the rules. Levi mainly improves the rules of primary element fusion. Elemental fusion, legendary, primary elemental fusion rules, 6/10,000. With the protection of the Holy Dragon King, Li Wei can safely absorb the insights in the legendary soul. It took nearly 2 months to absorb and digest all the insights of the high-level legendary dragon hunter. During this period, he encountered several evil attacks. They were all blocked by the Holy Dragon King. Levi's insights were also interrupted several times. The aftermath of a battle with an evil god-level warrior is too powerful, and there is nothing to be done about it. Otherwise, Li Wei would be able to digest his insights faster. After experiencing several battles between the Holy Dragon King and the evil god, Levi discovered something. Although the Holy Dragon King can repel the evil god's temptation attack, it is a very disadvantageous thing for him. It seems like the evil god always gets injured and retreats. But in fact, the evil god's injuries were not as serious as they seemed. A severed limb is not considered an injury at all to the evil god, as long as it is not an attack at the legal level. It cannot cause substantial harm to the evil god. However, the power of the Holy Dragon King was gradually consumed by attacks one after another. After losing the fragments of the dragon god's godhead, the Holy Dragon King can no longer possess nearly infinite power. In this way, every time he repels the evil god's temptation attack, he will become weaker, until, unable to withstand the temptation attack of the evil god. Levi is still worried about this. If the Holy Dragon King cannot withstand the attack of the evil god, it will be very dangerous for Shang-Chi to stay here. After absorbing the legendary soul, Levi's worries disappeared. Dragon Slayer, legendary, increases the damage caused to dragons by 500%. Elemental Fusion, legendary, intermediate elemental fusion rules, 0/10,000. After digesting the legendary soul, Levi's understanding of the law made a breakthrough. Master the rules of intermediate element fusion. Hit a new legendary trait. It was the rules of intermediate element fusion that changed Levi's mind. Let him not have to worry about the Holy Dragon King being consumed again and his strength declining. And he may be in danger. The primary element fusion rules allow a single element within a specified range to undergo a fusion chain reaction. This releases a large amount of energy, causing burning, high temperature, combustion, and explosion damage to the enemy. Levi used the primary element fusion rules to cause elemental fusion in a large amount of water elements around the Naga Ocean Hunter. Successfully created a super furnace in the deep sea, which originally suppressed fire spells. Burned the Ocean Hunter directly to ashes. Compared to the extraordinary characteristics of epic elemental fission, the release of primary element fusion rules is simpler, and the requirements for release conditions are much lower. Elemental fission also requires Levi to cast a spell, wait for the spell to undergo a chain fission reaction, and activate the maximum power before throwing it out. Elemental fusion can be used directly on the enemy. The intermediate element fusion rules further enhance Levi's ability to control element fusion. The primary element fusion rules can only perform fusion chain reactions on a single element. The intermediate element fusion rules can also only carry out the fusion chain reaction of a single element. However, it is no longer limited to free elements. All elements can participate in fusion chain reactions. According to the first words of the book of Genesis, the world is made of elements. Theoretically, all objects in the world can become materials for Levi to perform elemental fusion. Levi picked up a stone. An ordinary stone picked up from the island. Penetrating detection through mental perception. This stone is composed of 54% earth element, 33% air element, 10% water element, and 3% fire element. The earth element forms the body of the rock. The element of air is the air and voids contained within rocks. The water element is the moisture within the rock. The fire element is the temperature of rock. This is an elemental component that Levi can only perceive after he has advanced to become a legendary mage. No wonder the mage believes in the saying, "The world is composed of elements." In the eyes of a legendary mage, the world is indeed composed of various elements. Low and mid-level mages do not have this perspective. Naturally, we have doubts about the truth, questioning this and that, always trying to overturn the truth. But it is also this spirit of skepticism that can promote the continuous advancement of magic research. Levi imposed the rules of elemental fusion on the stone in his hand. Let the earth element in it undergo elemental fusion. Due to the intervention of other elements, the reaction speed of earth element fusion is slow in the early stage. Wait until the chain reaction exceeds a limit. The fusion speed of the earth element suddenly increased, quickly approaching the limit of Levi's control. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded the limit of Levi's control. From the outbreak to out of control, it only took a few dozen seconds. Levi quickly threw the out-of-control stone, throwing it with his huge arm. The stone flew thousands of meters. Bang! The fusion reaction inside the stone was completely out of control. All the energy transformed by the fusion of the earth element is released. There was an earth-shattering explosion. Levi stood on the island and felt a scorching heat coming from thousands of meters away. Snap! The magic shield he deployed blocked the aftermath of the explosion for a moment, then shattered into fragments of blue mana that filled the sky. The huge impact knocked him away. He flew backwards for dozens of meters before stopping. This is the power of the magic shield that blocked most of the aftermath. The explosion alarmed the Holy Dragon King. He straightened his body and quickly scanned his surroundings, looking for enemies. Such an astonishing explosion power. If it explodes close to him without defense, it is likely to cause harm to him. After the explosion, flames disappeared. Levi saw a whirlpool appearing on the sea in the distance. This is not a sign that the Naga evil god is about to attack, simply because the seawater was evaporated by the explosion. A vacuum zone appeared. A whirlpool formed by the intrusion of the surrounding seawater. The Holy Dragon King sensed intense magic fluctuations not far away. He looked at Levi with some suspicion. Could it be that he made the noise? Levi got up from the ground, patted his clothes, and cast a dust removal spell. The dust fell to the ground, and the whole body looked brand new. He looked satisfied. Ordinary stones can explode with such amazing power. If it were items such as magic stones and magic crystals that contained rich magic elements, wouldn't they be even more powerful? An idea came into Levi's mind to rub a nuclear bomb with his hands. What he is doing now is really rubbing magic nuclear bombs with his hands. A single stone can emit the power of a forbidden spell. Don't be too outrageous. Get some more and carry them with you. You will be invincible. I wonder if I can only keep throwing forbidden spells. Who can withstand the continuous bombardment of forbidden spells? When Levi thought of this, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Hey, hey, hey! Call! A dark shadow covered the sky above Levi. The Holy Dragon King came over, looked down at Li Wei, and said, "Did you make the noise just now?" Li Wei looked up after hearing this, nodded and said, "Yes. Don't release the forbidden curse here casually," the Holy Dragon King said. Levi said, "That's not a forbidden spell. It's just a gadget I made." Holy Dragon King, ? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Li Wei picked up a stone. After sensing for a moment, I found that the elemental composition of the stones was slightly different, but it was almost the same. The element with the highest content is the earth element. Li Wei once again used the earth element as the main fusion element. After a while, it felt almost done. He threw the stone away. This time, the stone flew more than 2,000 meters before exploding. Because the stone was smaller and farther away, the shock wave of the explosion spread to the island. And this time Levi was not thrown away. The Holy Dragon King looked at the violent explosion in the distance in surprise. He looked at Levi in disbelief. Was that really a rock that exploded just now? Although the power is smaller, the fluctuation is unmistakable. Levi didn't lie. It was really him who did it just now. The two explosions shook the Naga tribe hiding in the sea to pieces. The Naga tribe thought that the Holy Dragon King was going to attack them. He quickly ran to ask the evil god for support. Wow! A whirlpool appears on the sea surface. Li Wei's eyes lit up. He looked at the Holy Dragon King and said, "Holy Dragon King! Leave it to me this time." He took out a pure magic crystal. The pure fire element magic crystal contains an astonishing amount of fire element. Compare it to a nuclear bomb made of pebbles. Probably the difference between a little boy and a czar. The startup speed is also much faster than stones full of impurities. In less than half a minute, the fire element magic crystal in Levi's hand emitted a dazzling light. If it weren't for him restraining the energy produced by the fusion of elements, the temperature released during the fusion of elements alone is enough to melt this island. Advanced fire rules also play a key role in this process. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Levi's own ability to completely restrain the heat energy generated by elemental fusion from being released. Whoosh! Levi threw the fire element magic crystal full of destruction into the whirlpool. The evil god's huge tentacles stretched out from inside. Bang! Levi is blind. The Holy Dragon King also closed his eyes and released his power to suppress the island from being blown away by the explosion shock wave. The light from the Tsar nuclear bomb explosion illuminated most of the underground sea cave. Unfortunately, Levi couldn't see it. His eyes witnessed the brightest moment of the explosion, and then fell into darkness. My eyes were stinging and burning. My ears were also deafened. Can't see, can't hear. Levi could only feel the strong wind, and he was blown away and hit the solid and cold mountain wall. He quickly grabbed the crack in the mountain wall and fixed his body. It felt like the island under my feet was shaking violently, like a small boat bumping in the rough waves, and it might be capsized by the waves at any time. Hoo ho ho! At the last moment, the Holy Dragon King grabbed the island and flapped his wings to lift the entire island out of the sea. The evil god's tentacles at the center of the explosion had completely disappeared. The space vortex connecting the abyss and the underground sea also disappeared. However, a huge whirlpool appeared in the underground sea. The vortex is over 10 kilometers in diameter. A large amount of seawater is poured into the whirlpool very quickly. The island was almost involved. Thanks to the Holy Dragon King, he lifted the island and flew into the air. Levi's eyes relied on the powerful self-healing ability of the Holy Dragon's body to gradually regain his vision. After regaining a little bit of his vision, he discovered the gap he had grasped. It turned out to be the dragon scales of the Holy Dragon King. What he hit was not a hill, but the Holy Dragon King. After 70% of his vision was restored, his hearing was also restored to 30%. Levi could already see and hear the outside world clearly. He looked shocked when he saw the huge whirlpool below. Damn it! With such a big whirlpool! Could it be that the evil god is coming? When the Holy Dragon King heard this, he lowered his head and looked at him. He was shocked and a little helpless. No! This is the noise you made! Next time, don't take action again. I admit that you are very strong. This is the recognition from the Holy Dragon King. After hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help but feel excited. The whole person swelled. It feels like evil gods are no longer a thing. Give him 100 pure element crystals, and he will dare to rush into the space vortex to fight the evil god of the abyss. The Holy Dragon King said, "This move of yours is indeed very powerful and destructive. But for the truly strong, your attack cannot hit them at all. No matter how powerful it is, it will be useless." A wake-up call, awakening Levi's inflated self-confidence. Levi came back to his senses and felt that this was indeed the case. Experts as strong as the Beast King and Elf King can easily break through space. It is also easy to dodge elemental crystal nuclear bombs. The power may be unmatched, but if you miss it, it will be useless. Levi touched his chin. It seems that the power is still not strong enough. If the whole space can be destroyed, how can they escape? Chapter 560, The Pinnacle of Demigod Level. Protective Dragon Scales. After a long wait, the underground sea returned to calm. The Holy Dragon King gently lowered the island. He stood on the edge of the island, looking at the calm sea. Now, it is estimated that the evil god of the Nanda tribe will not dare to cause trouble for a while. The Nandas hiding in the underground sea also suffered heavy casualties. The elemental crystal nuke exploded too fast. The attack range is too large. The Nandas in the sea had no time to escape and died in the explosion. The Nandas who were not within the attack range were also affected by the aftermath of the explosion and suffered heavy losses. I don't know how many Nanda clan members were killed by the shock wave alone. Levi is planning to leave here. He made some magic nuclear bombs and wanted to leave them to the Holy Dragon King as a means of attack. In this way, the power consumption of the Holy Dragon King can be reduced as much as possible. Extend his fighting time. However, the situation is not as expected. Levi can create magic nuclear bombs that explode with a delayed delay. However, only he can control these magic nuclear bombs. Once out of his control, the ongoing chain fusion reaction inside the magic nuclear bomb will explode rapidly, directly turned into a detonated magic nuclear bomb. So far, Levi has not been able to create a magic nuclear bomb that can escape from his own storage. The Holy Dragon King understood Li Wei's kindness and said, "It's okay. The evil god suffered a big loss just now. He probably won't come back for half a year. As for Xingqi's safety, you don't have to worry. If I feel like I can't keep this place any longer, I'll take her out of here." The Holy Dragon King assured Li Wei of Xingqi's safety. In fact, to the Holy Dragon King, Shang-Chi was his granddaughter, so he naturally tried his best to ensure Shang-Chi's absolute safety. There is no need for Levi to say this at all. However, this also greatly increased the Holy Dragon King's favorable impression of Li Wei. At first, he only regarded Levi as Xingqi's partner. Now, the Holy Dragon King understands that Levi is not only Xingqi's partner, but also Xingqi's family. He could see that Levi and Xingqi had signed a soul contract. We live and die together. I thought it was Levi who got the advantage. Now it seems that both Levi and Xingqi are on equal footing, and no one is taking advantage or getting lucky. The Holy Dragon King did not think that Li Wei was worried about Xingqi's safety because Xingqi lived and died with him. Worrying that Xingqi will implicate his own death and truly worrying about Xingqi's safety are completely different attitudes. The Holy Dragon King can see it. He could see that Levi was completely worried about Xingqi's safety. It doesn't involve the slightest relationship with myself. There is no selfishness. Seeing the promise made by the Holy Dragon King, Li Wei understood that a strong man like him would definitely do what he said. He felt relieved about Xingqi's safety. So, Li Wei asked the Holy Dragon King to leave here. "I'm leaving. I'll ask you to take care of Xingqi." Although Levi and Xingqi share the same life, the Holy Dragon King did not force him to stay, so as not to implicate Xingqi's thoughts due to Li Wei's unexpected death. He had seen what Levi was capable of, and knew what he was capable of. Have confidence in him too. However, before Li Wei left, the Holy Dragon King still made some guarantees. "Put it away. This is the amulet I gave you. It can withstand a full blow from a peak demigod level expert." A golden dragon scale flew into Li Wei's hand. Li Wei put the dragon scales away and thanked him seriously. "Thank you. Withstand a full blow from a peak demigod level expert. This means that as long as the gods don't take action, this protective dragon scale can protect him from death. The gods are all in the sky, and the gods that can be seen occasionally in the world are all specious evil gods, not a true god-level powerhouse. This protected dragon scale is almost a gold medal for immunity from death." Li Wei finally knew the true strength of the Holy Dragon King. Demigod-level peak powerhouse. The combat power is comparable to that of gods. Li Wei blended the protective dragon scales into the fire spirit bead necklace. The fire spirit pearl necklace has long lost its effect on him. After possessing the flame domain, he rarely used the fire spirit pearl necklace to restore his mana. And after a long period of use, the magic energy in the fire spirit pearl necklace is almost exhausted. Just bring it over to install the protective dragon scale. Although Levi is not a blacksmith, he does not need to forge protective dragon scales into equipment. Just melt the protective dragon scale into the fire spirit bead, and use the advanced flame rules to do it easily. Under the action of advanced flame rules, the fire spirit beads melted and flowed like amber, wrapping the protective dragon scales, and then returned to a round shape and solidified. When finished, it looks natural. It's like there is a golden dragon scale growing inside the fire spirit bead. Levi glanced at Xingxi and said goodbye to her. Xingxi, goodbye. When you wake up, I will come back to you. Xingxi was completely immersed in the trial of the Holy Dragon Inheritance and was unable to respond to Levi. After Levi said goodbye, he turned and left the island. They flew towards the direction where the mermaid princess had brought them in. The journey was very peaceful, and there were no Naga attacks. The Naga master suffered heavy losses in the explosion just now. There is no intention to attack Levi now. Levi successfully arrived at the exit of the underground sea. He wanted to go out, but found that the space membrane at the entrance of the hole could only enter, but not exit. Just when he was worried about how to get out, the space membrane became transparent, and the figure of the mermaid princess appeared on the opposite side. You can come out now, the mermaid princess said. Levi flew out quickly. After passing through the space membrane, Levi returned to Haiyuan City. Returned to a world full of seawater. Gulu. The mermaid princess spits out a fish bubble. The fish bubbles wrapped around Levi, isolating the surrounding seawater. Levi looked back and saw that the space membrane at the entrance of the hole was closed again. So that's the case? No wonder those Nagas don't come out directly from here. Only by defeating the Holy Dragon King and then breaking through the space barrier at the entrance of the cave can one enter Haiyuan City. When the mermaid princess saw that Shang-Chi had not returned, she asked, "Did she stay down there?" Li Wei nodded and said, "It will take some time for Xingxi to stay below and accept the inheritance of the Holy Dragon. As for me, prepare to leave for a while, and then come back to pick her up after she has accepted the inheritance." The mermaid princess nodded and asked, "So, you are leaving here too?" Levi nodded and said, "Yes. Thank you, Your Highness, for taking care of me during this time. If I have the chance, I will come back to Haiyuan City to have a look." The mermaid princess smiled and said, "Haiyuan City welcomes friends to visit us at any time." The mermaid princess sent Li Wei away from Haiyuan City. Mermaid guard Jenna waved the golden trident, causing the crystal shield protecting the entire Abyss City to open and exit. Allow Li Wei to leave Haiyuan City. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared outside Haiyuan City and rushed towards the open exit. Seeing this, Janet angrily shouted, "The bold Nagas are seeking death!" Wielding a golden trident, it rolled up the seawater and turned it into a huge waterspout. The waterspout swallowed up all the figures approaching Haiyuan City. Bang bang bang. Several Naga masters who wanted to take the opportunity to forcefully break into Haiyuan City all died. Janet glanced at Levi and snorted, "Humph!" It seemed to be a demonstration to him. Levi also looked at him in surprise. Unexpectedly, Janet was so powerful that he killed several Naga legendary level professionals with a single blow. This guardian of the mermaid tribe really has two brushes. Wait for the water outside to calm down. Levi said goodbye to the mermaid princess. "Goodbye," Levi said. "Goodbye." The mermaid princess waved goodbye. "Walk slowly. Don't get eaten by sea monsters," Janet said. After hearing this, Levi glanced at Janet, smiled, and turned to leave. Janet had a cold face and a warm heart. Otherwise, he would not have reminded Li Wei to pay attention to the sea beasts outside Haiyuan City. Li Wei left Haiyuan City and surfaced toward the sea. He released the power of the dragon and drove away the ocean monsters trying to get closer in the sea. After advancing to legend, the power Levi can get from Shang-Chi becomes even more powerful. The effect of the dragon's power he released was undoubtedly that of a legendary dragon. After all the ocean monsters below level 7 sensed the power of the dragon, they all turned away and did not dare to approach. Even if the 7th level ocean monster senses the dragon's power, it will carefully move out of the way and will not approach rashly. The only one who might launch an attack on Levi is the overlord of the nearby sea area. Fortunately, Levi did not encounter an attack from the Overlord-level sea beast until he surfaced. Puff! Levi burst out of the water. Seeing the starry night sky, I felt extremely happy at the moment. From the dark, cold and silent place of the deep sea, rise all the way up until you leave the surface and see the stars outside. The depression that was suppressed in Levi's heart was finally released. Ah! Sure enough, it's more comfortable outside. Although you can stay at the bottom of the sea for a long time, your life will not be threatened. But after all, Levi is not a sea creature, and he still prefers the world outside the ocean, especially the vast sky above our heads. Just looking at it makes people feel happy. After breathing the fresh air on the sea, Levi turned to look at the present. Looking around, the sea in the distance is still dark and silent. As before, the world seemed to be swallowed up by darkness. Only the occasional sound of the waves proved that the world still existed and had not disappeared into the darkness. This is countless times better than the silent and dark world in the deep sea. At least, there are countless stars in the sky to keep Levi company. Levi took out the navigational pointer. This is a magic prop he bought in Hanhai City, which can keep pointing north in the endless sea. However, at this moment, the navigation pointer in his hand kept spinning. Never been able to stop. Levi patted the navigation pointer, but it still couldn't stop. He put away the HNA pointer with some disappointment. It's not that he bought a bad product. Before departure, Levi also tried it and found that the navigation pointer was good. This is the most advanced navigation pointer in Hanhai City. It can't be broken that easily. The only explanation is that something nearby affected the navigation needle, making it unable to determine the correct position. Levi also didn't know what the principle of the magic navigation pointer was. Therefore, it is not clear what factors affect the navigation pointer. Maybe it's a magnetic field. Or maybe it's some kind of magical fluctuation. Levi can only rely on his own abilities to find a way out of the endless sea. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the flow of magical elements between heaven and earth. Spiritual perception was fully unfolded, and the flow trend of magic elements within 10,000 meters around him emerged in Levi's mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes and found that the magic elements were vaguely gathering in one direction. This shows that there is at least something in that direction that is absorbing and consuming magic elements. It may be a powerful monster that is absorbing magic elements to practice. It may also be some kind of man-made magic item or magic circle. I hope we can find the space tower. Otherwise we will be in trouble if we want to go back, Levi thought in his mind. Although the space tower does not use elemental spells. However, even the magic array inscribed by the space tower's mage still uses magic elements as energy. Even a space array requires magic elements as energy. Levi flew in the direction of the flow of magic elements. Flying a long distance, Levi sensed that the magic fluctuations became violent. It means that you are getting close to the source of attracting magic elements. Levi sped up. After flying for a while, Levi saw the source of the magic fluctuations. A huge whale floating on the sea with a body length of more than 3,000 meters. It is absorbing the light of the sun and moon and absorbing magical elements. Levi looked at it from a distance for a while, then turned and left without getting closer. Deep sea whale. The breath is thick and solemn. It was even more powerful than the 8th level sea beast that Levi and Shang-Chi met on their way to Haiyuan City. After Levi was far away from the giant whale in the deep sea, he sensed the flow of magic elements again. This time the induction made Levi make an unexpected discovery. He found that the magical elements around him were quickly converging in one direction. It is different from the previous deep sea whale that swallowed magical elements. This time, the magical elements between heaven and earth seemed to be quickly sucked away by someone with a vacuum cleaner. A bit like someone casting a forbidden spell. No matter if someone cast a forbidden spell or not. Levi quickly flew over there. The surrounding magic elements fluctuate more and more intensely, and the closer they are to the source of the suction, the more obvious the fluctuations become. After getting closer, Levi saw a colorful vortex appearing in the dim night. Levi looked happy and quickly speeded up. After getting closer, I saw a colorful vortex formed by countless magical elements floating in the air. After a large number of magic elements gathered in the colorful vortex, they did not make the vortex grow any further. Levi sensed that the magical elements flowing into the colorful vortex eventually disappeared. There seems to be an invisible hole in the center of the vortex, which is desperately devouring a large amount of magical elements around it. Levi couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it. The colorful vortex gathers a frightening amount of magical elements every second. The total amount of magic elements required to cast a forbidden spell can be gathered in a few minutes. The vortex in front of him is constantly swallowing magical elements. What lies behind the vortex is daunting. Levi flew to the back of the colorful vortex and sensed the fluctuations in space. He looked up, but there was nothing above him. There is only starlight all over the sky. However, Levi knew that the space tower was here. The space tower is in an independent space isolated from the outside world. You can see outside from inside. The inside cannot be seen from the outside and cannot be entered. Levi flew upwards, trying to find the entrance to the space tower. Returned without success. In the end, he chose to cast the space-tearing spell at the edge of the colorful vortex. Tear apart space. Tear it apart. A dark crack opened in the space. Just as Levi was about to enter, a huge turbulent flow of magical energy spurted out from inside. Chapter 561 6th Level Space Spell. Star Wandering Technique. Victor looked at Levi. His face extremely dark. The white-haired grandfather Claude stood aside, looking at Levi with admiration. "Do you know what you just did?" Victor said with an angry look. Levi also said helplessly, "I didn't know such serious consequences would happen. I just wanted to find a door to come in." Claude smiled and said, "Chow Wei. Forget it. Nothing happened anyway." When Victor heard this, he suppressed the fear and anger in his heart and looked at Claude helplessly. "Deputy Tower Master, this guy almost caused the space tower to fall just now. How could such a serious matter be ignored so easily?" The cause of the incident is that Levi discovered the energy gathering point where the space tower captures the magical elements of the outside world and maintains the operation of the space tower's array. Levi wanted to enter the space tower, but had no way. He cast a space-tearing spell near the energy gathering point. As a result, the space inside the space tower used to store magic energy was unexpectedly torn apart. This resulted in the leakage of a large amount of magic energy, almost interrupting the energy supply of the space tower's basic levitation array and space array. Thanks to Victor, who was patrolling and inspecting the magic circle on the bottom of the space tower. The leakage of magic energy was discovered in time, and the top management of the space tower was notified. Claude is the white-haired old man Levi met in the space tower library. He was the first on the scene, solved the trouble caused by Levi. Then, this scene appeared. Buzz. Several rays of silver light flashed, and several space mages wearing silver space mage robes appeared. "What happened?" the visitor asked quickly. Victor told the visitor the whole story. Everyone looked at Levi. Then, seeing Claude here, he quickly saluted and greeted Claude. "Sir, Deputy Tower Master, Teacher Claude, why are you here?" one of the visitors asked in surprise. Claude glanced at the man, smiled and said, "Timoth, it's okay. You can go back. Teacher, this person caused such a big accident. It is reasonable and reasonable. The space tower must also investigate his purpose to avoid causing greater losses," Timmy said. Timmy's is Claude's disciple, one of the council members of the space tower, legendary space mage. Claude glanced at him and said, "Who do you think can pose a threat to the space tower when I am here?" After hearing this, Timmy's was silent for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, teacher, then let's go first. Regarding the report of this accident, Victor, please write down a detailed process and submit it to the Parliament." Victor nodded in agreement. On the surface, I agreed and had no objections. He cursed Wei secretly in his heart for causing trouble for himself. He found that nothing good would happen as long as he met Levi. Last time, when I met Levi, he tricked him into taking away 2 pieces of space tower magic equipment, plus a bottle of extremely precious amethyst source potion. This time, I met Levi again and found himself in such a mess. Troublesome. After Timmy's left with a few people, Victor looked at Claude and asked for instructions. "Deputy Tower Master, I still have something to ask Levi about this accident." Claude nodded and said, "Let's talk." With that said, he turned and left. Before leaving, he said to Levi, "When you are done, remember to come to the library to find me." Levi nodded quickly and agreed. "Okay, thank you, Senior." If Claude hadn't helped him suppress it this time, he might have been in a lot of trouble. Levi was sincerely grateful to Claude. Levi was also very surprised after knowing Claude's true identity. Unexpectedly, the old man who looked like an ordinary librarian turned out to be one of the deputy tower owners of the space tower. The strength is also extremely powerful. The mess Levi caused, Victor could only watch helplessly. Helpless to deal with it. We can only ask for space tower support. When Claude arrived, he smoothed it over easily. "By the way, The space was reinforced to prevent similar things from happening next time. The strength is evident. Space attainments. Top level. Later, Victor conducted a series of inquiries on Levi to investigate why he appeared in the endless sea. At the same time, why launch an attack on the space tower? Levi insisted. This was not an attack. It was just an accident. Victor put away the recording crystal that recorded the conversation between the two parties and said, whether it is an accident or an attack, these will be decided by the Space Tower Council. When Li Wei heard this, he showed an indifferent expression. Anyway, he has already said what needs to be said, and he can't change what the space tower will do next. Levi said, can you let me use the teleportation array of the space tower to leave here? Victor said, you are not allowed to leave the space tower until the council passes judgment on your actions. Li Wei frowned slightly, then relaxed helplessly. Now that he had something to ask for, Levi could only follow the rules of the space tower. Okay, tell me when the results will be available. It's best to have the results as soon as possible, Levi said. Victor said, don't worry. You definitely can't run away. After coming out of the inquiry room, Levi walked to the library of the space tower. Boom, boom, boom. Levi knocked on the librarian's door. Voices came from inside. Come in. The door is unlocked. Levi opened the door and walked in. Seeing the white-bearded grandfather Claude, he once again expressed his sincere thanks. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Claude smiled and said, these are all small things. He looked at Levi with curiosity. I'm more interested in what happened to you than these things. How did you manage to grow from a 4th-level mage to a legendary mage in less than 2 years? This growth rate makes people wonder if you were taken away. Claude openly raised doubts with Levi. Li Wei explained, I was lucky. I was lucky enough to enter the secret realm of time left by the Time Dragon. I practiced in the secret realm of time for quite a long time. When I came out, I realized that only a few days had passed. If we really count, it actually took a long time to reach the 7th level. When Claude heard this, a strange look appeared in his eyes. The Time Dragon's secret realm of time? The secret realm of time deep in the Arctic ice field? Levi was a little surprised and nodded in response. Well, yes. Has Senior been there too? Claude shook his head and said, I have never been there. I just heard about it. I thought it was a myth. But I didn't expect it to be a magical place that really existed. Levi thought for a moment. And in order to thank Claude for his kindness, he told him the rules of the Time's secret realm. The secret realm of time is deep in the Arctic ice sheet, at the bottom of the extremely cold abyss. The entrance will only appear when the extreme day and extreme night alternate every 33 years. You must possess the relics of the Time Dragon to enter it. Last seen on. Levi told Claude all the news he knew. After hearing this, Claude was also very surprised. He immediately took out his pen and wrote it down. This involves the Time's secret realm of the Time Dragon, which can be said to be the most precious knowledge in the world. At the same time, based on the time mentioned by Levi, Claude deduced the time range for the next opening of the Time's secret realm. This means that if what Levi said is true, then 32 years later, the existence of the secret realm of time can be verified. This is extremely important information for the mage world. Not only the wizard world, but all professionals cannot resist the temptation of the secret realm of time. I have been practicing in the secret realm of time for several years, and it has only been a few days since I came out. This sounds like something out of a legend. Claude understood that if it was true, then this possibility did exist. There is very little information about the Time Dragon, but it is clear that the Time Dragon does possess the most mysterious power of time. Claude looked at the page in his hand. After looking at it for a moment, he put it down and looked at Levi. He said, this news is of great value, and I cannot allow you to contribute such valuable news in vain. Let me think about it. What should I give you? Li Weigang wanted to be polite. When the words came to his lips, he quickly suppressed them. Claude is the deputy tower master of the space tower, and the things he gives must be good things that ordinary people can only dream of. If he missed Levi because of his politeness, he would probably give himself a few big mouths. Claude thought for a moment, looked at Levi and asked, is there anything you want? Levi thought for a moment and sorted out all his current methods. Found that he lacked space spells to move long distances. It took more than half a month to rush from the forest of elves to the edge of the endless sea. It took more than a month on the road from Hanhai City to Haiyuan City. If there was an ultra-long distance space movement spell, it would save a lot of time on the road. Levi said, Is there a space spell that can carry out ultra-long distance transmission? For example, I want to return directly to the northern part of the sky continent from here. When Claude heard this, he looked at Levi for a moment and smiled. There is such a spell. But are you sure you want this? The level of the space teleportation spell that can meet your requirements is not low. Even a space magician may take a long time to learn it. Claude suddenly remembered the first time Levi learned space magic in front of him. He also thought that Levi was an elemental mage and could not learn space magic. The result was a slap in the face. Levi learned quickly and well. His talent in space spells even surpasses that of most space mages in the space tower. Claude laughed. Ha. I almost forgot. You can't compare to others. Okay, I'll help you look for it. Claude turned and walked into the resting hut. After a while, he walked out and handed an ancient magic scroll to Levi. Levi took the magic scroll with both hands and looked at the magic scroll in his hands curiously. Claude said, "This is the 6th level space spell, Star Boundary Wandering. After you learn it, you can perform long-distance space teleportation. After you fully master it, you can open the portal to the star realm." Levi showed a look of surprise. "Thank you so much, Senior." 6th level space spell. Up there is the space binding curse. Levi didn't dare to ask for it. For any top mage tower, the forbidden spell is a unique secret and cannot be passed on lightly. Levi never thought he could get a forbidden spell from the space tower. Being able to obtain the 6th level spell Star World Wandering was already a great surprise for Levi. Claude said, "Let me remind you. If one day you can open the astral portal, you must be careful to use the astral wandering technique. If there are no exact world coordinates, it is easy to get lost in the star realm and unable to return to the main material world." Levi nodded repeatedly and said, "Yeah, I understand. Thank you for reminding me, Senior." Claude said, "You first try to practice the Star World Wandering technique. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Of course, if you want to go to the library to read related books, you are always welcome." After bidding farewell to Claude, Levi found a place to live in the space tower. Victor said that Parliament would make a resolution on Levi's behavior. Wait until the resolution of the Space Tower Council comes out. Only then did Levi have the chance to leave the space tower. During this time, Levi stayed in the space tower to practice the art of astral wandering, a brand new 6th level space spell. It is indeed quite difficult to practice. Prior to this, the highest level space spell that Levi had mastered, Space Tier Technique, was only at the 4th level. Under normal circumstances, a space mage wants to learn more advanced space spells. You must learn the prerequisite low-level space spells, then go to school level by level. Jump directly from the 4th level space tearing technique to the 6th level astral wandering technique. The span of time was so large that Levi simply couldn't understand the spell model of the astral wandering spell. However, this does not affect his proficiency in following the script. Anyway, as long as you complete the entry-level proficiency level, you will naturally master the astral wandering technique. Astral Wandering, Level 6, 0/1000. Levi practices the art of astral wandering in the dream world. After 8 years of training in the secret realm of time, the Great Sleepwalking Heavenly Technique has reached the 6th level. The 6th level Great Sleepwalking spell can enter the 6th level dream world. The time flow rate difference between the dream world and the real world is 64 times. 1 day in reality is 64 days in the dream world. The extraordinary properties of elemental fission are due to the fact that magic elements do not exist in the dream world, so they cannot be practiced in the dream world. In the dream world, Li Wei practiced the art of astral wandering day and night. After practicing for more than 40 days, Star Wandering Xiao Chung, 2410/4000. The next afternoon, Levi got news from Victor. The Space Tower Council has already made a decision on what he did. Because of Claude's intervention, the Space Tower did not intend to pursue Levi's fault this time. It's also good news. Victor glanced at Levi and said calmly, "Good luck to you. If the Deputy Tower Master hadn't been protecting you, this matter wouldn't have ended so easily." Levi didn't know what to say, so he smiled. Before leaving the space tower, Levi went to say goodbye to Claude. "Senior, thank you very much for your help in this matter. I'm leaving. I will definitely come back to visit you when I have time. Goodbye." When Levi left, it was Victor who saw him off. Victor controlled the teleportation formation and asked, "Where to go?" Levi thought for a moment and said, "Elemental Tower." Chapter 562 Elemental Tower. Your Dharma God is back. Tower of Elements. Levi told where he was going. Victor activated the space teleportation array and sent Levi to the elemental tower. After nearly a year, Levi returned to the elemental tower again. Buzz! A pillar of light appeared on the teleportation square of the elemental tower. The light beam gradually went out. Levi came out of it. He looked around and found that the teleportation square that was originally located on the ground was now floating in the sky. Two floating islands, one large and one small, are floating in the sky. The larger one is the elemental tower, and the smaller one is the teleportation square where Levi is currently located. In order to prevent enemies from invading directly through the teleportation array, the elemental tower is used. The teleportation array has always been separated from the elemental tower itself. Now faced with the commotion of the undead in the ancient battlefield and the natural disaster of the undead, the teleportation square that was originally located on the ground had to be raised into the air. Avoid the teleportation square being destroyed by the undead. Levi stood on the teleportation square, looking at the larger floating island not far away. In the center of the floating island is a huge mage tower. On the upper floor of the mage tower, four pillars extend from the outer wall, and flags representing the four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire are hung on them. At the top are two separate semicircles arching a blue light ball. That is the ultimate strategic weapon of the elemental tower. It is now in a semi-active state. This means that the elemental tower is always ready for battle. Levi walked to the edge of the teleportation square and found that there was a defensive formation on the edge, and he could not leave. On the ground, undead can be seen everywhere. The defense mage is to protect the mage in the teleportation square. At this moment, the elemental tower seemed unaware of the arrival of a legendary mage. Levi walked through the path between the teleportation square and the floating city, passed through the defensive array, and came to the outside of the elemental tower. He looked up at the tall elemental tower in front of him. Feeling a little complicated, the last time he left the elemental tower, he was forced to leave. The light cult wants the elemental tower to hand him over. The elemental tower was under pressure and had to choose to hand over Leeway to the light cult. Levi can understand the choices made by the higher-ups of the elemental tower. Understanding is understanding. It is impossible to forgive. Naturally, Levi's return was not to forgive the higher-ups of the elemental tower. He came to go further. The Tower of Elements had what he wanted. Sunlight. In Leeway's view, it is an extraordinary power based on the rules of naturally existing element fusion. Elemental fusion was born out of nuclear fusion. The sun undergoes intense nuclear fusion all the time. Solar glare comes from the sun. By analyzing, understanding and appreciating solar radiation, you can clearly understand the rules of element fusion inside the sun. In Livy's view, the ultimate evolution direction of element fusion is the sun. Ignite a planet and turn it into a burning sun. The direction of solar time evolution is not the end of evolution. The sun goes one step further to become a red giant, a supernova, a white dwarf, and even a black hole that can distort time and space. The growth potential of this path is extremely high, reaching the level of a black hole. Even time and space cannot escape. Different paths lead to the same destination. Any kind of power that reaches its extreme is extremely terrifying. Besides, Levi also wanted something else. For example, the various spells accumulated in the elemental tower for many years. There is also the forbidden spell mastered by the elemental tower. Levi walked to the door of the elemental tower and met an acquaintance. He smiled and said, "Hello. Hi. Hobbies. Long time no see." Hobbies heard someone calling him and turned around subconsciously. The moment he saw Levi, he froze on the spot. "Levi, Levi!" As soon as the name came out of his mouth, Hobbies quickly covered his mouth. He hurriedly walked to Levi and pulled him to the corner next to him. Hobbies looked at Levi nervously and said, "Why are you still in the elemental tower?" Levi asked. "It's been more than half a year, and the news has long passed," Hobbies said. "Having said that, you suddenly disappeared last time, causing the top management of the element tower to suffer a big loss in front of the light god religion. The element tower has already expelled you. You also announced that you defected and escaped from the elemental tower. Everything you did had nothing to do with the elemental tower." This is all the rhetoric of the higher-ups of the elemental tower. The people below each have their own ideas. Hobbies didn't care how the elemental tower slandered Levi. In his opinion, Leeway was an excellent scholar, and it would be great if he could stay in the Hall of Truth. The top management of the elemental tower are all idiots, and they actually forced away such a talented scholar. In this regard, the opinions among the members of the Hall of Truth are relatively unified. especially those scholars from the Temple of Truth who had come into contact with Li Wei and worked with Li Wei. They all thought it was a pity that Levi was expelled from the elemental tower. This is the loss of the elemental tower. Those uninformed outsiders and mages who don't understand Li Wei naturally have a different attitude, believe the announcement issued by the elemental tower, and regard Levi as a sinner of the elemental tower, slandered in every possible way. Anyway, all the bad things that have happened in the elemental tower in recent years are related to Li Wei. He was the one behind it all. The question is, Levi, who was expelled from the Tower of Elements, is the mastermind behind it. The bottom-level mages and the people have no idea about the specific situation. It is impossible for the higher-ups of the elemental tower to provide an explanation. Levi laughed and said, "This is really heartless." At any rate, he also won first place for the elemental tower in the 5 top mage tower leagues. Let the Tower of Elements wash away the grievances of the perennial third child. And it is rare to reach the top. This is not only a reputational benefit for the elemental tower, but also has many substantial benefits. Resources from the Imperial Mage Association are also distributed through the ranking of the Mage League. The elemental tower reached the top and received at least 10% more resources than in previous years. For such a large elemental tower, even a 10% increase is still an unimaginably large sum. It's worth at least several hundred million gold coins. He didn't know these things originally. Not long ago, when Victor sent him off the space tower, he complained that he had caused the space tower to lose resources worth hundreds of millions. Only then did Li Wei know that the 5 top mage tower leagues also involved the allocation of resources among the top mage towers. Hobby said quickly. "So, leave the elemental tower as soon as possible before anyone finds you," Levi said. "Escape will not solve the problem. I'm back to solve the problem." The reason why the elemental tower gave up on Li Wei and decided to hand over Li Wei to the light cult was simple. Because the cost of Levi's offending the Guangming cult is seriously inconsistent with the benefits. To put it bluntly, it was because Li Wei had offended the Guangming cult. In the eyes of most senior executives of the elemental tower, it is not cost-effective. 4th level Archmage Levi has no say in the eyes of the higher-ups of the elemental tower. However, the legendary mage Levi is not someone that the higher-ups of the elemental tower can ignore. Hobbies watched Levi, who could not be persuaded, walk towards the elemental tower. He quickly took out the sound transmission crystal to contact his uncle Fernides. Fernides is the leader of the solar research team at the Temple of Truth, the top professor-level scholar in the Hall of Truth. When something happened to Li Wei, it was Fernides who went around and persuaded the deputy master and master of the Hall of Truth to speak up for Li Wei. "Uncle, Levi is back." With just one sentence, Fernandez, who was attending an important meeting, was forced to withdraw from the meeting in front of the court regardless of everything. "I have something very urgent right now. This meeting has been postponed until tomorrow." Fernandez finished his sentence, turned around, and left the conference room. As he hurried outside, he asked Hobbies what happened. Why did Levi come back suddenly? Hobbies quickly told Fernandez what he knew. When Fernandez knew that Levi was actually going to find an explanation from the top of the element tower, he slapped his head and thought something bad was going to happen. Fernandez stopped, turned around, and walked towards the room of the Lord of the Hall of Truth. "We must keep Levi this time." Levi went from the 1st floor to the 7th floor of the element tower without encountering any obstacles, until the elder guarding the 7th level cross-border teleportation circle recognized Li Wei. The elder looked at Li Wei in surprise. "Are you Master Li Wei?" Levi looked at the guard elder, who was familiar, but couldn't remember his name. He smiled and said, "Yes, I am Levi. I came back this time to visit the members of the element tower." After being surprised, the elder said, "You have been expelled from the elemental tower, and should not appear here." With that said, he was about to imprison Li Wei. Suddenly, the elder found that he could not move and could not cast spells at all. All the magical elements around him were silent. "Field!" The elder looked at Levi in shock. Although domains are rare, there is no shortage of archmages with domains in the elemental tower. A field that could directly suppress him to the point of being completely unable to move. He had never seen it. You know, he is a 6th level senior mage. The elder looked at Levi and suddenly felt that his strength was unfathomable. "How can this be?" Levi's behavior triggered the warning circle on the 7th floor of the elemental tower. Soon, several elders from the elemental tower came to the 7th floor for support. What happened? As soon as they entered the 7th floor, they found that they had lost control of the magical elements in the surrounding world. The magic elements in the body were also suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Can't cast spells at all. They looked at the figure standing in the hall on the 7th floor in shock. Who are you? Levi glanced at everyone, not bothering to explain, and released the aura of the legendary mage. Buzz. In an instant, everyone felt the pressure of a powerful mana. There is a feeling of panic. Legendary mage. Everyone looked at Levi in shock. I don't understand why a legendary mage suddenly appeared and caused trouble in the elemental tower. Soon, the legendary mage's aura alerted the higher-ups of the elemental tower. The members of the high-level meeting of the elemental tower are all legendary mages. 2 congressmen appeared on the 7th floor. Who are you? Even a legendary mage will not tolerate you misbehaving in the elemental tower. Many high-level officials in the elemental tower know about Levi. However, only a few high-level officials of the elemental tower have met Levi himself. For the legendary mage, who is based on the top of the elemental tower, it is incredible that a meeting would be held just because of a 4th-level archmage. Not to mention, get to know this person personally. Levi glanced at the 2 of them, and found that their magic power was actually weaker than his own. The other party is very old, but he is still just a junior legendary mage. There is almost no hope of breaking through to legendary level in the future. He said, I am Levi. Let the person who can really take charge of the element tower come out. Levi? When the 2 legendary mages heard this, they were at a loss for a while. They had never heard of a powerful legendary mage named Levi. One person reacted first, looked at Levi with some confusion and said, Are you the Levi who was expelled from the elemental tower? When he said this, he couldn't believe it. However, he only remembered that this person's name was Levi. The elder who was suppressed by Li Wei quickly shouted, It's him! It's him! The legendary mage looked at Levi in disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't he a 4th-level mage? How can he become a legendary mage? Levi? Why are you back? A man appears on the 7th floor. Seeing this, the 2 legendary mages from before quickly shouted, Lord Windchaser. Windchaser. One of the highest seats in the elemental tower conference. The strongest wind mage in the elemental tower. Top legendary mage. Levi looked at Windchaser and felt how powerful he was. Windchaser looked at Levi with surprise. How did you become a legendary mage? Levi laughed and said, Is this surprising? It's not what you expected that I would become a legendary mage. Windchaser's eyes narrowed slightly. The top management of the elemental tower is indeed very optimistic that Li Wei can become a legendary mage. He showed plenty of potential. However, it is a pity that Li Wei provoked forces that he should not have provoked. There are many people in the elemental tower who have the potential to become legendary mages. People in the purple class basically have this potential. Therefore, the top management of the element tower did not pay too much attention to Levi's potential. Potential is potential. Li Wei wants to become a legendary mage, but he doesn't know how many years of practice it will take. There may be some accident or death in the middle of the journey. Windchaser was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Levi became a legendary mage so quickly. This growth rate is too ridiculous. Windchaser thought of a person. A long time ago, there was a person in the elemental tower whose strength increased very quickly. Far beyond ordinary people. Extremely abnormal. Later, after investigation, it was discovered that the man was taken away by a high-level mage. That person was not the mage of the elemental tower, but a student sent by the Phantom Tower to the elemental tower for exchange and study. After the elemental tower discovered his identity, he was sent back to the Phantom Tower. Later, the man left the Phantom Tower and disappeared. Phantom Tower may know where that person went. The elemental tower did not pay attention to this matter, and it was not clear about the subsequent development. Zhu Feng stared at Levi, feeling if there was anything strange in his aura. Was it taken away? Windchaser stared at Levi and said, Who are you? Why did you take Levi's body to cause trouble in the elemental tower? Li Wei laughed when he heard this. Ha ha. You are thinking too complicatedly. I am who I am, and I am not taking over my body. Let's get back to the point. Li Wei didn't come back specifically to cause trouble. He made his request. I want to become a counselor of the elemental tower. Everyone heard this and stared at Levi in surprise, thinking, this person is crazy. Is it possible for the counselor of the elemental tower to do whatever he wants? Even if he is a legendary mage. He doesn't come just because he wants to. Windchaser just wanted to refuse. The voice of the deputy tower master of the element tower came to my ears. After a while, Windchaser looked at Levi and said, Now, whether you are the real Levi or not, Since you want to join the Elemental Tower, the Elemental Tower is also willing to give you a chance. Chapter 563 He is my master. So I need to pay more. Levi was not surprised when he heard what Wind Chaser said. He never thought that the Elemental Tower would easily agree to his request. I also planned to show some real strength to intimidate the higher-ups of the Elemental Tower. Unexpectedly, the Elemental Tower took the initiative to relent. Levi looked at him and asked, "What are the conditions?" Wind Chaser said, "Kill the legendary Lich." Levi looked at him for a while, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "Are you serious?" Wind Chaser said, "This is what the Tower Master meant. If you want to join the Elemental Tower, then go kill the legendary Lich that is causing trouble in the world to prove that you are qualified." Levi laughed and said, "You want me to do something that so many people in your Elemental Tower can't do? Are you too incompetent? Or do you think I'm too stupid?" Of course it can be done. But who is the legendary Lich? That was his soulmate's father. That's his good master. That's his good comrade. Need more money. Levi sneered and said, "If I really do it, I should take the position of the master of the Elemental Tower. How can you slander the Tower Master? You're so delusional that you dare to covet the position of Tower Master. I think you came to the Elemental Tower on purpose to cause trouble. Lord Wind Chaser, let's work together to take him down." The two legendary mages behind Wind Chaser heard this and shouted loudly. Wind Chaser didn't say a word. After a moment, Wind Chaser looked at Levi and said, "If you can't kill the legendary Lich, destroying the death curtain created by the legendary Lich will also count you as qualified to become a counselor of the Elemental Tower." Liwei's heart moved slightly. Destroying the death canopy. This is doable. It should be okay to discuss with the legendary Lich and ask him to put away the death canopy to give the Elemental Tower a look. If you really want to destroy the death canopy, it is no different than killing all the undead. If it is fake, it is relatively easy to achieve. Liwei sneered and said, "Your conditions are the same as killing the legendary Lich. Who doesn't know that the death sky is a natural disaster caused by the gathering of countless undead souls? To destroy the death canopy, you have to kill all the undead. You want me to do something that all of you in the Elemental Tower together can't do? That's too ridiculous. If you don't want me to join the Elemental Tower, just say it clearly. Why bother going around here? If I can really destroy the death sky, I can at least be the Deputy Tower Master." Wind Chaser looked at Levi and said, "If you don't want to do this, then you don't want to either. The Elemental Tower can't force you. In that case, why don't you exit the Elemental Tower now? And we'll pretend you've never been here." Levi said, "I can't completely destroy the death canopy. If I just let the death canopy disappear for a while, I might be able to do it." When Zhufeng heard this, he immediately showed interest. Not only him, but the master of the Elemental Tower behind him also became interested. The Elemental Tower has so many legendary mages, and everyone is a forbidden spell. But he still couldn't do anything about the undead army. The biggest reason is the death canopy. Death canopy will greatly weaken the power of the forbidden spell. At the same time, the undead in the death canopy will also be resurrected. Back and forth. Even a forbidden spell that can destroy heaven and earth cannot exert its due power when used to defeat the undead army. The Elemental Tower can only look forward and sigh, unable to do anything. The undead natural disaster has been raging, which is a very bad thing for the Elemental Tower. The longer the undead disaster lasts, the greater the damage to the Elemental Tower will be. It's not just the energy needed to maintain the floating island. There are also various resources. The undead in the ancient battlefield were originally guarded by the Elemental Tower. But now the undead are out of control and running everywhere. The Empire has put pressure on the Elemental Tower through the Mage Association. Let the Elemental Tower come up with a solution as soon as possible. The Imperial nobles are also in a dangerous period because of the Elemental Tower. Reduce the willingness to send offspring to the Tower of Elements for further education. This left the Tower of Elements missing a large chunk of its income. Pressure from all aspects made the top management of the Elemental Tower eager to open a hole. At least, let all forces in the Empire see hope. Seeing the hope that the Elemental Tower has the ability to solve the undead disaster. Fighting against the undead natural disaster is not a matter for the Elemental Tower. But in this regard, the Elemental Tower has always been the first to bear the brunt. Can't let go of responsibility. Levi's words gave the top brass of the Elemental Tower hope of tearing open the gap. If he could really make the death sky disappear for a while, the Elemental Tower can launch forbidden spell combo strikes, directly destroy most of the undead army, and reverse the situation. The possibility that Levi inadvertently raised made the top brass of the Elemental Tower fall into deep thought. The master of the Hall of Truth is already outside the door on the 7th floor. He heard Levi and Windseeker talking. Seeing that Li Wei was not in danger for the time being, he did not step forward to participate. Now, I heard that Levi has a way to eliminate the death canopy. He couldn't wait to enter the high-level conference room of the Element Tower. This is a rare opportunity, and if he can do it, we can turn the situation around. He is lying. The only way to make the Death Sky disappear is to kill the legendary Lich or kill all the undead. Some people questioned Levi's rhetoric. The death canopy is indeed formed by the aura of death gathered together by countless undead souls. However, if there is no intervention and control by the legendary Lich, the death canopy is just a scattered mass of death air. The threat is greatly reduced. When the legendary Lich controls the death canopy, he can mobilize all the power within the death canopy to resist external attacks and resurrect the undead. The effect of the former and the latter is hundreds of times different. The Master of the Hall of Truth said, "If you don't try it, how do you know he can't do it? In case, if he does it, wouldn't it be the best time for us to reverse the status quo?" Under the persuasion of the Lord of the Hall of Truth, the top brass of the Elemental Tower planned to give it a try. Windchaser looked at Levi and said, "The Tower Master said he would give you a chance. If you can really do it, he will let you become a counselor of the Elemental Tower. And you don't have to worry about the fact that the Light God religion wants you. The Elemental Tower will resist the pressure from the Light God religion for you." Levi smiled and said, "I have never worried about being wanted by the Light Cult. You don't need to remind me of this." Just kidding. After becoming an Elemental Tower counselor, withstanding the pressure of the Light Cult, this is what the Elemental Tower must do. Even if Levi didn't say anything, when he proposed to become a member of the Element Tower, the top management of the Element Tower would have to consider this issue. As Li Wei is a counselor of the Elemental Tower, the Elemental Tower will definitely not be able to hand it over to the Light Cult so easily. Facing pressure from the Illuminati cult is 100% a matter of course. This point should have been considered by the top management of the Elemental Tower when the Windchaser first promised Levi to give him a chance. Now to mention, it is just to increase the bargaining chip. Levi also understood that the Elemental Tower really wanted him to do this. In this case, don't blame him for being a lion. Levi said, "Destroying the death canopy is not an easy matter. None of you can do it. You can imagine how difficult it is. Even if I can do it, I will have to pay a huge price." Hearing this, Windchaser frowned and said, "What else do you want?" Now, the status of both parties has changed. The Tower of Elements seeks help from Levi. Instead of Li Wei seeking a council seat in the Elemental Tower, Levi said, "I want all the forbidden spells mastered by the Elemental Tower. And I also want to participate in several top-secret studies of the Elemental Tower." Hearing Levi Lion's big mouth, Windchaser's expression changed. Others were even more shocked. This is not like wanting to become a member of the Elemental Tower. "I'm afraid I don't want to pack up the Elemental Tower and take it home. The most valuable things in the Elemental Tower are not what Li Wei said. The floating city and the Elemental Tower are just external objects. It can be remade if it is gone. The forbidden spells and top-secret research that Li Wei mentioned are all related to the lifeblood of the Elemental Tower. Why do legendary mages defect to the Elemental Tower? It's because the Elemental Tower has mastered a large number of forbidden spells. It is difficult for Sanran legendary mage to obtain forbidden spells. If you want to learn forbidden spells, you can only join the Elemental Tower. This is the foundation of the Elemental Tower. Top-secret research is the future path of the Elemental Tower. The results of any top-secret research can bring great benefits and changes to the Elemental Tower." Previously, Levi helped the Tower of Elements Solar Top-Secret Research Laboratory to break through the research progress of the Radiant Spell Model and the Radiant Magic Cannon, a branch of the laboratory. The Radiant Magic and Radiant Magic Cannon finally took shape. Both technologies had a huge impact on the Elemental Tower. Radiant Spell has high damage to undead. The damage is no less than that of a sacred spell. The key is that the learning requirements are much lower than those of sacred spells. It coincides with the Elemental Tower encountering a natural disaster of the undead. The Radiance technique has really improved the strength of the Elemental Tower a lot. Many mages have purchased and learned the art of Radiance. The Brilliant Magic Cannon has become a hot-selling product of the Elemental Tower. In order to resist the natural disaster of the undead, the Empire purchased a large number of Radiant Magic Cannons from the Elemental Tower that are extremely lethal to the undead. Against the undead, the power of the Radiant Magic Cannon is 10 times that of ordinary magic cannons. The Elemental Tower also took this opportunity to make a lot of money. He made a huge war fortune. These are just two branch technologies under Sun Yao's top-secret research laboratory. There are dozens of technologies of the same level in Sun Yao's top-secret research room. If only I could analyze all the mysteries of Sun Yao. That would definitely bring about earth-shaking changes to the elemental tower. The core research Sun Yao has been successfully analyzed. The following branch technologies will not produce results and products in minutes. In addition to the Sun Yao top-secret research laboratory, the element tower also has two top-secret research units of the same level. Levi has not been involved, but has heard of it. One is the Leyline top-secret research laboratory. One is the Star Core top-secret research laboratory. For those outside the top-secret research laboratory, all content related to top-secret research is top-secret. But, for those who have reached this level, even if you don't know the details, you have probably heard about it. The three top-secret research laboratories will also compete with each other for research results. When Levi learned about the two top-secret research laboratories of Leyline and Star Core, he showed off to the members of the laboratory team after the technological achievements of the Radiant Technique and the Radiant Magic Cannon were formed. It is said that the other two research laboratories are extremely envious of their achievements. For a top-secret research laboratory, it is normal for decades of research to yield no results. Even if this thing is invested and produces no output, it is a high probability event. It is not that easy to develop technological achievements that transcend the times. In the conference room on the highest floor of the element tower, everyone fell silent when they heard Levi's request. Several people in the room turned to look at the Master of the Hall of Truth. The Master of the Hall of Truth thought for a moment and said, "I have no objection to Li Wei's participation in several top-secret researches. Impossible. Absolutely not allowed." The Tower Master rejected it. The Master of the Hall of Truth is thinking about how to produce research results and explore new magic theories and magic truths. With Levi's ability, participating in top-secret research might really advance research progress significantly. With this in mind, the host of the Palace of Truth agreed. The tower owner is considering deeper issues. Think more about the interests of the elemental tower. No one, not just Levi, can be in charge of three top-secret studies. Seeing this, the Master of the Palace of Truth had no choice but to say, "Li Wei has previously participated in top-secret research on solar radiation in the Palace of Truth. He can be allowed to join the Solar Core Research Laboratory." The tower owner heard that Li Wei had participated in research related to solar radiation. There is no objection to this aspect. As for the forbidden spell, isn't he a fire mage? Then give him 2 fire forbidden spells. When Chaser told Levi the opinions discussed by the top management, Levi was not satisfied with the offer and bargained. Finally, the elemental tower agreed to let Levi participate in the Solar Core Research Laboratory. Give him 4 forbidden spells. 1 for each of the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Levi also wanted to get a few more forbidden spells. The tower owner ignored him and told him directly to do what he wanted to do and to get out if he didn't want to do it. Heard the final conditions promised to Li Wei by the tower owner. Everyone is numb. Levi's lion opened his mouth, shocking everyone's hearts. So much so that Levi and Wind Chaser bargained over the price later. Finalized this extremely outrageous condition. Everyone actually thought it was okay and not unacceptable. At least, it was much lower than what Levi had initially asked for. Wind Chaser handed the sound transmission crystal to Levi. "This is a sound transmission crystal that can talk to the Tower Master. When you are ready to dispel the canopy of death, tell the Tower Master." Levi took the sound transmission crystal, nodded and said, "Yeah. Okay." After putting away the sound transmission crystal, Levi glanced at the people behind him, who were looking at him eagerly. He jumped up and flew towards the outside of the floating city. The legendary mage following the Wind Chaser looked at Levi's retreating back. He asked with some confusion, "Does the Tower Master really believe that he can do it?" This is also a question for everyone. If only the curtain of death could be broken so easily. The elemental tower will not be helpless against the legendary Lich. Wind Chaser said calmly, "Why not give it a try? Even if it fails, the most we will lose is 1 sound transmission crystal." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that the Tower Master and Lord Wind Chaser did not completely believe Li Wei. As the Wind Chaser said, "If you fail, you will only lose a sound transmission crystal. Use a sound transmission crystal in exchange for a unique opportunity." For the elemental tower, it was pie in the sky. Chapter 564, Common Enemy. Hit it off. Levi based on the directions provided by the elemental tower, flying towards the place where the undead gather. According to the information from the elemental tower, the legendary Lich has been hiding in the death canopy. He acted recklessly, and set off a natural disaster of the undead that would affect the entire continent. At this moment, I don't know how many people want the legendary Lich's life. He did not dare to leave the confines of the Death Canopy, hiding in the Canopy of Death. Even a demigod-level powerhouse can't do anything to him. Death's Sky can greatly weaken external attacks. At the same time, undead creatures can be resurrected. Legendary Liches are also undead creatures. He can use the rules of the Death Canopy to resurrect himself. Even if there is a demigod-level strongman who braves the Death Sky and enters it to kill the legendary Lich. Legendary Liches can also be resurrected in Death Sky. There is almost no solution. The only way is to kill all the undead. After lifting the Death Canopy, kill the legendary Lich. Or it would be to lure the legendary Lich out of the scope of the Death Canopy. The legendary Lich is very aware of its situation, and will not fall for it at all. Levi flew for a long time, and saw that the sky and the earth in the distance were shrouded in a thick gray fog. The gray fog exudes an ominous atmosphere. That is the Death Canopy. Levi approached behind the Canopy of Death. Gray mist surged in midair, and hundreds of rotten vultures flew out of it, attacking Levi. Levi inspired the power of the Golden Bone Ring to control the approaching rotten vulture. The Golden Bone Ring can control the undead. Controlling these rotten vultures, which are less than level 3, is easy. The rotten vulture flew ahead to open the way for Levi, taking him to the depths of the Death Canopy. Levi also used the Golden Bone Ring to call Deadpool. The Golden Bone Ring contracts 12 Deadpools. Levi can summon Deadpool to serve him. However, he has always been wary of the elemental tower monitoring in the dark. Therefore, Levi has not used the power of the Golden Bone Ring for a long time. After entering the Death Canopy, you don't have to worry about these things. The power of the elemental tower cannot penetrate the Death Canopy. Levi can safely use the power of the Golden Bone Ring. After a while, Levi received responses from multiple Deadpools. He picked a familiar scent and called it to him. Buzz! A figure emerged from midair. Gradually solidify and take shape. The visitor is Savinia, the bone flute dancer. Savinia! Long time no see. Wow! Levi! You finally summoned me! Last time you only summoned Elizabeth and not me. That made me so sad. As soon as Savinia came out, she hugged Levi's neck and was very excited. She still looks like a little girl. However, the body is cold. Savinia only looks human, with skin and flesh being nothing more than her coat and clothes. The bones are her real body. Levi pulled off Savinia, who was wrapped around him like an octopus. Don't stick to my body. There's no flesh on me at all. Man. Savinia heard this and touched her chest. She thought of Elizabeth. Savinia stared at Levi with wide eyes. So you like people with big breasts? Tell me earlier. I'll change my body right away. Levi. He did like something grander. However, now is not the time to talk about this. Besides, Savinia is still cold even if she changes into a more attractive body. How is this different from playing with dolls? I can't experience true happiness at all. Levi said. Stop arguing and take me to find the legendary Lich. When Savinia heard that Levi was going to find his master, she quickly became serious. She sat on the back of a rotting vulture and said, Follow me. The master is creating an army of bone dragons in the Millennium Blood Pool. Levi was a little surprised and asked, Did you move the 1,000-year blood pool out of the ancient battlefield? Savinia looked back at Levi and said with a smile, It didn't move out. It ran out on its own. The 1,000-year blood pool is also one of the dead warriors created by the master. The dead soul blood Hercules. It's just that Chelios is a little special. He only wakes up very rarely and spends most of his time sleeping. The master has awakened the sleeping Chelios in order to create the Bone Dragon Legion. Li Wei was a little surprised when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the 1,000-year blood pool turned out to be an extremely special undead creature. Sea of blood of dead souls? He thought again of the mountain behemoth Morphus. Li Wei found that the legendary Lich always seemed to like to create some special undead creatures. However, I have to admit that these undead creatures with special shapes are indeed powerful. Chelios, Levi thought, recalling the Deadpool he met. Dead Soul Shuhai was the 6th Deadpool he knew. 12 Deadpools, half of whom he has yet to see. The first Deadpool Levi met was Savinia. Later, he met the Towering Warrior Arnold and the rock monster Morphus, who escaped from the Tower of Elements. The Towering Warrior Arnold is known as the strongest level 6 undead. He was once invincible against the siege of 4 paladins of the same level, and he was even able to fight against the priests of the Light Cult who used divine magic. You know, Paladins and priests have extremely high restraint on undead creatures. The towering warrior Arnold played a completely headwind game. Even so, the combat effectiveness he showed was still strong. The rock monster Morphous has the ability to control mountains. Once in Storm City, I had to bear the forbidden fire curse. Skyfire comes to the world, and I led others to escape from Storm City while carrying the forbidden spell. The record is outstanding. Also, when Arnold and Morphous escape from prison, Levi meets Darkwind, Hen, the fourth Deadpool. Hen's appearance is that of a male young man who is good at using dark spells and can transform into a demon. When he obtained the Tears of the Goddess in Storm City, Levi met the fifth Deadpool immortal ghost, Elizabeth. Elizabeth is a ghost who looks like an aristocratic woman and has the ability to clone herself. As long as a doppelganger exists, Elizabeth cannot die. Elizabeth's clones have soul connections and can pass messages. The sixth Deadpool, the Dead Soul Blood Hercules. On the contrary, it was the first Deadpool Levi ever met. It's just that he didn't realize that the 1,000-year blood pool was an undead creature. Under the leadership of Savinia, Levi came to the center of the death canopy. I saw a huge blood lake with a diameter of more than a kilometer. There are many bone dragons with a body length of 20 to 30 meters staying on the edge of the blood lake. Gula Gula. A large number of bubbles emerged from the blood lake. A newborn ancient dragon slowly walked out from the depths of the blood lake. Levi took a deep look at the blood lake. Oh no! It should be Hercules, the dead soul and blood. If we say that the mountain behemoth Morphous is an aircraft carrier built by the legendary Lich to transport the undead, then Death Soul Blood Hercules is undoubtedly the super arsenal of the legendary Lich. Each of the bone dragons that came out of the blood sea of dead souls had a level as high as 6th level. Looking around, the legendary Lich has created hundreds of 6th order bone dragons. Call! A gust of wind swept through, blowing away the aura of death around him. A huge figure came into Li Wei's eyes. What appeared in front of him was a huge bone dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters. In front of this skull dragon, those 20-meter-long bone dragons on the ground were like children who had not grown up. When Savinia saw the person coming, she shouted very happily, "Die! Let me introduce to you. This is Levi, the successor chosen by the Master. Levi, Dio is the strongest among the 12 Deadpools." Levi looked at the huge bone dragon in front of him and sensed a legendary aura from it. Legendary Bone Dragon, the leader of the 12 Deadpools. Bone Dragon Dai glanced at Levi and didn't pay too much attention to his identity. Nominally, he is one of the Deadpools of the legendary Lich. However, Dio is different from other Deadpools in that it is not an undead creature created by the legendary Lich. Bone Dragon Dai is an undead creature from the world of death. He just signed a contract with the legendary Lich and became Deadpool. In the realm of death, its name is enough to make the undead tremble upon hearing it. The terrifying skeleton dragon, a skeletal dragon that spreads death. The deathly horrible skeleton dragon Dai glanced at Levi, then turned and left, disappeared in the canopy of death. It just sensed the presence of human breath in the death sky, and felt a little confused about it. Only then would he appear in front of Levi. After knowing Li Wei's identity, and finding out that he was not an enemy, Dai naturally left. Savinia looked at the bone dragon going away, and said regretfully, "Dai is the leader of our 12 deadliest servants. If you can get his approval, you can get a powerful force." Levi glanced at the figure disappearing into the gray mist. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, it's nothing. If he has not yet become a legendary mage, he may also hope to get a legendary level of assistance. Now, Dai is nothing more than this in Li Wei's eyes. The evil gods have all been defeated. A mere legendary level bone dragon is simply incomprehensible." Levi lowered his head and scanned the blood lake below, looking for the figure of the legendary Lich. At Savinia's reminder, Levi saw the figure standing in the middle of the blood lake. After seeing the legendary Lich, Levi immediately noticed an aura about him that was incompatible with the surroundings. Levi fell towards the center of the blood lake. Wow! The blood surged, and something seemed to be rushing out from under the lake. After a while, the blood lake returned to calm. Levi fell onto the blood lake safely. Looking at the figure in front of him, Levi didn't know how to address him for a moment. "Call me master?" He was still a little twisted in his heart. Levi only recognized Torresta as his master, even if Torresta is just a clone of the legendary Lich. After all, it is different from the original body. Seeing Li Wei's silence, the legendary Lich turned around. Levi showed surprise when he saw the other person's face under the brim of his hat. This was the first time he saw the true face of the legendary Lich. In the past, the legendary Lich always wore a cloak. Can't see clearly the true face. His appearance is completely different from ordinary Liches. They look completely indistinguishable from real humans. Ordinary Liches are usually not in good health. It is normal for them to have a sallow complexion and thin muscles, or even a pale complexion. Because for the Lich, the body is dead and is just the coat of the soul. Changing your body is as quick and easy as changing your clothes. Without careful maintenance of the body can easily become necrotic. Anyway, body necrosis will not affect the Lich itself. Many Lich wait until the body is worn out before replacing it with a new body. The body of the legendary Lich looks like a living person, not like a dead corpse at all. Looking at the familiar face across from him, Levi was silent for a long time and then shouted, "Teacher!" No matter what, the legendary Lich is more or less Levi's teacher. It doesn't hurt to call him teacher. You can't call me father-in-law, right? The legendary Lich nodded. Well, you're here. How is Xingxi? The first thing the legendary Lich asked about was his daughter whom he longed for. Hearing this, Li Wei smiled and said, Xingxi is receiving the inheritance of the Holy Dragon. When she completes the inheritance, she will probably be able to directly break through to the 8th level. She is even more powerful than you now. When the legendary Lich heard this, not only was he not angry, but he smiled happily. That's good. It seems that you have found the treasure of the Time Dragon, the legendary Lich said. Levi said with emotion. Yes. The treasure hunting journey also went through many twists and turns. But fortunately, I gained something in the end. The legendary Lich looked curious and asked, Oh, what happened? Levi began to tell the story to the legendary Lich when he went to the snowfield. The legendary Lich is like a good student, listening carefully. Anything related to Xingxi was taken extremely seriously by him. From the snowfields to the endless sea, Li Wei told the legendary Lich exactly what he and Shang-Chi had experienced. The legendary Lich was also very happy to hear that Shang-Chi had gone through so many things. It turns out that the Holy Dragon King is hiding in the endless sea. No wonder the Demon Dragon King can't find his whereabouts. The Hyuan city you are talking about is the city left by the ancient mermaid tribe? The legendary Lich asked. Levi nodded. Probably. The legendary Lich nodded thoughtfully and said, That's no wonder. This may be the reason why the Holy Dragon King has been able to hide for so long. Li Wei looked at the legendary Lich and cursed in his heart. After all, the Holy Dragon King is the father-in-law of the legendary Lich. On the contrary, he didn't say, Father-in-law, and said, Holy Dragon King, without any emotion at all. It's like talking about someone who has nothing to do with it. After getting involved with the legendary Lich, Levi quickly told him the purpose of his visit. When I came this time, I promised that the elemental tower would make the death sky disappear for a period of time. After listening to his words, the legendary Lich said, If the curtain of death disappears, the elemental tower will definitely use a large-scale forbidden spell to attack the undead army. Their real purpose is to destroy the army of the undead. Once all the undead are dead, the curtain of death will naturally disappear. Before Li Wei came, he also thought about the reason. Teacher, your purpose of causing the undead disaster is revenge. Right. The legendary Lich heard this and said, That's right. Levi said, As long as revenge is successful, it doesn't matter whether there is an army of the undead. Right. The legendary Lich looked at him, and after a moment, he said, Do you know who I want to take revenge on? Levi raised the corner of his mouth and said, We have a common enemy, Prince Emerald. The legendary Lich took a deep look at Levi and said, What do you know? During the days when Li Wei was searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Dragon King in the Endless Sea, it took Toresta's clone a month to finally find out from various channels the detailed process of hunting the Wind Poison Dragon in the Poison Dragon Cave. I also received a very important news unexpectedly. Chapter 565, Millennium of Grudges. Li Wei and Shang-Chi searched for the whereabouts of the Holy Dragon King in the Endless Sea. Toresta's clone far away in Maple Leaf City didn't rest either. Look around for the information Levi needs. After spending a month, he really found some surprising information. Dragon hunters once participated in the hunt for the Wind Poison Dragon in the Poison Dragon Cave. The person in charge of the Wind Poison Dragon hunting operation is Prince Jade, the oldest prince in the Empire. The news also shows that the dragon hunter has been working for the Emerald Prince since he became a legendary professional. The reason is simple. Because the Emerald Prince is the most enthusiastic noble in the Empire who hunts dragons. Dragon hunters need to hunt dragons to become powerful. It's no surprise that he works for the Emerald Prince. Each side gets what it needs. The Emerald Prince has been collecting dragon hearts. However, he was not trying to refine dragon blood potion, but to refine a secret medicine that can make him live longer. This secret medicine must be refined using the heart of a dragon with strong vitality. It is precisely because of the use of this secret medicine that the Emerald Prince has survived for thousands of years, become the oldest prince in the empire. None of this is breaking news yet. What really surprised Levi was that the clone dug out a top-secret incident from 1,000 years ago. That was also the starting point for Prince Jade to obtain the secret elixir of immortality. Thousands of years ago, the Dragon Clan was in civil strife. The Demon Dragon King started a war to compete for the position of King of the Dragon Clan. He has a demon to help him. Not only that, the Demon Dragon King also took the initiative to approach humans, reached cooperation with some humans, and used the power of the human empire to weaken the power of the Holy Dragon King. It can be said that the rise of the Dragon Blood Warriors is also due to the Demon Dragon King. Among those who were bewitched by the Demon Dragon King was Prince Jade. The Demon Dragon King killed the Holy Dragon King's daughter, poached the dragon's soul and heart. The Demon Dragon King gave the heart to Prince Emerald and told him a way to extract the powerful vitality of the dragon's heart. Help Prince Jade refine the secret elixir of longevity. Prince Jade also used his own power to secretly help the Demon Dragon King suppress the Holy Dragon King's forces. The Demon Dragon King revealed the movements of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Hunting Legion controlled by Prince Jade has repeatedly won military exploits and is becoming more and more powerful. In the end, he established his unshakable position today. As the oldest prince in the empire, he is not only the oldest, but also extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Prince Jade, who had taken longevity medicine, felt that his lifespan was about to reach its limit after living for more than 1,000 years. Only then would he be eager to look for traces of the dragon. I hope to be able to refine a new longevity secret medicine to extend life. Torresta got this information from a family of alchemists. The alchemist family is the descendant of the alchemist who helped Prince Jade refine the longevity potion thousands of years ago. News spread that Prince Jade wanted to avoid the longevity potion. After the alchemist finished refining the longevity potion, he sent someone to deal with the alchemist. The alchemist also had a premonition of danger. He made some preparations in advance and escaped the pursuit of the Emerald Prince. Escape to a remote area, hide your name, and eke out a living. In order to avoid the pursuit of Prince Jade, the alchemist never refined the secret medicine again in his life. Hide your identity and live as an ordinary person. Later generations discovered the inheritance left by the alchemist and began to practice the profession of alchemist again, which continues to this day. The alchemist who refined the secret elixir of longevity also recorded his experiences, made into a secret code, hidden in the inheritance. It wasn't until a genius appeared in the family of alchemists and figured out the recipe for the secret medicine of longevity from the secret book that they learned about the thrilling events that happened thousands of years ago. The genius wanted to verify the authenticity of the secret formula of longevity and seek materials to refine the secret of longevity. Only then was Torresta's clone discovered. In the end, Li Wei learned what happened. At first, he just wanted to find the person behind the dragon hunters. Unexpectedly, after going around in a circle, I discovered the secret between the Demon Dragon King and the Emerald Prince. Knowing that the legendary Lich is bent on breaking through the storm wall, Li Wei guessed that he wanted to seek revenge from Prince Jade. After all, Prince Jade used the secret medicine refined from his wife's heart to survive until now. The legendary Lich couldn't let him go no matter what. As for why the legendary Lich knew about the affair between the Emerald Prince and the demonic Dragon King, Levi was not surprised at all. After all, the legendary Lich was the person involved thousands of years ago. It's strange that he doesn't know. Thousands of years ago, the Demon Dragon King dug out the heart of the Holy Dragon Felice in front of him. Afterwards, the legendary Lich, who was still a mage, asked around to find the whereabouts of his wife's heart. As a dragon, the Demon Dragon King does not need a dragon heart. Something useful to him is the dragon soul. At that time, the greatest use of the dragon's heart was to refine dragon blood potions. Based on this clue, it was easy to find the legendary Lich. The Emerald Prince, who was in charge of the dragon hunting legions and dragon-blooded warriors at that time. At that time, Prince Jade had already taken the longevity secret medicine. The legendary Lich sensed a familiar aura from him. Later, it was contacted that Prince Emerald lived a long life. The legendary Lich also understood the source of that familiar aura. the breath of life of the holy dragon Phyllis. He wanted to find out what was going on. Find Prince Emerald and confront him. Prince Jade saw that he actually guessed that he was related to the demon dragon king. In an instant, he made up his mind to kill him. Fortunately, he has not been reincarnated into the legendary Lich yet. He is also a legendary mage, and is very powerful. Escaped from the pursuit of the Emerald Prince. However, it is impossible to seek revenge. There are too many strong people around Prince Jade. There are countless dragon blood warriors. Therefore, we can only work hard to endure, accumulate strength, and look for opportunities to take revenge. This endurance lasts for 1,000 years. When the legendary Lich heard the name spoken from Li Wei's mouth, the fire of revenge that had been held back for thousands of years burned uncontrollably in his heart. What do you know about the problem faced by the legendary Lich? Li Wei said seriously. I know everything. The hookup between Prince Emerald and the Dragon King, and the secret of why he lived so long. There is a turbulent undercurrent in the calm eyes of the legendary Lich. His mood was not as calm as it seemed. Levi said, I want to kill him too. I won't tell you anymore. On the way to the Endless Sea, Xingxi and I encountered a powerful enemy. That guy's profession is a dragon hunter. A legendary dragon hunter. He is the subordinate of the Emerald Prince. I almost died in his hands, and I want revenge. Also, I don't want to be remembered. After the death of the dragon hunter, Prince Emerald will probably not give up the clue of Levi. After all, the dragon currently beside Li Wei is the only living giant dragon in the entire continent. He desperately wanted it. This means that as long as the Emerald Prince is not dead, there will always be trouble coming. Levi hated trouble the most. If the trouble cannot be solved, solve the troublemaker. Ever since he knew that Prince Emerald was the mastermind behind it. His name had been marked with an X in Li Wei's heart, listed as targets that must be killed. The legendary Lich said, There are many strong people around Prince Emerald, and even I can't get close to him. Levi smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I have a way. As he spoke, he used the star wandering technique. The art of astral wandering has been mastered by him in the dream world. After opening the portal, you can basically reach any corner of the sky continent, as long as he has exact spatial coordinates. If he continues to improve the astral wandering skill to the perfect level, he will be able to open the portal to the star boundary and travel around the star boundary. Buzz! Space fluctuations spread out, and a space portal opened in front of the two people. Opposite is a forest filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. After opening it for a moment, Levi closed the portal. In the elf forest, the elf king on the throne opened his eyes and looked at the periphery of the elf forest. He showed a trace of doubt. Just now, a strong spatial fluctuation appeared outside the elf forest. He also thought that someone used space teleportation spells to enter the elf forest. As a result, no trace of the enemy was found. The elf king shook his head and forgot about it. In the forest of elves, he is the absolute king. Even if the beast king, who is also at the peak of the demigod level, comes here, he is no match for him. Levi closed the space portal and proved his ability to the legendary Lich. He said, Next, I will find a way to get close to Prince Jade, and then open a portal for you. Then you can just lead people to Huanglong. That's it. The legendary Lich heard this, thought for a moment, nodded and said, Okay. Levi's method is indeed better. It is much more reliable than relying on the undead natural disasters to forcefully break the defenses of the human empire and then push all the way to the territory of the Emerald Prince. The time required will also be much shorter. Levi said, Then, let's discuss the next thing. I will open the space portal first and let you take people out of here. After the death canopy is removed, the elemental tower will definitely launch a forbidden curse and land-washing attack here. The legendary Lich said, It doesn't matter. If the ordinary undead die, they will die. I just need to take away the main elite troops and that's it. Don't worry about this. Morphus will take them away. If all the undead disappear, the elemental tower will become suspicious. The legendary Lich is already considering letting Levi gain trust and the elemental tower to enhance Levi's status in the elemental tower. This way Levi can have easier access to Prince Emerald. Only then can he take revenge. Levi gave up on the legendary Lich without hesitation, and was somewhat impressed by the courage of the undead army he had worked so hard to accumulate. But it would also be good for him, since he would not have to persuade the legendary Lich. The two discussed what to do next. The sea of blood of dead souls also stopped creating new bone dragons. Gula gula. The ground surged. like a giant ooze swallowing up the elite undead troops on the ground. The undead did not struggle, waiting quietly to be swallowed by the earth. Hundreds of skull dragons also sank into the earth and disappeared. Levi knew that this was Morphos's ability. Morphos is a rock monster. It can control rocks and the earth. After integrating into this earth, the entire earth is Morphos's body. The disappearance of a small number of elite troops has left the undead army without the top power. But it will not affect the death canopy. The death canopy is formed by the death aura of countless undead souls. Just getting rid of a few undead won't make a difference. After all the undead waiting to leave left, only the legendary Lich and Levi were left. The sea of blood of dead souls also disappeared. Next, Levi flew out of the death sky and sent a message to the Tower Master of the Elemental Tower, saying that the death sky would be dispersed soon. Tower Master, I can dispel the death sky for 10 breaths at most. I can't do it no matter how long it takes. Levi said this to the Master of the Elemental Tower. The Master of the Elemental Tower responded, Okay, got it. He did not tell Levi what the Elemental Tower would do after he dispelled the canopy of death. The tower owner also suspected that Levi was colluding with the legendary Lich. He was afraid that Levi would leak the next movements of the Elemental Tower to the legendary Lich. Levi returns to the death canopy. He looked at the legendary Lich and said, Okay, we can dispel the death canopy. The legendary Lich nodded. He cast a spell to return the massive death aura that condensed into a canopy of death into the bodies of the undead. This process can only last a very short time. After losing the suppression of the legendary Lich, the breath of death will spontaneously escape and gather to form a canopy of death. The Elemental Tower, which had been staring at the death sky, found that the gray fog covering the sky and the earth gradually became lighter and seemed to be about to disappear. Everyone's hearts were shocked. Although I had already expected it, I was still very shocked when I actually saw that Levi could dispel the canopy of death. However, everyone reacted very quickly. The tower owner did not hesitate to activate the Elemental Tower's ultimate weapon, the demonic light. The huge ball at the top of the Elemental Tower vibrated, emitting extremely terrifying magic fluctuations. All mages who felt this magical wave were frightened. This is a power beyond the limits of magic that human mages can master. It is the ultimate research result of successive generations of Elemental Tower scholars. A single strike can kill a demigod-level expert. It is also the basis for the Elemental Tower to establish itself as the top power in the continent. In addition to the Elemental Tower's ultimate weapon, the demonic light, which is charging up, the legendary mage of the Elemental Tower also used all his strength to cast a large-scale strike forbidden spell. The Mirror of Sky and Sky is ready, and ready to cast the forbidden spell at any time. The Master of the Hall of Truth said. The Sky Mirror is another ultimate weapon of the Elemental Tower. Through the Mirror of Sky and Sky, the mage in the Elemental Tower can directly cast the forbidden spell thousands of miles away. Achieve ultra-long distance fixed point strikes. The Tower Master nodded and said, Activate the Mirror of Sky and Sky. Buzz! A huge mirror appeared in front of everyone. Opposite the mirror are the countless undead armies that gradually emerged after the death sky dissipated. The tower owner picked up the sound transmission crystal and said, Levi, you have 3 breaths to escape from there. The Elemental Tower is about to launch an all-round, large-scale forbidden curse attack on the undead army. Levi already knew what the Elemental Tower was going to do. However, he also wanted to express his protest at this time. Levi pretended to be angry and said, Damn it! Do you want to kill me? How can I escape the scope of the death canopy in 3 breaths? The Tower Master said, You should escape from the scope of the death canopy as soon as possible. The most I can do is let the first wave of forbidden spell strikes leave you with a way to survive. The later extinguishing magic light will definitely destroy everything within the death canopy. You are going too far. You should have told me about this earlier so that I could prepare the teleportation scroll. Damn it. When I go back, I will make you look good. The sound of Levi running away quickly came from the sound crystal. Chapter 566 Beyond Visual Range and Large Range Forbidden Spell to Cleanse the Ground. Levi crushed the rumor crystal. Prevent the next words from being heard by the Tower Master of the Elemental Tower. The sound transmission crystal on the Element Tower Master's side lost contact. And he didn't feel anything was wrong. I just felt that Li Wei was running away and had no time to talk to him. Levi looked at the legendary Lich and said, You heard it too. I'm afraid this place will be completely destroyed next. The legendary Lich nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Then I'll wait for your news. Levi nodded. Okay. The legendary Lich casts a teleportation spell and leaves. Levi also opened a space portal and looked back at the boundless army of undead that filled the sky. He shook his head, walked into the portal, and disappeared. Everything here will be destroyed. Levi appeared far away from the canopy of death, standing in midair and watching from a distance. He was also curious about what methods the elemental tower would use to destroy such a large army of undead. Suddenly, a huge smooth mirror appeared in the sky in front of him. Levi was stunned for a moment. He quickly looked across the mirror and saw that inside the mirror was the elemental tower. What is this? This was the first time that Levi knew about the sky mirror of the elemental tower. Looking carefully, I saw a group of legendary mages standing on the high outer platform of the elemental tower. The legendary mage's mage robe is very gorgeous and easy to identify. Through the mirror of sky and sky, Levi could not feel the chaotic magic fluctuations from the elemental tower. However, I saw those legendary mages holding their staffs high. Levi knew that they must be releasing magic. Even legendary mages need to charge up their spells to release them. There is no doubt that it is a forbidden curse. Is this? Levi looked at the huge mirror that appeared in the sky and was vaguely aware of the function of this thing. Is the mirror in front of me a portal? The elemental tower transmits the forbidden spell directly from the elemental tower to the location of the undead army through the portal. Carry out ultra-long distance. Ultra-large area covering forbidden spell strikes. It didn't take long for the facts before him to prove Levi's conjecture. I saw streaks of magical light flying from the legendary mage's staff at the top of the elemental tower. The magical radiance passed through the mirror of the sky and appeared in the sky above the undead army, falling in all directions. The forbidden curse's radiant explosion. In an instant, Levi felt as if there were dozens more suns in front of his eyes. Colorful sun. Hundreds of kilometers apart. Levi still felt a strong wave of magic sweeping across. The world lost its original color, leaving only the brilliance of the burst of colorful forbidden spells, making it colorful. Under the unusually colorful and gorgeous light, there is an aura of death. This is the color of death. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Countless undead armies were burned to death by the flames of destruction that filled the sky. Countless undead souls were shattered by the extreme cold that froze everything. Countless undead souls were crushed by the super tornado that swept across the earth. Thunderclouds enveloped the earth, and countless thunderbolts poured down, destroying everything. Waves appeared out of thin air and turned into giant waves that swept hundreds of miles and destroyed everything. The earth shook and cracked, and huge cracks swallowed countless undead. The holy light envelopes the earth and purifies all filth. The power of nature exploded, and countless green plants grew, turning into green pythons and crushing everything. The world is turned upside down. The sky collapses, and the earth is destroyed. Levi was in awe of the power of the forbidden spell. This is the destructive power of a natural disaster. Compared to what happened next, the power of the forbidden spell seemed ordinary. After the light of dozens of forbidden spells gradually dimmed, the boundless army of undead was split into countless parts. However, there are still many remaining undead. The forbidden spell attack by the legendary mage of the elemental tower only eliminated less than 40% of the undead. There are still a lot of undead creatures left on the earth. When Levi thought the elemental tower was going to continue to cast forbidden spells, a bright blue-white beam of light shot out from the sky mirror. It was extremely fast and hit the ground instantly. Wherever the beam passed, Levi felt an obvious magical vacuum. It shows that the beam takes away all the magic elements in the nearby area. The beam shot into the earth. The earth cracked, and the cracks emitted a bluish-white light. The cracks spread quickly, spreading thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Levi found that the cracks were rapidly spreading in his direction. Feel the extremely terrifying magic fluctuations under the ground. Levi immediately teleported away. Just walked out of the portal. There was a strong wind behind me that made me stand unsteadily. He turned his head and looked back, and saw a huge endless blue-white light pillar rising into the sky. The earth was thrown away, and the broken ground flew up. Countless undead souls disappeared into the beam of light. Boom! The ground beneath my feet shook violently. The aftermath caused earthquakes that spread thousands of kilometers away. Levi flew higher, and saw an extremely amazing sight. The place shrouded by the canopy of death completely disappeared. A huge crater with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers was left in place. All the undead have disappeared. The power of one blow is so terrifying. Levi was deeply shocked and frightened. I wonder if the protective dragon scales given by the Holy Dragon King can block this blow, Levi thought. Buzz! The mirror of sky and sky disappeared. Levi knew that the attack on the elemental tower was over. In fact, this is also true. After the attack of the demonic light, more than 90% of the undead army has been wiped out. The remaining undead cannot threaten the Great Storm Wall at all. Moreover, without the leadership of the legendary Lich, the scattered undead will not converge into a tide, and the scattered undead have lost their threat. Levi opened the space portal and returned to the elemental tower. When he returned to the elemental tower, the entire floating city people were discussing what had just happened. The movement of sky mirror and demonic light was too great. It can't be covered at all. Everyone in the floating city saw it. Naturally, they also saw the scene of countless undead armies being destroyed. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with the joy of victory. The undead natural disaster has been plaguing the elemental tower for nearly a year. This year has had a great impact on the residents of the floating city. After the undead natural disaster broke out, the elemental tower closed the portal and prohibited the residents of the floating city from entering and exiting to avoid unnecessary trouble. They are equivalent to being banned in the floating city for a year. Now, the crisis of undead natural disaster has been lifted. Everyone was naturally extremely excited and happy to be free again. When Levi arrived at the upper level of the elemental tower, all the legendary mages here also smiled. Although they did not have as heated discussions as the lower-class residents, they still maintained a quite calm look. But the smiles on their faces proved that they were equally excited inside. The master of the elemental tower saw Li Wei's arrival and walked over and said, "The main credit for being able to completely eliminate the threat of the undead natural disaster this time must go to Li Wei. I announce the appointment of Levi as an official member of the elemental tower." Levi pretended to have a gloomy face and said dissatisfied, "You almost killed me. Forget about the forbidden curse. What was that last thing? I was almost killed." Faced with Li Wei's accusation, the tower master quickly comforted him and said, "I'm also sorry for what happened just now. But due to the hasty decision, I also informed you to retreat as soon as possible. Time is tight, and there is nothing I can do. The power of the demonic light is indeed beyond my imagination. I am deeply sorry for the impact it has caused on you. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction, Counselor Levi, you can raise it, and I can find a way to compensate you." Facing the biggest hero of this battle, the tower master was very kind. After hearing this, Li Wei's expression slowed down and he said, "I haven't decided what I want yet. I'll wait until I think about it." The tower master nodded and replied, "Yes, as long as it does not exceed the regulations of the element tower. These are the 4 forbidden spells promised to you." The tower owner took out 4 magic scrolls recording forbidden spells and gave them to Levi. The 4 volumes of forbidden spells have different colors. Red, blue, yellow, and green represent fire forbidden spells, water forbidden spells, earth forbidden spells, and wind forbidden spells. The 4 series of forbidden spells of earth, water, wind, and fire are the most basic elemental forbidden spells. More advanced elemental forbidden spells are thunder forbidden spells, light forbidden spells, natural forbidden spells, ice forbidden spells, and dark forbidden spells. Levi only wanted the forbidden spells of the 4 basic elements. Seeing that the forbidden curse spell was in hand, he was also happy and quickly put away the forbidden curse spell. The master of the Hall of Truth came over and handed Li Wei an identity token. He smiled and said, "From today on, Senator Levi is a member of the Sun Yao Top Secret Research Laboratory. Please take good care of me." Li Wei accepted the identity token and hurriedly returned the gift and said, "Thank you very much. Master, you are so polite." He still has a good impression of the master of the Hall of Truth. I heard that the last time the Guangming cult asked the elemental tower to hand him over, the master of the Hall of Truth said a lot of good things to him. Li Wei naturally has a good attitude towards the master of the Hall of Truth. Next comes the celebration. The elemental tower also drafted a battle report and sent it to the Empire, asking for credit and rewards. Today, the entire elemental tower is filled with joy in celebrating the victory of the war. Levi attended the celebration banquet at the Tower of Elements. Came to a manor alone. As soon as he walked in the door, there was a sound coming from inside. "This guest, my master is not at home for the time being. If you have something to call on, please come back later." Levi heard the voice, laughed, and said, "Crow, don't you even recognize me?" Magic Butler Clow came out and saw Levi looking surprised. "Master Li Wei, you are back." Levi sat on the sofa. Crow stood beside him. Diana brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Levi. Levi was a little strange and asked, Where did Teacher Warren go? Kuro said. The master left the elemental tower and went to the imperial capital. He didn't tell us when he would come back. Both Crow and Diana are magical puppets. Magical puppets with human souls and emotions. After Zodvran left the manor, the two of them stayed in the manor and never went out. And they didn't need to eat. You can move around every day by relying on magic crystals to recharge your energy. So, I don't know much about what's going on outside. It was not clear that the victory of the war was being celebrated outside. So he was surprised by Levi's sudden arrival. Hearing this, Levi nodded and said, Okay, I'm going to live here for a while. Crow nodded and said, Okay, Diana has always cleaned the room where Master Levi used to live. Levi glanced at Diana, who was standing nearby in a maid uniform. Unsmiling. Thanks. That's a maid's job, said Diana. Return to your original room. Levi took out the 4 forbidden spell magic scrolls given by the elemental tower. The forbidden fire curse of heavenly fire destroys the world. The water forbidden spell Poseidon's wrath. The earth-type forbidden curse caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split apart. The wind forbidden spell destroys the storm. For Levi, who has a proficiency panel, learning forbidden spells is not difficult. He quickly learned all 4 forbidden spells. All that's left is to become proficient in using forbidden spells. However, this is not Levi's purpose. Li Wei didn't learn forbidden spells to become proficient in using forbidden spells. He himself has an attack method that is comparable to the power of the forbidden curse, or even stronger than the power of the forbidden curse. Learning forbidden spells is to further enhance your attack power. Spells such as Fireball are deduced to the 6th level of perfection. It cannot be deduced any further. Levi realized that he might have to learn the forbidden spell before he could deduce the 7th level spell. Learning forbidden spells can increase the upper limit of spell deduction. At the same time, the process of learning forbidden spells can also broaden Li Wei's horizons and knowledge of high-level spells. At night, Levi gained proficiency in the liver forbidden spell in the dream world. Forbidden spells are difficult to cast, and their proficiency is much slower than ordinary spells. One night passed, and Levi only mastered a master-level forbidden spell. Other forbidden spells are still entry-level. He is in no hurry. Anyway, I have time now. So take your time. During the day, Levi came to the Solar Research Laboratory of the Palace of Truth. One of the purposes of returning to the Tower of Elements is to obtain the sun's glory, and analyze the sun's glory, and the power of the sun. Further enhance your understanding of the rules of elemental fusion. Levi proposed to contact the real Sun Yao. Fire-Rides told him that the solar energy had been used up, and there was currently no solar energy stored in the elemental tower. You need to wait for the next cycle before you can go to the star realm to collect. All the sunlight was used to make the radiant magic cannon. This is also a helpless thing, facing the crisis of undead natural disaster. The elemental tower can't take care of that much. Spend all the solar energy immediately to strengthen the defense of the elemental tower. The Empire has purchased a large number of radiant magic cannons. As a result, the solar energy in the Solar Radiation Research Room was also used up. Now, the Solar Research Laboratory has basically stopped research and is waiting for the next cycle of collecting solar flares. Only after enough solar flares are collected can the research continue. Li Wei asked, When is the next day to collect solar radiation? Fullide said, There are about 7 days left. Only by waiting for the sun to eject the stream of solar radiation into the star realm can we have a chance to collect solar radiation samples. 7 days? That's almost it. Levi thought for a moment and felt that he could perfect the star world wandering technique. He said, I will also participate next time I collect solar radiation. Fire-Eyed said, I would like to ask the palace master for instructions. Collecting solar radiation is a very dangerous thing. The power of the flames ejected by the sun is no less than the forbidden curse. Levi said, I understand. Please help me apply. Seeing that he insisted on participating, Fernide said nothing. Unable to obtain solar radiation, Levi just had to do other things. When he came to the St. Villa library, Levi looked up information about the demon species, and also found some information about the Emerald Prince. Solving the demonic disaster and dealing with the Emerald Prince were also the purposes of his coming to the Elemental Tower. Chapter 567 Invitation. Levi looked through all the books in the library of Santa Villa. There is no way to solve the problem of demon parasitism. He is already a legendary mage and a counselor of the Elemental Tower, already able to see all the books in his St. Villa library. In other words, the books in the Tower of Elements were no longer hidden from him. However, no solution has been found. And the situation is obvious. The ancients did not record how to solve the problem of demon parasitism, considering that the demon disaster happened in ancient times. Even if there is a way, it may have been lost long ago. Levi realized that he had to find a way to solve the evil disaster on his own. After much thought, he found the Master of the Hall of Truth. The Master of the Hall of Truth looked at Levi with a look of surprise. "You want to start a research project on demon species?" he wondered. "However, the demon species has disappeared for thousands of years. And even if we want to conduct research, we still lack samples. There was news from the north some time ago that there seems to be a demon species, but no one has seen it with their own eyes so far." Levi knew the reason. Probably because the place where the demon species was found was the Arctic ice field. That damn place in the Arctic ice field. It's normal for no one to come in or out for decades. It's normal that the news about the demon species didn't spread. Levi was worried about the demon species research samples. He had a demon tree in his hand. The demon tree can grow demon seeds. When the demon seeds parasitize animals, demonized creatures will be produced. All research materials are available, Levi said. "I have been to the far north ice field before, and a demon disaster did break out there. I also got a demon tree from the far north ice field that can grow demon seeds. It should not be a problem to use it to produce research samples." The Master of the Hall of Truth was very surprised. "What? Do you have a demon tree?" Levi took out the frozen demon tree from the magic space. The Master of the Hall of Truth looked at it carefully and showed a look of surprise. "If there is a demon tree, it shouldn't be a problem to research demon species. I will apply to the tower owner right away," Levi said. "I hope to become the leader of the demon species research project. I can't guarantee this." The Master of the Hall of Truth is also in a bit of a dilemma. After all, establishing a project and becoming a leader are two different things. The former is to propose a new research direction, which anyone can propose. To become a leader is to be the leader of a project research team, who is fully responsible for the entire research project and has independent leadership. Even he cannot interfere with the leader's research strategy for the project. At best, the research progress of the project can be suspended and stopped, Levi said. "Didn't the Tower Master say yesterday that he wanted to compensate me? Why not just use this?" Upon hearing this, the Master of the Hall of Truth nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go ask." Levi gave the sources of materials needed to study the demon species, coupled with the compensation conditions that the tower owner promised to Levi yesterday. Levi wanted to open a brand new research laboratory, and the project to study demon species and demonized creatures was quickly approved. He also naturally became the leader of the Demon Seed Research Laboratory, fully responsible for the research on demon species. The Master of the Hall of Truth also assigned some scholars suitable for studying demon species to Leeway to join the Demon Species Research Room. Demonic species have always existed, but they have not yet been fully explained. However, the Elemental Tower is not very concerned about the research on demon species. If it were an alchemy tower, it might attach great importance to the research of demon species and demonized creatures. The Elemental Tower is still more inclined to the research of elemental magic. Therefore, the confidentiality level of Levi's Demon Seed Research Laboratory is not high. It is only classified as a first-level secret research laboratory. The levels of the Element Tower research laboratories are divided from high to low into the core top-secret research room, the top-secret research room, the first-level secret research room, the second-level secret research room, the third-level secret research room, and the public research room. Levi has no objection to the classification of confidentiality levels in the Demon Seed Research Laboratory. The more advanced the research room, the more resources it will receive. Levi just wants to study how to dispel demonization and reverse demonization, and he doesn't plan to study too much, so the resource requirements are not very high. Besides, if some research results are really useful to the Elemental Tower, the level of the research room will be improved and the resources obtained will also increase. The scholars in the Hall of Truth heard that they were going to be transferred to a brand new research laboratory, but none of them were willing, especially when I heard that the objects to be studied were demon species and demonized creatures. I became even more reluctant. What the hell? We are elemental magic researchers. If we are asked to study biological samples, how can we get results? That's right. I don't know what the Palace Master is thinking. Why would he open a research laboratory that seems useless? Please don't choose me. Have you heard? The head of the new research laboratory is Levi. Levi? The newcomer who played an important role in the Solar Research Laboratory before? Why is he doing it? Sun Yao and demon seeds are completely different directions. He is good at studying Sunyao, but he is not necessarily good at studying demon seeds. Regardless of the grievances of the scholars in the Hall of Truth, the Demon Seed Research Laboratory was still established. The first batch of research scholars given to Li Wei by the Lord of the Palace of Truth was less than 10 people. Li Wei also found a place in the Palace of Truth and planted the demon tree. Feed the demon tree. Harvest demon seeds. And use demon seeds to demonize animals, monsters, and plants for research. The whole process is very clear. Levi also gave the scholars of the Demon Seed Research Laboratory a clear and specific goal. It's about finding how to contain demonization, or even counter-demonization. Although the scholars in the Demon Seed Research Laboratory were reluctant to join the laboratory, after receiving Li Wei's order, they all moved in the direction determined by Li Wei. It will take some time for the laboratory to cultivate the demonized creatures needed for research. Li Wei gave this task to his men to solve. It is worth mentioning that Hobbies actively requested to join the Demon Seed Laboratory. Levi handed over the management of the Demon Seed Laboratory to Hobbies. Hobbies patted his chest and promised, "I will definitely take care of the Demon Seed Laboratory." Levi reminded, "You must be careful when doing research. Don't be injured by demonized creatures, let alone be parasitized by demon seeds." After telling Hobbies to pay attention, Levi leaves the Temple of Truth. Walking on the way to the library, a figure appeared next to him. "Levi, my master wants to see you." Levi turned to look and saw Lilith walking side by side with him and whispered, "Haros? Why does he want to see me?" Levi had some doubts in his heart, considering that when the light cult came to arrest him before, it was Haros who asked Lilith to tip him off, and he escaped. Levi nodded and said, "Well, okay, let's go." Lilith takes Levi to see Haros. When Haros saw Levi, he sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect that just so long ago, you became a legendary mage. It's really unbelievable." Levi smiled and asked, "What do you want from me?" Haros said, "I heard that you are investigating the Emerald Prince recently." Levi looked surprised. "Oh, does it have anything to do with it?" Haros said, "That's not true. But why are you investigating him?" Levi said, "I am a little curious about the longest-lived nobleman in the Empire." Haros looked at Levi and couldn't tell what he was thinking. However, he had heard some rumors. The Emerald Prince seems to have been searching for Levi. Haros laughed and said, "Indeed, throughout the ages, countless people have longed for eternity and long life. If you are just interested in the secret of Prince Jade's longevity, you can take a trip to the Alchemy Tower. The Alchemy Tower has done a lot of research on this aspect. If you don't mind turning into a monster, the alchemist in the Alchemy Tower can even let you live until the world is destroyed. However, you have already become a legendary mage. Lifespan should not be a problem for you. After all, you are still young. You may have a chance to become a god in the future. Hundreds of years ago, there was a human mage who became a god. Come on." Levi looked at Haros strangely. Feeling that this was not what he wanted to say, he asked, "What if it wasn't to explore the secret of longevity?" Haros looked playful and said, "That would be interesting. Have you heard? The Emerald Prince is about to reach 1,000 years old. He is currently planning a grand birthday party in the Emerald Territory. When the time comes, Prince Jade will definitely invite famous people from all over the continent to attend the banquet. You have become a legendary mage at such a young age. If the news reaches the ears of Prince Emerald, there is a high probability that he will invite you to the banquet." Levi looked at Haros and didn't know what he was thinking for a moment. However, what Haros said was a good opportunity to get close to the Emerald Prince. If it was Prince Jade's birthday party, then he would definitely be there. This created an opportunity for him. The legendary Lich is still waiting for good news from him. Levi and Haros had a mindless conversation and then left. After Haros left, Levi chatted with Lilith for a while. "Thank you for helping me escape last time." Levi expressed his gratitude to Lilith. Lilith said coldly, "It's nothing. My master just asked me to help you. If you want to thank him, just thank him. There is no need to thank me." Levi smiled, already aware of Lilith's arrogant temper. Haros doesn't mind that much. At most, it's a warning that Levi is in danger. Everything else is Lilith's own wish, including covering Levi's use of the teleportation array to leave the elemental tower. Levi invited Lilith and said, "Go for a walk on the street?" Lilith did not refuse, but asked, "Are you very idle? I forgot. You have become a legendary mage. You are indeed very idle." Levi did not rush to perceive Lilith's level. He asked, "What about you? What level of cultivation have you reached?" Lilith said coldly, "I can't compare to you, who is just a 5th level mage." When Li heard this, he didn't think Lilith's cultivation speed was slow. It hadn't been long since she entered the elemental tower. Less than 2 years. He has become a 5th level mage. As long as nothing unexpected happens. Training to become a legendary mage is a sure thing. Levi is still very interested in the source of the power in Lilith. Lilith walked a few steps, looked back at Levi, and asked coldly, "You are not going shopping, and you still want me to wait for you?" Levi laughed, came to his senses, and followed her footsteps. That's strange. Lilith's attitude toward him did not improve just because he became stronger and became a legendary mage. She is really arrogant. It is precisely because of the pride in her heart that she can treat Levi, a legendary mage, as an equal. Anyone else would have thought that he was inferior due to his status as a legendary mage. Not even Hobbs can escape this psychological hierarchy. After learning that Levi had become a legendary mage, his attitude towards him became much more polite. It's not as natural as before. After Levi and Lilith separated, he tried to find ways to build momentum for himself. He thought of Oats. Oz's Beishiang kingdom was established with the support of Prince Emerald. Although Prince Emerald is not Oats' only investor. However, Oats should have a way to get to the Emerald Prince. Just start doing it as soon as you think of it. Through the clone who stayed in Maple Leaf City, Levi used the Spark Literary Club to promote his outstanding talent. The youngest legendary mage in history. The most genius mage in thousands of years. The mage most promising to become a god after Mistra. All these exaggerated names are arranged. Soon, the news reached Oates' ears. He couldn't believe it when he heard that Levi had become a legendary mage. Considering that the legendary mage level is beyond his capabilities, Oates reported the matter to the police, hoping that the superiors could help verify the authenticity of the information. It didn't take long for the people above to tell Oates that this was true. That night, Oates sat in his room and stayed up all night. It is too easy for the people behind Oates to know whether the news is true or false. Just ask the top brass of the Elemental Tower, and you will know. When Levi became a legendary mage and a member of the Elemental Tower, the top management of the Elemental Tower basically knew about it. There is no intention to hide it from the outside world. As a result, the news that Levi became a legendary mage and a high-ranking member of the Elemental Tower quickly spread, reached the ears of the Emerald Prince. Legendary mage? How did he do it? The Emerald Prince is also weird. According to his information, Levi was only a 4th level mage not long ago. After thinking about it, Prince Jade sent an invitation letter to Li Wei, who was in the Tower of Elements, to attend his 1,000-year birthday party. On the one hand, he wanted to figure out why Levi suddenly became a legendary mage. On the other hand, he wanted to get the dragon next to Levi. His intelligence showed that Levi appeared alone in the Tower of Elements and accomplished the impossible. The Emerald Prince didn't care what he did to get the Elemental Tower to accept him as a counselor. He was more concerned about where the giant dragon beside Li Wei had gone. The purpose of inviting Li Wei to his birthday party was more for the dragon beside Li Wei. After receiving the invitation from Prince Jade, Li Wei smiled. He sent good news to the legendary Lich almost immediately. Levi looked at the gorgeous invitation made of pure gold in his hand, his face full of happiness. "I'll bring you a big enough surprise gift. I won't let you down." Ha ha ha. Chapter 568 Birthday Banquet. Soon, it was the day when Prince Jade held his 1,000-year birthday party. The entire Emerald territory was filled with an atmosphere of grand celebration, decorated with lanterns and colors. The colorful flags and ribbons used to welcome guests even extended hundreds of miles away. The Emerald Prince's exaggerated gesture surprised everyone who came to the birthday party. The people who can participate in the birthday party of this legendary prince are naturally all top figures in the human empire. All of them are big shots with high authority and great strength, or geniuses with extraordinary talents and great potential. Although the Emperor of the Empire did not come in person, he also sent a prince to congratulate Prince Jade on his birthday. The standard was not low. This is simply an imperial event. Many people are proud of getting an invitation. Even important people who don't have time to attend the invitation will spend a lot of money to send gifts to celebrate Prince Jade's 1,000-year birthday. Prince Jade, the oldest prince in the empire. He was so powerful that at his peak, even the Emperor of the Empire had to listen to him. Even though their power is no longer what it used to be, they are still the same few people standing at the top of the Empire's pyramid. In terms of status on the surface, it can be said that he is inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people. except for the Emperor of the Empire. There seems to be no more noble person in the entire empire than him. There are many people invited by Prince Emerald in the Tower of Elements. There are some old legendary mages, who have become legends in old age, and have no future. Seeing that Li Wei actually received an invitation from Prince Jade. But they did not receive an invitation. They were so angry that they blew their beards and stared. This is not because they want to flatter Prince Jade. It is simply a comparison between people. An invitation directly divided the legendary mage of the Elemental Tower into two levels. The legendary mage who received the invitation means that he is valued by the Emerald Prince, has a great reputation, and has a higher status than other legendary mage who did not receive the invitation. At least, that was the case in the eyes of other nobles of the empire. The legendary mage is not an immortal either. He does not eat grains and cuts off the world of mortals. They also need to socialize and get to know aristocratic forces. Many legendary mages have the support of noble forces. Otherwise, just relying on one's own ability to gather the training resources required for the legendary level would be a big trouble. With the support of the noble forces, there is no doubt that a lot of time can be left to collect resources and spend it on training to improve strength and research magic. If you want to gain the support of nobles, the most important thing is prestige, or reputation. Attending Prince Jade's 1,000-year birthday banquet is undoubtedly a good opportunity to become famous. You can also take the opportunity to get to know many noble figures at the top of the empire. The imperial aristocratic forces may not want to control a legendary mage. But if you can have a long-term cooperation with a legendary mage, many problems can be easily solved. After all, this is a magical world. Things that are very troublesome for ordinary people can be easily solved by mages. Not to mention the legendary mage. If there is a legendary mage who can provide solutions to various problems at any time, for a noble force, it is no less than getting a divine book that can answer all questions. The cooperation between legendary mages and noble forces is mutual. Get what each other needs. Just as powerful as the Elemental Tower, it still needs to rely on nobles to convey benefits and obtain various precious magic resources. That's why after Li Wei got the invitation, he was jealous and envied by many legendary mages. Levi followed the mage from the Elemental Tower to the Jade Territory to attend the 1,000-year birthday banquet held by Prince Jade. Before leaving the Elemental Tower, Levi sent one last message to the legendary Lich. Tell him to bide his time and wait for his good news. Be prepared to take action at any time. The legendary Lich immediately replied that he was always ready. The master of the Elemental Tower did not attend the Millennium Birthday Banquet of Prince Emerald. Instead, he asked the two deputy tower owners to bring gifts and birthday messages prepared by him to express congratulations to the Emerald Prince on behalf of the Elemental Tower. The Elemental Tower activates the teleportation array, teleporting everyone attending the Millennium Birthday Banquet of the Emerald Prince to the Emerald City, the largest city in the Emerald Territory. Emerald City is also the main city of Emerald Territory. The Emerald Prince lives in the Emerald City all year round. He owns a mountain garden in the Emerald City. This courtyard is located in the most prosperous center of the Emerald City. It is unimaginable that in the center of a prosperous city with countless traffic, crowds of people, and precious land, there would be a completely natural and ecological mountain garden. The Emerald Prince's mountain garden covers an area of over 1 million square meters. You have to take a carriage from the gate of Shanling Courtyard to the place where the Emerald Prince lives. Otherwise it would take half a day just to walk. Levi came to Emerald City for the first time. Follow other legendary mages and ride the dragon-blooded horse-drawn carriage prepared by the Emerald Prince to the Emerald Courtyard. A pure dragon-blood horse is worth tens of thousands of gold. Now here, every guest holding an invitation to attend the Millennium Birthday Banquet of the Emerald Prince can take a separate dragon-blood carriage to the Emerald Courtyard. It's unimaginable. The wealth that Prince Jade has accumulated over thousands of years is an underestimation to describe it as being as rich as a country. Li Wei looked out the window at the bustling streets, with lights and gongs and drums playing everywhere. From a distance, you can see many people gathered together to watch the performance. The road from the Emerald City Teleport Square to the Emerald Courtyard is smooth. Heavily armed soldiers stood guard on both sides of the road to prevent any unauthorized persons from intruding on this extremely spacious 8-horse carriageway. Passing through the richest part of the Emerald City, Levi saw a mountain forest in front of him. He looked surprised. There is actually a mountain forest in the city? How is this going? Levi wanted to release his spiritual perception to check the situation. After thinking about it, I held my breath. There are too many masters here. If you release your spiritual perception rashly, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Although he is the biggest trouble. But before his trouble bomb explodes, Be sure not to cause other unnecessary trouble. Levi didn't want to delay what he was about to do because of temporary curiosity. He closed his eyes to perceive the surrounding world and capture the spatial coordinates. It's not time to open the portal yet. Wait until he sees Prince Jade. However, you can prepare in advance and make fine adjustments after capturing the spatial coordinates. By then, the speed of opening the space portal will be faster. There is no need to temporarily determine the space transfer coordinates. The space transfer coordinates on the other side have been firmly engraved in Levi's mind. He can open the entrance to the passage on the other side at any time. Not long after, a wall dividing the city appeared in Levi's field of vision. Outside the wall is a bustling city. Inside the wall is a vast mountain garden with natural ecology. Seeing that the carriage showed no sign of slowing down, Levi knew that he was about to enter the peculiar mountain forest courtyard in front of him. To the outside world, this courtyard also has its own name, Jade Courtyard. There were once noble officials who impeached Prince Jade's Jade Courtyard, saying that his courtyard was too extravagant and exceeded the size of His Majesty the Emperor's palace. In the end it was nothing. The Emperor also took the initiative to reconcile. This shows the transcendent status of the power of Prince Jade. After the dragon blood carriage entered the Emerald Courtyard, Levi saw bright red carpets laying on the ground road. The carpet extends all the way to where the Millennium Birthday Banquet was held. The carriage wheels rolling on the red carpet didn't make a sound. It can be seen that the red carpet on the ground is of the highest quality. Levi has not yet met Prince Jade, and his only impression of him is luxury. How is this different from using gold to pave the way? Not long after, Levi arrived at the place where the Millennium Birthday Banquet was held. A huge palace with an extremely wide fountain square. It was hot summer in Jade color, but the entire palace had a constant temperature that was most suitable for the human body. And there was a gentle breeze. Levi sensed subtle magic fluctuations from the floors and walls of the palace. The entire palace is engraved with various magic circles in order to provide the most comfortable environment for all guests. Just the amount of magic stones required to maintain the operation of the entire palace's magic circle is a very terrifying number every minute. Levi had already seen the extravagance of Prince Jade. The super magic palace in front of him once again refreshed his understanding. There is no most luxury, only more luxury. Levi got off the carriage and walked into the venue along the soft red carpet. I found that the air was still filled with a light fragrance and a comfortable breath of life. It is no exaggeration to say that staying in this palace for a longer period of time can extend your life. However, this method may no longer be effective for the Emerald Prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't be searching for the dragon's heart. After Levi entered the banquet venue, he found an inconspicuous corner and waited for Prince Jade to show up. He glanced at the various dignitaries who kept coming in at the door. It seems that there is still quite some time before the banquet starts. While waiting, many people were chatting around, hoping to make useful connections. Even if Levi stayed in the corner and didn't take the initiative to approach others, there are still many people who take the initiative to strike up a conversation with him and want to get close to him. In the end, Levi could only control himself to emit weak dragon power. When people get close to him, they will subconsciously feel fear and retreat. In this way, he became much purer. Levi looked at the various fruits full of magical elements placed on the table. Put it into the space ring without leaving any trace. If you don't take it, you won't get it. Give it to Xingxi later. He glanced at the hundreds of tables piled with food in the venue. I thought that if Xingxi could eat all these things, maybe his strength would be improved a lot. To weaken the enemy is to strengthen one's own strength. Levi kept taking away the food on the table. The missing food did not attract the attention of others, because it was quickly replenished by servants. In fact, Li Wei took it in front, and someone followed behind to replenish what he took. Simply don't go overboard. Seeing this situation, Levi sighed deeply. Tread is inhumane. The music in the banquet hall suddenly changed its tune. Levi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked towards the end of the palace, where there was a closed door. That's where the Emerald Prince probably came from. After the music changed, everyone stopped talking and turned their attention to the high platform in front, with the music in the background. At the end of the red carpet on the high platform, the magnificent door slowly opened. A figure walked out of the door slowly. The gorgeously dressed Jade Prince walked to the edge of the high platform and looked down at the crowd. Behind him were several experts for personal protection. Levi sensed the unique aura of legendary powerhouses from them. The personal bodyguards of the Emerald Prince are all legendary professionals. No wonder the legendary Lich said he couldn't get close to the Emerald Prince. Prince Jade looked at the people below and said with a smile, Welcome everyone to attend my 1,000-year birthday banquet. Li Wei looked around, and the palace was full of powerful professionals with strong auras. He was in no hurry to open the portal. Opening the door at this time is simply a recipe for death. Most of the top professionals in the human empire are gathered here. No matter how powerful the legendary lich is, it is not a match for everyone. Levi bided his time. He remembered the appearance of the Emerald Prince and quietly locked onto his aura. Prince Jade stood on the high platform and welcomed everyone's arrival. Then, there are the gifts from all forces. The first is a well-deserved birthday gift from His Majesty the Emperor. On behalf of the Emperor, the 9th Prince came to celebrate Prince Jade's birthday and gave him a semi-sacred artifact as a birthday gift prepared by the Emperor. Everyone was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, the Emperor actually gave a semi-sacred weapon to Prince Jade as a birthday gift. This gift is too expensive, even for the entire human empire. The number of semi-artifacts is extremely limited. The currently known semi-artifacts are basically in the hands of famous and powerful people. There are very few semi-artifacts left without owners. After receiving the birthday gift of the semi-artifact, Prince Jade smiled and expressed his gratitude to His Majesty the Emperor to the 9th Prince. Although the semi-artifact is precious to the Emerald Prince, it is just that. There are more semi-artifacts in his hand than he can count on his fingers. Later, various forces also sent birthday gifts one after another. Basically, some big shots represent a certain force and send gifts to Prince Emerald on his birthday. There is no mention of personal gifts for birthdays. The only person is the Emperor of the Empire. Only he has this status and ability. Everyone else can only represent the forces behind it. Levi quietly mixed the gifts he prepared with other people's gifts and put them into the gift pool. There were so many people giving gifts that it was naturally impossible for the Emerald Prince to receive all the gifts one by one. Most people just write down a name and put the gift in the gift pool. Later, someone will bring these gifts to the Emerald Prince, who will decide what to do with them. Most gifts will probably end up gathering dust. There may not even be a chance to meet the Emerald Prince. It was thrown into a warehouse and then disappeared from the light of day for a long time. There were no unexpected incidents during the banquet. There is no possibility of accidents. There are too many strong people gathered here. Anyone who dares to stand up rashly will die without knowing how. After the banquet, Levi was getting ready to leave. The servant of Jade Manor found Li Wei. "Hello, Master Li Wei. The prince wants to see you. Please move to the palace backyard garden." Levi looked surprised. Before he could use the backhand he had left behind, the other party took the initiative to send it to his door. Is there such a good thing? Chapter 569 The Power of Semi-Artifact. After the Millennium Birthday Banquet, Prince Jade invited Li Wei alone to meet in the back garden. Levi was also very surprised. He was worried that he would not have the chance to see Prince Jade alone. When he came to the back garden, Levi saw 2 legendary warrior professionals standing at the door guarding the door. It's incredible. Someone can actually let a legendary powerhouse guard the door for him. However, this person is the Emerald Prince, who has been at the top of the Empire's power for thousands of years. This doesn't seem strange anymore. He does have this status and wealth. When Levi walked into the back garden, the 2 legendary warriors at the door didn't even turn their heads. Without even looking at him, he let him in. It seems that he is not considered a threat to the Emerald Prince at all. Li Wei walked into the back garden, surrounded by various colorful flowers on both sides, each of which was the most beautiful sight in full bloom. He glanced at it, and the air was filled with a faint scent of mixed flowers. The smell is very strange, not unpleasant. When the various floral fragrances are mixed together, it has a strange beauty. Levi discovered that many flowers bloom at different times. The flowering periods of some flowers are even several months apart. But these flowers with different flowering periods are all in full bloom here as usual. He sensed that there was a rich life beneath the garden. This is the power of natural magic. This is luxury. A garden created using natural magic. Li Wei sighed. And unknowingly, he had reached the end of the flower garden. A small pavilion with morning glories and wisteria flowers appeared in front of him. The Emerald Prince stood on the edge of the pavilion, looking at the sky outside, not knowing what he was thinking. When he heard footsteps approaching, he turned around and looked at Levi with a kind smile on his face. Li Wei saw Prince Jade up close. His appearance was that of a friendly middle-aged man, with a majestic look on his face. One look at him gives the impression that he is a majestic and compassionate person in power. If he hadn't known what Prince Jade had done for immortality, he would have been deceived by Prince Jade's appearance. Prince Jade is definitely not a compassionate person. Perhaps to the people of the Emerald Territory under his command, He may be a kind ruler, but in other respects, he is definitely ruthless. Complex personalities seem to be what all rulers have in common. Just from the fact that Prince Jade can maintain his position for thousands of years, we can see his methods. Without some strong means, he might have been taken down long ago. 1,000 years is enough for a kingdom to rise and fall several times. The Emerald Prince can always stand at the top of the human empire. Naturally, he cannot be as harmless as he seems on the surface. Levi and Prince Jade looked at each other for a moment, and he greeted with a smile. I'm Levi. It's an honor to meet the prince. Prince Jade looked at Li Wei. His years of experience in observing people told him that the young man in front of him was not easy to get along with. Thinking of the people he sent out before, all the people he sent out were solved by Li Wei. Prince Jade still admires Levi's strength very much. As for whether Levi would threaten him, Prince Jade never considered this matter at all. Even if Levi can kill a high-level legendary dragon hunter on his own, he also doesn't think Levi has the ability to threaten him. At best, he is a relatively bright young man. Over the past 1,000 years, he had encountered countless extremely dangerous scenes, and the scene in front of him was nothing at all. Even if Li Wei was resentful about sending people to hunt him down and wanted to take revenge on him, Prince Jade was also undaunted. Prince Jade looked at Li Wei kindly and praised. You are truly a hero from a young age. You are the youngest legendary mage I have ever seen in my thousands of years of life. How about it? Are you interested in helping me? If you agree, you won't have to worry about all the training resources in the future. If you want, I can also give you a semi-artifact. Prince Jade looked at Li Wei with a smile and said the extremely exciting conditions. If it were another person, it might be difficult to refuse Prince Emerald's conditions. Taking refuge in the Emerald Prince means taking refuge in the largest tree in the empire. Not to mention, Prince Jade also promised to cover all future training resources, plus a half-sacred weapon as a gift. Li Wei also sighed in his heart at the grandeur of Prince Jade, and gave away the semi-artifact as soon as he said so. He said calmly, The conditions given by the prince are so generous. What are the conditions? Prince Jade said lightly. I heard that there is a giant dragon that is extinct in the world next to you. If you can bring the dragon over to show me and satisfy my curiosity, you can take it directly with these conditions. Levi sneered in his heart. To satisfy curiosity. This reason is really funny. Levi had an idea and said, The giant dragon is not here. If the prince wants to see her, I can find a way to help. Prince Jade smiled and said, Oh, what are you going to do? Levi cast a spell and opened a space portal. He looked at Prince Jade and said, The dragon is far away in the horizon. If the prince doesn't mind, you can come with me. Prince Jade looked at the space portal in front of him, looking thoughtful. He couldn't see the scene on the other side of the space portal, and he didn't know if it was a trap. After a moment, he laughed. No matter if it is a trap or not, even if it is a trap, what can he do to himself? Prince Jade smiled and said, I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying that, he didn't move. 5 legendary professionals walked in from outside. They entered the portal first and went to the other side to investigate the situation. Li Wei quietly watched these legendary professionals walk into the portal without any panic. After a while, a legendary professional returned to the garden and said, Your Majesty, there is a golden dragon on the opposite side of the portal. I temporarily encountered some powerful enemies and couldn't get close to the dragon. When Prince Jade heard this, he looked surprised and looked at Li Wei in surprise. I didn't expect that he would really surrender to me. Prince Jade smiled gently and patted Levi on the shoulder and said, Very good. You did a good job. He flicked his luxurious sleeves and walked towards the portal without hesitation. The legendary professional who came back to report also walked in behind him. The underground caves of Haiyuan City. The Holy Dragon King stood on the small island and looked at the sudden appearance of several human legendary professionals in the distance with a look of surprise. Why do humans suddenly appear here? Not long after, the unexpected appearance of a legendary human professional attracted the attention of the powerful Naga tribe in the underground sea. Several people were attacked by the Naga Sea Beast Priest, who commanded the 8th level Sea Beast. It is difficult to deal with the attack of the 8th level Sea Beast, and also be careful of the attack of the Naga Sea Beast Priest. One person took the opportunity to return to the portal and tell Prince Emerald the news. After Prince Jade learned that there was really a giant dragon on the opposite side, he stepped into the portal without hesitation. The moment he walked into the portal vibrated and emitted intense spatial fluctuations. Prince Jade sensed the fluctuations in space and didn't pay too much attention. He only thought it was the movement caused by his passing through the space portal. He raised his hand to release his power, and stabilize the space channel. When the space passage stabilized again, he passed through the exit of the space passage and arrived on the opposite side of the teleportation gate. When he came to the opposite side, he saw a barren black land. A gloomy sky with thick black clouds. There was no living thing visible on the ground. And the entire land exuded the aura of death and silence. Prince Jade frowned slightly, and quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for traces of the dragon. The legendary professional who took the last step out of the portal was stunned when he saw the scene outside. Prince Emerald asked, "Where is the dragon?" The legendary professional said with confusion on his face, "Why has it changed? It was not here just now." When Prince Jade heard this, he immediately realized something was wrong. He turned sharply and looked at the portal. The portal had shrunk to the size of a fist. He thrust his hands into the portal's hole, intending to force the portal open. There was a bang. An intense spatial fluctuation spread in all directions. The portal exploded. The Emerald Prince waved his hand to disperse the spatial fluctuations coming from his face. His face was slightly gloomy. The legendary professional next to him was shaken by the fierce space waves and was unable to stabilize his body. He lost his levitation and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a large shadow quickly rose from below to cover the entire world. A huge bone dragon with a length of more than 100 meters swallowed the fallen legendary professional in one mouthful. Prince Jade's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the huge bone dragon flying in front of him. "Undead? Hoo ho ho!" The wind roared between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the thick gray fog floating in the sky fell on the ground, covering the figure of the Emerald Prince. A smaller version of the death sky. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, countless elite-level undead emerged from the soil, and hundreds of sixth-order bone dragons emerged from the earth and flew into the sky. The earth slowly rose, forming huge mountains all around, wrapping the Emerald Prince within them. Countless blood-red liquids flew out from the holes at the top of the mountains, quickly covering the sky to form a bright red dome, enveloping the world. Countless undead appeared in this carefully prepared encirclement. The figure of the legendary Lich slowly appeared in midair, and he stared at the Emerald Prince floating in midair in front of him. This 1,000-year-old enemy. Seeing this scene, Prince Jade didn't realize that he had been tricked by Li Wei, although he didn't know how Levi allowed his men to see the real dragon. But this scene before him must have been prepared by Levi for a long time. Prince Jade saw the endless undead around him, but he didn't show the slightest panic. No other reason. Just because of his absolute strength. He himself is a demigod-level powerhouse. Master multiple semi-artifacts simultaneously. The gorgeous-looking robe on him is a defensive semi-artifact. This semi-artifact alone is enough to ensure his safety. Even a legendary master cannot cause any harm to him wearing a semi-artifact defensive protective gear. Although there were many undead in front of him, there was no strong demigod-level undead. Prince Jade is invincible, and has no panic at all. It's nothing more than spending a little effort to deal with these undead, and then spending a little more effort to return to the Emerald Territory. Prince Jade is already thinking about how to deal with Levi, having deceived him once. No matter how amazing Levi's future potential is, the Emerald Prince would not keep him either. On the contrary, he will kill him more painfully because of his amazing potential, so as to avoid leaving any future troubles. Bang bang bang. The terrifying skeleton dragon Dia fought fiercely with the legendary Dragon Blood Warrior. Every collision erupts with amazing power and momentum. However, the legendary Dragon Blood Warrior has always been at a disadvantage, suppressed by the deathly horrible skeleton dragon, and defeat will only happen sooner or later. Although he has all kinds of powerful equipment prepared for him by the Emerald Prince. But the gap in strength cannot be made up by relying only on external things. The deathly horrible skeleton dragon is a death realm bone dragon that has survived for more than thousands of years. His strength has already reached the legendary peak. The Dragon Blood Warrior was created by the Emerald Prince using the remaining Dragon Blood Potion. His own strength is only in the early stage of legend, but relying on the legendary equipment all over his body, he can fight against the monsters in the middle stage of legend or even in the late stage of legend. The gap between them and the deathly horrible skeleton dragon at the peak of the legendary level was still too great. What's more, this place is still covered by the canopy of death. The death sky continues to weaken the power of the legendary dragon-blooded warriors and strengthen the power of the terrifying skeleton dragons. The gap in strength between the two sides will only grow wider. Sizzle! The power of the death canopy consumes the Emerald Prince. The gorgeous robe on his body exudes three-color light, easily resisting the erosion of the power of the death canopy. The brilliance of the semi-artifact represents the quality of the semi-artifact. The worst demi-artifacts also possess two different radiances. The top-level semi-artifact possesses 6 different rays of brilliance. Reaching the 7-color brilliance is the level of an artifact. Colorful artifact. Defensive semi-artifacts are rare. The 3-color defensive semi-artifact is more valuable than the 4-color offensive semi-artifact. The flying undead flew toward the Emerald Prince and launched long-range attacks. Hundreds of skull dragons spit out dark green ghost dragon breath to attack the Emerald Prince. All attacks were blocked by the 3-color light shield and could not harm the Emerald Prince at all. Prince Jade took out an attack semi-artifact from the storage ring. The storage ring sparkles in 2 colors. Even the storage ring is a semi-artifact. The semi-artifact level storage ring has an extremely wide space, far exceeding that of ordinary storage rings. For the Jade Prince, who is full of treasures, if he doesn't have a semi-artifact level storage ring, he is really afraid that he won't be able to carry all the treasures with him. Prince Jade took out a long sword that shone with colorful light. Infused with power, he swung the colorful semi-artifact long sword. In an instant, the entire world was cut in half by colorful brilliance. All undead creatures along the way were wiped out by the sword energy. Even the death canopy, which claims to be able to resurrect the undead, has lost its effect. The bones and souls of the undead, who died under the sword energy of the semi-artifact, were wiped out by the power of the semi-artifact. The premise for the death canopy to resurrect the undead is that the bones of the undead are still there. The legendary Lich looked at the extremely powerful Emerald Prince. His expression as usual, showing no signs of surprise or panic at all. It seems that he is not surprised at all that he is so powerful. Even if one had lived for 1,000 years, it would probably become a spirit. The high-ranking Prince Jade, who has lived for thousands of years, cannot be a weakling with no strength. The legendary Lich has long known that he has become a demigod-level powerhouse. The battle has just begun. Chapter 570. Empty the treasure house. Boom! The central area of the ancient battlefield. A strange landscape appeared. A huge lump bulged out from the ground, half of which was covered with undulating rocks. The upper half is a hemisphere of blood-red liquid. It looked like a red swollen growth on the ground. Huge roars and explosions came from inside the earth's swell. The interior was shrouded in the gray mist of the death sky, and colorful brilliance continued to erupt from the hazy gray mist. The undead suffered heavy casualties. The undead army prepared by the legendary Lich was ruthlessly annihilated by the power of the semi-artifact without even touching the hem of the Emerald Prince's clothes. It seems that he has been doing useless work. Even the 6th level undead will be wiped out by the sword energy erupting from the semi-artifact long sword. Legendary undead will also be killed with one sword. The Emerald Prince calmly scanned the surroundings, looking for the mastermind behind controlling these undead. Levi opened the portal and sent him here, but he hadn't come yet. Therefore, the mastermind here is Levi's accomplice. According to the information Prince Jade knows about Levi, he knew that Levi seemed to be connected to a legendary Lich. The Emerald Prince saw the almost endless undead around him, and knew that there must be a legendary Lich controlling these undead behind them. It's just that he doesn't quite understand why this legendary Lich would use any means to deal with him. His attacks clearly had no effect. So why didn't he make any changes? The Emerald Prince couldn't understand what the legendary Lich was thinking. Just think that the legendary Lich has been undead for a long time, and even his brain has shrunk and his IQ has been reduced. So he behaves in such useless ways. I want to find a legendary Lich who is good at hiding himself in a place full of undead. The difficulty is like finding a needle in a haystack. Prince Emerald searched for a while, but after failing to find any trace of the legendary Lich, he no longer wanted to stay here and was ready to leave. He flew towards the sky and slashed towards the sky with his sword with all his strength. A colorful sword energy soared into the sky. Call! Bang! The sword energy hit the huge red dome in the sky and instantly destroyed the red dome. Just as he was about to fly out, the dome returned to its original state in an instant. The speed of recovery is unimaginable. Prince Jade's eyes narrowed, and he swung multiple swords in succession, cutting off the red dome in the sky to pieces. Large red rains of blood fell from the sky. He flew outside. Suddenly, his expression froze slightly, and he looked around. Unknowingly, he appeared in the center of the encirclement again. This is where he started. Looking up, countless blood rains flew up into the sky, forming a huge and bright red sky again. Prince Emerald glanced around and realized that the space here was messed up. There is no way to leave here by normal means. A huge worm made of white bones squirmed on the space barrier, eating holes in the space barrier one after another, and digging out twists and turns of space passages. One of the 12 Deadpools. The space-devouring skeleton worm. Nongoshi. The legendary lich used special means to create the space worm Nongos with the power of space. Nunjisi was originally a time and space worm that lived on the barrier of time and space. After being discovered by the legendary lich, he used the undead reincarnation ritual to reincarnate the space-time worm into a space-devouring skeleton worm. Used the various space wormholes created by Nungs on the space barrier to trap the Emerald Prince, preventing him from leaving this area. In the gray fog, an inconspicuous gray cloud slowly approached the Emerald Prince without attracting the slightest attention from him. The gray cloud looks very strange, with all kinds of broken feathers stuck on it. It looks like a ball of cotton stuffed with feathers. Unknowingly, Huiyun approached Prince Jade and stuck to his body, and the defensive brilliance of the three-color semi-artifact gradually disappeared. When the light dimmed to a certain extent, the Emerald Prince discovered something strange hidden in the gray mist. He quickly slashed the gray cloud with his sword. However, the semi-artifact long sword in his hand passed directly through the gray cloud, and was unable to touch the gray cloud at all. This is the Feather of Death brought back from the realm of death by the legendary lich. A strange thing floating in the dead realm. Have some self-awareness, but low intelligence. It is equivalent to a programmed robot. It is also notorious in the realm of death, and is hated by humans and beasts. The Death Feather will kill all living creatures and undead souls it encounters, and harvest their souls. Some people in the world of death call them the Wings of Death and the Attendants of Death. Think of it as Death's tool for harvesting souls. Avoid it. The movement speed of Death Feather is not fast. It can even be said to be slow. Therefore, as long as you are careful not to get close to the Death Feather, and quickly move away when you see the Death Feather, you will generally not be in danger. However, once entangled by the feathers of death, death is inevitable. The Death Feather contains the law of death. Even the demigod-level undead can hardly escape the pursuit of the Death Feather. This is also the reason why the creatures in the world of death believe that the feathers of death are related to the god of death. I don't know how the legendary lich brought Death Feather to the main material world, but now Death Feather is indeed under his control. It's not about control. It's more about guidance. The Death Feather stuck to the Emerald Prince's body, and the power of the law of death continued to weaken the semi-artifact's defense. The Emerald Prince finally showed a hint of panic when he found that he could not hurt the Death Feather, and the power of the defensive semi-artifact was still weakening. What the hell is this? There was confusion in his eyes. Never seen or heard of such a thing. So much so that he didn't know what treasure to use to deal with this strange cloud. Seeing that the brilliance of the defensive semi-artifact was about to be swallowed up by this strange gray cloud, Prince Emerald quickly threw out a sacred object from the light cult. A golden holy grail of light. A holy object used by the light cult to transform ordinary spring water into holy water. The Emerald Prince hopes that long-term drinking of holy water can increase his lifespan. I used some connections, and spent a little money to buy a holy grail of light from the Pope. The holy grail of light sounds very rare, as if it is the only one in the world. In fact, it is an out-and-out creation of divine power. As long as the light god sect prays to the god of light, they can obtain as many holy grails of light as they want. Prince Emerald is willing to spend a lot of money to buy the holy grail of light, and the Pope of the light religion is naturally willing to sell it to him. It was considered a favor sold to him. The Emerald Prince threw the holy grail of light into the strange gray cloud. The divine power of light in the holy grail of light was stimulated by the law of death, and was instantly activated. A dazzling divine light burst out. The law of light appears. The powers of the two laws conflicted with each other, tearing apart the feathers of death that had been entangling the Emerald Prince. The Emerald Prince quickly escaped from Death Feather's range with his dim defensive semi-artifact. Boom! After the Death Feather and the Holy Grail of Light were in a stalemate for a while, a violent explosion occurred. The feathers of death dissipated, and the broken feathers in the cloud slowly fell down, turning into little bits of light, and gradually dissipating in the air. The Holy Grail of Light also lost its brilliance, and fell from the sky without power, falling into the dirt, and becoming inconspicuous. Prince Emerald finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had used the Holy Grail of Light to deal with Death Feather. However, he did not dare to underestimate the legendary lich who ambushed him. This legendary lich does have some tricks up his sleeve, to be able to get something so weird. Prince Jade was about to take out his big weapon and completely destroy everything here. Suddenly, a creepy feeling rushed into his heart, and the hair on his body stood up. He immediately poured all his power into the defensive semi-artifact. Exerting the power of the defensive semi-artifact to its maximum, a black light shot out from the gray fog and silently hit the Emerald Prince's back. The black light was blocked by the three-color light of the defensive semi-artifact for a moment. The three-color light and the black light dissipated at the same time. There was a click in Prince Jade's ears. He looked down and saw that the defensive semi-artifact on his body had been broken. His face became serious. The legendary Lich put down his staff with an indifferent expression. The black light, just now, was the forbidden curse Finger of Death he cast. The forbidden curse, one Finger of Death. Known as the strongest single-body, forbidden curse. Even if a demigod-level expert is hit, he will be killed with one hit. The Emerald Prince's defensive semi-artifact helped him block the fatal blow. Therefore, the defensive semi-artifact was completely scrapped. If it were a defensive semi-artifact in its heyday, it might be able to withstand the Finger of Death and not be completely scrapped. However, after the legendary Lich grabbed hold of the defensive semi-artifact and had most of its power consumed by the Death Feather, he launched an attack when the defensive semi-artifact was most vulnerable. Successfully destroyed the Emerald Prince's defensive semi-artifact. A trap from which there is no escape. The defensive semi-artifact was broken. The Emerald Prince finally fell into crisis and could no longer maintain his aloof calm posture. After the defensive semi-artifact was broken, he took out a top-notch legendary defense equipment. Compared to semi-artifacts, even the best legendary defensive equipment is still much weaker. Make him feel insecure. Prince Jade killed in the direction of the black light, intent on finding the location of the legendary Lich. The real battle begins now. After Levi sent the Emerald Prince to the legendary Lich, he saw that he wanted to forcefully open the space portal and return to the Emerald Courtyard. Without saying a word, he directly cut off the contact here. The space portal disappeared in front of the Emerald Prince. At this moment, Li Wei was the only one left in the huge garden. When he was about to leave here, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't used the backhand he had prepared. He quickly activated his prepared backup plan. Among the piles of gift boxes, one suddenly opened and a hand stretched out from inside. Immediately afterwards, Levi's phantom emerged from the gift box. At this moment, all the gift boxes have been piled in Prince Jade's treasure house, waiting for Prince Jade's order. The fate of most of the gifts waiting for them is to be left in this treasure house to eat dust for a long time. Now, one man is about to change the fate of those gifts. Levi originally planned to wait for the guests to disperse. Then the phantom body hidden in the gift would quietly come out, and then open the space portal. Let the legendary Lich lead his large army and quietly enter the Emerald Courtyard. I just didn't expect that the plan would change. The gift prepared by Li Wei was not used, so Prince Jade took the initiative to summon him. He also took the initiative to enter the space portal. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. Before leaving, Levi remembered the phantom hidden in the gift box. Thinking of the phantom body with a lot of gifts, it's better to just make a fortune and leave. After activating the phantom body, Levi was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. He actually appeared in Prince Emerald's largest treasure house, which was filled with various treasures collected by Prince Emerald over the past millennium. On weekdays, no one enters the treasure house at all, and the door to the treasure house is also closed. At this moment, Levi's phantom body can do whatever it wants. He directly opened the portal of the magic space and collected all the gift boxes around him into the magic space. All the treasures on the shelves in the treasure house were also taken away. Anyway, the magic space is huge enough, so there is no need to worry about not being able to hold these things. The volume of magic space now exceeds 1 billion cubic meters. It's bigger than a semi-artifact level storage ring, enough to empty the entire treasure house. However, some important and precious things are locked with magic circles and magic boxes. Levi didn't touch those things for the time being. Violently destroying the magic circle and taking out the contents will trigger an alarm in the treasure house and attract guards. Levi first took away everything he could. This process took him nearly an hour. The Emerald Prince's treasure trove is too vast. Li Wei felt that he might have moved away wealth worth several kingdoms. These collections and treasures are just part of the Emerald Prince's wealth, compared with these things collected in the treasure house and gathering dust. The fixed assets, territorial area, and investment kingdom of the Emerald Prince are greater wealth. These are things that Levi cannot take away. However, even taking away only 1/10 of Prince Jade's wealth would be enough for Levi to never have to worry about money and resources for the rest of his life. After plundering the ordinary collections in the treasure house, Levi started with the rare collection he wanted most. To be on the safe side, Destroy all the magic circles at once. Levi thought. If he only relied on magic, even his legendary mage wouldn't be able to do this. Because there are too many things. It was impossible for him to pay attention to every magic circle without distraction. However, Levi can use the rules of elemental fusion to create miniature nuclear bombs. He used the useless decorative gems collected in the treasury to make hundreds of miniature nuclear bombs and place them in appropriate locations within the treasury. Let the power be just enough to destroy the magic circle without damaging the things inside. Then, hide in a safe corner. A thought came to my mind. Instantly detonate all micronuclear bombs. Only a trembling roar was heard, and the magic elements in the entire treasure house instantly became a mess. All the magic circles were exploded. This act also set off the treasure house's alarm circle. There was a lot of footsteps immediately outside the door. Levi's phantom body was used to control objects, and all the surrounding treasures flew into the portal of the magic space. The last item flies into the magical space. The phantom body closes the magical space portal. Then, it disappeared in place. A ray of spiritual power in Juan's body exploded with a bang and disappeared. The entire treasure house returned to calm. Boom! The treasure house door was opened. The guards were all dumbfounded when they saw the empty treasure trove. How is this going? What about the contents of the treasure house? Even if a thief got in, what about the thief who stole things? Chapter 571 Fall. The guards of the Emerald Court discovered that everything in the treasury had been stolen. Levi has left the Emerald Courtyard. Returned to the Tower of Elements. He originally wanted to go to the battlefield on the legendary Lich side to see how the battle was progressing. However, I found that I couldn't open the portal to that side. There is nothing wrong with the spatial coordinates, but I just can't open the portal. Levi realized that space blockade methods might be used there. Therefore, he could not go over to participate in the battle. Levi had no choice but to return to the Elemental Tower to wait for news. When the legendary mage of the Elemental Tower saw Levi coming back, he curiously asked him what Prince Emerald was looking for. When they heard Li say that Prince Jade wanted to recruit him, everyone who was traveling with him showed envious expressions. When they heard that Li refused Prince Jade's recruitment, they showed incredulous expressions. I couldn't help but sigh something like, "You can even endure this. I'm afraid you've never quit smoking." After hearing this, the Deputy Tower Master of the Element Tower couldn't help but pat Li on the shoulder. He encouraged, "It doesn't matter. You can also develop very well in the future in the Element Tower. Come on!" Levi returned to the Elemental Tower through the teleportation array. Levi returned to the Demon Species Research Room. Hobbs reported to him on the recent results. The first round of demon seeds has been cultivated using the demon tree. Ordinary animals, low-level demon beasts, and mid-level demon beasts were used as groups to conduct demonization experiments to study the changes in the demonization process of demon parasitic organisms. At present, the demon seeds have been implanted in the experimental subjects. No signs of demonization have been found yet, and further observation is underway. Levi said, "Be careful. Be careful that the strength of the demonized beast will increase dramatically to avoid accidents." Hobbies nodded quickly and said, Okay, I understand. The monsters have been separated and kept in separate magic hall spaces. Even if the monster shows signs of becoming demonic and run away, they can be stopped as soon as possible. That's good. Let's continue the research. The progress will be a little faster. Giving some life and death stimulation to the creatures that have been parasitized by the demon species can speed up the growth process of the demon species. Levi said. Hobbies nodded and said, Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. When the parasite of the demon species encounters a life and death threat, in order to survive, the demon species will also accelerate its hatching and growth and take over the body of the parasite. This process is also the process of demonization. Levi already knew this when he was in the Ice and Snow City. He stayed in the City of Ice and Snow for more than half a year and observed many demonized creatures. Unfortunately, he failed to find a solution to the demonization. Even if he knew who had the demon seed in his body, there was no way he could take it out. When the demon seed enters the body of a living being, it is already linked to the living being's life. If the demon seed is taken out by force, the creature will die immediately. There is no way to reverse demonization. All this still needs to be studied by the Demon Seed Laboratory. Li Wei went to find Forlights and asked him when he would go to collect solar energy. After getting accurate information, we will go to the Star Realm to collect the sun's rays the night after tomorrow. Why it was nighttime? Fernandez had no explanation. Levi didn't ask. Anyway, As long as he knew the specific time, it would be okay. Fernandez also promised to tell him before setting off. Li Wei wants to go to the star realm in person to collect solar energy. At the same time, it is also to understand the sunshine and the rules of the sun. Improved elemental fusion rules. This is just one of the purposes. Levi's real purpose was to observe the nuclear fusion reaction inside the sun at close range. The intention is to push the fusion of elements to the level of solar fusion. At night, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distant sky, like the rising sun. But it's late at night. Where does the sun come from? The elemental tower sent a message from the outpost set up in the ancient battlefield, saying that an earth-shattering battle broke out in the ancient battlefield. We still don't know who are the two sides fighting. However, judging from the battle dynamics alone, the strength of both parties participating in the battle has exceeded the legendary level. It was probably two demigod-level experts fighting. Why are there two demigod-level experts fighting in the ancient battlefield in the middle of the night? The higher-ups of the elemental tower couldn't figure it out either. Their first thought was to find out what happened in the ancient battlefield. So the legendary mage was sent to inquire about the situation. As a member of the elemental tower, Levi is naturally qualified to know this news. He also attended the meeting. I heard that someone was going to be sent to the ancient battlefield to gather information. His heart moved, and he took the initiative to sign up. In that case, please trouble Master Li Wei and Lord Windchaser to go to the ancient battlefield to find out what's going on. Please be extremely careful. Soon, the two were teleported to the outpost on the edge of the ancient battlefield. When Levi walked out of the teleportation array, the first person he saw surprised him. Sean? Sean was the teaching teacher of the magic class that Levi entered when he first entered the elemental tower. Due to some changes, Sean resigned from his position as the teacher of the elemental tower and chose to work at the dangerous ancient battlefield outpost. Sean was also very surprised to see that among the people who came there was Li Wei, whom he knew. He was surprised. Didn't the elemental tower say that two legendary mages are coming? Levi, why are you here? Where is the other legendary mage? When Windchaser heard this, he laughed and said, He is another legendary mage. When Sean heard this, he stared at Levi in disbelief. Have you become a legendary mage? Levi nodded. Sean wanted to ask something else, but there was a violent vibration in the distance. A flash of light illuminates the entire sky. The aftermath of the battle spread to the edge of the ancient battlefield. The smile on Windchaser's face gradually faded, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. The scene in front of me really looked like a demigod-level warrior fighting, and both sides are very powerful. Ordinary demigod-level strong men are not so terrifying to fight. None of the Windchasers dared to approach the fighting range of the two powerful demigods, even if he is accidentally hit by the aftermath of an attack by a demigod-level powerhouse. He may be seriously injured or even die. Levi looked at the colorful lights emerging from the sky in the distance, his eyes twinkling. The battle is so fierce? It seems that the Emerald Prince and the legendary Lich are both more powerful than I imagined. One is a Lich who has lived for thousands of years. One is a prince who has lived for 1,000 years. None of them are good. When the Windchaser stood there and hesitated, Levi said, I'll go to the front to check the situation first. With that said, he opened a portal and left. Windchaser looked shocked when he saw Levi skillfully opening the door and leaving. I also thought of the hurried and anxious look that Levi showed before in the death sky. Windchaser couldn't help but shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh. The Tower Master was deceived by this guy. Sean stood nearby and heard his emotion, and his heart was full of doubts. I didn't dare to ask more questions. The Windchaser is not Levi. He didn't dare chat with Windchaser. The Windchaser thought for a moment, then began to cast spells and fly towards the sky, towards the battlefield. Although he is not willing to get close to the battlefield of a demigod-level powerhouse. But this is his mission. Levi can't be allowed to take risks alone. Thinking so, he acted with a different attitude, flying at a slow speed. It doesn't have the speed of the legendary Windchaser at all. Windchaser is known as the fastest mage in the elemental tower. The speed he showed now was as slow as a snail. Windchaser thought that it would be great if the battle between the two sides ended when he flew somewhere. It also saves him from taking such big risks. Poof! The space split open, and a space portal appeared. Levi came out of it. He came directly to the edge of the battlefield. Seeing the huge area in front of you surrounded by mountains and bloody sky, he could feel the fierce battle fluctuations coming from inside. From time to time, a shocking burst of colorful sword energy would fly through the mountains. The bloody sky was also broken in battles again and again, and then restored again. Levi paused for a moment before realizing that the mountains were the giant mountain beast Morphus. The bloody sky is the dead soul blood Hyacreus. He looked inside with great curiosity. How far is the fighting going on inside? Levi thought for a moment, falling towards the ground. Placing his hand on the mountain range, the power of the golden bone ring was activated, and a cave appeared in the mountain range in front of him. Levi walked into the cave and kept walking forward. The Emerald Prince breathed heavily. He also didn't expect that one day he would be forced to do this. It's been years since I felt this way. The Emerald Prince looked at the legendary lich not far away, covered in black mist and exuding a strong aura of death. With a solemn expression, this lich is obviously only at the legendary level. So why does it have such terrifying power? That power is associated with death. The legendary lich holds a broken death scythe in his hand. This is a real artifact, much more powerful than the semi-artifact in the hands of the Emerald Prince. Unfortunately, the artifact is broken. Using this artifact in his hand also consumes a huge amount of money for the legendary lich. With his own powerful strength and the semi-artifacts all over his body, the Emerald Prince was evenly matched against the legendary lich holding the broken artifacts. However, if it continues to drag on, the situation will not be good for him. The canopy of death around him was corroding his power. If the battle cannot be ended quickly, his remaining breath of life may be corroded by the breath of death. Prince Jade doesn't have much life left, and he is most afraid of this kind of attack. He previously had a defensive semi-artifact to protect his body, but he didn't care about the corrosion damage caused by the death aura of the death sky. However, the defensive semi-artifact was shattered by the legendary lich using the finger of death. Prince Jade took out the best legendary armor again. Within 2 seconds, the legendary lich used the death scythe to kill him again. The legendary lich looked at the Emerald Prince. Although his face was calm, his heart was impatient. More than half of the power he had accumulated for thousands of years had been consumed by the death scythe. If there is no way to deal with the Emerald Prince before the power approaches, the demigod-level Emerald Prince cannot be defeated by human sea tactics alone. Both sides have the same purpose and want to end the battle quickly. One side is afraid that the life force will be eroded, so that the short lifespan left will disappear and die suddenly. One party is afraid that after exhausting its power, it will not be able to kill the other party, thus wasting thousands of years of savings. Bang! The colorful sword energy collided with the black sickle. The sword energy was cut instantly. The black scythe slashed at the Emerald Prince. The Emerald Prince waved several sword energy in succession, forcing the black scythe back. Suddenly, both hands held up the multicolored semi-artifact long sword, chanting something in their hands. The sword of victory's oath! Release your power! In an instant, the semi-artifact long sword in his hand was surrounded by colorful light. The power of the semi-artifact is truly unleashed. Every subsequent blow consumes the origin of the semi-artifact. If the consumption exceeds a certain level, the semi-artifact will break. Prince Jade can no longer control so much. A handful of semi-artifacts are broken into pieces, not as important as his life. Upon seeing this, the legendary lich's face hardened, and the remaining power was poured into the death scythe. A huge black cloak shadow appeared behind him. A huge black scythe appeared in the sky. As the legendary lich waved the death scythe in his hand, he slashed down towards the Emerald Prince. Prince Jade struck out with his sword. The colorful rainbow light broke through the sky and directly cut open the blood sea of dead souls above the head. Cut it down with one sword. It's like a colorful galaxy falling from the sky to the world. The colorful sword light collided with the black sickle, and an extremely fierce shock wave erupted. Countless undead souls around the two of them were thrown away. As soon as Li Wei walked out of the cave, a huge black shadow flew in front of his eyes. After he dodged, the towering Arnold hit the wall hard, leaving a deep crater of a figure. Levi glanced at the towering warrior, who was blown away by the aftermath of the battle. He looked up into the air. The aftermath of the battle between the two tore apart the curtain of death on the battlefield. The gray fog dissipated. Levi could directly see the scene of the two fighting desperately. So fierce! Levi sighed, seeing that the power of the legendary lich was exhausted. The huge black shadow behind him disappeared, and he was about to be killed by the colorful sword light. Levi suddenly shouted loudly, "Prince Jade!" Prince Jade was startled when he heard his voice. Then he immediately reacted. An endless anger surged in his heart. He immediately turned to look at Levi on the ground, extremely angry. If it weren't for Levi, he wouldn't have been forced to this extent. After this battle, Even if he can win, his lifespan will be shortened by a few years. And his life will be shortened by a few years. The sin is unpardonable. After the Emerald Prince chopped down the legendary Lich with one sword, without hesitation, he struck at Li Wei's position with a sword. The earth was torn apart by colorful sword lights. Levi laughed. Why are you in such a hurry? Boom! Li Wei's figure disappeared in the colorful sword light, and a huge crack was cut into the earth and mountains. Prince Emerald died after seeing Levi unable to fight back. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. It's a pity that he can't be tortured, and it would be a pity to let him die like this. If he could keep Levi's body, he might be able to ask the biological alchemist in the alchemy tower to help transfer his soul into Levi's body and obtain Levi's unimaginable mage talent. There was not so much pity, and the regret in Prince Jade's eyes turned into hatred. Anyone who offends him will die. Suddenly, several shiny things appeared in front of my eyes. Prince Jade looked puzzled. What is this? Several magic crystals suddenly appeared in the sky. Levi quickly ran away with the severely injured legendary Lich, and at the same time used the golden bone ring to tell the 12 dead pools to escape quickly. The further away the better. It was just his phantom that was killed by Prince Emerald just now. His body had already quietly lurked above the head of the Emerald Prince, leaving behind a few elemental fusion magic crystals. Last time, Levi killed the evil god with just one elemental fusion magic crystal. This time, Levi threw 5 or 6 fusion magic crystals to the Emerald Prince in one go. They are all magic crystals taken from his treasure house. This is regarded as returning the property to its original owner. Chapter 572 The War Ends. Levi ran away from the Emerald Prince as fast as he could. The Emerald Prince saw several shining magic crystals in front of him and sensed great danger. Subconsciously, he raised the divine sword to chop it into pieces. Before he took action, the power in the magic crystal burst out. Boom! Prince Jade had a look of horror in his eyes. His vision was instantly flooded by endless dazzling light. At this moment, he seemed to see the birth of the sun and the explosion of a supernova. Levi fled far away with the legendary Lich. Looking back, the sky behind me was dazzlingly bright. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the entire ancient battlefield. The Wind Chaser, who was thousands of miles away, stopped and squinted his eyes at the flash of light in the distance. A few seconds later, a strong wind swept through him, making his body unsteady. Levi landed on the ground and put up a defensive magic shield to resist the terrifying shock wave. The ground also cracked in the explosion, and the whole land was shaking. I don't know how long it took before everything finally calmed down. Levi slowly flew into the sky and saw that the dark clouds that had shrouded the ancient battlefield all year round had disappeared. The entire night sky was exposed. The shock wave of the explosion tore apart all the clouds. Looking towards the center of the explosion, there was only a huge pit left. The plain turned into a huge basin. Even Li Wei himself felt horrified by this terrifying power that changed the world. The legendary Lich regained his ability to move and looked at the battlefield in the distance with a look of shock in his eyes. He looked at Levi in disbelief. Did you do this? The legendary Lich couldn't help but ask. Li Wei nodded and said, Let's do a little trick. The legendary Lich was shocked. It feels completely outrageous. He was once a legendary mage, who was later reincarnated into a Lich. No one knows better than him how terrifying the power of the legendary mage is. However, the power in front of us has far exceeded the scope of the legendary mage. Right? Even demigod-level experts may not possess such terrifying power. It seemed that he felt the doubts in the legendary Lich's heart. Levi laughed and said, It is naturally impossible for me to exert such a powerful power just by relying on my own strength. I just used a little of my own strength to leverage the power of the world, borrowing a little bit of the power of the world's rules. Elemental fusion is the power of the underlying rules of the world, the laws and rules of the world. Levi also only used his powerful intermediate element fusion rules, leveraging the power of elemental fusion. The fusion of elements has special rules for chain reactions. All Levi did was start the chain reaction and wait for the chain reaction to accumulate enough time to reach a geometric exponential increase. At this point, it was far beyond Levi's control. Everything that remains is the rules of the world that drive the chain reaction to continue. Until the chain reaction collapses, all the energy generated by the fusion of elements is released, forming an earth-shattering super explosion. Levi not only acts as the person who presses the button of the elemental fusion chain reaction. In fact, the subsequent series of processes have nothing to do with him. The legendary Lich was stunned for a moment, came to his senses, and murmured, "Is magic the truth?" Li Wei was a little surprised when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's consider it part of the magic truth for the time being." The so-called magical truth is actually a grand unified theory that explains how the world works. The fusion of elements indicates that the creation legend that the world is composed of 4 basic elements is true. Naturally, it can be considered as touching the so-called magical truth. Magical truth is the supreme goal pursued by all mages. The mage believes that as long as he masters the truth of magic, he can do everything and solve all problems. This is the so-called universal formula. Levi glanced at the explosion crater and said, "All your undead are dead." The legendary lich didn't care and said, "It doesn't matter. Just kill him. There are countless undead in the dead world." He sighed and said, "Prince Jade is so powerful. But the demon dragon king who can fight with the gods is even more terrifying. It seems that my accumulation is still not enough." He looked at the crater of the explosion and said to Li Wei without looking back, "Destroying the Emerald Prince has fulfilled one of my wishes. Next, I will go to the Dark World to accumulate more powerful power for the future. Launch a battle of revenge against the Dragon King." Li Wei looked at him quietly. If the legendary lich disappeared from the world, the ruins of the ancient battlefield might be completely peaceful. There is no need to worry about undead natural disasters in the elemental tower. The legendary lich has already used the undead in the ruins of an ancient battlefield to launch an undead disaster. At this moment, the undead in the ancient battlefield were almost dead. There is no need to worry about a new undead crisis breaking out for at least 1,000 years. If everything can settle down, a good thing for Levi. 2. At the very least, he is now working in the elemental tower. If the elemental tower can stabilize, he can do his own thing safely. Levi said, "Then I wish you a smooth journey." The legendary lich looked at Levi, smiled bitterly, and said with emotion, "I can hardly imagine your strength when we meet again. Maybe next time we meet, you will have become a demigod." Levi smiled. "Maybe. By the way, what artifact did you use just now?" Levi asked curiously. The legendary lich nodded and said, "It's the Death Scythe, an artifact from the realm of death. But it's not the real Death Scythe. It's just a counterfeit artifact. And most of it has been damaged." Levito glanced at the legendary lich twice. It seems that his experience over the past 1,000 years has been very exciting. It was not as the elemental tower thought that he had been hiding in the ancient battlefield and eking out an existence. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain a broken artifact. He suddenly thought of something. There were rumors that the depths of the ruins of the ancient battlefield were connected to the realm of death. The aura of death in the dead world has been seeping into the main material world from the ruins of the ancient battlefield, which is why the number of undead here has been increasing. Even if there are no new corpses, new undead will continue to be born. Is this true? Li Wei asked the question in his mind. Is there really a space crack connecting the dead world deep in the ruins of the ancient battlefield? The legendary lich nodded. Indeed, it is, but it is very dangerous. It is filled with the breath of death and the power of death. Normal creatures cannot approach it at all. For living people, it is an absolute place of death. Only the undead can pass through the space cracks and go to the world of death. Levi nodded and wrote down the entire message. The legendary lich should have gone to the realm of death through here. The two went to the center of the explosion together to clean up the battlefield. Unfortunately, a devastating explosion destroyed everything. Even the semi-artifact in the hands of the Emerald Prince failed to survive. The legendary lich said with some pity, "Prince Jade still has a demigod-level space ring in his hand. If it can be preserved, it might be priceless. And there must be many good things in it." Levi smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I have emptied Prince Emerald's treasure house. I have already obtained the semi-sacred weapon His Majesty the Emperor gave him." The legendary lich looked surprised. "How did you do it? Did you attack the Emerald territory?" Levi told him about how he used his phantom body to hide in gifts and sneak into the treasure house to search for all the treasures. The legendary lich showed great emotion. "I didn't expect that the transformation technique I created at random could be used so well by you." Magical fluctuations of the wind element came from the distant sky. Levi turned his head and glanced, knowing that the Wind Chaser was coming. The battle is over. Wind Chaser also dared to fly at full speed this way, coming to inspect the wreckage of the battle. Levi bid farewell to the legendary lich. He flew towards the Wind Chaser, and the legendary lich gathered the surviving undead on the ground, preparing to go to the Dark World to further improve his strength. The Wind Chaser was flying rapidly when he suddenly saw a figure appearing in front of him. After getting closer, he found that it was Levi, and he looked surprised. The flight speed gradually slows down. Wind Chaser stopped in front of Levi and looked at the huge pit in the distance behind him. He asked, "Did you see who are the two sides fighting here?" Levi shook his head and said, "When I came over, the battle was already over, and I was almost affected by the aftermath of the final explosion." Seeing this, Wind Chaser said, "That's good. Come with me for a walk and look at the traces left by both sides of the battle. Maybe you can deduce the identities of both sides." Levi said, "You go ahead. I will go back first." Wind Chaser frowned, thought for a while, nodded and said, "Okay. Take the news of the end of the battle here and tell the Tower Master." Levi nodded. "Okay." After saying that, he directly opened the space portal and disappeared in front of the Wind Chaser. After pausing for a moment, the Wind Chaser flew towards the battlefield, looking for traces left by both sides of the battle, trying to deduce the identities of both sides. Levi returns to the outpost established by the elemental tower on the ancient battlefield. I met Sean and had a few words with Sean. Sean was filled with emotion. "I didn't expect that just so long ago. You would become a legendary mage. It's incredible. Your strength is increasing faster than mine. I wonder if you have some kind of super mage bloodline." In this regard, Leeway could only laugh and remain silent. Levi told Sean good news and said, "Maybe this outpost will not be needed in the future, and you can go back to the floating city." When Sean heard this, he was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. Randomly, he laughed and said, "Actually, it's pretty good for me to stay here. At least I still have some freedom." Levi said, "Don't you want to see the world outside the elemental tower?" Sean's face changed, and there was some anticipation in his eyes. Levi said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. You don't have to worry so much. I am also a member of the Element Tower after all, and I am qualified to make suggestions to the higher-ups and let the Element Tower lift the restrictions on you." Sean said with some emotion, "Then I don't know how to thank you for this." Although he has always shown an evasive attitude, Levi also knows that Sean does not like being trapped in the elemental tower. It's just limited by the identities of both Sean's parents. The elemental tower had no choice but to trap Sean in the elemental tower. Sean's father is a mage in the Tower of Elements, and his mother is a purgatory demon. Therefore, Sean became a blood warlock and gained the powerful blood power of the purgatory demon. Relying on the power of the purgatory demon's bloodline, one can easily become a 5th level bloodline sorcerer. However, precisely because of the power of the purgatory demon's bloodline, Sean was also regarded by the elemental tower as having a sinful bloodline. He has been trapped in the Tower of Elements and is not allowed to leave. With no freedom, the elemental tower is also afraid that after Sean leaves the elemental tower, the power of the sinful bloodline will lose control and cause harm to the outside world. Then it caused some bad reputation, which eventually spread to the elemental tower. No matter what, Sean's father was once one of the legendary mages of the elemental tower. The elemental tower must take into account the legendary mage's face, and at the same time, the elemental tower's own reputation. Levi said, "It's too early to thank you now. Let's wait until I really help you get free." "Okay, then I'll go back to the elemental tower first. See you again when I have the chance." "Yeah. Bye." After the two sides said goodbye, Levi used the teleportation array at the outpost to return to the elemental tower. As soon as Levi returned to the elemental tower, someone asked him about what happened in the ancient battlefield. Soon, he was brought to the Tower Master and Deputy Tower Master. The high-level decision-makers of the elemental tower are all here. Leeway also saw the Master of the Palace of Truth. Levi briefly told the top brass of the elemental tower what happened in the ancient battlefield. The identities of both combatants were concealed. He only said that when he went there, the battle was over, and he did not see both sides of the battle. The specific situation will not be known until Wind Chaser comes back. At least, he brought back the news that both sides of the battle had ended the battle. This actually made the higher-ups of the elemental tower breathe a sigh of relief. If the demigod-level powerhouse continues to fight, it might even affect the elemental tower. As a result, the higher-ups of the elemental tower waited for the Wind Chaser to bring back more detailed news. Levi returns to Valen's estate. With his financial resources, it is more than enough to buy a manor of his own in the floating city. However, Levi didn't have much need for this. It doesn't matter where he lives anyway. He may not stay in the Tower of Elements for how long. There is no need to buy a home. I'm used to living in Warren's Manor. Li Wei was not sure about the aftermath of the demigod battle in the ancient battlefield. He did not pay attention to this news. Anyway, it was okay, since the higher-ups of the elemental tower didn't ask him to talk anymore. As for what Wind Chaser discovered during his investigation, regardless of his affairs, it was all due to Wind Chaser. Li Wei will wait for the day after tomorrow to go to the Star Realm to collect solar energy. The research on demon species will also wait until he comes back from the Star Realm. Anyway, Hobbs is in charge of the experiment. It is impossible to achieve anything in a short period of time. The time soon came to go to the Star Realm to collect the sun's rays. Fahrenlights informed Levi in advance. Levi came to the Palace of Truth early to wait for departure. Firelights introduced to Levi. When the Space Mage from the Space Tower arrives, the Space Mage will open the portal to the Star Boundary. After arriving at the Star Boundary, you can follow the team from the Element Tower to collect solar radiation. Okay. Don't run around in the Star Realm. Otherwise you may get lost and unable to return to the main material world. Chapter 573 Star Boundary. Levi listened to Fernide's reminder and nodded in response. Yes, I understand. He knew that what Fernide said was all for his own good. It didn't feel nagging or cumbersome. The Elemental Tower sent a total of 6 people to the Star Realm to collect solar radiation, with a legendary mage as the leader and 5 6th level mages as members. Levi joined temporarily because of his status as a legendary mage. The members of the Astral Solar Collection team were very polite to him. The legendary mage who led the team had also heard of his deeds of breaking through the sky of death alone and ending the undead natural disaster. I also heard that he had received an invitation from Prince Jade, and was even invited to meet alone by Prince Jade. He was also very polite and friendly. In addition to the Astral Solar Collection team, there are still many people sent by the Elemental Tower to the Astral Realm. Levi took a cursory glance and saw that there were at least 30 or 40 people going to the Star Realm. There are other research projects in the Elemental Tower that also need to be carried out in the Astral Realm, or special materials that are only available in the Astral Realm. Some people go to the Star Realm for other matters. The Astral Realm is like a transit station in the world, connecting the main material world and other worlds. If you want to go to other worlds, you must first go to the Star Realm, then reach other world bubbles through the Astral Realm. There are also people who plan to travel to the Star Realm or other worlds. By spending money, you can actively apply to go to the Star Realm. Of course, the Elemental Tower will also review the applicant's identity and strength. Basically, only mages of level 6 or above are allowed to go to the Star Realm. The Astral Realm is too dangerous. If you are not strong enough, you will easily encounter dangers. Not only the dangerous environments that can be seen everywhere in the Star Realm, but also the dangerous creatures in the Star Realm. The level of creatures that can survive in the Star Realm will not be low. Even low-level creatures have very special abilities. Take starworms for example. The level of a single starworm is not very good, probably only 2nd or 3rd level. However, starworms are extremely adaptable, and can adapt to all environments. Secondly, starworms are not solitary creatures. Starworms usually appear in groups. Seeing a star bug means that there is a star bug nest nearby, and there are at least hundreds or thousands of star bugs nearby. This results in the starworm itself not being of a high level, but its danger factor is not lower than that of ordinary astral creatures. Buzz! A wave of space teleportation appeared. Levi turned to look and saw several space mages wearing silver mage robes walking out of the space passage. There was no one he was familiar with among the visitors. Levi only knew a few people in the space tower. The chance of such a chance encounter is unlikely. Those few people have their own responsibilities, and generally will not leave the space tower easily. After a brief exchange between the elders of the Element Tower and the visitors from the space tower, the mage from the space tower prepared to open the portal to the Star Realm. Levi discovered that the spells used by the space mage seemed to be somewhat different from the astral wandering spells that Claude had given him. It feels like the spells used by these space mages are much simpler. There is a shadow of astral wandering. However, it feels more like a simplified version of astral wandering. Soon, Levi knew why. He saw the clues. The star wandering technique used by these space mages is a fixed-point teleportation space spell. Only point-to-point transmission is possible. In other words, the Star Realm has the positioning space coordinates established by the space tower. The space teleportation spells of these space mages can only reach the corresponding space coordinates, and cannot go to other places. This also greatly reduces the difficulty of casting spells for the Star Realm with a complex environment. This is actually a good thing. Fixed point transmission means that spatial coordinates will not be lost. Even if you lose your way in the star realm, you can still return to the original transmission location. In terms of practicality, it is definitely not as good as the astral wandering technique mastered by Levi. After practicing the art of astral wandering to perfection, as long as Levi has the spatial coordinates, he can go wherever he wants. He knows the space coordinates of the star realm, and he can directly open the portal to the star realm. The only problem is that the spatial coordinates between the star world and the world are not fixed coordinates. For the astral world, the world moves. For the world, the star realm is also changing. Therefore, the spatial coordinates will continue to change. This means that the space coordinates of the main material world that Levi has written down now may not be usable after he goes to the star realm for a period of time. There are solutions too. That is to anchor the space to a certain item or a certain area. Even if the spatial coordinates are changing, you can easily return to the main material world by locking the teleportation point as an anchored item. Levi has left 4 or 5 space anchor coordinates in the main material world. 2 are located within the elemental tower. 1 is located in the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower, an isolated island under the sea in Hyuan City in the Endless Sea. There is also 1 located in the Ice City in the far north ice field. Even if he loses 1 spatial anchor coordinate, Levi can return to the main material world through other coordinates. What he lacks now is the space coordinates of the star realm. Therefore, you must follow the people from the elemental tower to the star realm. Buzz, after the space mage opened the astral portal, after simple debugging, when the space portal was stable, he said to everyone, "Okay, the astral portal has been opened. You can go in." After saying that, he took the lead and walked inside, disappearing in front of everyone. Others followed and walked inside. Before Levi left, Fernines did not forget to tell the legendary mage leading the team to take good care of Levi. "Master Levi is going to the star realm for the first time, so please take care of Master Boer," legendary Mage Bull said with a smile. "Don't worry. I am the leading mage. No matter who it is, I will bring it back safely. Okay, no more words. I'm leaving." Bull took the lead and walked into the astral portal. Others followed suit. Before Levi left, he glanced at Full Eyes and said, "Don't worry. I will come back safely," Fernandez said quickly. "Be careful." Now, Levi is the treasure of the Palace of Truth. He was reluctant to let Levi have any accidents in the star realm, and was still waiting for Levi to come back to promote the solar research project. Levi followed the last person and walked into the astral portal. The moment he entered the astral portal, he obtained the fixed coordinates of the star realm that the astral portal led to. Levi marked the coordinates in his heart. Fixed spatial coordinates anchored by an object, which usually do not change. You can use it directly after getting the spatial coordinates. After a bumpy journey through the space transmission channel, Levi appeared in the star realm. He looked outside. The place he was currently at was a meteorite floating in the boundless star realm. Meteorites build a simple base. There is a magic circle covering the entire meteorite, making the meteorite have gravity and air inside, so that people who have just arrived in the star realm will not immediately face the extremely harsh environment of the star realm. The legendary Mage Bull shouted, "Levi!" Hearing this, Li Wei hurriedly walked over. Bull looked at everyone and said, "The environment of the star world is very different from that of the main material world. The human body cannot survive directly in the star world, so it must rely on the star armor magic props to ensure its own survival. Everyone has 2 pieces of star armor. You must watch your star armor carefully to prevent it from being damaged. Of course, if someone has mastered complete elementalization, they can survive in the star realm without using star armor. However, even so, we cannot take it lightly. The star realm is different from the main material world. There are magic elements everywhere that can absorb and restore mana. The magic elements in the star realm are very thin. Usually only a few areas gather magic elements. Therefore, if the mana in the star realm is insufficient, it cannot absorb the magic elements from the outside world. The magic element is restored. Everyone must use their own mana carefully to avoid excessive consumption of mana and unable to replenish it. For a mage, if the mana is exhausted, it means losing all combat effectiveness and survivability. Bull said so much, but he mainly told Levi. The others are already old members and have been to the star realm several times, so they naturally know these things. Levi did not take the initiative to interrupt Bull, telling him that he had completely mastered the elemental body. Rather, it is still an advanced version of the elemental lord's body. He wrote down everything Bull said. Levi can move freely on the seabed tens of thousands of meters deep, so survival in the star realm is naturally not a problem. There is no ultra-high pressure at the bottom of the sea that can even crush steel. However, it also faces the problem of pressure difference. The astral world has extremely high negative pressure. As long as there is a small wound on the body, all the blood and flesh in the body may spurt out from the wound. There are also ultra-low temperatures and ultra-high temperatures in the star realm. The difficulty of survival is no lower than the depth of tens of thousands of meters. Later, Bull asked everyone to adapt to the environment of the star realm since there was no magic circle outside the meteorite. Ultra-low temperature, no gravity, ultra-high negative pressure, endless darkness, upside down, disorientation. After adapting to the environment in the star realm, everyone began to set off for the Sun Yao collection place. Because the distance between all objects in the star realm is too far, it can easily range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of miles. Therefore, you can only use the space teleportation array to move within the star realm. Everyone has a teleportation crystal that returns to the meteorite base. If you encounter danger, you can teleport back directly. Then, under the leadership of Bull, everyone followed the teleportation circle set up by the elemental tower in the star realm and headed to the place where the sun erupted. Every time Li Wei went to a place, he marked the coordinates of the space. However, these teleportation arrays engraved on the meteorite have been moving with the meteorite, and the spatial coordinates are changing dynamically. After writing it down, you cannot return to the meteorite. You can only return to the previous location of the meteorite. After Li Wei discovered this, he didn't waste his time recording the spatial coordinates. Anyway, if you find a teleportation array, you can teleport along the teleportation array all the way back to the meteorite base. Even if the teleportation array is not found, you can also use the teleportation crystal to return to the meteorite base. The protective measures of the elemental tower are very good. As long as you don't seek death, you will basically not be in danger of getting lost. After traveling through countless space transmission arrays, Levi finally saw an extremely huge star. Stars float in the astral world, emitting endless light and heat. Losing the isolation of the sky, looking directly at the stars is enough to blind your eyes. Coming in front of a star, they are constantly exposed to the light and heat radiation emitted by the star, and the temperature of everyone's star armor rises rapidly. Only Levi felt warm all over, and felt that his mana and strength were constantly increasing. The idea of Fire Yang concept exerts an astonishing effect at this moment. He did not use the star armor, and his entire body was directly exposed to the star realm. No need to use elemental powers. Relying on his body, which is comparable to the legendary dragon, he can move freely in the dangerous star realm. After getting close sunlight exposure, Levi felt that all the cells in his body began to become active. Bull glanced at Levi and noticed something strange about him. After looking at it twice, I didn't pay too much attention. Each legendary level mage will have its own unique abilities. Alright. Right here. Get ready to capture the ejected solar flames, Bull said in command of the crowd. Everyone took out their own things and arranged them on the nearby meteorite, forming a huge magic network. Use this net to capture the flow of flames ejected by the sun and intercept the solar radiation contained in the flow of flames. Levi observed the sun while everyone was setting up the magic net. From time to time, a stream of heat is seen ejecting from the surface of the sun. Most of the time, after the heat flow ejects to a certain height, it will fall back into the sun, calculated by scholars from the Tower of Elements. Immediately, a particularly powerful stream of flames will be ejected. This stream of flames will leave the range of the sun and fly deep into the star realm until it cools and disappears, and then turns into silent interstellar dust in the star realm. Buell and others seize this opportunity to seize the flowing flames that spewed out. They do not have the ability to directly enter the sun to collect solar radiation, so they can only rely on this method to collect solar radiation. Being close to the sun, not to mention the terrifying temperature of the sun, but also the super strong gravity of the sun, can make those who get close never return. The pressure you would have to endure if you fell into the sun would be countless times higher than the pressure you would have to endure in the deep ocean. No one dares to venture near the sun. Levi had been looking at the sun in the distance. Suddenly his eyes moved slightly, and he saw a small black spot on the surface of the sun. After a moment, he realized that the small black spot was not on the surface of the sun. Instead, it was directly in front of them, between them and the sun. Levi quickly told Bull and said, "Master Bull, There seems to be something in front of you. Bull looked in the direction he was pointing and didn't see the little black dot he was talking about. After using the highest level of eagle eye surgery, he could barely see a small black dot. It looks like a small black dot from a distance, but it is actually very huge. Buell was worried that that thing would affect the jet of fluid inflammation, causing the jet position of the fluid inflammation to shift, and the capture net they arranged would be ineffective. He said, I'm going to see if I can move that thing away so as not to affect the collection of Lu Yin. Levi nodded. Bull flew towards the little black dot. Levi saw Bull performing the eagle eye technique and cast one on himself. Taking a closer look, his pupils suddenly shrank. After the operation of eagle eyes, he could see things clearly. A huge star beast floating in the star realm, with purple and black lines all over its body, exuding a dangerous aura. Levi quickly flew towards Bull, trying to prevent him from approaching. Chapter 574 A Powerful Enemy from the Void. Bull used the teleportation circle to get close to the huge object floating in the starry sky. After getting closer, he was stunned by the object in front of him. This is a huge creature with a size exceeding 10,000 meters. The whole body is covered with purple and black energy stripes. Bulbin wanted to use magic to repel the objects in his way. However, when I saw it, I instantly lost my mind. This thing is a powerful astral creature. If you launch an attack rashly, you may anger the astral creatures and cause danger. After Bull approached, the astral creatures also started to move strangely. The behemoth turned around slowly, like a mountain range lying in front of Bull. Bull felt a huge sense of oppression brought about by the size difference. It's suffocating, completely losing the power to resist. Only when the huge eyes of the astral creature appeared in front of him did Bull come back to his senses. He quickly turned around and ran away. The astral creature slowly opened its mouth, and you could see the surrounding astral dust slowly gathering into the star beast's mouth. Purple-black light shines. A purple-black beam shot towards Bull. Silent and silent. There is no material that transmits sound in the astral realm, so fighting in the astral realm will not make any sound. Even an explosion that could destroy the planet would look like a colorful firework to people from afar. There was no way to feel the devastation and despair that situation brought. Bull felt like an ant at this moment. The random attacks launched by the star beasts made him feel unable to resist. The purple-black beam passed through Bull's body and shot into the distance until the energy was exhausted or it hit an object. Levi was shocked when he saw Bull being hit by the star beast's attack. Master Bull is dead? Is the star realm so dangerous? The legendary mage said no. Soon, he saw a familiar figure not far away. Bull looked at the star beast with a scared look on his face. He used life-saving means to teleport out of the star beast's beam attack range and escape disaster. Bull frowned, looking at the star beast in front of him and not knowing what to do. If you want to collect Lu Yin, you must drive this star beast away. However, with his strength, it would be good if he did not die in the hands of the star beasts. But trying to drive the star beasts away is simply a fool's errand. Suddenly, space fluctuations came from the side. Levi walked out of the space vortex that appeared next to Bull. Looking at Levi, Bull said, This star beast is blocked here, which may affect the direction of the flow of inflammation and escape from the range of the capture net we have arranged, causing the failure of this operation to collect solar radiation. We must find a way to let it leave here. Hearing this, Li Wei nodded and said, I'll give it a try. To the star beast, the two of them were as tiny as floating around, not worthy of attention at all. If it weren't for the powerful aura of the legendary mage Bull, the star beast would feel the slightest threat. The star beast didn't react at all to the two of them. After the two were some distance away from the star beast stopped moving and floated motionless in the void. Although I don't know why the star beast stays here, but now we have to find a way to make it go away. Levi stared at the star beast, focusing on the fine astral dust floating around the star beast. Some astral dusts are slightly larger. Levi locked on a piece of gravel the size of a fingernail. To the star beast, this rubble is no different from stardust. The gravel is affected by the energy field around the star beast, and surrounds the star beast along with the stardust. When the astral dust gathers together, they become larger and heavier. The gravel will be attracted and fall onto the star beast, become part of the star beast's SHL. Levi took out a magic crystal and used the space exchange technique. The magic crystal in his hand disappeared and turned into a gravel mixed with dust. A magic crystal appears next to star beast. Because the magic crystal weighs far more than the gravel, it is attracted by the star beast itself at this distance and quickly falls towards the star beast. Magic crystals have had elemental fusion rules applied to them. turned into an elemental nuclear bomb. When the magic crystal falls on the star beast, the huge energy generated by the fusion chain reaction of the elements inside loses control and all explodes. In an instant, an extremely dazzling light burst out from the star beast. The light of the explosion even engulfed the figure of the star beast. Loss of air and other transmission materials. Even the impact of the explosion cannot spread far. Levi and Bull could only see a sudden burst of dazzling light from the star beast, but could not feel the powerful shock wave generated by the explosion. This caused Bull to misjudge Levi's attack. Although the light in front of you is dazzling, the dazzling degree does not represent the strength of the power. Bull said, "Maybe even forbidden spells can't hurt such a powerful star beast." The words just fell. The light that shrouded the star beast's figure gradually dissipated, revealing the star beast with less than half of its body turned into charcoal. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What kind of spell is this?" Bull looked shocked. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly. The star beast was not dead after suffering such a terrifying blow. The star beast screamed in the void. It was a cry from the soul level. Both Levi and Bull seemed to feel the sadness and pain of the star beast. In a daze, it seemed as if nothing was heard and everything was an illusion. Dozens of purple-black energy bands appeared on the injured star beast. After the energy bands separated from the body, they gathered into a point in the void above. When Li Wei saw this, he thought the star beast was preparing to launch a big counterattack. Just when he was about to repeat his old tricks and completely eliminate the star beast, there was a very obvious and strong spatial fluctuation in the void, where the purple-black void energy gathered. A space vortex slowly opened. A creepy aura emanates from the opposite side of the space vortex. Levi felt the aura, and his expression became extremely solemn. It was the aura of the evil god. On the other side of the space vortex is a powerful man of the evil god level. A figure walked out of the space vortex. After the figure stepped out, the space vortex slowly shrank and disappeared. Feel the terrifying aura that filled the void dissipate. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the evil god who came. Otherwise, he would have to think about how to escape. If he really encounters a strong person at the level of the evil god, he won't care about other people. If he can escape alone, he is lucky. The worst-case scenario is to fight the evil god. Li Wei once severely wounded an evil god in the underground sea of Haiyuan City. However, this does not mean that he has the ability to fight the evil god. The so-called serious injury was only a serious injury in Li Wei's eyes. Slightly curbed the evil god's attack trend. In fact, it cannot pose a life threat to the evil god at all. Levi seems to want to fight the evil god desperately, but he may not have a chance. He looked towards the figure arriving through the space vortex. Seeing the other party's appearance, Levi was stunned for a moment. Feeling very familiar, he had seen a similar figure in the far north ice field. Memories emerged from his mind, and in an instant, Levi seemed to understand everything, including the powerful evil god's aura that he felt just now. The enemy summoned by the star beast opened the space vortex, and it turned out to be the Void Demon Clan. When Levi went to the far north ice field to find the secret realm of time, he encountered someone who wanted to awaken the ancient Ice Emperor. Entrusted by the Snow Queen, Levi went to prevent the Ice Emperor from awakening. It failed in the end. Only later did Levi learn that the man behind the attempt to awaken the Ice Emperor was the demon god in the void. He also met a relative of the Void Demon God who called himself Basim. It claims to be from the Void Empire, and the demon standing behind it is known as the Void Emperor and is extremely powerful. The descendants of the demon god from the void eventually died together with the eight-winged angel of light from the god of light. Die together is not accurate. The two of them did not die, but because the battle broke the space, they fell into the turbulence of time and space and disappeared. It is only a matter of time before the two of them escape from the turbulence of time and space. It's not like he died in the turbulence of time and space. Although Basim, the descendant of the demon god, has disappeared, the trouble he caused has spread across the Arctic ice sheet. Almost all the creatures in the far north ice field were parasitized by demon species and turned into demonized creatures. Only the city of ice and snow is still a safe place. The city of ice and snow has also been repeatedly affected by demonic disasters and is in a very difficult situation. The source of all this is the demon god Void Emperor. Levi will naturally not forget it. It is indeed surprising to meet the men of the Emperor of the Void in the Star Realm. Levi couldn't help but think deeply. Has the demon god, who claims to be the Emperor of the Void, arrived outside the Star Realm of the Sky World? That would be a bit bad. The Void and the Star Realm are not a single space. The Star Realm is a space composed of countless world bubbles. A large number of world bubbles gather together to form a huge nebula. Galaxy. And galaxy. This is the astral realm. However, there is a vast space beyond nebulae. Galaxies. And galaxies. Nebulae. Galaxies. And galaxies are also very far apart. The empty space in the middle is the void. The divine realm where the gods reside is the area above the void. Away from the world. The reason why the Emperor of the Void sent people to the Sky World was to awaken the Ice Emperor. The purpose is to open the portal to the Sky World. Because it takes too long to cross the endless void and vast star realm to reach the Sky World. It cannot even be reached in a lifetime. The portal became the only way. But now, Li Wei saw the men of the Emperor of the Void in the star realm outside the Sky World. Doesn't this mean that the Void Emperor's army has arrived at the city? If this is the case, the Emperor of the Void can launch an invasion of the Sky World at any time. There is no need to open the space channel through the Ice Emperor. The Emperor of the Void can launch a plain war directly from the Star Realm against the Sky World. For a moment, Levi thought a lot. Eventually we have to return to the status quo. He looked at the Star Beasts and Void Demons. Have you figured out what's going on? This Star Beast may be the spatial coordinates placed by the Void Demon clan near the Sky World. It just happened to be blocking the path of the elemental tower to collect solar radiation. That's what triggered all this. It was this coincidence that made Li Wei realize that the Sky World might face a dimensional war initiated by the Emperor of the Void. The Emperor of the Void has not taken action yet. Perhaps because the army has not yet reached the Sky World. Or maybe they are afraid that the Sky World is still under the rule of the gods. Don't dare to start a plain war easily. The space coordinates left by the Void Emperor outside the Sky World were attacked. The Void Demons are also anxious. Directly send a powerful demon god's retinue. As soon as the demon god's followers appeared, they locked onto Levi and Bull in the distance. There was no one nearby except for the two human mages. It took almost no need to think to know that everything just happened was caused by these two people. The demon god's followers immediately attacked the two of them. Grasp of the Void! The demon god's retinue raised a hand, aimed at the space where the two of them were, and shook it hard. The space around Levi and Bull was immediately compressed by a huge force. From a distance, their bodies were somewhat deformed. Bull looked panicked and hurriedly wanted to escape from the attack range of the Void grip. If you stay any longer, you will be crushed into a meat pie by space. The eyes of the demon god's retinue were indifferent, feeling a little strange. How could these two weak humans hurt the giant beast of the Void? Levi used the space tearing technique. The twisted space in front of him tore cracks as thick as a finger. The enemy's power is too strong for the space tearing technique to work. After all, the enemy is an 8th level demigod, and possesses the powerful power bestowed upon his followers by the devil. The strength far exceeds that of ordinary 8th level demigod masters. Prince Jade may only be beaten in front of it. You have to rely on a semi-divine weapon to be qualified to fight against the demon god's familiar. If he only relied on his own strength, he would probably be killed instantly by the demon god's followers if he didn't meet him face to face. The difference in strength is so terrifying. Relying on the power of the demon god. They are the dependents of the demon god, who have reached the peak of the demigod level. They are completely different from the powerful ones at the level of Holy Dragon King and Demonic Dragon King. Even the Holy Dragon King can fight against the real gods. Naturally, he can casually beat up the demon god's dependents, who have only gained a trace of the demon god's power, simply based on its own strength. Levi's strength is completely worthless in front of the demon god's followers. However, the power he was able to leverage was far beyond the imagination of the demon god's followers. Even the Holy Dragon King was surprised by the power displayed by Li Wei. No matter how strong the attack power is, it is useless against the situation in front of you. Levi must find a way to escape from the Void Grip's attack range before he has a chance to launch a counterattack. Otherwise, he would be slapped to death by the demon's followers. Bull used various means of escape, but was unable to escape the attack range of the Void Grip. Even his precious space teleportation magic props have lost their effect. The grasp of the Void not only has the effect of squeezing space, but also has the effect of sealing off all surrounding space. Enemies in the depths cannot escape. Bull's face turned red anxiously. It could also be that the high pressure generated by the compression of space caused his blood to rush to his face. He hurriedly shouted, "What can you do? Use it quickly! I'm about to be squeezed!" Relying on a physique comparable to that of a legendary dragon, Levi is currently in a better situation than Buell. Although I also felt a strong sense of space pressure. But at least, he can still move freely. He took out a magic stone and inserted it into the finger-thick space crack he had just torn apart. After forcing it in, The magic stone was cut into 3 parts by the space crack. Bull looked at Levi in confusion and shouted, "What are you doing?" After a moment, colorful lights emitted from the space crack in front of Levi. Levi smiled. "Get ready. It's time to take off." Chapter 575 Advancement. Legendary Holy Flame Lord. "Get ready. It's time to take off." When Bull heard Levi's words, he looked confused and couldn't understand what he meant at all. He asked loudly, "What do you mean?" "It means we are going to be blown up." Levi just finished speaking. The space crack emitting colorful light in front of him expanded violently. The terrifying power that erupted inside the space crack suddenly exploded. The bursting space crack tore a hole in the space enveloped by the void grip. The power of the elemental nuclear bombs that erupted in the space cracks all poured out towards the gap. A colorful jet appeared in the void. Bull's vision was instantly flooded by the colorful light in front of him. He felt like a ball being kicked away hard. The body couldn't stop flying into the distance. Bull was even more worried that the magic shield would not hold up, but unexpectedly discovered that there was a transparent hexagonal shield outside the body. This shield firmly resisted the impact of the jet and carried him flying far away. Levi had already placed an invisible armor spell on him. Otherwise, Bull would probably be torn apart by the aftermath of the elemental nuclear explosion. Levi and Bull were like 2 rubber balls, blown far away by the elemental jet. The grip of the void closed, and the space was squeezed into one piece. The source of the elemental jet was also cut off. Soon, the colorful light in the void disappeared. The demon god's family showed a hint of surprise when they saw Li Wei using this method to escape. "This is the first time I see a human being using magic like this. How to say? Very strange. Levi doesn't care if it's weird or not, as long as it's useful. If conventional means cannot break the space, then some unconventional means must be used." When Levi flew out upside down, he had already locked onto the demon god's familiar above the giant void beast. Under the control of his consciousness, the object control technique formed a super ejection acceleration trajectory with a length of 10,000 meters. The object being accelerated is a magic crystal elemental nuclear bomb. There is no air in the astral realm, and naturally there is no air explosion caused by supersonic speeds. The propulsion generated by the object control technique is very small for acceleration, and the speed increases almost infinitely. The magic crystal was ejected by the object control technique and accelerated through a 10,000-meter long ejection trajectory. When leaving Levi's control, the speed had reached an extremely astonishing level. 10 kilometers passed by in a blink of an eye. The magic crystal flew towards the distant demon god's family. As for the accurate head, there is no need for accurate head at all. Even the demon god's followers escaped from the magic crystal. The explosion range of the magic crystal can still envelope him. Elemental nuclear bombs are not just talk. The explosion range exceeds tens of kilometers. Even the huge body of the void beast can be completely covered in the attack range. The only thing Levi had to do was to estimate the explosion time. Send elemental nuclear bombs to the demon god's followers at the right time. There was no sound of wind. Levi continuously shot more than 10 elemental nuclear bombs made of magic crystals. The power of each elemental nuclear bomb can severely damage a demigod-level expert. The elemental nuke is completely inconspicuous in flight. It is not until the demon god's familiar approaches and the elemental fusion reaction inside it is on the verge of losing control that it will emit intense fluctuations of magical elements, attracting the enemy's attention. However, it was too late by now. From the out-of-control elemental fusion reaction to the release of violent magical elemental fluctuations to explosions, the time is less than tenths of a second. It almost exploded out of control. A dazzling red ball exploded in the void, turning into the most gorgeous fireworks. Affected by the explosion of the first elemental nuclear bomb, dozens of subsequent elemental nuclear bombs exploded violently before they reached the critical point of explosion. Although the power is smaller, there are more than a dozen huge and colorful suns in the void. Levi looked at the fire in the distance and smiled. Thanks to Prince Emerald. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many magic crystals to use. The Emerald Prince's treasury contains thousands of top-quality magic crystals. Right now, these thousands of top-quality magic crystals have all become Levi's ammunition. Use the best magic crystals as consumables to fight. This is no longer something that can be described as luxury. It's like directly using money to kill the enemy. A top-quality magic crystal is worth 10,000 gold coins. Depending on the properties, some magic crystals with rare properties are worth even more than 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins can make a huge impact on an enemy's head. After a long time, the dazzling light in the void became dim and gradually disappeared. After the light disappeared, the world returned to darkness and silence. Flame shot out from Levi's back, pushing his body to slow down, to avoid flying further and further away. You will never be able to come back. He turned his head and looked around, but he could no longer see Bull's figure. When they were blown away just now, the direction in which Bull and Levi were blown away was somewhat deviated, and they did not fly in one direction. Small deviations can become huge over long distances. This resulted in Levi not being able to see where Bull flew. Levi shook his head, feeling that he didn't need to worry so much. After all, Bull is also a legendary mage. Even if he accidentally flies over, he should be able to come back. Levi flew forward. Bull kept walking backwards until he noticed that there was nothing around him. Only then did he realize he had to brake. It took him a lot of effort just to brake and stop flying upside down. When he stopped and looked at the dark star world around him, a sense of sadness came to his heart. Are you about to get lost in the star realm? Bull took out the teleportation crystal and put it away after thinking about it. If you really have to, use the teleportation crystal. Using the teleportation crystal to return to the meteorite base is the last resort to save your life. Suddenly, he noticed a bright light appeared on the left side. He looked carefully and saw that it was a huge ball of light. It was somewhat similar to the explosion light seen earlier. Bull looked excited. Could it be Levi? He quickly flew towards the direction of the light. Bull was also a little worried. Levi was still fighting? The enemy is too strong, and he can't defeat it. Bull was worried about being in danger when he returned. I was worried along the way. The light that Bull saw was the explosive light caused by Levi's elemental nuclear bomb blasting the demon god's familiar. Levi waited until the light of the explosion disappeared, then flew towards the battlefield to check the results. The place was deserted. The behemoth void beast and the demon god's followers had disappeared. Maybe it was blown to dust. The light of the explosion was too dazzling, and the magic fluctuations produced by the explosion were too intense, enough to tear apart any mental perception. Therefore, Levi didn't know whether the giant void beast and the demon god's followers were blown to dust or escaped. But at least they're gone. The purpose was also achieved. The next step is to wait for the sun to eject the stream of flames. Levi paused for a moment in the void, sensing the spatial coordinates left previously. Opened the space portal and returned to the place where the magic capture net was previously deployed. As soon as he returned, someone came over. Seeing that he was the only one coming back, a middle-aged mage quickly asked, "Where is Master Boar? Could he be?" Levi said, "He is fine. It's just that we were separated and he may be on his way back." Hearing this, the others looked at each other with worried expressions. Getting lost in the astral realm is very dangerous. Soon, someone set up a return beacon nearby. The return beacon is a magic prop that provides directions for companions in the astral realm. The arranged return lighthouse will continue to emit light in all directions according to a regular rhythm, attracting the attention of companions. At the same time, information can also be conveyed through the color and frequency of light flashes. The main purpose of returning to the lighthouse is to provide directions to teammates who are far away. After getting close, the two parties can use magic props to communicate and determine a more detailed rendezvous location. If the distance is too far, the magic props for communication will lose their effect. Several people took turns using magic props to call Bull, but received no response. Maybe Bull is too far away. It could also be that he didn't notice the message or didn't have time to reply. Soon, it will be time for the sun to erupt. Everyone has not waited for Master Boar to come back. There is no choice but to give up calling Master Boar and focus on the current task. Levi also looked at the sun very curiously, wondering how they would capture the material in the sun. Suddenly, the sun got a little brighter. He felt that the sun had become brighter. So for the entire sun, there must have been huge internal changes. Li Wei saw that the number of fluids on the surface of the sun increased. Seems to be more active. Immediately afterwards, more and more Luyin flew out of the scope of the sun's gravity and flew towards the depths of the star realm. The light and heat of Luyin gradually dissipated, and was eventually swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared into the darkness. However, Levi knew that the extinguished flow inflammation had not disappeared. It's just that he can't see it anymore. The solid matter formed after the flowing flames cool and solidify will continue to fly in the star realm. It will not stop its indomitable journey until it is captured by other stars or collides with other objects. "It's coming! Quickly deploy the catching net!" Levi heard other people's voices and expanded his mental perception to the maximum. Suddenly, I felt something flying past the range of perception. The perceived time is less than a second. His mental perception range has reached 10,000 meters. In other words, the speed of the thing that just flew past the range of mental perception exceeded 10,000 meters per second. Levi had a look of surprise on his face. Can you really catch something so fast? Soon. It turned out that Levi was overthinking. The catching net easily captured some of the cooling substances shot out from the flow flames. Most things just look like a mass of black rock slag, which looks inconspicuous at all. It's hard to imagine that the dazzling sunlight is extracted from it. However, even though they were far apart, Levi could still feel a hot breath from it. The energy contained inside the black slag is not as ordinary as it seems on the surface. After a period of violent outbursts, the distant sun returned to calm, and its energy fluctuations gradually became stable. This also means that the time to collect solar flares is over. Everyone quickly closed the catching net. The harvest in the vast capture net is pitiful. After collecting all the materials together, only a ball with a diameter of less than half a meter was obtained. Li Wei was greatly disappointed when he saw it. Others looked excited. Someone said excitedly, "This harvest is the largest ever." Next, "As long as Master Boar comes back, we can go back. I hope Master Bull can come back safely." Levi was not satisfied. This completely failed to achieve his purpose of coming to the Star Realm. "I originally thought I could get in touch with the original sunlight and understand the rules of the sun." He looked at the sun in the distance. After thinking for a moment, he said to the others, "You go back first. You don't have to wait for me. I have to leave for a while for something. So you don't have to wait for me to come back." After saying that, he got up and flew towards the sun. The mage behind him hurriedly shouted, "Master Li Wei, where are you going?" Levi had flown far away, and his voice could not be heard. After flying far away, he directly used the star wandering technique, opened the space portal, and headed towards the sun. Too far. Levi kept opening the teleportation gate, constantly correcting the teleportation direction, and kept getting closer to the sun. I don't know how much time has passed, but Levi's vision has been completely covered by the sun. At last, he approached the sun. The strong gravitational pull of the sun can already be felt. Falling slowly towards the sun, endless power of the blazing sun poured into Li Wei's body. His blood was as hot as molten lava. The mana surges like a mighty river, involuntarily transformed into the Holy Flame Lord. The body size continues to expand and grow under the sun's rays. In the blink of an eye, he was over 100 meters tall. The larger body can absorb more and more power of the blazing sun, maintaining the form of the Holy Flame Lord and continuing to grow in size. In the Holy Flame Lord state, Levi felt that the sun in front of him was particularly warm, and he couldn't wait to plunge into it and become one with it. Attracted by the sun's gravity, Levi continued to approach the sun, feeling warmer and warmer. Suddenly, the warmth turned into flames and burned him. Levi felt the destructive power hidden beneath the warm light. The warm sun is just an external appearance. The essence of the sun is endless destructive power. It's just that they are too far apart to feel the destructive power, which makes people mistakenly feel warm. Faced with the source of destruction, Levi chose to actively throw himself into its arms, not afraid of the destructive power contained in the sun. Under the pull of the sun's gravity, the Holy Flame Lord's body was stretched, turning into a stream of flames and falling into the sun. Bang! Falling into the sun. Levi felt like he was one with the sun. Is this what death feels like? No! The destructive power of the sun's surface cannot kill Levi. It will only make him stronger. Levi unfolded the Holy Flame Domain. A field of holy flames with a diameter of 10,000 meters covers the surface of the sun, assimilating the power of the sun. Levi stood up slowly. A 10,000-meter tall Holy Flame Lord stood on the sun. It gathers the huge energy from the outside world to form an unimaginably huge body, gaining incredible power. This is a powerful moment that lasts only a short time. However, the power of the sun is endless. This allowed Levi to maintain his powerful posture for a brief moment. Levi is also adapting to his new posture in the sun. New handwriting appeared before his eyes. Holy Flame Lord, Legendary, Primary Flame God Body, 10,000 meters. Chapter 576 High-Level Legendary Mage. Maintain the posture of the Holy Flame Lord 10,000 meters high for a long time. Levi gradually adapted to this powerful force and turned it into his own use. The originally epic level extraordinary characteristic, Holy Flame Lord, was upgraded into a legendary level extraordinary characteristic. After the Holy Flame Lord has advanced to the legendary level of extraordinary characteristics, it comes with a series of complex accompanying extraordinary characteristics, Advanced Fire Immunity, Advanced Flame Field, Advanced Fire Rules, Advanced Magic Penetration, and Advanced Abnormal Status Immunity, all integrated into a part of the body of Lion God, and become stronger. Levi transformed into a 10,000-meter tall flaming giant walking on the sun, continuously absorbing the power of the sun, becomes stronger. The 10,000-meter body in front of him was not Li Wei's limit. He has yet to find the more advanced rules of elemental fusion rules. At this time, the rules of elemental fusion can only act on external objects, and cannot act on itself. If he could burn himself like the sun, he would be able to burst out with even more powerful power. Once upon a time, when he mastered the extraordinary properties of elemental fission, he had done something similar. Use elemental fission to increase your power geometrically. Although it was only a short moment, it also proved that this possibility existed. The biggest difference between the rules of elemental fusion and the extraordinary characteristics of elemental fission is the rules and abilities. The extraordinary property of elemental fission is just an ability. Levi can control elemental fission, but he doesn't know how it works. He is like a worker who uses tools. He only knows how to use the tools, but does not know the principles of the tools, or how the tools are made. Mastering the rules of elemental fusion means that Levi completely understands and masters the principle of elemental fusion. Not only can you use tools, but you can also modify them to make them more suitable for your own use. Once elemental fission is turned on, it will lose control. All Levi could do was hit the stop button. This process cannot be accelerated, nor can it be slowed down, nor can it go backwards or forwards. After mastering the rules of elemental fusion, whether it is starting or stopping, accelerating or decelerating, moving forward or going backwards, he can do it all. Everything is under control. This means that Levi hopes to be able to fully control the huge power generated by element fusion. It's just that based on his current understanding and mastery of the rules of elemental fusion, it's not deep enough, not perfect enough, and unable to reach the state of being able to wield it like an arm. Therefore, Levi is seeking the power of that state. Understand the deeper rules of elemental fusion. Understand the underlying operating rules and logic of the world. Mastery comes from original power. Elemental fusion, legendary, 4567/10,000, intermediate elemental fusion rules. Along with his realization, the experience tank of elemental fusion continued to increase. Levi walked on the surface of the sun, growing bigger and taller. 10,000 meters is far from his limit. It is not the upper limit of the Lion divine body. When Levi chases the true meaning of the sun on the sun, the legendary mage bull finally returned to everyone. He flew in the star realm for a long time before returning to the place where he captured the solar material. Washan is a dead horse. Bull had long seen the beacon of return here. It's just that it's too far away from here. Even seeing the return lighthouse took him a long time to reach his destination. Bull glanced at the crowd and asked, "Where is Master Levi? Is he lost in the astral world?" Someone stood up and replied, "No. Master Levi came back once before, and then left again. He told us not to wait for him. He still has things to stay in the star realm." Hearing this, Bull nodded and said, "In that case, let's go back." The words just fell. There was a shuddering breath in the distance. Bull subconsciously turned his head to look. I saw a vortex of purple-black energy appearing in the void. Void portal. Bull had just seen the same void portal with his own eyes. His face tightened, and he was very panicked. "What the H? L is coming again!" Bull quickly shouted. "Let's go!" "I'm afraid I won't be able to escape if I'm too late." Previously, it was still relying on Levi's methods to break through the enemy's attacks and escape. For this reason, he almost got lost in the star realm. "Use the teleportation crystal," Bull said directly to everyone. Facing a powerful enemy that far exceeded his own strength, Bull did not dare to take any chances. After hearing this, everyone took out the teleportation crystal and used it. "How is that possible? The teleportation crystal cannot be used," someone said nervously with a frightened look on his face. Others couldn't believe it when they heard this, and quickly took out the teleportation crystal to try. I found that the teleportation crystal really couldn't be used. Bull's heart sank, and he probably guessed something. This is the enemy's method of blocking space. The space in the nearby area has been blocked. The teleportation crystal has failed, and the teleportation gate cannot be opened to return to the meteorite base. Even now, it is impossible to sit still and wait for death, Bull said quickly. "Run separately. The enemy is too strong. We are no match. You go first. I will find a way to delay the enemy for a while." Even so, Bull was not sure at all. Faced with the enemy's attack before, he didn't even have the strength to resist. He was confident that he could hold off the enemy for a while, and buy others time to escape. Hearing this, the others quickly said, "Mr. Bull, take care. We are leaving first." They also knew very well that even the legendary Mage Bull said it was a powerful enemy that they could not handle. Then they will only die in vain if they stay here, and may even drag Master Boar down. Therefore, the best option is to leave immediately. The enemy's blockade of space cannot be without scope. When everyone is unable to break the ban, their only option is to fly out of the space band range, and then use the teleportation crystal to return to the meteorite base. Bull saw that everyone else had flown away. He looked solemnly at the purple-black space vortex in the distance. There was a powerful and shuddering aura inside. Suddenly, an extremely thick purple-black light beam shot out from the purple-black space vortex. The beam of light shoots towards the distant sun. Bull's eyes froze slightly. The enemy he was targeting was not him at all. They were just affected. Bull quickly realized that the real enemy targeted by the void demons was in the sun. But who is on the sun? Where is Levi? Could it be Levi? Bull was also a little unsure. An ordinary legendary mage would never be able to reach the sun. Whether it's the flames on the sun's surface or the excessive gravity on the sun, none of them can be resisted by ordinary legendary mages. Legendary professionals are regarded as super beings that surpass ordinary creatures in the ordinary planet world. However, placed on a star like the sun, it appears extremely weak. However, if it was Levi, Bull would be a little unsure, because Levi's strength really made him unable to see clearly. Levi seems to be just a legendary mage, but the power he can exert far exceeds the power that a normal legendary mage can exert. The various magical means he possesses are also beyond imagination. The purple-black beam of light shot into the sun under the witness of Bull. For the huge sun, this beam attack is too inconspicuous. The beam's goal isn't to destroy the sun either. It's aimed at just moving a person on the sun. Let's call him a human being. He is over 10,000 meters tall. His body is burning with fire, and molten fluid flows in his body instead of blood. Buzz! The purple-black beam broke through the outer layer of the sun, making a huge sound. It seemed as if the whole sky was trembling. Sound travels much slower than light beams. When Levi heard the sound, the beam had already hit him. The beam of purple-black void energy penetrated his huge body that was 10,000 meters tall. The wound was filled with purple-black void energy and could not be recovered. Looking up, Levi saw a void portal appearing in the void in the distance. The purple-black vortex rotates slowly. A figure emerged from it. Sasha, a member of the demon god, had previously escaped from Levi's elemental nuclear bomb attack by using the void to escape. After seeing Levi's terrifying attack methods, Sasha considers Levi a great enemy. He no longer looked down upon Levi and regarded him as an opponent of the same level. Levi abandoned his body that was eroded by the void energy, and his figure gradually returned to its original shape. It takes too long to remove the erosion of void energy, so it is better to abandon part of the body directly. Anyway, he can regroup his body. Living in the sun, Levi has almost endless energy. Sasha flashed out of the sun, standing in the void, ignoring the strong gravitational pull of the sun. Levi stood on the sun, looking up at Sasha. Bang! The molten fluid next to it spurted out due to the huge internal pressure. In an instant, the molten lava sprayed hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky, turning into a stream of flames scattered across the sky. A figure stood out from the flowing flames and flew higher into the sky. Levi rode the molten lava ejected from the sun's surface to the outer reaches of the sky. Approaching Sasha. I have seen Sasha's ability to dodge elemental nuclear bombs. Levi knew that he could not kill it simply by relying on the explosion of the elemental nuclear bomb. Some other means need to be used. The 10,000 meter tall flaming giant appeared in front of Sasha. The huge palm grabbed at Sasha. There was a trace of ridicule on Sasha's face. Such a normal attack can't hurt me. Suddenly, intense elemental fluctuations came from inside the huge palm of Lord Holy Flame. Sasha felt a familiar wave, and her expression changed. Aren't you afraid of death at such a close distance? The lava that makes up the Holy Flame Lord's 10,000 meter body contains a large amount of fire elements. Liddy used it as a material for the fusion of elements. Use the palm of your hand as a furnace to burn all materials and sublimate them to the fullest. Boom! The Holy Flame Lord's palm exploded and turned into a small sun, swallowing all objects in the void. A purple-black ball appeared in the center of the little sun. The terrifying explosion cannot be overcome even half a point. The power of the explosion could not threaten Sasha in the void realm at all. Sasha condensed his void domain into a shield, completely isolating the space where he was, forming two completely different spatial layers. The explosion caused by the fusion of elements exploded in the first layer of space. No matter how powerful it is, as long as it cannot destroy the space barrier, it cannot harm Sasha, who is in the second layer of space. This is the power of rules. Void Flash. After the explosion, the fire has not completely dissipated. Sasha released a powerful move, and the void energy all over his body gathered to form a purple-black ball. In an instant, the purple-black ball disappeared from between his hands and appeared in front of Levi. At this moment, Levi was still having difficulty maintaining his body shape due to the explosion just now. The form of Lord Holy Flame is a bit scattered. The purple-black ball suddenly appeared, and Levi had no time to dodge. Buzz! The purple-black ball instantly grew larger. The so-called Void Flash is a method that uses the characteristics of the void to devour and cut enemies. The enlarged purple-black ball swallowed most of Levi's body. The body swallowed by the ball of light completely disappeared, has been exiled to the void. After losing most of his body, Levi's strength plummeted. At this moment, a stream of flame sprayed into the sky. Li Wei caused the Luyin to fly up into the sky, and the Luyin flowing upstream, like a waterfall, gradually turned into a human form. Levi stood up again. The figure became taller. Sasha's eyes moved slightly. It's useless. It's useless. The Void Beast. A huge void teleportation vortex appeared in front of Sasha. A huge void beast emerged from the whirlpool. The body is even bigger than the 10,000-meter tall Holy Flame Lord. Sasha stood on top of the void beast, and the void beast rushed directly towards Levi. The giant void beast slammed into Levi's huge body. He was knocked back tens of thousands of meters, and his figure was scattered. Levi stretched out his hand and grabbed the huge void beast, dragging it toward the sun and falling into the sun together. The behemoth of the void struggled hard. Sasha quickly glanced at the huge Holy Flame Lord. Look for Levi's weaknesses, or rather his true form. However, Levi's entire body has become one with Lord Holy Flame. There is no real body or weakness. Unless Sasha can kill him instantly, Levi will have endless power near the sun. This power alone is not enough to kill Sasha. Levi could only fight with difficulty. The giant beast in the void let out a huge roar, and was dragged down into the sun by the equally huge Levi. Sasha ignored the void beast's painful roar. He flew to Levi's head. Void Flash! The purple-black ball of light swallowed Levi's upper body. The lower body fell into lava and fell into the sun. Seems to be dead. The next second, a taller figure rose from the surface of the sun. He is over 1 million meters tall. The 10,000-meter long void beast is like a toy in its hand. Li Wei grabbed the giant beast of the void and pressed it into the sun for barbecue. Sasha quickly flashed in the air, constantly changing positions to avoid Levi's huge palm. He looked at Levi, who suddenly became 100 times bigger, with a look of surprise. Levi was not surprised at all. Therefore, he has just mastered the rules of advanced element fusion. Within the sun, proficiency in the rules of elemental fusion is constantly increasing, until he was knocked out of the sun by Sasha just now. The experience bar is full. Intermediate element fusion rules become advanced element fusion rules. Master the rules of advanced element fusion. Levi can allow himself to undergo elemental fusion, which increases his energy geometrically. And after reaching a certain level, the stability remains unchanged. It won't get out of control over time. Mastering the rules of advanced element fusion also means that Levi has entered the field of high-level legendary mage. Chapter 577: The Divine Power of the Void. A 1,000,000-meter-tall flame giant stands on the sun. The big hand reaches into the void, picking up the stars and the moon. Almost divine. Levi stepped on the giant beast of the void with one foot and pressed it under the sun to bake. The giant beast in the void struggled hard and kept making mournful sounds. A hand swept across the void and slapped Sasha, who was as tiny as an insect. For humans, Sasha is actually a giant in size, standing over 8 meters tall, but in front of Levi in the posture of the Holy Flame Lord at a height of 1 million meters. Sasha turned into a bug. Those being chased by him fled in all directions. Sasha didn't dare to be touched by Levi. Upon contact, Sasha will be affected by the rules of advanced elemental fusion. His flesh and blood will undergo a chain fusion reaction, converting matter into energy to produce explosive damage. If the influence of advanced element fusion rules cannot be eliminated in time, Then the whole person may become an unstable elemental nuclear bomb, and eventually explode into the most dazzling fireworks in the star world. Advanced elemental fusion rules can be used on itself. Naturally, it can also be used on enemies. Levi can make any substance on the enemy's body become a reactant for elemental fusion. This method is no less than a dimensionality reduction attack. Even Sasha found it extremely difficult to deal with. The only way is to keep dodging to avoid being attacked by Levi. As long as Levi is not given the opportunity to use his rules ability, he won't be hurt. Void Flash! The purple-black cross star shines in the void, swallowing everything. The huge palm was chopped into pieces by the cross star-shaped void flash. The magma was banished to the void. A piece of Levi's body was missing out of thin air. However, the sun beneath his feet was constantly replenishing his strength. The broken palm was reorganized in the blink of an eye. The enemy is too small to catch. Levi is not afraid. A fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. Apply elemental fusion rules. The fireball instantly turned into a blazing sun with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. Li Wei wielded the blazing sun as a weapon to sweep across the void. Sasha tried her best to escape, but she still couldn't escape the growing flames. A few seconds later, the 100,000-meter blazing sun had expanded several times. If the accuracy is not enough, then firepower will cover it. Bang! A dazzling firework exploded in the void. Sasha used the previous move again. The power of the flames cannot crush the void, and it cannot harm Sasha in the slightest. Levi could sense that there was a foreign object in the boundless flames. Sasha is not dead yet. He didn't stop attacking. More and more powerful power is continuously released, suppressing Sasha so that he cannot escape. When Sasha uses Void Shield, he cannot use Void Blink. He waited for the opportunity for Levi's attack to stop and prepared to escape from here. Sasha found out too. Li Wei stands on the sun and has almost infinite power. It is impossible for him to kill Li Wei. If you want to kill Levi, you must get him out of the sun. Lost source of strength. Suddenly, a wisp of purple flame appeared in front of Sasha's eyes. The deep purple flame burned out the void, melted through the space, and burned in front of him. Sasha looked surprised. What kind of flame is this? Levi had already mastered the flames that shattered the space. However, every use requires a lot of effort. You need to compress all your strength to the extreme to release the purple flames. The temperature of the purple flame exceeds 100 million degrees. The temperature of the deep purple flame has reached tens of billions of degrees. The space could not bear it and began to break. Li Wei forcibly used countless element fusions to superimpose together, producing extremely high-temperature deep purple flames in the center of the explosion. Vigorously miracle. The method is extremely crude, but very effective. Snap! Sasha's void shield shattered. Faced with such a terrifying attack, he had no choice but to use his precious demonic power. Buzz! Levi felt a burst of space fluctuations, and then felt that the flame was quickly extinguishing. The void is swallowing everything. The cold void! Levi mobilized his whole body's strength, trying to burst the enemy in front of him. Unexpectedly, all the power seemed to flow into a bottomless pit and was completely swallowed up by the dark vortex of void in front of him. The purple-black lines on Sasha's body emitted divine light. He used the power of the Void Demon God. The Void Divine Power. A trace of Void Divine Power. Transform the surrounding world into nothingness. Under the influence of the divine power of the Void, all forces that come into contact with the Void will be swallowed up and dissipated into the invisible. Because the Void is infinite, it is enough to accommodate all the energy and matter in the world. At this moment, Sasha is nothing. Like the Void, he will swallow everything in his path. Levi felt the power in his body draining away quickly, being sucked away by the Void Sasha in front of him. The power replenished by the sun under my feet was far from being able to keep up with the power swallowed by the Void. He felt like even his soul would be swallowed up by the Void vortex in front of him. Sasha stared at Levi and activated the power of the Void. A faint purple-black light appeared on Levi's body. The next second, it disappeared from the sun. As soon as Levi's eyes darkened, he realized that the surroundings were completely dark. It's not that he's blind, but there was no light around. There is no sun, no stars, not even starlight can be seen. This is the Void. Nothing. The Void is lonely. Levi felt a spatial fluctuation coming from behind. Turning around to look, Sasha, glowing with purple-black light all over his body, walked out of the Void vortex. Sasha stared at Levi and said, "Human, you are indeed very powerful. But your strength relies on external objects. If you lose the sun, you lose everything. You are not my opponent at all. Void slash. The purple-black void energy turned into a huge slash and flew towards Levi. Levi's figure has shrunk to 100,000 meters. Living in the void, he felt that the world around him was swallowing his power all the time. The void is like a monster that can't get enough to eat, constantly devouring all matter and energy it can touch. After void slash flew a certain distance, it disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already hit Levi, cut off one of his arms. The flame scattered in the void quickly extinguished and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Levi's figure shrank again. His height shrunk to 90,000 meters, and his arms returned to their original shape. He stared at Sasha, knowing that without the endless energy of the sun behind him, relying on his large body to suppress him would be meaningless. On the contrary, it will become a constraint. It is difficult to cause effective damage to Sasha. Sasha looked at Levi mockingly and said, "What? After losing the sun, you don't even know how to attack?" Levi took a deep breath. The mind spreads throughout the body, making the whole body a whole. Think of the whole as the object of action of the rules of elemental fusion. Fusion of elements is the process of releasing energy from polymerized substances. Levi used this as a means to compress his own power. As long as the energy generated by the fusion process of elements can be restrained, you can make yourself stronger. Previously, he used elemental fusion to expand his power hundreds of times, forming a 1,000,000-meter-tall super holy flame lord form. It is the process of energy dispersion. This time, Levi wanted to gather all the energy in his body. Under the influence of the rules of elemental fusion, all the materials in Levi's body began to collapse inward, and fusion released energy. The released energy is not released, and is constantly accumulated in the body. Energy density rises rapidly. 90,000 meters compressed to 100 meters. Li Wei's whole body turned into a glowing golden man. A large amount of thermal energy radiation is released all the time. He is now a human-shaped sun. Sasha watched Levi's changes quietly, with a faint smile on his face, confident that he would win. This is his home void, and he has already used the power of laws from the void demon god. Even if there is only a trace of the power of law, it is not something ordinary creatures can resist. He is undefeated. Therefore, I don't care what tricks Li Wei plays. Instead, he showed a hint of expectation, hoping that Levi could give him some surprises. It's too boring to stay in the void all the time. It's rare to meet such an interesting human being. Sasha saw Levi transform into a golden giant, smiled and said, "Are you ready? Use your full strength and let me experience the joy of fighting. Bring it on!" Sasha's figure flashed and appeared in front of Levi across a long distance. His figure also expanded to a height of 100 meters. The whole body exudes purple-black void energy. The void energy that corrodes all things collides with the heat energy continuously released from Levi's body. The purple-black and golden rays of light crushed each other, regardless of top or bottom. Void energy can no longer invade Levi's body. Levi is not afraid of the erosion of void energy. He punched out, hitting the void, and a golden light wheel exploded. One punch is a nuclear explosion. Sasha looked shocked and quickly disappeared in front of him, avoiding the exploding golden light. Void slash! A purple-black slash suddenly appeared in front of Levi. Bang! The purple-black void energy collided with the golden light, sputtering out brilliant multicolored brilliance. There was a stalemate for a moment. Levi's advanced element fusion rules have already acted on void energy. The world is composed of 4 basic elements. The void is also part of the greater world, and the magical truths stated in the Book of Genesis apply equally to the void, even though the void looks very different from the ordinary world. However, void is also a substance, a very strange substance, between energy and matter. It has the duality of energy and matter, according to what Levi said in his previous life. Void energy is dark energy, and void matter is dark matter, also part of the world. Then, the rules of elemental fusion can be effective, because of the particularity of void energy. The rules of elemental fusion take effect much slower than Levi expected. However, a fusion chain reaction eventually occurred. The results were somewhat beyond his expectations. After the energy particles in the void slash undergo a fusion chain reaction, they should have released a large amount of energy and exploded. However, the result was that the energy release became empty, and void slash disappeared directly. A small void vortex appeared on the spot, constantly swallowing everything around it. This was also the first time that Levi encountered a different reaction. He soon realized why. If void energy is considered dark energy, then the energy produced by the chain reaction is positive energy. Dark energy and positive energy cancel each other out. The result was that void slash simply disappeared. Sasha showed a hint of surprise when she saw Levi resolve void slash. Great! Let's start the real fight! Sasha appeared behind Levi in a flash. Punch out. Wherever the fist passed, the space collapsed and the void shattered. Unparalleled power. Pure power. Levi turned around and punched back. Before his fists made contact, the two forces at the fist's edge had already collided first. The huge recoil caused their fists to bounce away without even being able to touch. Sasha relies on the powerful physique and power of the Void Demon clan. Continuously blast out fists that are enough to shatter the void. Levi also kept hitting back with nuclear blast fists. Every collision of a punch will erupt with earth-shaking energy fluctuations. If it weren't for the vastness of the void, everything around him would have been wiped out in the aftermath of the battle between the two. The collision of fists and flesh is certainly exciting. But this is not the fighting style that Levi is good at. The reason why I chose to confront Sasha head-on. It's because Levi is still adapting to his own strength. Too much power reduced his control over himself to the extreme. In collision after collision, Levi gradually mastered this unimaginable power. Bang! Levi followed the force of the collision and retreated a distance. Sasha looked surprised. Oh! Isn't it okay? It seems it's time to end the battle. His eyes became sharp. I haven't experienced such an enjoyable battle in a long time. Human. Even in the void, you are considered a strong person. I am willing to give you the highest respect. I will use my strongest moves to kill you. Sasha flew up. The purple-black void energy all over his body exploded, shattering the void. A large crack in the void appeared behind him, like huge wings setting off his figure. The next second, a large amount of energy poured out from the cracks in the void behind him and gathered in front of Sasha. It's finally here! Sasha launched a flying kick. All the power was concentrated on his right foot, and a radiant trail of meteors falling to the ground erupted from behind. Bang! This kick even penetrated the boundary wall. The void shattered, revealing the star realm filled with starlight outside. Levi avoided the vital point, but was still kicked. Large cracks appeared in the golden body, which was shattered along with the cracks in the surrounding space. Click! The protective dragon scales, given by the Holy Dragon King, were broken. All the cracks on Levi's body disappeared, and his strength returned to its peak state. His form also changed, transformed into a standing dragon. Golden eyes stared at Sasha in front of him, and he opened his mouth and blew out a brilliant dragon's breath. There seemed to be countless stars rising and dying in the dragon's breath, bursting out with endless brilliance. The whole body's strength poured out. The dragon's breath, full of destructive power, hit Sasha. Sasha's body bloomed with purple-black divine light. At the critical moment, he once again used the power of the void. The surrounding void turned into a bottomless pit that swallowed everything. Hoo-ho-ho! All the dragon's breath was swallowed up by the void. Levi's attack seemed to have lost its effect, until the golden light on his body dimmed and his form returned to normal. The void that enveloped Sasha also disappeared. His void power was exhausted. Sasha smiled. It's over! Void slash. This time, he didn't believe that Levi could escape. Levi also had a smile on his face. The divine power of the void is really troublesome, but it has finally been exhausted. When Sasha heard this, his expression changed. The dim golden light on Levi's body instantly became extremely dazzling. He seemed to have endless power in his body. Sasha was shocked. No way! There is no sun here! Levi's eyes were like fire. This is the sun in my heart! Chapter 578. Advance to the 8th level and ignite the divine fire. This is the sun in my heart! Levi once again used the stellar annihilation dragon breath that destroyed all things. There seemed to be countless stars rising and dying in the dragon's breath, erupting with endless power. This time, Sasha does not have the void divine power to protect him. He can only use void shield. The void shield was destroyed by the terrifying dragon's breath in the blink of an eye. Sasha wanted to teleport away the moment the void shield shattered. Levi didn't give him a chance. The dragon's breath shattered the surrounding space. Sasha lost her footing even as she wanted to teleport. In the end, the body was submerged by the dragon's breath, burned for a few seconds, and then turned into ashes and disappeared. There was only a ball of 3-color flame left in place. Levi showed surprise when he saw the colorful flames. Sacred fire? After Sasha's death, he became a remnant of the divine fire lit by the demigods. The divine fire did not disappear with him. Levi took over the divine fire left by Sasha and found that it contained a large number of objects of faith that were still burned out. This is also the reason why Sasha's divine fire can be left behind. Levi has understood the law of advanced element fusion. Become a high-level legendary mage. He is about to take the step of embarking on the road to become an 8th-level demigod. The divine fire left by Sasha can let Levi know in advance how to move forward on the road of demigods. Levi put away the divine fire. The divine fire would not go out until the thing of faith burned out. It's not safe here. Levi plans to take the divine fire back and find a safe place to understand Sasha's path to being a demigod. He kicked Sasha through the gap between the void and the star realm, left the void, and returned to the star realm, returned to the astral realm. Although the surroundings were still empty, not even a meteorite could be seen. However, there is no longer the dead feeling of void. At least, you can still see the twinkling stars in the distance. Returning to the star realm, Levi was no longer in his original position. He tried to find the spatial coordinates left before, opened the astral wandering teleportation gate, and returned to the previously noted teleportation coordinates. I found that everything around me had changed. But at least, he saw the sun. This means he is indeed closer to a return route. Lee repaired and corrected the spatial coordinates. After several consecutive teleportations, it arrived near the sun. Looking at the smaller sun in front of him, he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, I still went the wrong way. No matter. Now here is to understand the divine fire left by Sasha. So as not to extinguish the divine fire, Levi plunged into the sun. For him, the sun is the safest place. Here, with the sun at his back, he has near infinite power. Even Sasha, who was as powerful as the void divine power, could only have a chance to kill him after forcibly taking him away from the sun. Sasha is indeed very powerful. The most powerful blow finally arrives. Its power has reached the peak of demigod level, thanks to the protective dragon scales given by the Holy Dragon King. Otherwise, Levi will be kicked to death by Sasha. It doesn't matter if you die once. Anyway, there is also the extraordinary property of nirvana and rebirth, which can lead to resurrection. However, there is no way to counterkill Sasha. He could only fake his death and escape. The way Levi killed Sasha in the end was certainly not some nonsense. There is indeed a scorching sun in his heart. However, that round of scorching sun could only provide him with a combat power bonus from the blazing sun concept. Even if there is no sunlight at night, you can still get a combat power bonus. Cannot be transformed into real power. Levi's final strength did not come from himself, but a foreign object. He exploded the large amount of magic stones and magic crystals he obtained from the Emerald Prince. The energy generated by the fusion of a large number of magicians and magic crystal elements allowed him to briefly reach the top again. After releasing the Star Destruction Dragon Breath once, all the power was exhausted. The total amount is still incomparable to the power produced by the fusion of 90,000 meters of material elements taken away from the sun. However, it was enough to kill Sasha. Levi once again thanked Prince Jade for his gift. If it weren't for the large inventory in the Emerald Prince's treasury, Levi would really not be able to come up with so many magic stones and magic crystals to explode and restore power. The value of items lost in this battle may exceed tens of millions. However, it is worth it in exchange for a divine fire that is not dissipated. Levi drilled into the sun, absorbed a large amount of solar material, and then lay on the sun and turned into a volcano. Take out the divine fire and begin to understand its mysteries. Understand the path of demigods in advance. The divine fire contains the path Sasha has taken as a demigod. The process of Levi's enlightenment is equivalent to putting himself into Sasha and personally experiencing the path of demigods he has experienced. Half a year passed in a flash. On the sun, a 1,000,000-meter-high flame giant slowly opened its eyes. It took Levi half a year to absorb the insights of Sasha's path to the demigod. Know what kind of existence there is above the 8th level. The 8th level is called the demigod level. It means the last threshold to reach the realm of gods. After passing the 8th level of the demigod road, ahead is the legendary realm of gods. The road to being a demigod is not an easy one. Not all 8th level experts are called demigod experts. After understanding Sasha's cultivation insights, Levi had a clear understanding of the 8th level strength stratification. Entering the 8th level for the first time, the divine fire has not yet been ignited. He cannot be called a demigod. It is the weakest 8th level. Representatives are various powerful monsters that are born with 8th level. The fire of the abyss plane. The Holy Spirit race created by the gods. the 8th level Ocean Beast, the 8th level Starry Sky Beast. These life forms are born with extremely powerful powers. This power allows them to easily crush legendary powerhouses. Therefore, it is regarded as an 8th level existence. However, they are not demigod level experts. It is still far from being able to achieve the power comparable to the title of demigod. Strong men who can be called demigods all think that they have already embarked on the road to becoming gods. The most basic feature is to light the divine fire. It has only just begun to ignite the divine fire, and it has not yet possessed the strength to compete with the title of demigod. After igniting the divine fire, it is necessary to further strengthen the divine fire. There are two ways to grow the divine fire. One is to burn and sacrifice oneself. Burn one's own strength. Burn one's own body. And burn one's own soul. Triple spontaneous combustion realm. Until his own soul is burned out. Everything is turned into nothingness in the divine fire. Completely sublimated. Then you can directly transform into a god. The result of failure is complete dissipation. The soul is dissipated, and there is no possibility of rebirth. This method is very dangerous. Very few people choose to use this method to advance to the level of gods. The second way to advance is to burn and sacrifice. Objects of faith. By burning objects of faith, the divine fire can be strengthened. After the divine fire is strengthened to a certain level, the divine personality and power can be condensed, ascending to the throne of God, and becoming a true god. However, this process requires a large number of objects of faith to sublimate the divine fire enough to condense the divine personality and divine power. However, the demigod, who had just lit the divine fire, was unable to collect the items of faith. They can only rely on real gods to get things of faith. Only gods can gather things of faith. This forces all demigod level experts to do so. Or choose to burn everything you have on the road to becoming a god in a narrow escape. Or choose to surrender to a certain god and sacrifice your faith in exchange for something of faith. The faith of a demigod level expert can bring great benefits to the gods. No god would say no. But the problem is that if you rely on the belief in the gods to become a god, then you will be completely controlled by the gods you believe in. Even after becoming a god, there will still be great hidden dangers. Relying on things of faith to become a god will eventually only become a subordinate god to the god you believe in. It is difficult to reach a higher level. This involves the divine system. Sasha didn't know much about the contents of the divine system. He only knew that the void demon god he believed in represented the void god system. The void demon god status in the void god system is lofty, far beyond the reach of ordinary gods. Those gods who are outside the divine system. Because the laws they master are not systematic. They belong to the edges and corners of the world's laws. Therefore, they are called evil gods and alien gods. The strength is naturally much weaker than the gods in the divine system. By absorbing Sasha's demigod insights, Levi already knows how to ignite the divine fire and strengthen it. As long as he breaks through the 8th level, he can ignite his own divine fire and step into the realm of demigods. Demigod! Levi thought for a moment. He glanced at the endless starry sky outside. He dived into the depths of the sun and absorbed the power of the sun to practice. There is no place more suitable for him to practice than here. There are still decades before Xingqi wakes up. Li Wei plans to cultivate to the realm of demigods here, and then return to the sky world. Go deep into the sun. Surrender to the sun. Become one with the sun. Cultivation is growing day by day. The magic power is surging and endless. Mental power increases exponentially. His holy flame lord body shape has far exceeded the control range of his mental power. The huge size forced the mental strength to increase rapidly. His stature is also growing day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Levi's mana has reached its 7th level peak. The height of the Holy Flame Lord has expanded to 8 million meters tall. Mental power has also been raised to this level, able to perfectly control the power of the whole body. Whether it is mana or mental power, Levi has far surpassed the level of a normal 7th level legendary mage. The total amount of mana is hundreds of times that of the legendary mage of the same level. His mental power completely overwhelms the legendary mage of the same level. After reaching the peak, Levi broke through the 8th level in one fell swoop. The strength already far exceeds the 7th level. Breaking through the 8th level is a matter of course. The barriers from the 7th level to the 8th level were like a false one, and Li Wei would break them with just one poke. After advancing to the 8th level, Levi was able to clearly perceive the existence of the laws between heaven and earth. He is still unable to use the power of the law. Just sensing the law also means that you are approaching the road to becoming a god. Levi uses the method he gained from Sasha's divine fire insights to ignite the divine fire. The path he chose was to burn himself and everything. Therefore, the way to light the divine fire is also very simple. The first level of spontaneous combustion. Burn your own power. Extraordinary power. Magical power. Divine power. Dragon power. And other powers. After burning everything, you can fully sublimate and give birth to divine power. Levi burned the various extraordinary properties he had possessed since he was weak. Elementary mana control. Intermediate mana control. And advanced mana control. Primary fire element body. Intermediate fire element body. Advanced fire element body. Advanced extraordinary characteristic dragon fire. Junior flame lord. Advanced flame lord. Epic arcane enlightenment. Epic core secrets. Holy spirit level nirvana and rebirth. The life sharing of the epic sacred dragon. The body of the epic sacred dragon. The power of the epic dragon. And the epic sacred power. The blessing of the epic flower god. Epic arcane code. Epic elemental fission. The life sharing of the legendary sacred dragon. The body of the legendary sacred dragon. The power of the legendary dragon. And the legendary sacred power. Elementary flame rules. Intermediate flame rules. And advanced flame rules. Legendary dragon slayer. Exclusive epic flame lord. Legendary elemental fusion. Primary element fusion rules. Intermediate element fusion rules. And advanced element fusion rules. Legendary holy flame lord. Immolation burns extraordinary properties. Soon, several low-level extraordinary characteristics possessed by Levi were burned out, igniting a weak divine fire. The divine fire continues to burn with higher levels of extraordinary characteristics becoming more and more powerful. The extraordinary qualities that were burned disappeared from Levi. It made him feel a sense of emptiness and dislocation. But the fire released by the increasingly powerful divine fire filled the empty feeling in my heart. The more supernatural properties burned, the stronger the divine fire becomes. The colors of the divine fire also gradually become more numerous. From a single red color to red and yellow layers. After all the extraordinary characteristics below the epic level have burned out, the divine fire has turned red and yellow. Continue to burn epic extraordinary characteristics. The time required to burn epic extraordinary characteristics is much longer than that of low-level extraordinary characteristics. A longer burning time also means that more fuel can be provided for the divine fire, making the divine fire burn more vigorously. 1 year later, all the epic extraordinary characteristics possessed by Levi were burned out. The divine fire changes into 3 colors: red, yellow and blue divine fire. It took Sasha many years to burn and give birth to the 3-color divine fire. Levi did it in just 1 year. This is the rapid growth brought about by burning your own power. The cost is also huge. Levi lost all his extraordinary characteristics except for the legendary level. Even the extraordinary characteristics of Holy Spirit level Nirvana and Rebirth have disappeared. He cannot be resurrected. The next step is to burn the legendary extraordinary characteristics. 3 years later, the legendary extraordinary properties burned out. The 4 colors of divine fire are red, yellow, blue and green. Burn the power of rules you have mastered. Half a year later, the power of the rules burned out, and the divine fire transformed into a 5-color divine fire. Levi burns his own mana. 3 months later, the magic power burned out, and the divine fire transformed into 6-color divine fire. The 9-color divine fire can burn out divine power and condense the divine personality. Levi's strength has been burned out. If you continue to burn, you will only burn your body and soul. At this point, he had no room for regret and could only move forward. Burn your body. The 8 million meter body of the Holy Flame Lord began to burn. After losing the legendary Holy Flame Lord and legendary Elemental Fusion extraordinary characteristics. After burning his body, he could never return to his original state. When the 8 million meter long body was burned out, so was the blood of the Holy Dragon in his body. The flames turned into 7-colored divine fire. Levi is left with only his soul. The mental power began to burn, and the mental power was burned out. The 7-color divine fire faintly transformed into the 8-color divine fire. When the spiritual power is burned out, the soul begins to burn. The soul is burned out. The 8-color divine fire is stable, and the color is deep. But there is no sign of transforming into the 9-color divine fire. Levi's foundation far exceeds that of any 8th level professional. But he still cannot reach the realm of 9-color divine fire, even if he burns himself. The soul has been burned out. Levi was out of any fuel. Only a ball of 8-color divine fire was left floating on the sun. If it cannot transform into the 9-color divine fire, then the 8-color divine fire will dissipate sooner or later. When the divine fire dissipates, Levi will disappear from the world. Levi's last conscious sigh. Burning yourself to the limit of sublimation is a dead end. No matter how powerful the human body is, it cannot compare with the gods. So how can it burn the 9-color divine fire that symbolizes the gods? Only when you become a god can you have the 9-color divine fire. The divine fire sublimates and transforms into 9 colors. Only then can one become a god. Without outside intervention, this would have been impossible. Levi thought he could do it. However, in the end he failed. Only after burning itself out can the 8-color divine fire be transformed. Chapter 579, the strongest demigod in history. A ball of 8-color divine fire floats in the sun. Illusory. Everything that can be used as fuel for the divine fire has been burned away. Levi had nothing left to keep burning. The divine fire stays in the realm of 8 colors and never changes. Unable to transform into the 9-color divine fire. If he cannot become the 9-color divine fire, then he cannot condense his divine power. Sooner or later, the 8-color divine fire will burn out and dissipate. Levi could only wait to die. He has lost his body and soul. The only remaining consciousness exists in the 8-color divine fire. Cannot affect the outside world. He couldn't even call for help. Can only wait to die. The process of death is extremely slow. At the current rate at which the 8-color divine fire is burning, it may take thousands of years before it is completely burned out. Do you want to sit here and wait for 1,000 years of long death? The only thing Levi could do now was think. If you can't influence the outside world, what's the use of thinking? The 8-color divine fire burned slowly. And the brilliance of the sun could not cover up the divine brilliance of the divine fire. This is Levi's only existence in the world. Sun? Even with only consciousness left, Levi could still sense the sun outside the divine fire. He was one with the sun. With a flash of inspiration, Levi remembered that he still had the sun. Thinking cannot affect everything outside. However, he still has the sun in his heart. The idea of the burning sun. Visualize yourself as a blazing sun and absorb the power of the sun to become stronger. This is the original concept of the burning sun concept. Later, as Levi's strength increased, this concept did not change. But the way to absorb the power of the sun became simpler. He could easily draw on the power of the sun without visualizing it. Now, he has lost everything. Only consciousness remains. The only thing you can do is visualize the sun. Visualize yourself as a blazing sun. Visualize yourself as the sun. The sun is itself. I am the sun. The sun is me. The illusory sun in the sea of mind becomes the real sun suspended in the star world. The 8-color divine fire began to burn the sun. The energy of the sun is nearly endless. And the divine fire burns the sun continuously and steadily. 3 years later, the divine fire burns 1/10,000th of the sun and transforms into a 9-color divine fire. The 9-color divine fire bloomed with dazzling light, dyeing the entire sun into 9 colors. The colorful sun lasts only a few seconds. The sun's color returned to normal. The 9-color divine fire burns solar matter and condenses divine power. 1 divine power. 2 divine powers. 3 divine powers. More and more divine power. The divine power is condensed into an entity and transformed into a divine body. Levi returns to the world. Shed off the mortal body and become the body of a god. Immortal. 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 Lifespan is no longer a limit. As long as his divine power is immortal, he will be able to live until the end of time. 18 years have passed since he came to the star realm. 18 years later, Levi has reached the top of the demigods. Possessing 9-color divine fire, it condenses the body of the gods. It is only one step away from becoming a true god. Understand the laws, condense the divine personality, and create the divine status. He can become a true god. Levi was not in a hurry to understand the laws and condense his godhead. The divine fire is still burning the sun. Right now, the power of the sun is only 1/10,000th, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. When ordinary demigods reach this point, there is no way forward. Understanding the law is their only way forward. Although Levi condensed the 9-color divine fire, it was far from reaching his limit. The whole sun is him, burning out the entire sun. His power can go even further. It can be said that the stars suspended in the starry sky at this moment are Levi's real body. The body condensed by divine power is just a substitute for walking in the world. The divine fire is still burning solar matter, continuously producing divine power. The body of divine power is also growing stronger. Levi stayed in the star realm for another year. It only burns 2/10,000ths of the matter of the star into divine power. At the current rate, It would take him 10,000 years to burn out the star and completely transform it into his own divine power. Levi couldn't wait that long. Even if it only has the divine power obtained by burning 2/10,000ths of the star's matter. Levi has also become the strongest demigod in the world. No one but him thought of a star as fuel for the divine fire. Levi flies out of the sun. With a thought. Divine power opens up space and opens a portal. After receiving divine power, he realized how powerful this power was. Divine power is almost omnipotent. He used to rely on various extraordinary characteristics and magic to do things. As long as you use your divine power, your wishes will come true. This is the power of the gods. Liddy was not yet a true god. Real gods can even change the rules of heaven and earth. The scope of Li Wei's wishes coming true is still limited to the original rules of heaven and earth. He can only do it if the rules of heaven and earth allow it. Beyond the scope of the rules of heaven and earth, even divine power cannot do it, unless you master the corresponding rules. The astral portal opened by consuming divine power returns directly from the star realm to the elemental tower. Of course, this also requires an accurate spatial coordinate. Levi's spatial coordinates were locked on an item left in Warren Manor. 18 years have passed. The things he put in the Warren Manor remained in place, and no one moved them. Call. In the empty room, a burst of space ripples suddenly appeared, and a space portal opened. A figure walked out of it. On the other side of the space portal are stars emitting endless brilliance. The space portal is composed of Levi's divine power. As long as he doesn't want the sun's heat radiation to enter the portal, even if he opens a portal on the sun, it won't affect anything here. Close the portal. Levi glanced at the clean room. You can tell, even in the past 18 years, Diana was also still cleaning the room where he lived. 18 years is enough time for a generation to grow up. It's enough to forget a generation. Seeing this scene, Li Wei couldn't help but feel a little moved. At least someone still remembers me. Levi opened the door and walked out, and happened to meet Diana, who was cleaning in the corridor. Diana was wearing a maid outfit, and couldn't believe it when she saw Levi frozen on the spot. Although she is a magical puppet, she has a human soul and emotions. She was extremely surprised to see Levi, who had disappeared for 18 years, suddenly come out of the room. Soon, the magic butler Kyulyo and the owner of the manor Zodvarin appeared in front of Levi. Diana served Levi a cup of hot tea. Zodvarin sat on the sofa, and the magic butler Kuro stood behind him. Diana finished serving the hot tea and stood next to the sofa where Levi was sitting, holding the saucer. Zodvarin looked at Levi with great surprise and surprise. Levi looked at Zodvarin and found some wrinkles appearing at the corners of his eyes. 18 years have passed, and Zodvarin has yet to break through the legendary level and become a legendary mage. Therefore, his lifespan has not been extended. 18 years have made him much older. Zodvarin said, 18 years ago, you went to the star boundary, and then there was no news. Everyone thought you had died in the star boundary. I didn't expect you to come back, Zodvarin said in surprise. Levi smiled and said, yes, I almost died in the star realm. Fortunately, I survived in the end. Zodvarin thought he was in danger in the star realm. It will be great if you can come back alive. The star realm is indeed very dangerous. Even a legendary mage can easily encounter life-threatening danger. Levi smiled. Now that the star realm can threaten his existence, there should only be existences above the god level. Such existences are extremely difficult to encounter in the vast star realm. Even gods may not really pose a fatal threat to him, unless that god has the power to destroy a star. Ordinary gods do not have such powerful power. Bang! When Levi and Zodvarin were reminiscing about old times, suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Immediately afterwards, the entire floating city began to shake. Hot tea was spilled everywhere on the coffee table. Zodvarin also almost fell. Fortunately, Kuro reacted immediately and supported Zodvarin. On the other hand, Levi, as if he was nailed to the sofa, slid along with the sofa, seemingly not affected at all. Levi is a spirit, not flesh and blood. There are rules embedded in his various actions. Levi thought about sitting on the sofa. Then he will just sit on the sofa, and will not be affected in any way. He will sit on the sofa wherever he goes, and nothing will change. Levi looked outside, wanting to see what was happening outside. After consuming his divine power, all the buildings in front of him were penetrated by his gaze, and turned into transparent non-existent objects. He saw things outside that caused strange movements in the floating city. A meteorite burning with green flames fell from the sky. Hellfire? Levi looked surprised. The H, Fire of the Abyss appears here. What's going on? When Zodvran heard Levi's words, he smiled helplessly and explained. During your absence, the main material world has undergone great changes. First, we experienced the invasion of the underground dark world, and then the invasion of the Abyss. Not long ago, we heard that the devil was coming in the north. Even the cracks in the world of death deep in the ruins of the ancient battlefield had mutated, and countless souls of the world of death spewed out. Undead monsters. The whole world is now in chaos. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the end of the world. The elemental towers are still in good condition. A large number of cities and territories in the Empire have fallen. It is difficult for humans to resist the invading forces from all sides. The Light God sect is also fighting fires everywhere, trying to prevent various disasters from happening. But it is powerless. The situation is so bad? Levi frowned. He also didn't expect that the world would change so much in just the past 18 years. However, recalling previous experiences, it is not surprising that the situation has changed to the present situation. 18 years ago, Levi had discovered the seeds of disasters in various places and experienced some disasters. The demon disaster in the extreme northern ice field, the invasion of the dark race drow in the underground world of the elf forest, and the invasion of the golden wilderness of the dead god world by the abyss. The devil has arrived in the north? Levi asked. Zodvran said, I also heard from hearsay that this is the case all over the world. Fires are being put out everywhere, and no one really goes to the north to find out. Levi was a little worried about the safety of Ice City and Gusev. Guse is also still in the Ice City. If the demon god comes to the Arctic ice field, then their situation may be very dangerous. Levi stood up immediately and said, Teacher Warren, I have to leave first. With that said, he disappeared into the room in one step. Zodvran looked surprised. What kind of spell is this? Space teleportation. It can be done easily by consuming divine power. Levi appeared outside the floating city. Looking up, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Green flames burned in the dark clouds, and several fires fell from the sky towards the elemental tower. Fire has already fallen on the floating city's defensive formation. He failed to smash the defensive circle, and was ejected and fell to the ground. The legendary mages of the elemental tower all looked nervously at the scene outside. With so many fires falling down, the elemental tower may not be able to deal with them. Hellfire can be easily killed by relying on the ultimate weapon, the demonic light. However, it takes a long time to refill the magic light. After using it once, it needs to cool down for a period of time. During this time, the fire was enough to cause serious damage to the floating city, unless someone goes out to contain the fire. But the fire from the abyss is a powerful monster born at the 8th level. Even the legendary mage is difficult to deal with. Suddenly, everyone saw a figure appearing outside the floating city. Someone used the eagle eye technique, and after seeing the figure clearly, a look of shock appeared on his face. Masterly Wei? What? Masterly Wei is outside. Impossible. Didn't he disappear into the Star Realm 18 years ago? But the man outside is exactly the same as Masterly Wei. Levi glanced at Hellfire, who stood up on the ground. Hellfire is nearly 100 meters tall and looks like a huge rock giant, with green flames burning all over its body. Hellfire walked towards the floating city. Levi raised his index finger and pointed it at the fire. Burst! Call out! A fireball condensed with divine power was shot out from his fingertips. The fireball looks unremarkable. In the blink of an eye, it hit the huge fire across thousands of meters. Bang! The fire hit by the fireball was instantly blown to pieces. The green fire also went out. When everyone saw the scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Levi instantly killed the extremely powerful 8th level Hellfire with one move, still using the small fireball technique. This is completely beyond everyone's knowledge. They were completely unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Levi looked at the falling fires. A fiery snake rushed out of the head, flew into the sky, opened its mouth and swallowed a few fires, then spun around in the sky and disappeared into the clouds. The fire that was supposed to fall near the elemental tower also disappeared. Everyone was silent. The tower masters of the elemental tower suddenly realized that Levi's strength was beyond their understanding. He was extremely curious. What did Levi do during the 18 years he disappeared? Why has it become so powerful? This method is not an exaggeration, even if it is called a god. After all, no one has ever seen a real god take action. After Levi finished cleaning up the fire outside the elemental tower, open the portal and go to the Ice City.
Gyu's way. Teacher Gyu's. I'm here.
Chapter 580 Return to Bingyu Palace. Hoo ho ho. The wind and snow are howling. And the wind is biting. A portal opened in the wind and snow. Levi walked out of the portal. The cold wind, ice, and snow turned into a gentle breeze before they even got close to him. Let the weather outside change. Levi's whole body was as warm as spring. And the wind was calm, and the rain was calm. A demigod with divine power could easily do such a thing. However, most demigods are reluctant to spend their divine power so extravagantly. For demigods, it is very difficult to condense divine power. Far more difficult than the gods. But for Li Wei, this consumption of divine power is a drop in the bucket. He possesses the divine power generated by the burning of a star. Even at this moment, the stars in the sky are still burning and condensing divine power, continuously replenishing his divine power. The consumption rate of divine power is not as fast as the growth rate. The city of ice and snow has been frozen by the cold wind and turned into an ice sculpture city. Li Wei scanned the whole city, but couldn't see anyone alive. He looked towards the mountain and saw that there were still many living people in the barracks halfway up the mountain. Seeing Gu Sui and Gu Zhe in the Bingyu Palace, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are all still alive. Li Wei was afraid that he would be late, as both Gu Sui and Gu Zhe were already dead. Even with omnipotent divine power, it is not an easy task to resurrect the dead. Reincarnation is something that goes against the rules of the world. Only if you have the power of the corresponding laws can you do it. This must involve the law of death. There are also the laws of life. Whether it is the law of death or the law of life, they are the top laws and avenues. It has long been occupied and divided by powerful gods, and it is difficult to gain the authority of the law. Levi walked towards the mountain. 1 step is a kilometer. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the Bingyu Palace. As soon as he appeared in the Bingyu Palace, a black shadow jumped out from the corner and attacked him. Bang! The black shadow was blocked 1 meter away and could not touch Levi at all. Levi turned to look. The attacker was a monster with purple and black patterns all over its body. It was barely possible to tell that the monster was once a woman. Just as Li Wei Gang was about to take action to deal with the monster, his eyes moved slightly. See through the monster's identity.
Are you Monis? Roar!
Levi responded with a monster roar. Monsters keep attacking Levi. Levi looked at the monster in front of him and knew that the monster in front of him was Mona's transformation. She has completely lost her sense of self and turned into a monster that relies on her own instincts. Just why is she here? The monster's roar quickly attracted the attention of the people in the Bingyu Palace. But no one dares to come near here. Except for one person. Gu Sui came over with an ice and snow scepter, thinking that there was an enemy invasion. When he saw Levi standing in the yard, he was stunned. He subconsciously covered his mouth with both hands and threw away the ice and snow scepter in his hand. She looked at Levi in disbelief.
Is Levi really you?
With that said, Gu Sui ran towards Levi. Levi waved his hand, and the movements of the monster Monis turned into solidified and was frozen in place. Gu Sui threw herself into his arms, hugged Levi, and buried her head in his chest, tears constantly flowing out.
Levi, you are really back. I thought I would never see you again.
Levi hugged Gu Sui tightly, patted her on the back, and comforted her.
It's okay. I'm back.
After saying that, he looked at Gu Sui helplessly.
You just ran over here. You're not afraid of getting hurt. I'm not afraid. I'm more afraid it's an illusion,
Gu Sui said. When Levi heard this, he didn't say anything and hugged Gu Sui tightly.
This time, I won't leave.
Follow Guthavi back to the palace. Li Wei also met Gyuz. Gyuz has become a middle-aged man and has already married and raised children. However, his wife is not here. Levi left the city of ice and snow for nearly 20 years. Gyuz has become a 5th level mage. The greatest hope in this life is to advance to the 6th level. There is no hope of becoming a legend. He was able to become a 5th level mage because of the massive resources in the Ice Jade Palace. Gu Sui, on the other hand, became a legendary mage early on. Now, they have all entered the realm of high-level legendary mages. After becoming a legendary mage, his lifespan is greatly extended. After not seeing each other for 20 years, Gu Sui's face has not changed much. If anything, she became calmer and more composed, exuding a majestic aura of a queen. But in front of Li Wei, this aura completely disappeared, looking childish. Guze looked at Levi's face that had almost no change, showing a look of wonder.
Levi, I haven't seen you for 20 years, and you haven't changed at all. It's really amazing. However, as a teacher, and also as your brother-in-law, I want to criticize you for one thing. You actually made Wei Wei wait for you for 20 years. This is so inappropriate,
Guze said angrily. In the past 20 years, he often saw Gusui sitting alone in front of the windowsill, looking at the moon and missing each other. Although Levi has become a demigod-level powerhouse, Gu still feels like a student in front of him. He quickly said,
It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have kept Wei Wei waiting for so long.
Gusui hugged Levi and said,
This has nothing to do with you. You must have your own difficulties outside.
Levi briefly told Gusui and Guze about his experiences over the years. I heard that Li Wei had been in seclusion in the Star Realm for 18 years and became a demigod. Gusui and Guze both looked shocked. Gusui suddenly felt a little disappointed. Li Wei noticed her emotional changes and asked,
Wei Wei, what's wrong with you?
Gusabi shook his head and said,
Nothing. Don't lie to me. I know what you are thinking,
Levi said, looking into her eyes. Gusui's ice blue eyes had already revealed her thoughts.
Are you worried that your strength can't keep up with me?
Levi said. Gusui hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Levi's thoughts were seen through, she could only nod helplessly. Levi smiled, hugged Gusui tightly, and said,
You don't have to worry about this. With your qualifications, it's only a matter of time before you become a demigod. What's more, with me here, I will help you. Not just a demigod, but a god as well. I will be with you forever.
Seeing this, Guze chuckled and said,
TSK. TSK. Okay. Stop spreading dog food in front of me. You have become a demigod. So try to find a way to help Wei Wei solve the trouble in front of you.
Guse told Levi what had happened in the Ice and Snow City over the years, and the current difficulties faced by the Ice and Snow City. The city of ice and snow was originally full of life, and was the only pure land in the extreme northern ice field after the demonic disaster. Until the devil comes to the world, everything changes. Li Wei looked surprised and asked,
The devil has really come to the main material world?
Gusui shook his head and said,
Probably not. Those who come are at most the demon god's clones. The gods in the main material world will restrict the demon god's true body from coming. If the devil really came to the world, the gods would have come to the world long ago. The scene in front of us was created by the followers of the demon god.
According to Guthaway, the culprit who caused the city of ice and snow to turn into a city of ice sculptures was Basam. Basam harnessed the Ice Emperor and conquered the far north ice field. Going all the way south, we have left the far north ice field and entered the northern wilderness. That is the territory of the orcs. He also held the
It's okay
ceremony for the coming of the devil there. The city of ice and snow was just affected, and it became like this. There is not even one survivor out of 10. He is also often harassed and attacked by demonic creatures. As for Monas, Levi also learned from Gusui the reason why Monas stayed in the Bingyu Palace. Although Monas lost consciousness, her instinct did not seem to be pure killing. Instead, he became the guardian of Bingyu Palace and Gusui. In the entire Ice J Palace, only Gusui would not be attacked if she was close to Monas. Therefore, Guthaway kept Monas in his yard as a bodyguard. After Monas turned into a monster, she became particularly sensitive to demonized creatures. As long as she is here, no demonic creature can quietly invade the Ice J Palace. In recent years, it has helped Gusui avoid a lot of dangers. There is hard work without credit. Now that Levi is here, there is no need for Monas to stay here as a guard. He froze Monas forever in the hope that one day he could find a way to restore her to adulthood. After becoming a demigod, he saw the demonized Monas and gained a deeper understanding of the concept of demonization. Levi could sense the faint law fluctuations on Monas' body. This means that demonization is a law-level influence. No wonder no one has figured out how to remove demons since ancient times. When it comes to the level of laws, ordinary people cannot reverse the effects of the laws unless the gods take action. Even if it is a god, it must be a god who has the ability to control relevant laws. Not all gods have the ability to reverse demonization. There is no doubt that the god who masters the law of demonization is the demon god behind the Void Demon clan. It might be the Emperor of the Void, or it might be other demon gods. Levi now also knows the final destination of the demonized creature. From Sasha's divine fire enlightenment, he also saw some of Sasha's memories about cultivation. Each time a world is harvested, Sasha will receive more faith materials as a reward. The final outcome of demonized creatures is to become the faith material of gods. How to transform it into a material of faith. Levi didn't know much about the process. According to his understanding, this should be related to the law ability mastered by the devil. Just like him, he used to master the rules of elemental fusion. Continuing to extend, that is the law of elemental fusion. The law of fusion of elements is one of the original laws of stars. Therefore, after he becomes a god, stars can become his material of faith. He can gain divine power by burning stars. If the demon god also masters the relevant laws, he can burn the demonized creatures into divine power, or convert them into belief substances, a common currency among demigods. After Li Wei returned to Bingyu Palace, I also thought of the disappearing Snow Queen and the God of Flowers. Both are pseudo-gods, possessing some of the characteristics of gods and able to gather the power of faith. In the end, they all end up being harvested by the gods and become food. There is no doubt that both the Snow Queen and the Flower God are faith materials in the eyes of the gods, which can be burned and transformed into divine power. The gods should have left many similar existences in various worlds. Just like planting, ordinary humans grow plants. The gods use the world as their field and plant false gods, who gather the power of faith. To put it more bluntly, it is breeding. The God of Flowers and the Snow Queen are a group of special pseudo-gods who were bred. The ultimate value is to be harvested by the gods and turned into objects of faith, which can be used to burn divine fire and condense divine power. The goddess of flowers once told Li Wei that she would disappear. Presumably, at that time, she probably already knew the reason for her existence and her future outcome. Sometimes knowing too much is a misfortune. The Snow Queen only knew her fate at the last moment. Before that, I was just instinctively afraid of the gods and unwilling to contact them. Li Wei stayed in the Bingyu Palace for a night of tenderness with Gu Sui. The next day, before dawn, the sound of fighting came from the military camp halfway up the mountain. Gus quickly grabbed a mage robe, put on his clothes while running, and led people down the mountain to rush for support. Levi slowly opened his eyes, looking through the wall and the night to see the scene down the mountain. Gu Sui, who was lying next to her, had already been awakened. She wanted to get up. Levi held her shoulders and said, "You continue to sleep. I'll be right back." After looking into his eyes for a moment, Gusavi nodded and lay down peacefully. Levi got up and walked towards the door. After walking out of the door, he teleported directly to the military camp halfway up the mountain. Consume divine power to expand the Holy Flame domain. The domain covers the entire snow mountain. All enemies within the realm of the Holy Flame spontaneously ignite and die. The survivors in the military camp were left looking at a pile of black ash in front of them, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, wondering what had happened. As soon as Guzay arrived at the entrance of the military camp, he found that the fighting inside had disappeared. His heart suddenly sank. Could it be that everyone was dead? The next second, he saw Levi coming out of the military camp. "Teacher Guz, please go back. All the enemies have been eliminated," Levi said. Guz looked shocked. "So fast? Is this the power of demigods?" Guz was extremely shocked. He didn't even see Li Wei take action. So all the enemies were dead? Although Guzay believed what Levi said, he still felt a little uneasy about the other people in the military camp. After walking into the military camp, I realized that all the demonized creatures had suddenly spontaneously ignited and turned into black ashes. After hearing this, Guz was also extremely surprised and could not imagine the scene at that time. Wait for him to return to the gate of the military camp. Found that Levi had gone back. Gu Sui saw that Levi had only been out for a few minutes and then came back. She couldn't help but sit up and asked, "How's it going?" Levi said with a smile, "Everything is solved. There should be no more demonic creatures attacking tonight. You can have a peaceful sleep." The domain he expanded just now enveloped the entire snow mountain, killing all demonized creatures within a few kilometers of the snow mountain. Gu Sui was also very surprised when he heard that Levi had defeated all the enemies in just a few minutes. But he didn't think much about it, thinking that the enemies were all gathered together. So Li Wei killed them all with one move. She lifted the quilt, blushed and shouted, "Come in quickly. It's cold outside."